Chapter 1 The Waste Young Master of Hu Family. In the great battle between gods and demons, both sides were badly injured. The demon emperor perished, and the heavenly emperor fell into the abyss of return, his whereabouts unknown. Those who enter the abyss usually lose all memories of their past lives and struggle to reincarnate. On the spirit realm continent, martial arts are revered. Elemental combat techniques and various rhetorics are emerge endlessly. With neither gods nor demons able to dominate the three realms, a balance of power has formed among humanity, gods and demons. In the holy capital of spirit realm, within the Hu estate. Where am I? Iron man blinked his eyes in a daisy and muttered. Young master, you're awake, a clear, youthful voice isabel joyfully. From the sound of it, she called and be told. Could it be? I've been Reborn, Theoon man sat up abruptly, looking around the unfamiliar bedroom and daddled at a maid with red remedies before him. The heavenly emperor who had fallen into the abyss of return, miraculously retained his past memories. Where am I? The young man murmured again. Young master, you of course see them. You've been unconscious for days, and Can has been so worried, the maid replied with humming so freely fanned reproach. The Unman stretched out his hands, as if trying to summon divine power, but after a long while, nothing happened. It seems that Emperor have a truly fallen, has aid in a low voice. Young master, what are you mumbling? Come with Medici Lord and Lady Hu. Thiva been so worried, the maid complained. Suddenly, Azure Jofan urged entered the Unman's body, and Heffel Tasher pain in his chest as memories flooded his mind. Hugwo Jun, eldest son of Hu Jotin. From now on, I am you, Andy Owarim Theo Unman said solemnly. The heavenly emperor soul had entered Hukyuajun's body after his rebirth in the abyss, inheriting his memory as well. All right, you'll go with you, Hukyuajun said with a fin smile. Chapter 2 The Unwanted Husband. Young master, it's to Meitaji to pand practice, Kayun, the maid said sweetly. Kayun, do you believe I can activate elemental arts today? Hugojun pinched Kayan Shiksan schedulely. Slave girl believes, Kayun replied, her face blushing. Hugojun set up from Thub, quickly dressed, and walked out of the yard. Altov heavenly emperor's divine power had dissipated, activating elemental arts was still a piece of cake for him. He swiftly circulated his energy, and it sank into his den, flowing smoothly through his body. It's time, Hugojun declared. Boom, boom, boom. The energy condensed in his Dinshan and exploded, and golden elemental Kai surged out, bursting from Hugojun's arms. Perhaps due to the heavenly emperor's rebirth within him, Hukyuajun's elemental Ki weighs an extremely rare golden color. Young master succeeded, young master is the best, Kaidun exclaimed happily. Hukyuajun smiled and was about to share the news with Hujushin when he heard loud arguing coming from Hujayushin's yard. Buthes me on listen. A good for nothing. What's the use of keeping him? Even if Jun can practice martial arts, that's Noriason to send him to the family as an unwanted husband, has he your grandson. Is this really the right thing, Toto? My decision is final. Dontar Guinamore. Hukyuajun stood outside the yard and heard of everything clearly. The Twickadald Manus realisa mething. He was acting like he kind person yesterday, but no was howing his true colors, had Hada himself. But what's this about you family? Hukyuajun wondered and began to piece together his memories. In the holy capital, there are 4 powerful families Hu, Yu, Cheng and Xing. These 4 familias are wealthy and influential, ruling holy capitala Lance de the Emperor. A other family since Central Plains are as you subordinate to them. Currently, the Xinginshan family are closely linked, making them stronger than the independently developing Wandu families. The Yu family has many descendants but few heirs. Hushauten plans to marry Hugwojun into Yu family and primesestage of Hugwojun a quarter of Hu family's wealthesattery. This seemingly disadvantageous deal is actually part of Huzayatan's cunning plan. It is rumored that Guangron, the grandson of Yusharon, the head of the Yu family, has become a disciple of demon realms in June. When he returns, he will bid a megadlakey figure, and the Yu family will surely dominate the holy capital. At the time, Hukyuajun's marriage will be a profitable investment. The Hu family is clearly playing the long game. Faget kri creatapen and hu jushinwa kadut with a polyface. When has a Huguo Jun, tears streamed down his face. June, your grandfather has arranged for you to marry in Tafu family. I can't protect ya, Hu Jushin sobbed. Huguo Jun negligently wiped away Hu Jayushin's tears and whispered, Father, it's okay. Even if I become an unwanted husband in Thu family, I'm still your son. In the US state of Holy Capital, Spirit Realm. Grandfather, I don't want to, a fair-skinned and beautiful woman exclaimed angrily. This woman is Yuiju, Hugo Jun's future wife. Guangren just studying Demon Realm and want back for a while. You're uncleasel so sick. White Zingden Cheng families ganging up, our Yu family can compete. The Hu family is still strong. Just marry Huguo Jun, Yu Shirong said slowly, Heizi shelf closed. Grandfather, Ario really going to marry is Wafito a good for nothing who can't even practice elemental arts, Yu Yezusi's word, and Shuasan the verge off tears. Iju, listen to him, a mid-legitman sagely patting Durin back. This man, filled with reluctance, was Yu Weichen, his husfather. It's decided. There is now sarging, Heiju, go back to your room and prepare for thueting, Yu Shirong said coldly. Feeling like she had lost their sal, Yuiju, supported by Yu Weichen, returned to her room. She had already decided that if Hukua Jundered to tuck her on their wedding night, she would kill herself. Back in Thu estate, in Huguo Jun's bedroom. Damn it, I, the mighty heavenly emperor, have a become me an unwanted husband. How tragic, Hugo Jun cursed in heart. Of course, headed Derital Kayan Faith was heavenly emperor, or Shemital Hujudianthath young master Hajonmad. Chapter 3 of the Newlyweds. Once upon a time, in an era of turmoil between gods and demons, when the heavens themselves were on the brink of collapse, it was the celestial emperor who stood resilient against the tempest. Yet now, he finds himself reduced to the status of a mere consort. The world has changed, and nostalgia brings a profound sense of sorrow. I in the holy capital, at the Hu residence, a gentle voice chimed, Young master, it is time to depart. Hu Guojun nodded lightly, donning the crimson wedding attire. The Yu residence was adorned with lanterns and festive decorations, eagerly awaiting Hu Guojun's arrival. The wedding procession had arrived at the gates of the Hu residence, where the elderly steward beckoned Hu Guojun to board the bridal sedan. With a constricted heart, Hu Guojun sighed deeply and resolutely ascended the wedding carriage. A consort indeed, he mused, as it was the bride's side that sent a carriage for him. Those unaware might think a cherished daughter of the Hu family was about to wed. The rhythmic clattering of hooves and the jubilant sounds of celebration could not drown out the whispers surrounding him. This is the useless young master of the Hu family. How could such a family produce a son like Hu Guojun? The Hu family's worthless son is getting married. As Hu Guojun sat within the carriage, the whispered derisions pierced him like daggers, and through the sheer red curtains, he gazed at the crowd pointing and gossiping, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. Just wait. One day, I shall make you all see me in a new light. I in the Yu residence, within Yuiju's chamber, she donned a resplendent red wedding gown, a red silk veil draping over her face, her tear-stained attire betraying her icy heart. Stepped down from the carriage. As the wedding carriage came to a halt, Hu Guojun slowly descended. Here comes the groom, exclaimed a few maidservants of the Yu residence. Thud, thud, thud. Miss, the groom has arrived, the steward whispered. Yuiju opened the door and walked toward the grand hall like a specter. Upon locking eyes with Hu Guojun, her tear-filled violet orbs met his blank brown gaze, and they exchanged a heavy silence. The couple bowed to each other, and soon they were led into the bridal chamber. The wedding ceremony was hastily concluded, and the two entered the marital abode hand in hand. Inside the chamber, silence reigned between them. Yuiju shed her wedding attire, revealing a delicate pink gown, her exquisite makeup marred by tears. Hu Guojun rose to pour wine from a jug onto a cup and approached Yuiju. Don't come near, Yuiju warned coldly, her brows knitting together. Fear not, I have no intention of touching you, Hu Guojun replied with a bitter smile. If you wish to touch me, you must possess the ability to do so, Yuiju retorted icily. Hu Guojun smirked disdainfully, thinking to himself, I, the celestial emperor, have encountered countless beauties. Does she truly consider herself special? Do you really believe I am entirely devoid of any abilities? Hu Guojun shot her a sidelong glance, a wicked grin playing on his lips. You can cultivate energy. A flicker of surprise crossed Yuiju's eyes. Though she wished to voice that he was merely a useless waste, she, being a refined lady of the house, refrained from speaking such harsh words. Standing firm, Hu Guojun waved his arms, and golden energy surged forth, flowing around him like gentle waves, illuminating the dim chamber. What, golden energy? Yuiju exclaimed, her eyes widening. But everyone says you are a useless waste. Merely a sacrifice. What does it matter if I can cultivate energy? Hu Guojun sighed bitterly, downing the wine in his cup. It seems I have underestimated you, Yuizhu remarked coldly. We are all sacrifices. What does it matter if you view me differently? Hu Guojun's gaze swept over Yuizhu's form. Who are you calling a sacrifice? Yuizhu bit her lip, anger flaring. Among all the maidens in the Yu family, why must it be you, Yuizhu, who marries a worthless man like me? You hold no position of significance, do you? Hu Guojun chuckled. You go too far, you scoundrel. Yuizhu's body trembled with rage rising, her fury unleashed a burst of pink energy, and behind her appeared a snow-white, fluffy rabbit with blood-red eyes. Rabbit spirit, aside from its speed, it serves little purpose, Hu Guojun scoffed. You seek death, Yuizhu shouted, launching a fierce palm strike. Though the celestial emperor's power was not formidable, his experience from countless battles meant evading an attack of Yuizhu's caliber was trivial. Hu Guojun swiftly dodged to the left, avoiding her strike, then concentrated his energy into his right leg, delivering a kick squarely at Yuizhu's backside. Stumbling, she fell onto the soft wedding bed. What, are you in a hurry now? Hu Guojun grinned wickedly. You bastard, Yuizhu cursed, cease your cursing. What good does it do? We are all merely sacrifices, Hu Guojun replied solemnly. Although Yuizhu was infuriated by Hu Guojun's words, she could not deny the truth. Why was she, out of so many women in the Yu family, chosen to be Hu Guojun's wife, if not as a sacrifice? In anguish, she closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, her knees buckling as she sank to the floor, crying into the bed. Watching her, Hu Guojun felt a pang of sympathy. After all, he too was the celestial emperor. Harboring a compassionate heart, that he crouched slightly, whispering in her ear, "Do not weep, my power is far greater than you can imagine. Do you believe me? Within a year, I shall make you the strongest woman in the Yu family." What? Yuizhu looked up, her voice choked. Do not doubt me, remember my golden energy. Hu Guojun smiled mysteriously. In the holy capital, and indeed across the entire spirit realm, golden energy was exceedingly rare. As this thought crossed Yuizhu's mind, she began to believe Hu Guojun's words. After all, she had always assumed Hu Guojun to be a useless man incapable of even cultivating energy, yet that kick had made it clear that he was certainly not the feeble individual described by her parents, but rather a mysterious figure concealing his true prowess. No matter what, you are still my husband, do as you wish. Yuizhu sighed softly. This sigh perhaps signified Yuizhu's acceptance of reality, shedding the burdens of being a daughter of the Yu family. Hu Guojun grinned mischievously, like a wraith flitting through the shadows as the candlelight flickered out. That night, shadows danced, and a voice of playful reproach could be heard. Chapter 4 of the first encounter with Yu Shihong. Master, the head of the family requests your presence, called the steward loudly from outside the door. Oh, I shall be there shortly, replied Hu Guojun. He cast a glance at the disheveled Yuizhu, who was sleeping soundly beside him, and smiled faintly before getting out of bed to dress himself. Last night, Hu Guojun had been reluctant to let Yuizhu sleep, and it was only near dawn that she had finally slipped into slumber. In the courtyard, Yu Shihong, clad in a grey scholar's robe with hair streaked with grey, sat at a stone table, delicately sipping from a cup of fine wine. Master, Hu Guojun is waiting outside, the steward said with a bow. Let him in, Yu Shihong replied, narrowing his eyes with a smile. As Hu Guojun stepped into the courtyard, he performed a respectful bow to Yu Shihong. Please take a seat, esteemed uncle, Yu Shihong gestured. Hu Guojun, unceremoniously, sat down directly opposite Yu Shihong. Flanking Yu Shihong were the younger members of the Yu family, who regarded Hu Guojun with barely concealed disdain. Why? Yu Shihong stroked his grizzled beard and chuckled. Did you enjoy yourself last night? Hu Guojun raised an eyebrow and replied, with Yiju's ethereal beauty and graceful figure, how could it not be delightful? Ah, Guojun, you are quite the handsome lad yourself, Yu Shihong beamed. He gestured towards the younger members of the Yu family behind him, saying, the Yu family is indeed a prominent household in the capital, esteemed and well-resourced. You shall not be at a loss for joining our clan. Hu Guojun nodded with a smile. For 5 or 6 years now, the family has flourished under the hidden brilliance of its jade. The dragon's roar and the phoenix's song await, albeit belatedly. Indeed, a splendid verse, praised Yu Huaichen, one of Yu Shihong's sons. Standing behind him, however, Yu Shihong's brow furrowed slightly, and he remained silent. Hu Guojun raised his wine cup and downed the exquisite liquor in one gulp. Second brother, this fellow claims to be the phoenix, arriving late to our Yu family, making it seem as though we are eager to welcome him, which is quite the self-aggrandizement, a middle-aged man scoffed. This man was Yu Shihong's eldest son, Yu Huaijuan. Alas, I truly lament the thought of marrying Yizhu off to this good-for-nothing. Yu Huaichen frowned. Why? Yu Shihong then stood up and led Hu Guojun into the inner chamber. As Hu Guojun entered, a white mist enveloped the entire courtyard, creating an atmosphere that felt disconnected from the world. Your grandfather has already agreed to bestow upon you 1/4 of the Hu family's wealth, which signifies your importance to the Hu clan. All you need to do is cultivate diligently within the Yu family, and it shall become your home. You sure, Hong said with a squinting smile. A family with a peak internal strength barely at the initial stage of transcendence dares to claim the title of Heavenly Emperor?
Hu Guojun scoffed disdainfully. In the spiritual realm, levels of internal strength are categorized as martial foundation, martial condensation, essence condensation, transcendence, and pseudo-divinity. Beyond pseudo-divinity lies true deity and demonhood, yet, the presence of pseudo-divinity experts is exceedingly rare in this region.
The stronger the internal force, the more formidable the primordial spirit. Has your grandfather truly gifted you the wealth?
Yu Shihong asked with a chuckle. Indeed, he has, Hu Guojun replied with a smile, pulling out the cloud bracelet from his robe. The cloud bracelet, crafted from spiritual stones, is a precious artifact capable of storing numerous items, a treasure only affluent families can possess.
However, my grandfather did not disclose the incantation to unlock this cloud bracelet. Hu Guojun frowned. What is your grandfather's intention?
Yu Shihong asked, his brow twitching as he spoke in a subdued tone. Because I devised the incantation myself, Hu Guojun replied with a mischievous grin.
How dare you play tricks on me?
Yu Shihong exclaimed, slightly irked.
As a mere waste, how could I establish myself in the Yu family without the riches contained within this cloud bracelet?
Hu Guojun retorted, pouting.
You rascal, you possess quite the wit.
You may return for now, I shall not trouble you over matters of wealth, Yu Shihong said with a feigned smile. As Hu Guojun exited the inner chamber, the powerful aura dissipated immediately. Damn it, this little rascal is quite the troublemaker, Yu Shihong muttered through clenched teeth. Naturally, Yu Shihong would not let Hu Guojun off the hook without extracting wealth from him. Why Yu Shihong had already become a target for Hu Guojun's vengeance. In the past, the Heavenly Emperor would have deemed the Yu family unworthy of his attention, yet today, he was a changed man, and the Yu family still held some value for his reborn self. To Hu Guojun, the entire Yu family represented the first step in re-establishing himself in the spiritual realm after his rebirth. Chapter 5. Right-hand man. Hu Guojun returned to Yu Iju's residence, summoning the maid Kaiyun, who accompanied him into the Yu household.
With a playful smile, he inquired, Kaiyun, would you like to learn the art of qi refinement?
Kaiyun's cheeks flushed as she replied softly, Young master, as a mere servant, how could I possibly learn such a thing?
Even as a servant, you are still my subordinate.
By following me, you shall not suffer indignities. Should you master the art of qi refinement, I can assist you in awakening your primordial spirit, Hu Guojun whispered mysteriously in her ear. Kaiyun's pupils widened in disbelief. After all, in her eyes, Hu Guojun was merely an ineffectual son of a wealthy family, incapable of achieving anything significant. Young master, you seem rather different lately, she remarked, scratching her head. Hu Guojun paid her no heed. Instead, he rolled up his sleeves to reveal a cloud bracelet, reciting an incantation. A beam of white light shot forth, enveloping him, and moments later, he emerged holding a pouch brimming with spirit stones. Spirit stones are the currency used by qi refiners in the spirit realm for cultivation and the acquisition of martial skills and weapons. They are also excellent for nourishing one's internal strength, though they come at a steep price, with variations in quality affecting their cost.
Take these spirit stones.
Absorb their energy, and I shall teach you the art of qi refinement, Hu Guojun said with a serene smile.
Young master, are you truly willing to part with these?
Kaiyun exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Hu Guojun mused inwardly. These spirit stones are hardly enough to fill a gap in my teeth. Mortals are ultimately short-sighted. Is it any wonder they become so animated over such a meager sum? Of course, take them and make use of them, he replied nonchalantly. Kaiyun bowed deeply, accepting the pouch of spirit stones, and seated herself cross-legged to begin absorbing their essence. Hu Guojun pondered whether this girl possessed the talent for cultivation. It was a gamble worth taking. After the passage of about a stick of incense, Kaiyun rose, adopting a horse stance. With both hands thrusting forward, she directed the energy of the spirit stones into her dantian, feeling a surge of power coursing through her meridians, prompting a soft gasp to escape her lips. Hu Guojun glanced at her, and Kaiyun's face turned crimson as she quickly turned away, covering her face in embarrassment. What are you blushing for? Hurry and see if you can activate the qi refinement, Hu Guojun chided.
Yes, young master, Kaiyun responded demurely.
She began to channel her energy, a wave of green qi emanating from her body, accompanied by the fragrant scent of timber. Life-healing qi, Hu Guojun raised an eyebrow. Kaiyun beamed with joy as she observed the vibrant green qi swirling around her.
Young master, I have succeeded.
This form of qi is rich in wood elemental power, primarily advantageous for growth and healing. If you practice diligently, even if you do not become a formidable qi refiner, you could certainly become a healer, Hu Guojun nodded. At the very least, it is not the white qi. It can harness the forces of nature, even if its potential is not high, it will not be overly diminished. Hu Guojun thought to himself, there are 3 categories of qi refinement. Some encompass natural forces, such as green qi infused with wood elemental power and red qi infused with fire elemental power. Others are martial energies, which can draw upon the power of the primordial spirit. The various colors of martial energy are plentiful. For instance, the pink qi of Yuizhu is a type of martial energy. Lastly, there exists pure primordial energy, which cannot draw upon any external force. Yu Shurong possesses white primordial energy, which remains unfettered by any qi but also lacks any inherent advantages. Hu Guojun, you have returned, Yuizhu said, stretching lazily as she emerged from her room. What do you call me? Hu Guojun replied with a smile, though a hint of menace flickered in his eyes, causing Yuizhu to shiver slightly. Husband, you are back, she murmured softly. Here, take this and practice the art of qi refinement. Later, I shall teach you a technique, Hu Guojun said with a wicked grin, tossing a handful of spirit stones to her. What, why are you so generous? Yuizhu questioned, looking at the spirit stones in her hand. Enough with the pleasantries. You are my wife, and what is mine is yours. I possess a quarter of the Hu family's wealth. Soon, you shall be a wealthy lady. As for spirit stones, I have plenty. Take as many as you require, Hu Guojun declared cheerfully. Then I thank you, husband, Yuizhu replied with a slight nod. Seated cross-legged, Yuizhu began to absorb the energy from the spirit stones, while her spirit companion, a fluffy rabbit, appeared behind her, also drawing upon their power. At this moment, Yuizhu felt a swell of emotion, for she had never been afforded such ample cultivation resources during her time in the Yu household. Hu Guojun naturally sought to secure the unwavering loyalty of both Yuizhu and Kaiyun. This was merely the first step in his grand design. Chapter 6, as the tiger gains its wings within the confines of the Yu residence, in the courtyard of Yuizhu. Young master, my head is pounding. Kaiyun exclaimed, clutching her head as she rushed towards Hu Guojun. Let me take a look, Hu Guojun said, narrowing his eyes as he examined Kaiyun's head, which was emanating a disconcerting green light. It seems you are on the verge of awakening your primordial spirit, he thought to himself. Smack, Hu Guojun delivered a sharp slap to Kaiyun's head, causing her to shudder and plop down on the ground, tears welling in her eyes. If you believe I have erred, you could simply tell me. Why resort to violence? Kaiyun protested, her voice tinged with grievance. Turn around and see what is behind you, Hu Guojun chuckled, with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Kaiyun turned her head to find a plump green caterpillar writhing behind her, adorned with yellow spots. Ah, how repulsive! Kaiyun shrieked. Repulsive? This is your primordial spirit, the golden-spotted butterfly, Hu Guojun replied, grinning. Golden-spotted butterfly, what kind of primordial spirit is that? Kaiyun inquired, intrigued. If it were merely an ordinary butterfly spirit, it would be considered useless. However, since yours is a golden-spotted butterfly, it indicates that this butterfly possesses venom. With venom, you could cultivate some poison techniques, and combined with the art of wood element cultivation, it holds great potential, Hu Guojun elaborated. Thank you for your guidance, young master. I shall dedicate myself to my training, Kaiyun replied obediently. Hu Guojun nodded slightly, contemplating this young girl as earnest and devoted to her cultivation. She is indeed a woman of integrity, worthy of keeping by my side. My husband, what technique did you mention teaching me the other day? Yuizhu asked, her delicate brows arching as she emerged from the room. Hu Guojun gazed at the smiling Yuizhu before him and mused. Just days ago, you were full of complaints. Why the sudden affection today? To be the wife of the celestial emperor, you must have accumulated great fortune over several lifetimes. Madam, are you in a hurry? Hu Guojun teased with a sly grin. The clan competition is approaching, and I wish to secure a good ranking to acquire more spirit stones, Yuizhu replied, tugging at Hu Guojun's sleeve. Follow me, oh no, follow me, Hu Guojun corrected himself after a playful slip of the tongue. Yuizhu, not catching the nuance, followed Hu Guojun into a dense forest. Watch closely, Hu Guojun said, brushing his hair back with a flick of his hand, a mischievous smirk on his face. As Yuizhu turned to look at him, she caught a glimpse of a dark shadow darting through the trees. In an instant, Hu Guojun had transformed into a fleeting specter, and all she could hear was the rustling of leaves as he vanished from sight. Crack, 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 3 sharp sounds resonated as 3 small trees were severed in half. Hu Guojun reappeared behind Yuizhu, a short sword poised at her throat. Yuizhu broke into a cold sweat. This technique is called the shadow step, a movement art created by your husband, capable of executing lethal strikes without a trace, perfectly suited for your rabbit primordial spirit. Mastering this technique will undoubtedly secure you the top position in the Yu family competition, Hu Guojun remarked with a subtle smile as he sheathed his sword. Yuizhu raised a hand to wipe the sweat from her brow, swallowing hard as she spoke softly, "Husband, it seems the Yu family truly underestimated you."
Not just the Yu family.
Many have underestimated me, however. I am indifferent. Soon, they will learn the consequences of underestimating Hu Guojun, he said, a flicker of killing intent crossing his features.
Are you all right, my husband?
Yu Yizhu asked, her face a mask of fear.
Heh, I am perfectly fine. Hu Guojun's expression transformed into a broad grin as he playfully slapped Yu Yizhu's bottom. Husband, how shameless. Yu Yizhu's face flushed crimson as she pushed him away. Let us begin.
Practice for a couple of hours each day, and you shall master it within a week, Hu Guojun indicated towards the forest. Yu Yizhu then activated her cultivation, entering the woods to commence her training in the shadow step. This shadow step was not merely a technique of Hu Guojun's invention but rather a fundamental combat skill of the divine race. However, in the spirit realm, it represented a significant disparity in power. Even experts at the pseudo-divine level might struggle to execute it. Both Yu Yizhu and Kaiyun had been regarded by Hu Guojun as his left and right arms within the Yu family, and as such, they would naturally receive numerous advantages. Chapter 7 of The Young Master with Open Ears. Lately, I have been cooped up at the Yu residence, and it is driving me to the brink of madness. My dear wife, let us venture out for a stroll. Hu Guojun nudged Yu Yizhu beside him, chuckling. It is you who stays up late, and it is you who rises early. I shall ensure that you are thoroughly exhausted, he replied playfully, a hint of mischief in his tone.
Enough of this banter, dress yourself for an outing, Hu Guojun insisted. Kaiyun, accompany me today, I shall treat you to some delightful delicacies, Hu Guojun exclaimed with enthusiasm. Yes, thank you, young master.
Kaiyun responded with palpable excitement. In the holy capital, on Longxiang Street, they settled at a table in Chui Xianlu, ordering several exquisite dishes along with a fine bottle of wine. Isn't that your useless brother over there? A voice from the corner sneered. Hu Guojun turned towards the sound, spotting a somewhat plump young master with a mocking grin. Beside him sat Hu Guojun's cousin, Hu Guochun, along with another gentleman dressed in white, who exuded a refined demeanor. Hey, who are you insulting? Kaiyun stood up, seething with anger. I am referring to your good-for-nothing master. The plump young master rose, displaying a look of disdain. This individual was Chang Zhaohong, the most talented genius of the Cheng family. At merely 20 years of age, he had already reached the 7th level of the martial condensation realm and was on the cusp of entering the Yuan condensation realm, a truly rare prodigy. Look at you, with that rotund figure. How old are you, yet still unmarried? Kaiyun retorted fiercely. You, how dare you speak to me like that, you little brat? Chang Zhaohong's face flushed crimson with rage, his teeth grinding. This remark indeed struck a nerve. Though Hu Guojun was deemed a waste, Yu Yizhu was undeniably stunning, recognized as one of the great beauties of the holy capital. Despite being a genius, Chang Zhaohong had yet to experience romance at the age of 20, which certainly felt like a failure upon reflection. Brother, you really ought to do something about your predicament. Don't just let Kaiyun defend you, Hu Guochun scoffed. Should I stoop to the level of a dog eating excrement, or join a braying donkey in its foolishness? Why should a human involve themselves in the affairs of beasts? Hu Guojun replied with a wicked grin, proceeding to pop a piece of beef into his mouth. Hu Guochun stood awkwardly, speechless for quite some time. Yu Yizhu and Kaiyun stifled their laughter, while Chang Zhaohong trembled with indignation. Had it not been for Chui Xianlu being his family's establishment, he would have undoubtedly overturned the table in fury. Eating is simply eating, why provoke others? The gentleman in white interjected coldly. This person appears to possess some sense of reason, but who is he? Hu Guojun inquired in a hushed tone. That he is Xing Yuhua, the foremost genius of the Xing family, known as the Young Master with Open Ears, and he too is on the verge of entering the Yuan condensation realm. The number of girls pursuing him could stretch several streets, Yu Yizhu remarked, her admiration evident. I shall go and have a word with him, Hu Guojun said with a faint smile. After their meal, Hu Guochun and Chang Zhaohong summoned several beauties to continue their revelry, while Xing Yuhua prepared to take his leave. As Xing Yuhua stepped out of Chui Xianlu, Hu Guojun called out to him from behind. Young Master Xing, please pause, Hu Guojun said with a smile. What matter does Hu Gongzi wish to discuss? Xing Yuhua turned to inquire. Young Master Xing, you appear rather pale, are you suffering from the backlash of your own spiritual essence? Hu Guojun spoke in a low voice. What? How could you possibly know? Xing Yuhua exclaimed in surprise. Your spiritual essence must be derived from the frigid highlands, perhaps from creatures such as snow wolves, snow eagles, or snow foxes, Hu Guojun remarked with a slight smile. Remarkable, indeed, my spiritual essence is from the icy highlands, specifically a brown-eyed snow eagle, Xing Yuhua replied, beaming. You have absorbed too much ice spirit stone, causing your spiritual essence to become overly agitated, wreaking havoc within your body and resulting in excruciating pain in your organs. Furthermore, it manifests while you sleep. A young master with open ears, am I correct? Hu Guojun inquired with a grin. Yes, precisely. Please, Hu Gongzi, assist me in curing this ailment, and I assure you, I shall compensate you handsomely. Xing Yuhua bowed respectfully. Boil sand ginger, dried tangerine peel, and tiger bone wine, and within 7 days, you shall see improvement. Hu Guojun nodded sagely. You speak. What sort of reward do you desire? Xing Yuhua asked eagerly. 150 spirit stones per week, Hu Guojun replied with a mischievous grin. What, 150 per week? I can only receive 100 from my family head in a week. This is somewhat unreasonable, and why charge by the week? Xing Yuhua exclaimed incredulously. You could always borrow some, given the Xing family's wealth. This amount of spirit stones is but a drop in the ocean. As for the weekly charge, you shall soon understand. Hu Guojun chuckled mischievously. Xing Yuhua's eyes twitched, and he forced a smile, saying, If I give you the spirit stones and it proves ineffective, what then? If it proves ineffective, simply come to the Yu residence and find me. Where could I possibly run off to? Hu Guojun raised an eyebrow, grinning. Very well, take this. Xing Yuhua counted out 150 spirit stones from his storage bracelet and handed them to Hu Guojun. This prescription may not cure you entirely, but it will certainly bring you some relief, Hu Guojun said with a playful smirk. Isn't that akin to deceiving me? Xing Yuhua's expression turned grim. I did state that it would bring improvement. If the young master does not believe me, he may reflect on it himself. Hu Guojun patted Xing Yuhua on the shoulder. It does seem quite true. I was too hasty in my excitement earlier, giving it all away. Can I even retrieve it now? I suppose I shall gamble on this. Xing Yuhua mused inwardly. After each week, come to Chui Xian Lu to find me once more, and each time, it shall be 150 spirit stones. I will add an additional ingredient each week, and ultimately, you shall be cured, Hu Guojun declared with a grin. At this moment, even Yu Yizhu found Hu Guojun somewhat shameless, let alone Xing Yuhua. This was nothing short of a blatant scheme for money. Very well, so, this is why you charge by the week. Xing Yuhua, now wary of losing control and slapping Hu Guojun in anger, left in a hasty manner after uttering a parting remark. My husband, will your prescription truly be effective? Yu Yizhu asked. Of course it will. This particular ailment's remedy is known solely to me in the entire holy capital. He is utterly out of options, Hu Guojun replied, twirling the spirit stone Xing Yuhua had just given him in his hand. Let us return home, Hu Guojun declared, sweeping Yu Yizhu into his embrace as they made their way back to the Yu residence. Chapter 8. The Golden Doll. With the weekly allocation of 150 spirit stones from Xing Yuhua, combined with the 30 stones your grandfather bestows upon you, we have a total of 180 stones. Divided among the three of us and myself, Kaiyun, and you, each person would receive 60 stones weekly, which is no trifling sum, Hu Guojun observed with a sly grin. My dear husband, you truly are a shrewd businessman, Yu Yizhu replied with a smile, playfully tapping Hu Guojun. After encountering Xing Yuhua, Hu Guojun's wealth in spirit stones had surged tremendously, rendering him exceedingly affluent. At this juncture, Yu Yizhu had mastered the shadow step technique, significantly enhancing her prowess, while Kaiyun had awakened her primordial spirit. Hu Guojun had thus secured a respectable position within the Yu family, though these developments were unbeknownst to Yu Shiron. Settling into a cross-legged position, Hu Guojun arranged a formation of spirit stones around him, preparing to awaken his primordial spirit. The power of the spirit stones swiftly coalesced into a golden beam of light, which surged into Hu Guojun's being, causing Golden Chi to writhe violently within him. With a thunderous boom, a golden doll manifested behind Hu Guojun, its eyes fluttering open as it let out a piercing wail. Are you still here? Hu Guojun murmured softly. Suddenly, the golden doll expelled a golden orb, which did not fall to the ground but hovered in midair. Hu Guojun extended his hand, and the orb gently descended into his palm. The golden crow sacred pearl, the convergence of three flowers at the pinnacle leads to the essence, while the divine tortoise absorbs the blood of the golden crow. This is the essential path for all to attain sanctity in the flesh. The golden crow war god, a symbol of the divine. The primordial spirit of the Heavenly Emperor is, of course, the Golden Crow War God. The Heavenly Emperor has now been reborn, and with him, the Golden Crow War God has also returned, embodied in this very golden doll. The Golden Crow Sacred Pearl harbors immense primordial spirit power from the Golden Crow War God, retaining memories of the Heavenly Emperor. However, Hu Guojun, at this moment, is not yet capable of wielding such a formidable force.
Nevertheless, in critical moments, the Golden Crow Sacred Pearl could undoubtedly yield unexpected benefits.
The clan competition is next week. I feel so nervous, Yu Yizhu lamented.
Fear not, for I am here,
Hu Guojun replied with a reassuring smile. Although I won't be participating, I certainly cannot match Sister C, Yu Yizhu said, her expression clouded with sorrow.
Who is Sister C? Hu Guojun asked, bewildered. Sister C is the eldest daughter of my uncle.
By now, she must have reached the 4th level of the martial condensation realm, while I am merely at the 9th level of the martial foundation realm. How could I possibly contend with her?
Yu Yizhu sighed.
Simply trust me. Within 3 moves, I shall ensure you triumph over this so-called Sister C, Hu Guojun said, a hint of mischief curling at the corners of his mouth.
Really? Yu Yizhu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Do you not believe me?
Hu Guojun teased, playfully pinching her cheek. I do believe you, you annoying rogue, Yu Yizhu retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment. This woman had now developed considerable faith in Hu Guojun's abilities. Let's find some fitting weaponry when we have the chance. The sword you currently wield does not align with your combat style, Hu Guojun suggested.
How would you procure weapons? Grandfather is simply unwilling to part with any good ones, Yu Yizhu frowned.
Your grandfather may be reluctant, but someone will provide, Hu Guojun replied with a mischievous grin.
Who?
Yu Yizhu inquired, puzzled.
Why, none other than young Master Kyer. Hu Guojun laughed heartily. Just ensure you don't end up overextending yourself.
Yu Yizhu chuckled knowingly.
My lady, you should proceed with your cultivation.
I wish to spend some time alone, Hu Guojun said gently. Obediently, Yu Yizhu took her spirit stones and began her practice. Hu Guojun entered his room, closed the door, and sat cross-legged, summoning the golden doll's primordial spirit. Observing the incessantly weeping doll, Hu Guojun furrowed his brow, reflecting inwardly. The sensation of starting anew is indeed a bittersweet irony. Naturally, Hu Guojun would not allow the golden doll to appear before others, as such a primordial spirit is exceedingly rare in this world and would likely attract unwanted attention, something he wished to avoid at all costs. Chapter 9. In the handy weapon. In the illustrious city, on Longxiang Street, before the magnificent Chui Xian building, Xing Yuhao stood with a sullen expression, impatiently awaiting the arrival of Hu Guojun. Young Master Xing, you have been waiting for quite some time, Hu Guojun approached with a grin. Here, this is 150 spirit stones.
Xing Yuhao replied in a low voice.
Hu Guojun chuckled as he accepted the spirit stones, remaining silent for a moment before mysteriously pulling Xing Yuhao aside and whispering, Might I inquire if I could procure a weapon from young Master Xing?
What kind of weapon?
Xing Yuhao furrowed his brow.
Would your esteemed Xing family happen to possess any weapons of the earthly fiend tier? Hu Guojun inquired with a smile.
On the spirit realm continent, weapons are classified into 4 tiers: earthly spirit, earthly fiend, heavenly gang, and ascendant, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Above the ascendant tier lies the divine weapons, and as for the holy city, weapons above the heavenly gang tier have yet to be seen.
Are you serious? How dare you ask for a weapon?
Xing Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment.
What if we exchanged spirit stones for a weapon?
Hu Guojun proposed with a mischievous grin. Very well, follow me back to search, Xing Yuhao replied, his face darkening. At the Xing residence, within the confines of Xing Yuhao's courtyard, he pushed open a door and entered a dimly lit armory. The walls were adorned with an array of weapons. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, all in abundance. This is the weapon vault of my Xing family. These are the earthly fiend tier weapons. Choose one, Mr. Hu, Xing Yuhao declared with pride. After a thorough examination, Hu Guojun selected a pair of obsidian daggers, intricately engraved with exquisite patterns. I believe Yizhu would find this delightful, Hu Guojun murmured.
Mr.
Hu has a discerning eye. These are the peach blossom stings, a matching pair, remarkably sharp, and a fine weapon of the earthly fiend mid-tier. Xing Yuhao nodded in agreement, smiling. The Xing family indeed possesses great wealth and a plethora of treasures. It is truly a stroke of luck for me to become acquainted with such a remarkable talent as young Master Xing. To be able to cure your ailment is an honor for me, Hu Guojun bowed respectfully. Flattered by the praise, Xing Yuhao smiled. I am immensely grateful that Mr. can cure my affliction. The next ingredient is buplurumd. I must take my leave, Hu Guojun stated hurriedly before departing. As Hu Guojun exited the Xing residence, he hurried back home, realizing, damn it, I've forgotten to collect that 150 spirit stones, he lamented. So that was your intent all along, to flatter me in fear that I might remember the 150 spirit stones, he scolded, truly devious, Hu Guojun, you rascal. Suddenly, Hu Guojun sneezed, then smirked. It seems that Xing Yuhao is inquiring about my well-being. Upon returning to Yizhu, he flung open the door and tossed the 150 spirit stones onto the bed, flashing a carefree smile.
Did you manage to acquire another 150 spirit stones? Yizhu asked with a laugh.
And this too, for you, Hu Guojun replied with a sly grin, producing the peach blossom stings.
Wow, is this what you obtained?
Yizhu exclaimed, springing up from the bed in excitement.
Don't get too carried away. You already possess the agility-enhancing weapon. What about EC? Hu Guojun teased. Thank you, my dear husband, haha.
Yizhu said, accepting the peach blossom stings and planting a kiss on Hu Guojun's cheek. Yizhu never anticipated that Hu Guojun would treat her even better than Yu Huaichen, who had only gifted her a mid-tier earthly spirit sword. The disparity between earthly spirit and earthly fiend weapons is not merely one of tier, but a chasm of difference. Weapons of the earthly themed tier are typically reserved for the prominent figures within a family, and the Yu family is notoriously stingy, making it unlikely for Yi Zhu to ever possess such a weapon. With the acquisition of the Peach Blossom Stings, Hu Guojun had completely won Yi Zhu's heart. Holding the Peach Blossom Stings, Yi Zhu activated her shadowy steps, gliding through the forest, leaving a trail of shattered branches and silence, capable of taking lives without a trace. On the day of the clan competition, it would mark the first step for me, Hu Guojun, to make my mark in the Yu family. Gazing at the distant figure of Yi Zhu, a subtle smile graced Hu Guojun's lips. Chapter 10: The Family Competition. The family competition of the Yu clan has arrived as anticipated, taking place in the courtyard of the Yu residence, where Yu Shurong stands tall and proud. The younger members of the clan are impeccably dressed, lined up on either side, exuding vigor and enthusiasm. The clan competition is about to commence. Yu Shurong proclaims loudly, transforming into a spectral figure that gracefully takes its place at the center of the courtyard. On either side of him stand Yu Huaijun, Yu Huaichen, Yu Huaitian, and Yu Huaidi, side by side. One side is occupied by the younger generation of the Yu family, while the other features the observation platform, where Hu Guochun of the Hu family, Xing Yuhao of the Xing family, and Cheng Zhaoheng of the Cheng family sit, representing their respective families to witness the event. A young man, with a dark complexion and fierce eyes, leaps to the center, cupping his fists in salute, and declares, "Who dares to battle me?"
Who is this person? Hu Guojun inquires, turning slightly.
This is Yu Huaijun's second son, Yu Guangbin, and the younger brother of Yu Guangrong. Yu Yizhu replies softly.
Go and teach him a lesson.
Hu Guojun raises an eyebrow and chuckles. Very well, Yu Yizhu replies, preparing to take on the challenge.
I shall step forth. A slender young man leaps into the air, landing before Yu Guangbin. Yu Guangping seeks battle.
Brother Bin, I pay my respects, the young man declares, cupping his fists. Why Yu Guangping is the second son of Yu Huaidi.
Feel free to proceed, Ping.
Yu Guangbin smiles warmly, slightly bowing. Yu Guangbin manifests a shadowy black panther behind him, unleashing a torrent of dark martial energy. Yu Guangping stretches out his hands, summoning a torrent of earthy yellow energy, and a colossal desert rat materializes behind him, its sandy hue fierce and imposing.
Spirit battle, commence. Both combatants roar in unison.
Yu Guangbin's hands morph into panther claws as he lets out a panther's roar, lunging at Yu Guangping. In retaliation, Yu Guangping conjures a sandstorm, and the two engage fiercely. The rat, however, proves no match for the shadowy panther, and within a mere incense stick's time, Yu Guangping is vanquished.
Who else wishes to challenge? Yu Guangbin exclaims arrogantly. Brother Bin, may I have a word with you?
A graceful young woman steps onto the stage, her movements akin to lotus petals unfurling.
Is that not Yu? Hu Guojun turns to inquire.
Indeed, she is the strongest woman of the Yu clan, Yu Yizhu affirms. No, you are the true champion among the women of the Yu clan, Hu Guojun responds with a gentle smile, placing a hand on Yu Yizhu's shoulder. Once Yu Guangbin is defeated, you shall step in and claim victory. Yu Yizhu offers a subtle smile, her pure white energy erupting forth, far more formidable than Yu Guangbin's dark energy. Snow leopard, she exclaims, and a silver-white snow leopard appears behind her, its eyes radiating a chilling blue light, its claws sharp as blades, and its tail fierce as a whip.
Ice claw.
Yu Yizhu charges forward, her hands instantly enveloped in frost. The gust of her claw strikes powerfully, forcing Yu Guangbin to hurriedly defend himself. In less than 5 exchanges, Yu Yizhu rends his clothing, blood seeping from his wounds. As Yu Guangbin attempts to summon his strength, he discovers a thin layer of ice has formed over his chest wound, an agonizing pain surging through him. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Yizhu delivers a kick, sending Yu Guangbin flying.
Yizhu wins.
Yu Shurong beams with narrowed eyes. Yu Yizhu bows slightly to the audience, smiling, thank you all for your appreciation.
I have embarrassed myself in your presence. Sister Yizhu, I challenge you.
Yu Yizhu steps forward boldly. What, little sister Yizhu, I don't wish to harm you, please do not push yourself, Yu Yizhu replies gently, though a hint of disdain flickers in her gaze. In truth, it was absurd for Yu Yizhu to challenge Yu Yizhu, as it was widely believed that Yu Yizhu could not even defeat Yu Guangping. Since you have stepped forward, do not blame me for being merciless, Yu Yizhu states coldly. Sister, please do your worst, Yu Yizhu responds with a smile. Yu Yizhu lunges with her claw, but Yu Yizhu becomes a mere afterimage, effortlessly evading and leaping above Yu Yizhu, delivering a downward kick.
What, she evaded Yizhu's ice claw with such ease? Yu Huaijun exclaims in astonishment, glancing at Yu Huaichen, who appears equally bewildered, his expression clearly saying, what are you staring at? I don't know how to do that either.
Meanwhile, seated in the observation platform, Xing Yuhao's expression shifts, casting a glance of disbelief at Hu Guojun, who sits among the crowd.
Vermilion bird claw. UEC seethes.
Instantly, a pair of crimson claws materializes on her hands, her weapon of choice. A lower-grade earthly weapon, it is indeed rare for Yu Shirong to provide her with such a treasure, Hu Guojun chuckles.
Peach blossom dagger.
Yuizhu draws a pair of daggers from her waist, their cold gleam emanating a fierce chill, the peach blossom daggers being of a mid-grade earthly tier.
Where did she acquire such a weapon?
Yu Huaijun gasps, eyes widen like saucers, glancing at Yu Huaichen. Yu Huaichen remains equally perplexed, looking back at Yu Huaijun, with a face that clearly communicates, what use am I have no clue. At that moment, sitting on the observation platform, Xing Yuhao's expression twitches, casting a glance of disbelief at Hu Guojun. Yuizhu summons her spirit battle form, employing the afterimage step, her rabbit spirit enhancing her speed further, the afterimages blend seamlessly, and the rapid strikes of the peach blossom daggers leave UEC bewildered. Suddenly, Yuizhu appears above UEC, delivering a swift stab. In a panic, UEC raises her energy shield, only to find Yuizhu has transformed into an afterimage in front of her. As UEC prepares to lower her shield, the peach blossom dagger rests against her throat.
I concede, UEC whispers, her complexion paling. Yu Shirong, equally confused, turns his gaze to Hu Guojun in the crowd, thinking to himself, this young man is certainly not simple. Does anyone else wish to challenge? Yuizhu smiles, surveying the younger members of the Yu clan. A wave of silence envelopes the crowd, with no one daring to speak aside from Yu Guangrong. Even the strongest woman of the Yu clan, Yuizi, fell to Yuizhu in less than 5 exchanges. Anyone else would merely be inviting a beating. In an unprecedented turn of events, Yuizhu claims the title of champion in this clan competition. Yu Huaichen beams with joy, while Yu Huaijun's expression darkens, his teeth clenched in frustration. The champion's reward is a lower-grade earthly weapon, a black iron sword named Slaughter Su.
Upon returning to her residence, Yuizhu presents this sword to Hu Guojun as a token of gratitude. Though Hu Guojun does not particularly covet such a weapon, lacking any other armament, he graciously accepts the gift from his beloved. Chapter 11 of father-in-law Huaichen. Yizhu has become remarkably proficient in martial arts. This must be unrelated to you, Yu Shirong said, his eyes tightly shut, his voice low and somber. Father, I am equally perplexed as to how Yizhu suddenly transformed into the strongest girl of the Yu family.
Could it be that she has been practicing secretly? Yu Huaichen furrowed his brow.
Foolishness, practicing secretly, as the clan competition approaches, who among them does not engage in clandestine training? If your daughter is practicing in secret, does EC not do the same?
The footwork she demonstrated that day, neither you nor I could replicate it. Who, pray tell, taught her?
Yu Shirong's eyes flew open as he grasped a nearby teacup.
Who indeed? Yu Huaichen inquired. Put.
Yu Shirong spat out the tea he had just sipped, his anger causing his vision to blur.
He thought to himself, how could I have sired such a foolish son?
Needless to say, it was Hu Guojun who instructed her. Yu Huaijun interjected as he approached.
Huaichen, go seek out Hu Guojun and ascertain what makes this lad so extraordinary.
Report back to me afterward, Yu Shirong said, wiping the tea from his lips. At the Yu residence, within Yizhu's courtyard.
Madam, to what level has your internal energy ascended? Hu Guojun inquired.
Thanks to my husband, I have reached the 3rd tier of the martial condensation realm, having advanced 4 tiers during this period.
Yizhu beamed.
In a year, I shall elevate you to the condensation of essence realm, surpassing your brother Yu Guangrong, Hu Guojun replied with a mischievous grin. Just as Yizhu was about to respond, she noticed Yu Huaichen striding into the courtyard.
Father, you have come. Yizhu exclaimed joyfully. I came to see you and brought along your favorite dish, beggar's chicken. Yu Huaichen chuckled as he produced a steaming beggar's chicken wrapped in lotus leaves. Thank you, father, Yizhu said, embracing him and accepting the chicken. Guojun pays respects to the esteemed father-in-law. Hu Guojun bowed. There is no need for excessive formalities among family. Come, let us enjoy the chicken. Yu Huaichen laughed. As the three settled down, Hu Guojun produced a fine bottle of wine and remarked, today, with the esteemed father-in-law's visit, my humble abode truly shines with brilliance. Let us drink. After several rounds of wine, Yu Huaichen posed a question. Yizhu, who taught you that footwork the other day?
Why, naturally, it is your daughter's innate intelligence that led her to comprehend it on her own, Hu Guojun chuckled, discreetly patting Yizhu's back. Is that truly the case? Yu Huaichen asked, astonished. Indeed, Yizhu affirmed obediently with a nod. With the passage of days, Yizhu had come to trust Hu Guojun implicitly. if he directed her eastward, she would not venture west.
You genuinely learned it by yourself?
Yu Huaichen queried, his expression one of disbelief.
Let us not delve too deeply into this matter.
Parents ought to grant their children a modicum of privacy, Hu Guojun said with a smile, raising his cup to toast Yu Huaichen once more.
My curiosity is piqued, Yizhu, do enlighten me, Yu Huaichen said, affectionately ruffling Yizhu's hair. Noticing Yizhu's hesitance, Hu Guojun quickly interjected, esteemed father-in-law, may I ask what your spirit beast is?
My spirit beast is a jungle leopard.
Yu Huaichen replied with a grin. And what of your esteemed mother-in-law's spirit beast? Hu Guojun continued to inquire.
Your esteemed mother-in-law's spirit beast is a white cat, Yu Huaichen said, taking another sip of his wine.
Then why is Yizhu's spirit beast a rabbit?
Hu Guojun asked with a playful smirk.
That, Yu Huaichen exclaimed, taken aback. Hu Guojun leaned in conspiratorially, whispering to Yu Huaichen, could it be that your wife has been unfaithful?
Impossible, absolutely impossible. Though Yu Huaichen protested, his eyes betrayed a hint of panic. At that moment, Yizhu's face mirrored his alarm. She too was filled with confusion as to why her spirit beast differed from her parents. In truth, the Yu family, like other prominent families, harbored a bias favoring sons, often remaining unaware of their daughters-in-law's family backgrounds.
I have pressing matters to attend to.
I must take my leave, Yu Huaichen said hastily, nearly tripping at the door before departing.
Husband, am I not your biological child? Yizhu lamented, on the verge of tears. Do your maternal grandparents possess a rabbit spirit beast? Hu Guojun asked. Let me think. My grandfather and uncle are indeed associated with rabbit spirit beasts.
Yizhu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. That suggests you have inherited the spirit beast lineage from your uncle and grandfather. I mention this to divert your not-so-bright father, as it is likely your grandfather sent him to investigate your lineage. Remember, the knowledge imparted by your husband must remain confidential from your family, including your parents, Hu Guojun stated earnestly. Understood, husband, I shall keep it secret, Yizhu nodded. Your father may take some time to process this. Once he does, it is likely your grandfather will pay a visit. Do not forget my words, Hu Guojun urged, pulling Yizhu close and speaking softly. Rest assured, husband, I believe you are the one who has my best interests at heart, Yizhu declared with unwavering conviction. Chapter 12 A mockery of Yu Huaijun. Foolish pig, worthless waste, get out of my sight. Yu Shirong bellowed, delivering a swift kick that sent Yu Huaichen sprawling out of the main hall. It turned out that upon returning home, Yu Huaichen had dragged his wife to Yu Shirong, lamenting that he had been cuckolded. After inquiring into the matter, Yu Shirong's face had turned an alarming shade of mottled red and black, resembling a liver. How could I possibly have spawned such a fool as Huaichen? Huaijun, go to Hu Guojun and find a way to uncover his true capabilities. I am eager to see just how much strength this lad has concealed. Yu Shirong stroked his beard, speaking in a low, measured tone. Yes, master, Yu Huaijun replied respectfully, immediately setting off for Hu Guojun's residence. At the Yu residence, within the courtyard of Yu Yizhu, a breathless Kaiyan rushed in to report, young master, the eldest of the Yu family has arrived.
Yu Huaijun. What brings him here?
Hu Guojun's eyelid twitched as he stepped outside to greet him. Guojun, it has been a while, Yu Huaijun feigned a cordial smile.
I was unaware of my uncle's visit today. What brings you here? Hu Guojun asked with a smile. At the clan competition, the techniques Yizhu employed were not from the Yu family's martial arts. Did you perhaps teach her? Yu Huaijun squinted, inquiring.
Uncle, what jest is this? I do not even possess the chi refinement technique, how could I possibly teach her?
Hu Guojun protested. You are not being entirely truthful, are you? Yu Huaijun remarked with skepticism.
I do not practice the chi refinement technique.
Nearly everyone in the holy capital knows this. If I could teach Yizhu techniques of such caliber, would my grandfather not have sold me to the Yu family?
Hu Guojun shrugged, offering a bitter smile. After pondering for a moment, Yu Huaijun devised a plan. He summoned his chi, a formidable surge of bright yellow energy erupted forth as he struck out with his palm. Hu Guojun was taken aback, performing a backflip, golden energy bursting forth from him.
Were you not just claiming that you cannot practice chi refinement? Yu Huaijun said coldly. Could it be that a life-or-death situation forced you to summon your chi? Hu Guojun pretended to ponder. Do not speak nonsense. Confess the truth, or do not blame me for being impolite. Yu Huaijun shouted angrily. Uncle, why have you harmed my husband? Yue Zhu rushed in front of Hu Guijun. What, are you protecting him? You are a member of the Yu family. Yu Huaijun chastised. Then is my husband not a member of the Yu family? Yue Zhu retorted fiercely. Why Yu Huaijun was taken aback. The usually gentle and accommodating Yue Zhu now seemed like a different person entirely. To marry a chicken is to follow the chicken, to marry a dog is to follow the dog. Who exactly is Hu Guijun? Yu Huaijun felt deeply perplexed. I must gauge his depth, he thought inwardly. Sky Thunder Mouse. Suddenly, a two-legged, hunched, bright yellow mouse appeared behind Yu Huaijun, surrounded by crackling lightning. Your Yu family consists of either leopards or rats. At least your rabbit is adorable, Hu Guijun said to Yue Zhu with a grin. Why Yue Zhu looked flustered, casting a nervous glance at Hu Guijun as if to say, how can you still joke at a time like this? With a formidable strength at the 6th level of Qi condensation, it was evident that this was an unequal battle. 10 strikes of lightning whip. Yu Huaijun drew forth an iron whip, swirling his potent qi around it as it swiftly advanced. The speed and lethality of each strike was unparalleled. Hu Guijun swiftly transformed into a blur, dodging left and right, drawing the Susu sword and planting it into the ground. Sky Thunder. A bolt of lightning struck down, and Hu Guijun quickly leaped onto the hilt of the Susu sword. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion of lightning sent everyone tumbling far away, and as the dust settled, Hu Guijun emerged unscathed. What? Yu Huaijun stared in disbelief at Hu Guijun. Hu Guijun remained unharmed because the lightning that struck him was rapidly channeled into the Susu sword beneath him, making him a conduit between the lightning and the sword, thereby shielding himself from significant harm. So this is the extent of your abilities in the late stage of Qi condensation, Hu Guijun scoffed. Yu Huaijun was well aware of the intricacies of such lightning attacks. After all, he had once been the superior of the thunder deity. Seeking death. Yu Huaijun's veins bulged as he roared. Bright yellow lightning enveloped him, and he struck down with a massive palm shadow. Seizing the moment, Hu Guijun grabbed a nearby chamber pot and splashed its contents towards Yu Huaijun. The urine met the palm strike, producing a billowing cloud of white smoke. As the smoke cleared, Yu Huaijun's face was blackened, his hair standing on end, and a plume of black smoke escaped his mouth. Uncle, do you not know that water conducts electricity? Hu Guijun chuckled mischievously. Hu Guijun, do you believe I will kill you? Yu Huaijun glared, gritting his teeth. If you kill me, your Yu family will receive not a single fraction of the Hu family's wealth. Let us see if the old man will let you off the hook. Hu Guijun grinned like a specter. You are truly ruthless. Yu Huaijun fumed. In truth, Yu Huaijun dared not kill him. After all, the money had yet to be secured, and the old man would not permit Hu Guijun to die in the Yu household. I relish watching you desire to kill me yet dare not do so. Ha ha ha. Hu Guijun laughed heartily. Yu Huaijun glared at Hu Guijun, then glanced at his own disheveled appearance, his face blackened and reeking, so enraged he trembled, nearly losing his composure. Hu Guijun leisurely turned to face Yu Huaijun, taunting, come on, strike me, you might as well kill me. Pa! Yu Huaijun, his anger overwhelming him, spat out a mouthful of old blood, inwardly cursing. I cannot allow this scoundrel to drive me to my grave. I must retreat quickly. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yu Huaijun declared fiercely, Hu Guijun, you wait for me. With that, he turned and left. Hu Guijun mused inwardly, how has a dignified heavenly emperor become such a rogue? Yet, there is a certain pleasure in being a rogue. Husband, treating Yu Huaijun this way will surely anger grandfather, Yue Zhu said with concern etched on her face. Until I secure the money, your grandfather will not harbor murderous intentions towards me, so do not worry, Hu Guijun replied with a confident smile. Chapter 13 of The Joy of Acquiring the Dragon-Catching Staff. Today marks the temple fair. Shall we take a stroll through it? Yue Zhu tugged at Hu Guijun's sleeve. That sounds splendid. We can also take this opportunity to cure Xing Yuao's ailment and make one final profit. Moreover, Yizhu, please inform the steward that we are heading to the temple fair. Hu Guijun chuckled as he donned his attire. Yue Zhu paused momentarily, yet complied, relaying to the steward that she would accompany Hu Guijun to the fair. In the holy capital, at the temple fair, what brings young Master Hu to summon me today? Xing Yuao inquired with a sullen expression. Do not scowl merely upon seeing me, Hu Guijun retorted with a smirk. Xing Yuao feigned a smile, saying, then what good fortune does young Master Hu have in store for me? The complete prescription for treating the backlash of ice includes sand ginger, dried tangerine peel, tiger bone liquor, euplurum, and salvia miltioriza. It can be eradicated within a week, Hu Guijun replied with a grin. What? When did you suddenly become benevolent? Xing Yuao blurted out. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them, awkwardly adding, I express my gratitude to young Master Hu.
Hu Guojun smiled but remained silent, merely extending his hand. With a furrowed brow, Xing Yuhao retrieved 150 spirit stones and handed them to Hu Guojun and My Lord. There are vendors selling weapons over there. Yuizhu exclaimed, pulling along Kaiyun as they enjoyed candied hawthorns. Let us take a look. If young Master Xing is willing, he may join us, Hu Guojun suggested with a grin. Since you invite me, I shall graciously accept, Xing Yuhao replied with a faint smile. Do not miss this opportunity. Marvelous weapons from all corners of the world await your gaze and purchase. The vendor called out. Hu Guojun examined the assortment of weapons on the ground, frowning as he remarked, a pile of junk hardly qualifies as marvelous weaponry. I wonder if they feared the wind might reveal their true nature. Suddenly, a gleaming black staff caught Hu Guojun's attention. He reached out to touch it. The staff's surface was remarkably smooth. Lifting it to his nose, he detected the aroma of red dates. Could it be made from dragon-catching wood? Hu Guojun pondered silently. Dragon-catching wood, a timber sourced from a millennia-old tree, is prized even in the divine realms. Discovering it at a street stall is quite the surprise. Upon inspecting the staff, Hu Guojun noted its thick head and slender body, providing an excellent grip, and inquired, "How much for this, young master? This is not for sale." "What you hold is my father's walking stick," the vendor awkwardly replied, gesturing toward an elderly man seated in the distance. Hu Guojun produced 50 spirit stones, smiling, "Now can I buy it?" The vendor's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly accepted the spirit stones, bowing deeply. Sell, 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 he. Hu Guojun left, satisfied with his acquisition of the ebony staff. Is your husband not a bit foolish? 50 spirit stones for a walking stick? That item is hardly worth half a spirit stone, at most 10 copper coins, Xing Yuhao remarked, bewildered, casting a confused glance at Yuizhu, who mirrored his perplexity. In the spirit realm, only items related to cultivation are purchased with spirit stones. All other items are acquired using copper coins. Why did you purchase that old man's walking stick? Yuizhu could not help but inquire. This is no ordinary walking stick. Try striking it with that inferior grade peach blossom thorn, Hu Guojun suggested with a chuckle. Yuizhu brandished the peach blossom thorn and struck the staff, producing a shower of sparks without marring its surface in the slightest. This Hu Guojun not only possesses remarkable medical skills but also has an eye for treasures. His background must be extraordinary. Associating with him will surely yield no detriment, Xing Yuhao thought to himself. Young master who has remarkable discernment, I am truly impressed, Xing Yuhao said, bowing slightly. Hu Guojun returned the gesture, expressing gratitude. I appreciate young master Xing's recognition. Glancing at Kaiyun, Hu Guojun handed her the sword, Tosu, that he had been wearing at his waist, saying, "Here, this belongs to you." Kaiyun was taken aback, quickly accepting it with both hands, exclaiming, I thank you, young master. This individual knows how to manage his subordinates. He is destined for greatness. Xing Yuhao completely reassessed his opinion of Hu Guojun. Hu Guojun, truly a serendipitous encounter, yet you have splashed my father with a chamber pot. A young man scolded. Do not waste words, just beat him. A woman furiously exclaimed. Hu Guojun and the others turned to see Yu Guangbin and Yuisi standing to the side, their faces a deep shade of anger. Chapter 14 The First Battle of the In-Law. How did you come here? Hu Guojun inquired with a smile. Are you feigning ignorance? Did you not hurl urine at my father? Yu Guangbin retorted through gritted teeth. What, do you still intend to strike me? Hu Guojun replied dismissively. Rest assured, we shan't take your life. I believe the family head will not hold you accountable for merely crippling an arm, Yuisi declared fiercely. Well, that remains to be seen whether you possess the capability, Hu Guojun responded with a laugh, devoid of any fear. You have brought this upon yourself. Yuisi and Yu Guangbin exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with fury. Roar, roar, two leopards, one black and one white, materialized behind them, their low growls sending shivers down one's spine. At this moment, Hu Guojun appeared utterly unfazed, leisurely humming a tune, while Yuizhu and Kaiyun stood protectively in front of him. Stand down, you need not interfere. Hu Guojun's expression suddenly turned cold as he spoke in a grave tone. The two promptly retreated behind him, and Hu Guojun smirked coldly, reflecting in the past, when I was ensnared by the four great leaders of the demon clan, I felt not a hint of fear. Yet here, two inexperienced children believe they can intimidate me, truly, a delusion. Shadow leopard, spirit assault, snow leopard, spirit assault. The two leopards lunged forward with their spiritual essence. Hu Guojun swiftly darted in front of them, sweeping his staff toward their corporeal forms. Seeing their master in peril, the leopards immediately turned to pounce upon Hu Guojun, who executed a roll and evaded between them. The leopards, unable to halt their momentum, collided with their master, resulting in the shattering of their spiritual forms. Damn it, are you playing tricks? Yu Guangbin seethed. Merge our spiritual essence, the two shouted in unison. The shadow leopard and snow leopard's spiritual forms integrated into their bodies, causing them to sprout fangs, claws, and tails, emitting fierce roars.
Divine Leopard Sky Splitter.
The duo unleashed the foundational martial technique of their leopard-type spiritual essence. Hu Guojun smiled slightly, having already prepared a countermeasure in his mind. After a prolonged struggle, the two failed to even graze a hair on Hu Guojun, for he had anticipated their every move. Although his cultivation was not particularly high, evading their attacks posed no challenge. Yuisi and Yu Guangbin could never fathom that the individual before them not only possessed extensive knowledge of leopard-type spiritual forms but was in fact the superior of the legendary Thunder Department deity, Jiaying. I am intimately familiar with even the Thunder Leopard's spiritual essence.
Do you truly believe your rudimentary leopard forms can harm me? Hu Guojun mused inwardly.
Sister, this fellow seems to comprehend our techniques, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to remain unscathed. Yu Guangbin gritted his teeth. Then let us employ the claw technique unique to our Yu family. Yuisi shouted in fury as she launched a claw strike, the wind from her attack fiercely potent. Hu Guojun met her strike with his staff, the collision sparking a shower of sparks. To his astonishment, Yuisi's right hand went numb, her palm slightly torn.
This staff is remarkably sturdy. Yuisi muttered darkly.
Not only sturdy, but also quite long and thick, Hu Guojun replied with a wicked grin.
What are you insinuating?
Yuisi's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted angrily.
Behold the blade.
Yu Guangbin leapt into the air, bringing his weapon down with force. Hu Guojun parried the great blade, the immense power forcing him to kneel.
Damn it, being underleveled is truly a hindrance. Hu Guojun cursed inwardly. Dog-breaking staff technique.
Hu Guojun bellowed. The staff moved with the grace of a dragon emerging from the sea. Its strikes, while not overwhelmingly powerful, were lethal and bewildering in their execution. What he wielded was no mere dog-breaking staff technique, it was the surest staff technique of the Divine Clan, a mid-tier martial art of the Xingtian lineage. The employment of this technique was akin to a dimensional strike, a display of overwhelming prowess. Though his cultivation was modest, he soon had the two of them gritting their teeth in pain, even landing a strike on Yuisi's backside. Xing Yuhao, observing from the sidelines, thought to himself. This staff technique is indeed unfathomably profound, unlike anything from my holy capital. Xing Yuhao would never have imagined that this was not just a departure from the holy capital's methods, but an entirely unique staff technique absent from the entire spirit realm.
Stop, stop. We surrender, is that acceptable? Yu Guangbin pleaded beneath Hu Guojun's foot.
Kneel and bow your head, call me grandfather, and I shall release you. Your sister is but a girl, I shan't bully her.
You shall be the one, Hu Guojun said with a grin, gripping Yu Guangbin's chin. Seeing his sister, who had been reduced to tears, Yu Guangbin gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and resolutely knelt, calling out grandfather. Hu Guojun promptly released him, and the two supported each other as they made their way back to the Yu family. The next time they come, it will likely be Yushiren-ji. Hu Guojun smirked slightly, pleased that everything was proceeding according to his plan. Chapter 15. A glimpse of brilliance. On the way back to the residence, Yuizhu furrowed her brow and said, Husband, you have harmed Yu Huaijun's child. This will surely alarm grandfather. Hu Guojun replied with a mysterious smile, Do you not recall that I instructed you to inform the steward of our whereabouts before we departed? You did this on purpose? You were aware they would come? Yuizhu exclaimed in astonishment. You are quite correct. Furthermore, do you understand why I sought to cure Xing Yuhao's ailment and invited him to join us at the temple fair? Hu Guojun continued.
I intend to gradually sway the Xing family towards the Yu family, and the first step in drawing them closer is to cultivate a rapport with Xing Yuhao. Bear in mind, mere kindness towards an individual is utterly futile. The reason I extracted his spirit stones and publicly humiliated Yuisi and the others before him was to set an example, compelling Xing Yuhao to reassess his perception of me. Strength is the foremost means of earning genuine respect. Are you aiming to showcase your abilities before Xing Yuhao, to demonstrate that you are not the ineffectual person spoken of by the populace of the holy capital, thereby garnering the attention of the Xing family? Yuizhu inquired. Indeed, my wife, you are astute, Hu Guojun exclaimed, pulling Yuizhu close with a smile. A mere Hu Guojun would not capture the attention of the Xing family, but my martial prowess will undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on Xing Yuhao. He is likely already en route to report to the family head. Young master, what of your humiliation of Yuisi and the others, as well as the affront to Yu Huaijun? Kaiyun interjected, looking concerned. That was intentional. Hu Guojun chuckled. What? Both Yuizhu and Kaiyun gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. To insult, one must first attack the mother. I dare say I am the only one bold enough to offend you, Huaijun. This maneuver will not only alter Yu Shirong's perception of me, but it will also convey to other families the audacious nature of Hu Guojun within the Yu family, Hu Guojun remarked with a knowing smile. Upon hearing this, Yu Yizhu began to feel perplexed. Such behavior seems detrimental to the unity between the Hu and Yu families, does it not? Hu Guojun replied solemnly, there are still matters I cannot disclose to you. Hu Guojun had already identified the 4 prominent families of the Holy Capital as the foundational stones of his resurgence. Firstly, he aimed to stir discord within the Yu family by targeting the most formidable branch, led by Yu Huaijun, thereby bringing shame upon them in the Holy Capital. In front of Xing Yuao, he would single-handedly defeat the 2 strongest young members of the Yu family, aside from Yu Guangrong, to draw the attention of other families. Secondly, Yu Shirong's inherently suspicious nature would lead him to believe that Hu Guojun's marriage into the Yu family was a strategic ploy by Hu Xiaodong to plant a time bomb within the family, potentially undermining it. This would allow Hu Guojun to gain a favorable position amidst the shifting alliances of the 4 families. Consequently, the Yu family would begin to question Hu Xiaotong's motives, causing the Hu-Yu alliance to waver. Thirdly, by cultivating a relationship with Xing Yuao, he would capture the attention of the Xing family, which would naturally extend to the Cheng family, thereby attracting their notice as well. Ultimately, the Xing family would begin to court Hu Guojun, who would likely receive an olive branch from them, while the Hu family might call upon him to return to his roots. The Yu family would also seek to recruit Hu Guojun, transforming him into one of their own sharpest blades. The eventual beneficiaries of this intricate web would ultimately be Hu Guojun himself. His ultimate objective was to eliminate Hu Xiaodong through Yu Shirong's machinations, seize control of the Yu family, and compel the Cheng family to submit. Not long after Hu Guojun and his companions returned home, the steward entered and announced, "Son-in-law, the family head wishes to see you." "Very well, I shall attend to it immediately," Hu Guojun replied with a smile. Everything is proceeding according to plan, he thought to himself, a smirk playing on his lips. Chapter 16. A sudden turn of events in the grand hall of the Yu residence. Yu Shirong sat in a grandmaster's chair, his eyes tightly shut. On the table before him rested 2 cups of hot tea, the ethereal steam mingling with the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. "Master, Hu Guojun has arrived," announced the butler, bowing respectfully. "Have a seat," Yu Shirong replied, squinting slightly. "May I inquire why the master has summoned Guojun?" Hu Guojun inquired with a faint smile, unceremoniously lifting the cup of tea and taking a sip. "You have insulted my son and harmed my grandchildren. I have come to seek an explanation," Yu Shirong declared, abruptly opening his eyes. "Master, your words are misguided. I did not insult the elder, it was he who struck first against a younger generation. As for the injuries to your grandchildren, they initiated the altercation, and if they were harmed, it is likely due to their lack of skill," Hu Guojun stated with solemnity. "I have indeed underestimated you, Hu Guojun. The Hu family has concealed your true capabilities, allowing you to be branded as a waste in the Holy Capital. Are you perhaps plotting to overturn the Yu family?" Yu Shirong remarked, raising his teacup and taking a sip. "To speak candidly, the Hu family may be unaware of my true abilities," Hu Guojun murmured, his eyelids twitching. "Unaware?" Yu Shirong paused, setting down his teacup and inquiring further. "If the Hu clan did not perceive me as a useless individual, why would they allow me to become a son-in-law?" Hu Guojun replied with a wicked grin. Yu Shirong closed his eyes again, contemplating. If Hu Xiaodong were aware of his true prowess, he would never have offered a quarter of his fortune to win over the Yu family. Yet, if this young man aspired to overturn the Yu family, it was a possibility that warranted caution. "I cannot ascertain the truth of your words, but if you genuinely wish to join the Yu family, we will certainly not treat you poorly," Yu Shirong stated gravely. Hu Guojun understood that Yu Shirong was wavering in his resolve, just as he himself was uncertain of Hu Xiaotong's true intentions in bringing him into the Yu family. As Yu Shirong rose to leave, he cast a final remark, "Rest assured, I do not intend to take your life just yet, but I hope you remain cautious. Otherwise, your demise will be most tragic." The remaining 3 families must have already begun to discuss me, Hu Guojun thought to himself. I am the Holy Capital, at the Hu residence. Father, Yu Yizhu has defeated Yu Isi in the clan competition, making her the foremost expert among the younger generation of the Yu family. Moreover, Hu Guojun single-handedly triumphed over both Yu Isi and Yu Guangbin at the temple fair. This indicates that, aside from Yu Guangrong, none in the Yu family can rival Guojun. Hu Jiutian exclaimed with delight. "Could it be that I have truly misjudged?" Hu Xiaodong mused, stroking his beard pensively. "Father, does this not imply a loss for our Hu family?" Hu Jiutian frowned. "If Hu Guojun has truly transformed from a waste into a genius, rather than rejoice, the Yu family will likely suspect that I have deliberately brought him into their fold to achieve my own aims," Hu Xiaodong replied with a bitter smile. In my view, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity to summon Guojun back to our clan. This would also alleviate the Yu family's concerns, Hu Jiutian suggested. Should that occur, the Yu family would be even less inclined to release him, and they might extort me for the resources consumed by Guojun during his training. Hu Xiaodong countered, furrowing his brow. Moreover, they might entice Hu Guojun to fully align himself with them, thereby strengthening their own position. After all, we were the ones who initially expelled him, Hu Jiolin interjected from the side. If Hu Guojun is indeed a genius, then the Yu family will possess 3 gifted youths in Yuisi, Yu Guangron, and Hu Guojun, along with the suddenly formidable Yu Yizhu. Our Hu family's 3rd generation would be utterly outmatched, Hu Jiolin shook his head. Leave me now, I wish to be alone, Hu Xiaodong instructed in a somber tone. I am the holy capital, at the Xing residence. Master, what Yu Haoshu said is entirely factual, Xing Yuhao stated, bowing deeply. In the grand hall, a bald, burly old man with thick eyebrows donned a purple scholarly robe. This man was Xing Lilong, the head of the Xing family. If Hu Guojun possesses such formidable martial prowess and is also skilled in medicine, why would Hu Xiaodong wish to marry him into the Yu family? Xing Lilong scratched his smooth head in confusion. Father, I believe we should encourage Yu Hao to cultivate a closer relationship with Hu Guojun, in hopes of bringing him into our Xing family, especially since he is a son-in-law and likely harbors little affection for the Yu family, remarked a rugged-looking man. This man was Xing Lialong's eldest son, Xing Xiuchen. Yu Hao, I entrust this matter to you, another man said. This was Xing Lialong's second son, Xing Xiuda. Understood. Xing Yu Hao replied, bowing once more. I am the holy capital, at the Chang residence. I have heard that Hu Guojun has transformed from a waste into a genius. We should seek to establish a rapport and see if we can persuade him to change his surname. A portly elder chuckled. This rotund old man was Cheng Duo, the head of the Chang family. Grandfather, Zhao Hong once offended him. It may prove difficult, Chang Zhao Hong scratched his head in uncertainty. Fear not, we shall leave this to Zhao Meng, declared a robust man with sharp eyebrows and hawkish eyes. This was Cheng Duo's eldest son and Chang Zhaohang's father, Cheng Dai. Let Zhao Meng handle it, chimed in a slender, graceful beauty with a smile that captivated all. She was none other than Cheng Zhaomeng, renowned as one of the 4 great beauties of the holy capital. The remaining 3 were Hu Gui from the Hu family, Xing Yulu from the Xing family, and Yu Yizhu from the Yu family. Chapter 17. The twin souls within the confines of the Yu residence. In the Yu Yizhu courtyard, Hu Guojun sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the power of the spirit stones, with the golden crow sacred pearl suspended behind him, emanating a dazzling golden light. The energy from the spirit stones, after passing through the golden crow sacred pearl, experienced a significant amplification, allowing Hu Guojun's internal strength to develop at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, the golden crow sacred pearl could also store the power of the spirit stones for future use. From initially being a son-in-law without any internal energy, he had rapidly progressed to the late stage of the martial condensation realm, on the verge of entering the condensation of essence realm. Such swift advancement was indeed remarkable, and the abundant spirit stone resources played a crucial role in this transformation. The Yu family's attitude towards Hu Guojun had unexpectedly shifted, as they began to provide him with spirit stones weekly. Hu Guojun arranged for Kaiyun to return to the Hu family to convey a message to Hu Jiutian, informing him that Hu Guojun was thriving in the Yu residence, with Yu Shirong sending a considerable amount of spirit stones each week. Before Kaiyun could take her leave, Hu Jiutian promptly relayed her words verbatim to Hu Xiaodong. Young master, I have completed the task you assigned to me, Kaiyun reported. Excellent, take this, Hu Guojun said, producing a handful of spirit stones and placing them in Kaiyun's hands. Thank you, young master. Kaiyun bowed gracefully. You may go now. I wish to be alone for a while, Hu Guojun murmured, his eyes slightly closed. Kaiyun obediently departed. Blade Chi, break. Hu Guojun suddenly opened his eyes wide, extending his hands forward as his meridians were unsealed in an instant. Streams of pure white essence surged forth, a manifestation of Hu Guojun's own cultivated energy erupting under the immense stimulation of the spirit stones. It seemed that this young man had merely been late to awaken his potential, and he was not truly a waste of talent, Hu Guojun mused inwardly. The Heavenly Emperor's essence resided within Hu Guojun's body, naturally giving rise to 2 distinct energies in 2 separate spiritual entities. The masters of these energies were Hu Guojun and the Heavenly Emperor respectively. What could this young man's spiritual entity be? I shall compel it to reveal itself, Hu Guojun thought. Hu Guojun rapidly circulated his energy, gathering it in his dantian while swiftly absorbing a vast amount of the spirit stone essence. The sensation was akin to consuming chili peppers dipped in mustard, a surge of heat flooding directly into the sea of consciousness within Hu Guojun's mind. He felt as though his head might explode, and blood trickled from his nose. The replenishment was overwhelming. Boom, a silver-black iron sword materialized behind Hu Guojun, its blade long and sharp, not breathtaking but certainly not a useless spiritual entity. The sword spirit, a harmonious blend of offense and defense, was a common yet formidable weapon-type spiritual entity. With the presence of the black iron sword spirit, Hu Guojun could better conceal the golden baby spiritual entity until it evolved into the golden crow war god.
Have you awakened your spiritual entity? Yu Shirong suddenly appeared at the courtyard entrance. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit, master?
Hu Guojun bowed respectfully. I wish to impart something to you, Yu Shirong replied with a faint smile. Please, do tell, Hu Guojun urged. Should you become my disciple, I shall accord you the treatment befitting a son-in-law of the Yu family, and you shall no longer be seen merely as a son-in-law, Yu Shirong said with a narrowing gaze and a smile. This old fox is indeed cunning, he changes his demeanor faster than one turns the pages of a book, Hu Guojun thought to himself.
How does that sound? Yu Shirong inquired.
Given the master's words, Guojun would not dare to refuse, Hu Guojun said, bowing once more. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my closed-door disciple. Whatever spirit stones you require, I shall do my utmost to fulfill your needs. Yu Shirong said, stroking his beard with a grin. Let me see your golden energy, Yu Shirong requested with a smile. Damn it, that old coot must have told his father everything he witnessed that day, Hu Guojun cursed inwardly, feigning a look of confusion. Hu Guojun activated his white pure essence and exclaimed, my energy is white.
Where would golden energy come from?
Yu Shirong, while curious, could not immediately deduce that Hu Guojun possessed dual spiritual entities and thus would have two types of energy. However, he did not suspect Yu Huayan was deceiving him. Yu Shirong squinted his old eyes, formulating a plan. Spotted leopard. Boom, 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 a powerful surge of white energy erupted, swiftly enveloping Yu Shirong, whose strength at the initial stage of transcendence was nearly godlike compared to Hu Guojun at present. A massive spotted leopard appeared behind Yu Shirong, its tail like an iron whip swaying in the wind, emanating tremendous spiritual power. The spiritual entity of a transcendence expert was indeed not to be trifled with. What does this old ghost intend to do? Hu Guojun wondered inwardly.
Energy shackles.
The white energy rapidly formed two beams that shot towards Hu Guojun, pinning him against the wall, rendering him immobile. The energy shackles could only be activated by a powerful transcendence expert, incapacitating the opponent and leaving them vulnerable to attack, yet Hu Guojun was secretly elated. Yu Shirong intended to use this technique to force him to unleash his energy, but Hu Guojun knew well that while the energy shackles were formidable, they were merely a control-type martial skill, devoid of any actual harm. Pinned against the wall, Hu Guojun feigned a pitiful demeanor, activating his white energy, which surged forth rapidly. Could it be that this young man truly lacks golden energy? Yu Shirong furrowed his silver brows, pondering inwardly.
Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me.
Hu Guojun cried out, a look of panic etched on his face. Seeing Hu Guojun's display, Yu Shirong released the energy shackles, saying, Fear not, I merely wish to ascertain your level of internal strength.
It appears you still have a long way to go. What a charade! Clearly, it is you, old man, who wishes to see my golden energy. With your 80-year-old intellect, do you think you can outsmart me? You should strive to live a few thousand more years first, Hu Guojun scoffed inwardly. Why Yu Shirong turned to leave, for he felt there was no longer any need to remain. Just as Yu Shirong departed, Kaiyun rushed back to inform Hu Guojun that Xing Yuhao wished to see him. Has he arrived so soon?
Hu Guojun smiled faintly.
Chapter 18. The more, the merrier. What brings young Master Xing to seek my presence? Hu Guojun inquired, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. At the Xianhe Tower, I have prepared a modest feast. Might young master Hu be inclined to grace us with his presence?
Xing Yuhao replied with a smile, bowing slightly. I cannot possibly refuse young Master Xing's invitation. Come, we shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated. Hu Guojun exclaimed, grinning widely. Upon their arrival at Xianhe Tower, as they settled at their table, the waiter promptly presented an exquisite array of dishes, accompanied by a finely crafted white jade wine pot, containing the establishment's most prized vintage, the Drunken Crane.
Drunken Crane? Young Master Xing, you must be quite generous.
Hu Guojun remarked, taking a sip of the wine. To host young Master Hu for a meal, we simply cannot resort to subpar beverages, Xing Yuhao chuckled.
Young Master Xing is too kind. Hu Guojun responded before tearing off a chicken leg.
I am not one for excessive chatter, but should you choose to join my Xing family, I assure you, not only wine, but spirit stones will be at your disposal in abundance. Xing Yuhao declared, raising his wine cup and speaking softly.
With my modest abilities, how could the illustrious Xing family possibly regard me?
Hu Guojun replied with a chuckle. You jest, young Master Hu. Little do you realize that the decisions of the third generation will shape the future of the four great families. Your influence could be pivotal.
Xing Yuhao countered.
While the Yu family may view you as inconsequential, we of the Xing family see you as a prodigy.
Joining us is undoubtedly your best course of action.
I feel somewhat disloyal to my wife, Hu Guojun feigned sorrow. A wise bird chooses its tree, and a good minister selects his lord. Simply bring your esteemed wife along to the Xing family, Xing Yuhao suggested with a smile.
What if my wife is unwilling? Hu Guojun queried.
The Yu family initially wed Yuizhu to you for the substantial gifts from the Hu family.
Surely, you are aware of this?
Xing Yuhao spoke in a somber tone.
I am aware, Hu Guojun replied.
Then it is a simple matter. Your esteemed wife likely had her reservations about the Yu family as well, correct? Come to the Xing family, and we shall ensure that no grievances befall you as a couple, Xing Yuhao assured. What concrete advantages await me at the Xing family? I do not wish to hear empty promises, Hu Guojun said with a mysterious smile.
Spirit stones galore.
You may accompany me to claim them, Xing Yuhao laughed. No, I would prefer to take Xing Yulu as my concubine.
Hu Guojun grinned mischievously. Put.
Xing Yuhao nearly choked, spitting out the food in his mouth. What did you just say? He exclaimed, his demeanor shifting from refined to furious. Xing Yulu, the sister of Xing Yuhao, was renowned as the most beautiful maiden of the Xing family, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, with a cultivation level of the third tier of martial condensation. Young Master Hu, your appetite seems rather excessive. Xing Yuhao managed through gritted teeth, struggling to contain his anger. A graceful lady is a worthy pursuit for a gentleman.
With such beauty as your sister possesses, what man would not covet her? Hu Guojun replied with a grin.
If you wish to take Yulu as your concubine, then we have nothing further to discuss today, Xing Yuhao declared, preparing to leave.
How could one ever have too many women of divine stature? Hu Guojun scoffed.
Hu Guojun took all the delectable dishes and fine wines with him, returning to share them with Yuizhu and Kaiyan Dai in the holy capital, at the Xing residence.
That scoundrel Hu Guojun wants to take Yulu as a concubine. Xing Yuhao fumed. What?
If that scoundrel is so brazen, then the Xing family shall not extend him a welcome.
Xing Xiuda's expression darkened.
Girls must marry eventually. Hu Guojun is rather handsome. If she were to marry him, so be it, Xing Xiucheng remarked nonchalantly.
That is easy for you to say, as it is not your daughter. Xing Xiuda retorted. Enough. Let us inquire about Yulu's wishes, Xing Lilong said gravely.
For the sake of the Xing family, Yulu may be willing to make sacrifices, Xing Yulu murmured, her brows slightly furrowed.
Hu Guojun lacks the merit to wed my sister. At the very least, he must defeat me. Xing Yuhao protested vehemently.
Very well, if Hu Guojun can best Yuhao, then no one from the third generation of the Xing family will stand against him.
If he wishes to marry Yulu, let him do so, Xing Lilong stated with a heavy heart. Chapter 19 The Sword Soul Battle Against the Snow Sculpture. You intend to take Xing Yulu as your concubine?
Yuizhu exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation. This is merely to earn you a few more spirit stones.
Hu Guojun chuckled. Humph, I shall ignore you. Yuizhu huffed, turning her back.
My apologies, dear lady. Hu Guojun embraced Yuisi from behind, pressing her onto the bed, just as he was about to make his next move. Young Master Xing is here to see you.
Kaiyun called out. All right, I shall be there momentarily.
Hu Guojun grimaced, responding. The timing could not be worse, he thought to himself. Upon exiting the courtyard, Hu Guojun found Xing Yuhao standing there, his expression rather grim. Master Hu, the family head has agreed to wed Yulu to you, but we have a condition, Xing Yuhao spoke in a low voice. Speak, Hu Guojun replied with a smile.
You must defeat me in order to marry Yulu. Otherwise, she shall never be yours. Xing Yuhao declared coldly.
Very well, where shall we fight?
Hu Guojun responded readily. The arena in the Xing family courtyard, do you dare? Xing Yuhao sneered ominously.
What is there to fear?
Lead the way.
Hu Guojun proclaimed loudly. At the holy capital, in the Xing manner. The competition begins, the steward announced. With a flick of his sleeve, Xing Yuhao unleashed a torrent of silver qi, summoning forth a snow sculpture with silver feathers that spread its wings behind him. The span of those wings measured a full 5 meters, a full meter longer than the last time they had met. You are unaware that I have already entered the condensing essence realm, Xing Yuhao stated coldly. The snow sculpture let out a mighty cry, swooping down from the heavens, its immense spiritual power seemingly capable of tearing apart the very fabric of space. Hu Guojun summoned forth the Xian Iron Sword Soul, unleashing a torrent of sword energy as the blade surged toward the snow sculpture. The eagle and the sword clashed in mid-air. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of their spiritual energies generated tremendous waves of force, sending both combatants flying.
Dog-beating stick. Ice-breaking pear blossom spear.
Both wielded their weapons. Xing Yuhao wielded a silver spear of considerable quality, valued at 2,000 spirit stones, while Hu Guojun brandished a blackened staff, which to others seemed worth no more than 10 copper coins. Hu Guojun channeled his spiritual energy, causing the Xian Iron Sword Soul to swell, instantly transforming into a colossal 10-meter sword that descended from the sky toward Xing Yuhao. From a distance, Xing Lailong's expression twitched. He thought to himself, how can this boy's martial cultivation in the condensing martial realm unleash such techniques? The power of this strike could easily repel a peak condensing essence realm expert. This was the effect of the Golden Crow Sacred Pearl, which had infused Hu Guojun's spiritual essence with the stored energy of spirit stones in an instant. Xing Yuhao commanded the snow sculpture's spiritual essence, merging its wings to shield his head. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Xing Yuhao's condensing essence realm two-layered spiritual shield was shattered by Hu Guojun's strike from the condensing martial realm. The overwhelming force pressed Xing Yuhao to his knees, shattering the stone slab beneath him. The ice-breaking pear blossom spear fell helplessly to the ground as Xing Yuhao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Hu Guojun raised his staff, poised to continue his assault.
Do not strike further, I shall marry you.
Xing Yulu cried out in panic as she rushed forward.
Sister, I am sorry for you, Xing Yuhao said solemnly. Brother, it is all right.
Xing Yulu embraced him, wiping the blood from his lips, shedding 2 streams of tears.
What a profound sibling bond.
Hu Guojun remarked with a smile.
Damn it, this fellow is truly arrogant.
Xing Xiuda fumed, as behind him appeared a massive brown eagle with a wingspan exceeding 7 meters, exuding a powerful aura of condensing essence at the 6th layer.
Stop. If you lay a hand on him, you will violate the rules of this competition. A loss is a loss. Xing Lailong interjected, blocking Xing Xiuda.
Hu Guojun, since you have won, our Xing family shall keep our word.
I shall select an auspicious day to wed Yulu to you, Xing Lailong said, his brow furrowed.
Then I thank the head of the Xing family, Hu Guojun replied, bowing respectfully.
You are free to leave now, Xing Xiuda said in a low tone.
Very well, I shall take my leave, Hu Guojun said with a smile as he turned to depart.
How could he possibly possess such formidable strength?
That strike just now could not have originated from the condensing martial realm.
Xing Yuhao muttered through clenched teeth.
This Hu Guojun is indeed no simple foe. Yulu marrying him may not be such a bad thing after all, Xing Lailong remarked.
Yulu, rest assured, if Hu Guojun dares to bully you, I will not rest until I have avenged you, even if it costs me my life.
Xing Yuhao forced out a few words, spitting out another mouthful of blood.
In today's battle, the energy from the Golden Crow Sacred Pearl had nearly been entirely expended. Hu Guojun would need to replenish it anew. Were it not for the enhancement of the Golden Crow Sacred Pearl, how could Hu Guojun have been a match for Xing Yuhao? Chapter 20 A Marriage Proposal. What? Hu Guojun has taken Xing Yulu as a concubine. Yu Shirong's aged face twitched as he inquired. This matter is undeniably true. The Xing family is set to marry Xing Yulu over in 2 days. Yu Huaijuan wore an expression of disbelief. Furthermore, Hu Guojun has defeated the prodigy Xing Yuhao of the Xing family, who has already entered the essence-gathering realm. His future is undoubtedly boundless. Yu Huaidi remarked, Master, I fear that in the near future, apart from you, the 4 of us brothers may not stand a chance against him, Yu Huaiqian said with a bitter smile. Third brother's words carry weight, Master, Yu Huaijuan replied solemnly. I am now 86 years old, having thought I had seen countless people, believing that the talents of the 4 great scholars of the holy capital were unparalleled. Yet, I never anticipated that Hu Guojun would surpass them all in valor. Yu Shirong shook his head. The 4 great scholars of the holy capital are none other than Hu Guochun of the Hu family, Xing Yuhao of the Xing family, Yu Guangrong of the Yu family, and Cheng Zhouheng of the Cheng family. Given that Hu Guojun bears the Hu surname, I fear that if this continues, our Yu family may encounter serious troubles. Perhaps it would be better to separate him from us. Yu Huaiqing suggested, what if he returns to the Hu family? Wouldn't that mean we have sharpened this sword only to return it to the enemy? Let us not forget, Hu Guojun was a complete waste before coming to our family. Yu Huaidi countered. Then, let us act while his strength is still manageable. The 4 of us brothers should eliminate him now, Yu Huaijuan said darkly. That is a sound argument, Yu Huaitian agreed. Stop, as for Hu Guojun, I have my own plans. Do not discuss this further. We shall conclude our meeting for today. Yu Shirong waved his hand. I am the holy capital, at the residence of Xing Yulu.
Yulu, it is my inadequacy as an elder brother that has led to this, Xing Yuhao said, his eyes red with emotion. There is no need for you to blame yourself. Perhaps this is simply Yulu's fate, Xing Yulu replied, her complexion pale as she choked back tears. If he dares to mistreat you, simply tell your father, I shall certainly flay him alive, Xing Shouda declared angrily. Sister, rest assured, both father and I stand as your unwavering support. Xing Yuhao gently patted Xing Yulu's head, his expression filled with tenderness. Though only 2 years apart, Xing Yuhao's care for his sister had been meticulous since their childhood. The thought of his beloved sister being taken by Hu Guojun filled Xing Yuhao with rage, nearly causing him to spit blood. The day of the marriage ceremony arrived as scheduled. Hu Guojun awaited the arrival of his bride, clad in ceremonial attire. Xing Yulu, adorned in bridal finery and wearing a red veil, arrived at the Yu residence accompanied by her father and brother. As night fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. Within the room only the dim glow of red candles illuminated the gauzy drapes. Xing Yulu sat quietly at the edge of the bed, awaiting Hu Guojun's arrival without uttering a word. The door creaked open, and Hu Guojun stealthily entered, gently closing the door behind him. He slowly lifted Xing Yulu's red veil, revealing a breathtaking beauty with skin like snow, delicate brows slightly furrowed, and bright eyes paired with pearly teeth. This girl is indeed stunning. Hu Guojun was momentarily taken aback, silently acknowledging her allure. Why are you silent? Hu Guojun asked with a smile. There is nothing to say, Xing Yulu replied coldly. Is my lady displeased? Hu Guojun said with a mischievous grin. Ha, men, what do you intend to do? Do you think I am unaware? Xing Yulu shot him a disdainful glance. Hu Guojun, being the celestial emperor, was not a rogue. Such coercive acts were beyond his nature. Despite Xing Yulu's undeniable beauty, you may rest. I, Hu Guojun, never impose upon others, he said softly with a gentle smile. Xing Yulu was taken aback, remaining silent as she slowly lay down on the bed without even removing her shoes. Hu Guojun let out a soft hum, extinguished the candles, and spent the night on a chair. Meanwhile, outside the door, Yu Yizhu was eavesdropping, hoping to catch the sounds of their intimate moments to provoke Hu Guojun's jealousy. Little did she know, that night, Hu Guojun's bridal chamber was enveloped in a profound silence. Chapter 21 of the Millennium Snow Phoenix. As dawn broke the following day, Xing Yulu opened her eyes to find herself in perfect safety. Hu Guojun was reclining in a chair, soundly asleep. A slight frown creased Xing Yulu's brow as she mused, this man does not seem as much of a scoundrel as I initially thought. At that moment, her attention was drawn to a steaming bowl of longan and lotus seed soup, accompanied by several pieces of osmanthus cake, her favorite breakfast delicacies. Awake now? Time to eat. I prepared everything for you, Hu Guojun murmured, stifling a yawn. Having inquired about Xing Yulu's preferences from Xing Yuhong the previous day, he had taken the initiative to prepare her favored foods early in the morning. If the heavenly emperor could not even win the heart of a charming young lady of 19, then his existence over the past millennia would have been in vain. Thank you, Xing Yulu said softly. What is there to thank in a family? Hu Guojun replied nonchalantly, beginning to tidy up Xing Yulu's room. Allow me, she offered as she approached him. I can manage. You should eat first, he replied gently. For reasons unknown, a warm feeling surged within Xing Yulu's heart. This man before her exhibited a brotherly concern. Yulu, may I have the privilege of seeing your primordial spirit? Hu Guojun inquired. Xing Yulu remained silent, rising to her feet as silver chi flowed from her, resembling a gentle stream. A peculiar bird with a wingspan of nearly 1 meter manifested behind her, shimmering in silver. My primordial spirit takes the form of a strange bird. I am unsure of its exact species, Xing Yulu whispered. Hu Guojun gazed at the peculiar bird, momentarily taken aback, nearly exclaiming in astonishment. This so-called strange bird was, in fact, a phoenix. Even within the entire spirit realm, phoenix-like primordial spirits were exceedingly rare, making them a once-in-a-century occurrence. Your primordial spirit is far from being a mere strange bird, Hu Guojun remarked with a mysterious smile. What is it then? Xing Yulu asked, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. Call me husband, and I shall reveal it to you, he teased. Xing Yulu's cheeks flushed crimson as the words slipped shyly from her lips. You little minx, how bashful you are. Today, I shall tell you, but you must not divulge this to anyone, including the Xing family, Hu Guojun warned in a low tone. All right, please tell me, Xing Yulu urged eagerly. Your primordial spirit is a millennium snow phoenix, Hu Guojun stated enigmatically. What? A phoenix? Xing Yulu exclaimed, wide-eyed in disbelief. Not just any phoenix, it's a millennium snow phoenix, he clarified in a hushed tone. Once you ascend to the transcendence realm, your snow phoenix will begin to take form. For now, it remains in its juvenile stage, which is why it appears so peculiar, Hu Guojun explained. Thank you for your guidance, husband, Xing Yulu said with a graceful bow. Now you know to call me husband? Hu Guojun chuckled mischievously.
You are insufferable, Xing Yulu replied, turning away with a huff. Hu Guojun noticed that Xing Yulu had brought numerous storybooks, all concerning deities and demons. Do you enjoy reading tales of gods and demons? He asked with a smile. I do, she replied. Then allow me to regale you with a tale. The divine beings reside in the celestial realm above, ruled by the Lord of Gods, known as the Heavenly Emperor. Beneath him are the 4 great saints and the 6 divine ministers. These 10 deities assist the Heavenly Emperor in managing the affairs of the divine realm and oversee the cycles of the seasons and the alternation of day and night. The saints are the Emperor's kin, namely the 4 great saints. Zhongtian, Shuiluo, Wushuang, and Puwa, the 6 divine ministers, oversee the elements of water, fire, earth, wood, thunder, and plague. Hu Guojun elaborated with fervor. Suddenly, he noticed that Xing Yulu had fallen asleep beside him. Sigh, this girl, Hu Guojun muttered, shaking his head. Husband, uncle is calling for you, Yu Yizhu shouted from outside the door. Yes, I'll be there shortly, Hu Guojun replied. Chapter 22 The Break. Is there something you wish to discuss, uncle? Hu Guojun inquired, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Why did you not inform me of your intention to take Xing Yulu as a concubine? With a scowl, Yu Huaijuan retorted, I spent my own money to marry a concubine. This is a matter of my own affairs, not the family's. Hu Guojun's voice grew somber as he replied, the funds your grandfather provided you are to be surrendered entirely to the family. How can you simply spend as you please? Fuming, Yu Huaijuan exclaimed, if you have come solely for this reason, then I suggest you take your leave. I shall not part with a single coin. Hu Guojun scoffed, if I relinquish the funds, I will lose my final card within the Yu family. You think I would just hand it over? Not a chance. Do you think I lack the courage to take it by force? Yu Huaijuan growled, his teeth clenched. Then come and try, Hu Guojun shot back disdainfully. As Yu Huaijuan prepared to advance, Yu Yizhu and Kaiyun stepped protectively in front of Hu Guojun. Xing Yulu, harboring little affection for the Yu family, chose to side with Hu Guojun in this confrontation. Observing the 3 young women before him, Yu Huaijuan chuckled, what is this? Are you truly intending to use the girls as shields? Uncle, do you believe you are nearing your end? Hu Guojun's expression darkened suddenly, and his tone turned grave. Yu Huaijuan, known for his arrogance, felt little fondness for this uncle, and the remark went unchallenged. With your capabilities, do you think you can kill me? Yu Huaijuan sneered. Suddenly, Hu Guojun retreated into the house, extracting all the spirit stones from the cloud bracelet, and summoned the golden crow sacred pearl, absorbing the essence of the spirit stones completely. Ha ha! Your husband has already been frightened away, why do you persist in blocking my path? Yu Huaijuan laughed heartily. With a thunderous crash, the door was blasted open by Hu Guojun's golden aura, shattering into fragments. Yu Huaijuan, next year on this day shall mark your demise. Hu Guojun declared with fury. Is that so? Although Yu Huaijuan spoke defiantly, a flicker of trepidation stirred within him. The aura emanating from Hu Guojun had transformed dramatically upon entering the room. Why Yu Huaijuan had not come at the behest of Yu Shirong. His motivations were purely personal grievances and desires. If Hu Guojun handed over the money, he would have ample opportunity to boast before Yu Shirong, especially since the elder had failed to reclaim the funds himself. The grudges of being humiliated and having his child harmed could also be settled in one stroke. Summoning the Thunder Mouse's primordial spirit, Yu Huaijuan readied himself with the primordial whip, prepared for the unpredictable. Hu Guojun brandished the dragon-suppressing staff, golden energy swirling around it, transforming the once black staff into a brilliant gold. Now that you see me, know that your life is forfeit. Hu Guojun's voice rang with authority. Shura staff technique. 10 lightning whips. The 2 combatants clashed, their weapons entwined in a deadly dance of golden and bright yellow energies. The Xian Iron Sword spirit was summoned, unleashing a torrent of sword chi that surged towards Yu Huaijuan. Lightning crackled from the Thunder Mouse's forehead, accompanied by a deafening roar. As the wind blades met the lightning, a thick cloud of white smoke billowed forth. Hu Guojun leapt into the air, activating the for Hu Guojun's descended from above, and in a flurry, Yu Huaijuan hastily summoned a protective energy shield. However, unbeknownst to Yu Huaijuan, Hu Guojun did not strike from above. Instead, his true form appeared before Yu Huaijuan, delivering a devastating blow from below. A piercing scream echoed as it seemed the sound of an egg shattering filled the air. Yu Huaijuan's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, the Thunder Mouse's spirit dissipating instantly. Withdraw at once. Hu Guojun commanded the 3 women. Seeing Hu Guojun's fierce expression, the trio said nothing further and retreated to the inner chamber. Suddenly, the golden crow sacred pearl surged into Yu Huaijuan's body, a flash of golden light illuminating the room, and he was transformed into a lifeless husk.
His inner power had been absorbed into the Golden Crow sacred pearl, becoming nourishment for the Golden Crow War. God. Hu Guojun had merely sustained a superficial injury yet had effortlessly dispatched Yu Huijuan, who was at the 6th layer of the condensation realm, his rate of growth surpassing all expectations. Especially for Xing Yulu, who remained in a daze, her thoughts racing. What manner of being is this? His progress is nothing short of divine. Of course, she could not fathom that Hu Guojun was not only a deity but also the heavenly emperor himself. Chapter 23:3 of the Four Brothers are lost. What? Yusharong's body trembled as he spoke sharply.
Grandfather, father is truly dead.
Yui and Yu Guangbin knelt on the ground, weeping.
Hu Guojun has killed my elder brother. How can we allow him to live?
Yu Hui shouted furiously.
Fourth brother, have you lost your mind? If he has slain our elder brother, how can you three will go together and avenge him for me?
Yusharong nearly ground his teeth in rage.
We shall obey. The three bowed in deference. Why Yu Huichen, Yu Huitian, and Yu Hui, filled with murderous intent, proceeded towards Hu Guojun's courtyard.
At that moment, however, Hu Guojun was out with Yui Zhu, instructing Xing Yulu on the shadow step technique, leaving only Kaiyun behind.
Where is Hu Guojun? Yu Huitian bellowed. The young master has gone out. What do you intend to do?
Kaiyun, aware of the situation, asked in a low voice.
What do you mean by that? Is it a question you need to ask knowing the answer? Yu Huichen retorted.
Do not waste words with her. Yu Hui roared, unleashing a surge of white chi as he hurled a punch towards Kaiyun.
Golden spotted butterfly.
Kaiyun summoned her spiritual essence, drawing forth the Tusu sword to intercept the blow.
Little girl, where has Hu Guojun gone?
If you tell us, we shall spare your life, Yu Huitian inquired with a smile.
I would never betray the young master. Kaiyun replied defiantly.
The three brothers of the Yu family simultaneously summoned their spiritual essences, and 3 leopards appeared behind them, exuding an intimidating aura.
Black leopard, tear the sky.
Yu Hui leaped into the air, delivering a powerful strike.
Boom!
The immense force sent Sion's frail body flying, causing her to spit blood. The black leopard spirit behind Yu Hui pounced, its razor-sharp claws tearing at Kaiyun, but the golden-spotted butterfly spirit shielded her.
Swish! The black leopard spirit tore through the butterfly spirit, and a sweeping blow from its tail struck Sion's chest.
She was sent crashing against the wall, her ribs shattered, puncturing her lungs, and she coughed up blood, her breath fading, tears glistening in her eyes. Overestimating oneself, Yu Hui remarked coldly.
At that moment, Hu Guojun and the others had just arrived. Kaiyun! Hu Guojun shouted in anger. You are here?
Yu Hui smiled sinisterly and said in a low tone, You will pay for Tsiyun's life. Hu Guojun roared, veins bulging on his forehead, as he unleashed the formidable might of his staff. The 3 Yu brothers hastily summoned their chi shields for defense and brandished their weapons. Jungle leopard, desert leopard, black leopard. The 3 leopard spirits appeared before Hu Guojun, eager for battle. Summoning the Xian Iron Sword spirit, Hu Guojun harnessed the power of the Golden Crow sacred pearl, infusing some of its energy into the sword spirit. The sword swelled dramatically, descending from the sky. Yu Huichen drew his triple-ringed saber, raising it defensively, only to be brought to his knees by a single strike. How can this kid possess such immense power? Yu Huichen exclaimed in terror.
Sandstorm formation.
Yu Huitian leapt onto the back of the desert leopard spirit, and a fierce wind swept through, engulfing the area in a cloud of yellow sand, causing Yu Huitian to vanish from sight. A mere trick, Hu Guojun sneered coldly. Summoning the Golden Crow sacred pearl, he unleashed a blinding golden light that illuminated Yu Huitian's form, rendering him unable to open his eyes.
Shadow step.
Hu Guojun transformed into a series of afterimages, appearing at the center of the sandstorm, and swung his staff at Yu Huitian's true body. The colossal staff crashed down heavily, shattering Yu Huitian's skull. Yu Huitian's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, lifeless.
Yu Huitian, dead.
Yu Hui and Yu Huichen swallowed hard, their hands trembling slightly.
The 6th level Yu Huitian of the condensing Yuan realm had met such a tragic end. How could they, at the 5th level, expect to fare any better? Double leopards, tear the sky. As their powerful claws met Hu Guojun, he transformed into an afterimage, darting into the void. Above the void, a streak of sword energy fell like a meteor, crashing down with a resounding boom. Just as Yu Hui was about to defend himself, he was struck by the sword energy, turning him into a lifeless corpse. Yu Hui, dead. The inner strength of Yu Hui and Yu Huitian was absorbed. Hu Guojun, dragging the dragon-subduing staff, approached the now pallid Yu Huichen step by step. Do not kill me, please.
Yu Huaichen begged for mercy. I shall spare you, for you are Iju's father. Return and inform Yeshurong that since your family harbors murderous intent towards me, I am sorry, but he shall be the next to die.
Hu Guojun replied coldly. Yu Huaichen trembled uncontrollably. He is also my father-in-law, so I naturally would not harm him. However, since your grandfather seeks my life, he must perish, Hu Guojun stated solemnly. Yu Iju gasped in shock, remaining silent. Had Hu Guojun's power grown so formidable as to overturn the Yu family? A shiver ran down Xing Yulu's spine, cold sweat trickling down her back. Hu Guojun stood before her, effortlessly defeating 3 formidable practitioners at the late stage of the condensing Yuan realm, and yet he was only 20 years old. Chapter 24 of the Death of Yu Shihong. Hu Guojun, I swear I shall not be a man if I do not slay you. Yu Shihong spat out a mouthful of old blood and staggered, collapsing into his chair. Yu Huaichen knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. In the span of just 2 days, 3 of Yu Shihong's 4 sons had perished. Your good days have come to an end. Yu Shihong's veins bulged as the Grandmaster's chair behind him shattered under the force of his energy. Father, please be careful. Yu Huaichen cried out. Yu Shihong ignored him and soared into the air. A master of the transcendent realm could already fly. Boy, come forth and meet your demise, echoed Yu Shihong's soul voice from above. Husband, do you truly? He is a master of the transcendent realm. Yu Iju whispered. Although Yu Shihong was Yu Iju's biological grandfather, at this moment, her concern lay more with Hu Guojun, clad in a flowing white scholar's robe, his white hair billowing. The aura of a transcendent master startled the other 3 families. It had been a decade since a transcendent master had recklessly ascended in the holy capital city. In an instant, Hu Xiaodong, Xing Lailong, and Cheng Duo all took to the skies, hovering in the air. Isn't that your useless grandson? Cheng Duo inquired, his old face twitching. Indeed. Hu Xiaodong inhaled sharply, his tone grave. Hu Guojun, lifted by the golden energy, soared into the sky, locking eyes with the menacing Yu Shihong. Had Hu Guojun already entered the transcendent realm? Certainly not. At this moment, the golden crow sacred pearl was at play. Hu Guojun infused all the spirit stones from the Yu family's 3rd son, Yun Zhua, into the golden crow sacred pearl, utilizing the remaining energy within the pearl as well. The energy boost from the golden crow sacred pearl granted Hu Guojun a fleeting ability to fly. Boy, do not think that just because you can fly, I fear you. I can see that your internal strength is at best in the late condensation realm. The spirit barrier, a technique employed by transcendent masters to control the battlefield, clearly indicated Yu Shihong's concern that Hu Guojun might flee. Demon-slaying evil leopard palm. Yu Shihong unleashed a colossal palm strike, the enormous imprint descending upon Hu Guojun, the powerful energy pulsating. The wind from a transcendent master's palm was indeed formidable. Hu Guojun directed the golden energy in 3 directions, forming a triangular energy formation. Triangular formation. This formation was a defensive array of the. However, lacking divine energy, Hu Guojun had no choice but to substitute with his own energy. The immense force of the palm wind was remarkably diminished by the triangular energy shield, ultimately reducing it to the strength of the early condensation realm, easily deflected by Hu Guojun. Where on earth did you learn such peculiar techniques? Yu Shihong questioned, bewildered. The other 3 family heads also wore expressions of confusion. You won't live long enough to find out. Hu Guojun replied coldly. Combine. The triangular energy formation surged forward, pressing down from above Yu Shihong. Although the force was not overwhelming, it left Yu Shihong feeling quite uncomfortable. Look at my claws. A massive leopard claw lunged down from the void, possessing the might to tear apart space, while simultaneously, Yu Shihong's spirit barrier began to constrict inward. Yu Shihong sought to crush Hu Guojun. Power of the Golden Crow, Sword Soul, break. Hu Guojun summoned the power of the Golden Crow Sacred Pearl, the body of the Shin Iron Sword Soul expanding dramatically, piercing directly toward the top of the boom. With a resounding crash, the spirit barrier was breached, allowing Hu Guojun to escape and strike down with his staff. Yu Shihong met the blow with both palms, a surge of white energy erupting from behind him, propelling Hu Guojun away. The might of the transcendent realm must not be underestimated. Yu Shihong's palm techniques were swift and fierce, overwhelming Hu Guojun, who was forced to retreat. Observing Hu Guojun's withdrawal, Yu Shihong immediately pressed the attack. Hu Guojun suddenly executed the shadow step, slipping behind Yu Shihong, and the triangular formation materialized before him. Yu Shihong struck to break the triangular energy formation, only to turn and find Hu Guojun's staff sweeping toward him. He had no choice but to catch the dragon-subduing staff with his hand, his protective energy transforming into an energy fist that pushed Hu Guojun away. This brat is depleting my internal strength. Yu Shihong gritted his teeth.
You have realized it too late. Hu Guojun swung his staff. The shadow step was already exceedingly elusive, and combined with the Azura staff technique, it was more than enough to trouble Yu Shihong. After all, Yu Shihong was a master of the transcendent realm. Hu Guojun had no chance of victory in the short term. Spotted Leopard. The spotted leopard's spirit trembled, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy that shattered Hu Guojun's Shen Iron Sword soul.
This is my only chance, Hu Guojun gritted his teeth.
The Golden Doll spirit was forced into action, and the spotted leopard and the Golden Doll locked eyes. Unexpectedly, the spotted leopard's spirit appeared dazed, as if its very soul had been drawn away. Under the influence of the Golden Crow sacred pearl, perhaps the spotted leopard's spirit glimpsed the shadow of the Golden Crow war god, rendering it momentarily devoid of combat ability.
Power of the sacred pearl.
The Golden Crow sacred pearl soared above. The brilliance from the Golden Crow sacred pearl began to scorch Yu Shihong's skin, the intense heat causing his skin to crack and simultaneously drying up his protective energy.
Triangular formation, rise again.
Hu Guojun re-established the triangular formation. Under this double assault, Yu Shihong let out a cry of agony.
Golden Crow soul strike.
The Golden Doll's spirit emitted a furious cry, launching a punch toward Yu Shihong's chest. Hu Guojun swung his staff, and Yu Shihong's head was shattered in an explosion of blood mist.
Yu Shihong is dead.
Hu Guojun proclaimed just as the words left his mouth. His legs buckled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had exhausted all the energy from the spirit stones, rendering his body extremely weak. Moreover, the Golden Crow sacred pearl and the Golden Doll's spirit could not function without the energy from the spirit stones. In this moment, Hu Guojun had to put on an act, otherwise, the three family heads watching from the sidelines would undoubtedly strike, sealing his fate. Chapter 25 of the Yu family still stands. As the esteemed heads of the families observed, Yu Shihong sought to take my life, Hu Guojun, but today, I have avenged myself. However, I must inform you all that although Yu Shihong has met his demise, the Yu family remains intact. Henceforth, the reins of the Yu family shall be held by my father-in-law, Yu Huaichen. Hu Guojun cast a fierce glare at the three family heads. The three heads of the transcendent realm, including Hu Xiaodong, stood in stunned silence. After all, the sight of Yu Shihong's head being obliterated was indeed quite chilling. I had anticipated that this lad would seize the opportunity to take over the Yu family, remarked Xing Lilong. It appears the four great families are about to become three, Cheng Duo added.
Am I to be on equal footing with my own grandson?
Hu Xiaodong muttered darkly. Old Hu, your grandson likely no longer recognizes you as his grandfather. Xing Lilong shook his head. I must attend to matters concerning the Yu family.
I kindly ask that you all take your leave. Hu Guojun spoke coldly. The three family heads glanced at the headless corpse of Yu Shihong, swallowed hard, and turned to depart. Stepping into the courtyard, Hu Guojun regarded the trembling figures of Yu Isi and others before him, stating somberly, I killed them because they harbored intentions of murder against me. I, Hu Guojun, do not engage in the wanton slaughter of the innocent. The Yu family remains the Yu family. The position of family head is entrusted to my father-in-law. All matters, great and small, shall be decided by him, and I shall not interfere. However, should any of you still desire my life, then Yu Shihong and his ilk shall be your fate. As Hu Guojun's gaze swept across the assembly, none were unshaken, many nearly fleeing. Returning within, Hu Guojun spat out a mouthful of blood. Iju, inform your father that without my permission, no one is allowed to enter our courtyard, he instructed in a low voice. Understood, my husband. Yu Iju nodded.
At this moment, Yu Iju felt a profound conflict within her heart. Though the Yu family had often treated her poorly, blood runs thicker than water. With so many of her kin lost, she could find no joy in their demise. Are you not afraid of Yu Guangrong returning? Inquired Xing Yulu.
Yu Guangrong? What storm could he possibly stir? Hu Guojun replied.
This individual awakened his primordial spirit at the tender age of 10, departed the holy capital by 15, and seems to have become a disciple of the demon realm's Yama, Xing Yulu stated with a grave expression.
Demon realm Yama? Could it be the demon spirit sect? Hu Guojun queried.
Indeed, it is one of the two most powerful sects in the spirit realm, the demon spirit sect. Rumor has it that Yama has reached the pseudo-divine realm. His strength is beyond our imagination, Xing Yulu whispered.
Yama is merely the representative of the demon race in the spirit realm. I wonder if the current Yama is still Gerchi, Hu Guojun remarked lightly.
Before the fall of the celestial emperor, he could have easily slain a multitude of pseudo-divine experts with a mere flick of his hand.
How do you know so much about the demon spirit sect? Xing Yulu asked in astonishment.
Because I am a celestial being, Hu Guojun replied with a mischievous grin.
Keep on boasting, Xing Yulu retorted, turning to leave.
At that moment, Yu Iju brought forth a roster, handing it to Hu Guojun, her brow furrowed. My grandmother passed away 3 years ago. The children of Yu Huaijuan include Yu Guangron, Yu Guangbin, and Yu Isi. My father has but one child, while Yu Huaiqian has 1 son and 2 daughters, and Yu Huaidi has 2 sons and 1 daughter, excluding my parents, Yu Guangron, and the 3 aunts. There are 8 individuals in the 3rd generation of the Yu family.
Very well, I understand.
From now on, you shall train them to cultivate, to prevent the other 3 families from taking advantage of our vulnerability.
Hu Guojun declared. Are you also wary of the Hu family? Yu Izhu asked in confusion. Ha, the Hu family.
From my youth, they have regarded me as a worthless being, even going so far as to sell me into the Yu family as a son-in-law for 1/4 of their wealth.
How could I not be cautious? Hu Guojun responded darkly. I will inform my father, rest assured. Yu Izhu assured him. I am the holy capital, Cheng Manor.
That old rascal Yu Shirong is dead. This Hu Guojun is truly no ordinary man.
Cheng Duo scratched his head.
In that case, we should marry Yuma off to him to ensure the safety of our Cheng family. Cheng De frowned.
If we do that, won't Hu Guojun believe that we fear him? That cannot be. Cheng Zhaohong exclaimed loudly.
What Zhaohong says makes sense. Marrying off a daughter just after Yu Shirong's demise would be too shameful.
Cheng Duo shook his head. I am the holy capital, Hu Manor. The most foolish decision I have ever made in my life was to allow Guojun to be wed into the Yu family. Alas, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Hu Xiaodong sighed with a bitter smile. Father, do not speak of yourself. I never imagined my son would slay a transcendent realm expert at the age of 20. This is a feat I could boast about for a lifetime.
Hu Zhoutian chuckled despite himself. Hu Zhoutian's status suddenly soared, yet he found himself powerless to summon his son back to the Hu family. In the holy capital, Xing Manor. Yulu following Hu Guojun is likely to be quite the burden. After all, he is a lad who has slain a transcendent realm expert at just 20, Xing Xiuda remarked with a rueful smile. I truly cannot comprehend how Hu Guojun has grown so powerful. Xing Yuhua expressed despairingly. Chapter 26. The foolish thief falls into the trap. In the capital city, at the Xing residence, it was rumored that Hu Guojun possessed a formidable jewel, which might very well be the source of his formidable prowess, as Xing Xiuqian solemnly remarked.
Is uncle aiming to acquire that jewel?
Xing Yuhao inquired, filled with curiosity.
Even if I wish to, I lack the capability, Xing Xiuqian replied, shaking his head.
As for Hu Guojun at present, aside from Xing Lailong, no one dares to harbor any ulterior motives against him. I have indeed seen that jewel. Hu Guojun relied on it to take the life of Yu Shirong. Send Yu Hao to the Yu family to inquire about the jewel and see if Hu Guojun will divulge anything, Xing Lailong suggested, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Very well, Yu Hao, go and have a good chat with him. After all, you are his brother-in-law, Xing Xiuda added with a smile. Xing Yuhao understood Xing Lialong's intent and promptly made his way to the Yu family. Inform Hu Guojun that Xing Yuhao seeks an audience, he instructed the Yu family steward.
No need for announcements. Let my brother-in-law in.
Hu Guojun called from within. Upon hearing this, Xing Yuhao entered without hesitation.
My brother-in-law has arrived. Come, have some tea, Hu Guojun greeted, seated in the courtyard with a steaming cup of tea in hand, smiling warmly. May I inquire what level of cultivation you have attained today? Xing Yuhao asked.
To be honest, I am merely at the late stage of the condensation realm, Hu Guojun replied with a mischievous grin.
Xing Yuhao's expression tightened, shaking his head. Surely, brother, you are not being entirely truthful.
Not a word of falsehood, Hu Guojun asserted gravely.
With a cultivation level of the condensation realm, how could you have slain the transcendent Yu Shirong?
Xing Yuhao inquired, chuckling. Combat relies not solely on inner strength, but also on intellect, Hu Guojun replied, tapping his temple with a grin.
Brother, you have come.
Xing Yulu exclaimed upon seeing Xing Yuhao, her lips curved in a smile as she approached to sit beside him. Hu Guojun mused inwardly, this woman would be better off accompanying her brother.
I have heard that you possess a remarkable jewel, and I wonder if I might have the pleasure of seeing it?
Xing Yuhao stated directly. Hu Guojun immediately felt a headache coming on. Having faced Yu Shirong, he had already revealed all his trump cards, including the Golden Refinement Golden Crow Sacred Pearl and the Golden Doll's Primordial Spirit, which had been witnessed by the 3 families. Thus, it was only natural for Xing Yuhao to inquire. This is a treasure gifted to me by a friend from the Zhuantiangan, Hu Guojun replied nonchalantly.
The Zhuantiangan, you have friends there?
Xing Yuhao asked, astonished.
The Zhuantiangang is one of the 2 great sects of the spirit realm, the other being the demon spirit cult. As the saying goes,
once you step into the higher echelons of the Zhuantiangong, you have one foot in the divine domain. My friend gifted it to me when I was quite young. I later discovered its efficacy, however. I keep this jewel in my bedroom and do not show it to others. I hope you understand, Hu Guojun indicated, signaling his intent to dismiss. Xing Yuhao was not naive and quickly discerned Hu Guojun's implication, thus excusing himself. It seems the Xing family has set their sights on my golden crow sacred pearl, Hu Guojun thought to himself with a smirk. The reason Hu Guojun mentioned the jewel was in his bedroom was to entice someone from the Xing family to attempt to retrieve it, thereby allowing him to profit from their folly with a few spirit stones. After all, his spiritual stones had long been depleted, and he was now merely at the 6th or 7th level of the condensation realm. Upon returning to the Xing residence, Xing Yuhao relayed this matter to Xing Lailong and the others, who were equally incredulous. Only Xing Xiuqian, filled with mischief, was eager to venture to the Yu family to steal the jewel, aiming to usurp Xing Xiuda's position within the Yu household. Tonight, I, Hu Guojun, shall take my 2 wives out for an excursion and will not return, Hu Guojun specifically instructed a newly appointed steward. That evening, Xing Xiuqian bribed the new steward of the Yu family, stealthily infiltrating the residence with the intent to pilfer the jewel. Clad in black, Xing Xiuqian quietly pushed open Hu Guojun's door, finding the room shrouded in darkness, save for the golden crow sacred pearl emitting a golden glow. His eyes sparkled with greed as he hurried towards the jewel. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the candlesticks in the room flared to life, illuminating the space. Yu Huaichen stood vigil at the door, wielding a hefty 3-ringed machete, while Yu Yizhu brandished a peach blossom dagger, eager for action. Hu Guojun toyed with the dragon subduing staff, while Xing Yulu wore a distressed expression. Speak, would you prefer to be bludgeoned to death with my staff, cleaved by a blade, or stabbed with a dagger? Hu Guojun inquired with a laugh. At that moment, Xing Xiuqian's face paled. How could his peak 5th level of the condensation realm possibly contend with the 3 before him? The weakest among them, Yu Yizhu, was already at the 3rd level of the condensation realm, and with Yu Huaichen, who was on par with him, alongside the formidable Hu Guojun who had slain Yu Shirong, he was undoubtedly doomed. With a thud, Xing Xiuqian fell to his knees, bowing his head in supplication. Master Yu, young master Hu, I was wrong, spare my life. If you can knock your head until it bleeds, I might consider sparing you, Hu Guojun scoffed. I shall do it. I shall do it. Xing Xiuqian desperately banged his head, indeed drawing blood. Son-in-law, do not let him ruin our white jade floor with his incessant knocking. Yu Huaichen lamented with concern. Since my father-in-law has spoken, you need not continue. Seize him. Hu Guojun commanded. Uncle, how could you stoop to thievery? You have brought shame upon our Xing family. Xing Yulu exclaimed, furious. Chapter 27 The Spirit Stone for a Son in the Sacred Capital, at the Xing residence. Unfilial son. You are more adept at causing mischief than achieving anything worthwhile. Xing Lailong, his eyes clouded with fury, leaped about, unleashing a torrent of invective. Father, please calm your anger, pleaded Xing Xiudi, Xing Xiuji, and Xing Xiuwu, desperately trying to pacify him. With a mighty strike, Xing Lailong unleashed his Lailong palm, sending a resonant shockwave that obliterated the stone carvings in the courtyard into mere dust. After releasing this powerful blow, he finally managed to rein in his emotions. Household head. Hu Guojun is bringing your eldest son to the Xing residence, suspended on a pole, reported the steward. What, suspended on a pole? Xing Lailong's fury flared anew, his beard bristling. Let him enter, Xing Xiudi said, furrowing his brow. Under the watchful eyes of the entire Xing family, Hu Guojun strolled leisurely into the courtyard, carrying the bound Xing Xiuqian, who was swathed like a dumpling. Wu, Xing Xiuqian, with a green rag stuffed in his mouth, was rendered voiceless, only able to emit muffled cries. Speak! What must you do to release my son? Xing Lailong inquired, his brow furrowed. 10,000 spirit stones. Hu Guojun replied, raising an eyebrow. What, you are far too greedy, exclaimed Xing Yuhao, his anger palpable. 10,000 spirit stones, an amount that constitutes nearly half of the Xing family's fortune. The family currently possesses just over 23,000 spirit stones, and to demand such a hefty sum would surely infuriate Xing Lailong. If you do not comply, I shall publicly execute Xing Xiuqian in the center of the sacred capital on charges of theft. Hu Guojun proclaimed loudly. Xing Xiude was on the verge of declaring that they could forfeit their son, but upon hearing Hu Guojun's words, Xing Lailong sank into utter despair. Truly, this was a situation that could not be borne. Very well, I shall acquiesce. Xing Lailong muttered darkly. Once the 10,000 spirit stones are prepared, I shall return your son to you, Hu Guojun said with a sinister grin. We understand. You need not speak further. Xing Xiude retorted, fearful that Hu Guojun's incessant prattling might provoke his own father to the brink of apoplexy. Xing Lilong's face turned a shade of dark crimson, resembling a pig's liver, as he tremulously approached Xing Xiuwu and whispered a few words. Xing Xiuwu then hurried off towards the family's spirit stone treasury. At noon, Xing Xiuwu returned, clutching a cloud bracelet. Within this bracelet lies 10,000 spirit stones. Release my brother. Xing Xiuwu said curtly. Very well, I shall count them. Hu Guojun accepted the bracelet and spent a considerable time tallying the stones.
Your son is now in your custody.
Farewell, Hu Guojun declared, leisurely departing the Xing residence with the 10,000 spirit stones in TOW. As soon as Hu Guojun left, Xing Lilong spat out a mouthful of blood. My spirit stones, a he lamented, tears streaming down his face. Brother, do exercise some caution, Xing Xiude chided, casting a disapproving glance at Xing Xiuchen. Hu Guojun returned to the Yu family, where a jubilant atmosphere prevailed. These 5,000 spirit stones are a gift for you, my esteemed father-in-law.
Hu Guojun proclaimed with a grin. Thank you, worthy son-in-law. Yu Huaichen responded with a bow.
The remaining 5,000 spirit stones would naturally serve as sustenance for the nurturing of the Golden Crow sacred pearl. The Xing family had already been dealt with. Who would be next? Hu Guojun mused with a wicked smile. My husband, Chang Zhaohang, invites you to dinner tomorrow at the Chang family's Chui Xian Tower, Yu Yizhu announced as she entered with an invitation. Oh, how wonderfully fortuitous! Hu Guojun exclaimed, elated at the prospect of acquiring more spirit stones. In the sacred capital, at the Chang residence, Xing Lilong was so enraged by Hu Guojun that he nearly fainted.
Father! Chang Deyi remarked with a smirk. That Hu Guojun is truly a malevolent spirit. Even the old fox Xing Lilong cannot contend with him. Cheng Duo shook his head in disbelief. Tomorrow, let Zhao Hang and Zhao Meng host him for a meal to cultivate rapport. We must not allow him to set his sights on our Cheng family. Chang Deyi instructed. Indeed, I still wish to enjoy my twilight years in peace, Cheng Duo said, patting his ample belly. Leave it to us. Chang Zhaohang and Chang Zhaomeng bowed respectfully. Chapter 28, a family re-established in the sacred capital, on Longxiang Street, at the Chui Xian building. Young Master Hu, I am honored to meet you, Cheng Zhouheng said, rising and clasping his fists in greeting. Young Master Chang, may I inquire as to the purpose of your invitation to dinner today? Hu Guojun replied with a faint smile. Naturally, it is to seek your esteemed friendship, as I have long admired your unparalleled martial prowess and exceptional wisdom, Chang Zhouheng responded with a grin. I recall not long ago, young Master Chang was lamenting with my younger brother that I am but a worthless fool, Hu Guojun retorted disdainfully. Ah, well, Chang Zhouheng's face twitched, and he stammered, that was merely my elder brother's lack of discernment, failing to recognize the esteemed figure that you are, young Master Hu. Indeed, Chang Zhouheng nodded vigorously, laughing. Your younger sister is truly a paragon of beauty. Hu Guojun remarked with a smile. If young Master Hu desires, I would not mind marrying my sister to you, Cheng Zhouheng said, his face a mask of forced smiles. After all, the man before him was one who had slain a transcendent expert, and Chang Zhouheng dared not treat him lightly. No need, I already have Yi Lu and do not wish to marry again, Hu Guojun replied, shaking his head. Ah, then that is well. A man should indeed be devoted, Chang Zhouheng said, forcing a smile. However, young Master Chang, it is high time you considered taking a wife. You are no longer a youth, and having never experienced love, how can you proceed? Hu Guojun said with a mischievous grin. Yes, indeed, you speak wisely, young Master Hu, Cheng Zhouheng replied with a forced smile, while inwardly cursing Hu Guojun's ancestors. Should it prove difficult, you might as well settle for my younger sister, Hu Guojun said, taking a sip of wine. Such words from young Master Hu are unbecoming of your stature, Chang Zhaomei interjected coldly, her delicate face flushed with anger. Are you attempting to sow discord on my family's territory? Chang Zhaoheng's gaze darkened with a hint of menace. The diners around them suddenly ceased their meals, rising in unison to draw their weapons. Young Master Chang, is this a banquet of treachery? Hu Guojun sneered. I had no intention of harming you, yet you overstep your bounds, truly believing my family is without defenders? Chang Zhaoheng retorted furiously. Ha, a bunch of drunken fools, what storm do you think you can stir? Hu Guojun abruptly stood, surveying the room, and the patrons exchanged uneasy glances. The reputation of his defeat of the renowned Yu Shirong had certainly preceded him, and none dared to act rashly. You defeated Yu Shirong through the power of the pearl,
It has nothing to do with you, a burly man, resembling a mountain, descended from the second floor.
Master! Chang Xiaohong clasped his fists.
This man was Shui, the chief instructor of the Chang family and the adopted son of Cheng Duo.
Oh, and who might you be?
Hu Guojun asked with a chuckle. I am the second strongest of the Chang family, the adopted son of the patriarch, Shui, the giant declared, anger flashing in his eyes.
Very well, very well.
Hu Guojun replied with a smile, suddenly vanishing from view, reappearing behind Chang Xiaohong, his arm tightly constricting around Chang Xiaohong's neck. To Chang Xiaohong, who was merely at the initial stage of the condensing Yuan realm, the capture was swift and without warning.
Hu Guojun, what do you intend to do? Shui exclaimed angrily.
This man possesses the strength of the 9th level of the condensing Yuan realm, already half a step into transcendence.
Shui's divine essence of the giant crocodile emerged, a deep green aura surging forth.
If you wish to spare your young master, release your weapons. Hu Guojun warned, tightening his grip further.
Put down your blades.
Shui commanded, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Hu Guojun, still restraining Chang Xiaohong, began to retreat slowly.
What technique are you employing? How can you be so swift? Chang Xiaohong struggled to ask.
That is of no concern to you, Hu Guojun replied dismissively.
Hu Guojun. Release me at once.
A powerful presence emerged as Cheng Duo descended from above. At the third level of the transcendent realm, Cheng Duo's brown royal mastiff spirit manifested, letting out a low and furious roar.
Patriarch Chang, this seems rather underhanded of you. Hu Guojun remarked. How have I been underhanded? Cheng Duo inquired, brow furrowing.
Your grandson invited me to dinner, yet you have so many family guards lying in ambush.
Hu Guojun accused.
I only feared for my grandson's safety.
Did you not just threaten him? Cheng Duo retorted angrily.
Your grandson was the one who acted rashly. If he lacks the capability, he has only himself to blame. Hu Guojun scoffed. The word self-inflicted struck deeply at Cheng Duo's heart, for this was his most cherished grandson, mocked in such a manner.
What will it take to secure the release of my Xiaohong? Cheng Duo demanded angrily.
1,000 spirit stones, the same price as the Xing family, Hu Guojun replied with a laugh.
You are truly shameless. Shui cursed. You surround me with so many, yet I'm the one without shame? Hu Guojun scoffed. Fine, fine, I will comply. Just release my grandson.
Cheng Duo said, his voice low. One hand gives payment, the other, the person without payment, you shall not see him released. Hu Guojun declared loudly and naturally. Cheng Duo wished for Hu Guojun to release Chang Xiaohong and then renege on the payment. Even though Hu Guojun had slain Yu Shirong, Cheng Duo was not particularly intimidated. Unbeknownst to them, Hu Guojun had already retreated to the entrance of the Yu family, where many onlookers, including those from the Hu and Xing families, had gathered to witness the spectacle.
My reputation is utterly ruined.
Cheng Duo said with a bitter smile.
Shui, go fetch the money. Quickly.
Cheng Duo commanded helplessly.
Yes, Patriarch.
Shui replied, turning to dash toward the Cheng family. After half an hour, Shui returned bearing a cloud bracelet filled with 1,000 spirit stones, followed closely by Chang Dai and Chang Dali, their expressions stormy. Chang Xiaohong had turned a deep shade of purple and was beginning to foam at the mouth.
Here, take this and release the young master. Shui handed the cloud bracelet to Hu Guojun. Excellent.
Hu Guojun exclaimed, accepting the cloud bracelet and shoving Chang Xiaohong forward. Having been choked for so long, Chang Xiaohong promptly lost consciousness. Chang Dai hastily scooped up his son, and the Cheng family members grumbled as they departed.
This money is indeed easy to earn. Hu Guojun said with a wicked grin. Surely we are not next? Hu Jiolin questioned, brow furrowed. We should be safe. Blood is thicker than water.
Hu Guochun replied, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Chapter 29. The blood is thicker than water in the holy capital, at the Hu residence. Father, we should endeavor to win over Hu Guojun. The Xing family has already lost 10,000 spirit stones. I fear this young man may take the initiative against us. Hu Jiolin furrowed his brows. Pray tell, what manner of persuasion do you suggest?
Hu Xiaodong replied with a frown. You all have long derided Guojun as a good-for-nothing, and now that he has risen to prominence, you wish to curry favor with him. Surely, it is too late for that, Hu Guoyi retorted with indignation.
From a young age, Hu Guojun had been subjected to the scorn and mockery of his uncles and cousins. Hu Jiutian was rather ineffectual, and within the entire Hu family, only Hu Gui treated him with any semblance of kindness, always addressing him as big brother. Indeed, if that is the case, let the head of the family take matters into his own hands and eliminate Hu Guojun. If we delay much longer, I fear there will be no one capable of restraining him within the holy capital. Hu Jiolin spoke with malice. Are you even human, Jiolin? Zhang Ying exclaimed, her brows knitted in fury.
Lad, how could you utter such words? Hu Jiutian's teacup shattered in his grip. I could never condone such actions. Blood is thicker than water, Jiolin. If you continue to speak in this manner, do not blame me for being merciless.
Hu Xiaodong's tone turned somber. Very well. Hu Jiolin gritted his teeth and withdrew. Kill me, then let it be. Hu Guojun appeared like a wraith outside the grand hall of the Hu residence. How did you get in here? Hu Jiolin exclaimed, taken aback and filled with trepidation. Do you believe the guards at the entrance, those at the Martial Foundation and Martial Condensation realms, could possibly hinder me?
Did my second uncle not wish to end my life? Let him come. Hu Guojun's eyes glimmered with a cold, murderous intent. My second uncle never intended to kill you. Hu Jiolin's face twitched as he stammered.
Shin Tai Sword Soul. With a flourish, Hu Guojun summoned the Shin Tai Sword Soul, a torrent of dense white essence erupting from his body, while golden essence surged forth from his arms. Twin cultivation essence, Hu Jiolin gasped in astonishment. Su2 Sword Song. The Shen Tai Sword Soul manifested numerous vibrant phantoms, encircling Hu Jiolin, as the sword shadows darted in every direction, a golden sword soul appearing in the heavens above. What kind of trick is this? Hu Xiaodong looked utterly bewildered. Hu Guojun then conjured a divine martial technique from his mind, intending to astonish Hu Jiolin before him. Qi Tong Sword Soul. In a state of panic, Hu Jiolin summoned his primordial spirit. The scarlet sword body surged forth, vanishing into the void, as crimson essence spread outward. Even without the power of the Jinwu sacred pearl, Hu Jiolin, at the sixth layer of the condensing Yuan realm, was not entirely weak against Hu Guojun. The Qitong sword soul quivered, manifesting a layer of fiery light, as crimson flames erupted from the sword body, with Hu Jiolin attempting to break through Hu Guojun's encirclement of sword energy. Unbeknownst to Jiolin, the Su2 Sword Song did not rely on the power of the primordial spirit, but rather on the strength of the essence. Hu Guojun's golden essence held a natural advantage against the primordial spirit's force. Do not struggle, combine. Hu Guojun laughed. Suddenly, the interspersing Shen Tai Sword Soul was propelled by a surge of golden essence, swiftly charging toward Hu Jiolin's corporeal form, completely disregarding his primordial spirit assault. Pfft! Hu Jiolin spat out a mouthful of blood as he was flung into the grand hall. Blood is thicker than water. My second uncle wishes to kill me, and you dare to claim blood is thicker than water? Hu Guojun bellowed, causing the members of the Hu family to stand frozen. A sword soul hovered above Hu Jiolin's heart. Guojun, it was my error to send you to the Hu family. It has nothing to do with your second uncle, Hu Xiaodong shouted. As he spoke, a gleaming black Shen Tai giant sword materialized behind Hu Xiaodong, grey sword energy traversing the entirety of the Hu family estate. What, is grandfather intending to slay his grandson? Hu Guojun scoffed. Speak, what must be done for you to spare your second uncle? Hu Xiaodong's aged face twitched as he withdrew his primordial spirit. Both the other two families have lost 10,000 each. Blood is thicker than water. I demand 8,000 from the Hu family, Hu Guojun declared somberly. You grant him his wish. Jiutian, you go fetch the money for your son. Hu Xiaodong commanded loudly. Hu Jiutian hurriedly handed a cloud bracelet to Hu Guojun, whispering, Son, I have wronged you in the past. This contains a token of goodwill from your mother and me, a total of 10,000 spirit stones. Use it well, and do not harbor resentment toward us. Father, I do not harbor hatred. You are doing well within the Hu family, Hu Guojun replied softly. Upon receiving the cloud bracelet, Hu Guojun dismissed the sword soul, and Hu Jiolin hastily retreated into the grand hall. I take my leave. In a flash, Hu Guojun vanished from the Hu family estate. Damn it, adding the previous 5,000 spirit stones, we have effectively given him 13,000, Hu Jiolin cursed. The Xing family never contemplated killing Guojun, yet you, as his own second uncle, seek his demise. It is quite fortunate that he has allowed you to live, and you still dare to mutter such nonsense. Zhang Ying derided. Enough, consider it a financial loss to avert disaster. If he could slay that old scoundrel Yushirong, do you believe he would be incapable of killing me? Hu Xiaodong shook his head. Following Hu Guojun's series of maneuvers, the Yu family's wealth had, after Yushirong's demise, even surpassed that of the other three families. Chapter 30 Reconciliation. Hu Guojun amassed a considerable fortune in spiritual stones from the other three prominent families, which he laid out in the courtyard. In the main hall of the Yu family, Yu Huaichan occupied a position of authority at the head table, with Hu Guojun seated to his left and Yu Yizhu to his right, while below them sat Xing Yulu and Yu Yixi among others. Today, I, Hu Guojun, have come to address my esteemed father-in-law and all my brothers and sisters. Hu Guojun declared as he rose to his feet. The gazes of the assembly, save for those of Hu Guojun's wives and concubines, were averted, filled with trepidation, while a few bore expressions of ire. I am aware that among you there are those who harbor fear and resentment towards me, for I have slain your fathers and grandfathers. However, you must also recognize that it was your fathers and grandfathers who sought my demise, fearing my rapid ascent and the potential upheaval of your Yu family today. I, Hu Guojun, have vanquished all those who wish to take my life. Nevertheless, the Yu family endures, and the head of the family remains a Yu. My actions were a necessary measure of self-preservation. This day, I shall bestow these spiritual stones upon the Yu family. You may all proceed to the head of the family to claim your share, train diligently, and restore the glory of the Yu family. Hu Guojun proclaimed passionately. After all, he had engaged in similar acts within the divine realm. The younger members of the Yu family gazed at the towering piles of spiritual stones, their heads bowed in contemplation. Indeed, Hu Guojun was ruthless, but were not their own fathers and grandfathers equally so? In the realm of spirits, strength reigns supreme, the victors thrive while the vanquished perish. These truths were well understood by all present. Suddenly, Yu Isi rose and knelt on one knee, declaring, "From this day forth, I, Isi, pledge to heed your commands, Brother Jun." Yu Guangbin, Yu Guangping, and other scions of the Yu family followed suit, expressing their willingness to obey Hu Guojun's directives in the revival of the Yu family. Today, the Yu family's treasury boasts 50,000 spiritual stones, far surpassing those of the other three families, making us the foremost among the four great families of the holy capital. Yu Huaichan exclaimed with a smile. The assembly erupted in cheers, while Xing Yulu muttered, "Well, we have at least 10,000 here. Listen, I shall represent my father, and my elder sister Isi will stand in for our uncle, while my elder brother Guangchao will represent our third uncle, and my younger brother Guangping will represent the fourth uncle. The four of us are determined to train diligently and manage the affairs of the Yu family, fortifying our strength." Yu Izhu announced with conviction. In truth, Yu Isi, Yu Izhu, Yu Guangbin, and Yu Guangping were the four strongest young members of the Yu family, all having entered the early stages of the condensation realm. However, due to Yu Isi's ascension, Yu Guangbin was unable to secure the position of fourth head. The Yu family had made significant strides in its reconstruction, although its overall strength did not yet rival that of the other three families. It is said that its president, Li Qingyun, is of a strength comparable to the third level of the transcendence realm, and his financial resources rival those of the four great families. His eldest son, Li Ao, is also a charismatic and exceptionally talented individual, Yu Huaichan pondered. Very well, I shall use Li Ao as a pawn. In the holy capital, at the Chui Xian Tower, young Master Li, I entrust Zhao Meng to your care from now on. Please treat her well, Cheng Dai said with a tearful gaze. Uncle, do not worry. My love for your daughter is genuine, and I shall never let her down. Li Ao replied, bowing respectfully. This scene was soon relayed to Hu Guojun by the spies arranged by Yu Huaichan. That evening, Hu Guojun turned to his two wives, Izhu, Yulu. What impressions do you hold of Li Qingyun? I only know that Li Qingyun is a martial genius and the president of the Seven Stars Chamber of Commerce. Beyond that, I am not well acquainted, Yu Izhu replied. I recall my grandfather mentioning that he is a man overly concerned with his image, suffering in silence. Beyond that, I am not very informed, Xing Yulu added, shaking her head. Does anyone know Li Ao? Hu Guojun inquired. I know him, both women exclaimed in unison. Oh, you both know him? Hu Guojun replied with a devilish grin. Well, most of the children. It is just that my husband was somewhat inept as a child, resulting in fewer friendships. Yu Izhu pouted. Ha ha. Xing Yulu covered her face, giggling. That night, the duo of phoenixes graced the bed, and the waters of the stream flowed gently. Chapter 31 The Unspoken Suffering. Who can summon Li Ao for me? Hu Guojun remarked, donning his attire. I'm utterly exhausted. I refuse to go, let Yulu handle it. Yu Izhu murmured, still half asleep. Very well, I shall go. Xing Yulu stretched languidly. Indeed, Yulu is quite reasonable, Hu Guojun mused, gently caressing Xing Yulu's delicate face. Xing Yulu blushed, quickly dressing before departing from the Yu residence. After a while, Xing Yulu returned. Husband, Li Ao requests your presence at the Xianhe Tower this evening. She yawned before retreating to her chamber for sleep. That night, Hu Guojun arrived as promised. Ascending to the second floor, he beheld a young gentleman clad in black brocade, standing by the window with an air of melancholy, a folded fan in hand. Are you, perchance, young Master Li? And you must be young Master Hu? Li Ao reciprocated the gesture. Precisely so. I have prepared a modest banquet, please follow me, Hu Guojun responded with a smile. Young Master Hu. As they settled down, Hu Guojun directly addressed the matter at hand. Is it true that you intend to marry Miss Cheng Xiaomeng? Ah, it is a long and arduous tale, Liao sighed, seemingly burdened by unspoken troubles. Hu Guojun scrutinized Liao closely, and from his extensive experience over the millennia, he discerned that Liao was not genuinely in love with Cheng Xiaoming.
You do not harbor feelings for Miss Chang, do you?
Hu Guojun teased with a sly grin.
You are correct.
The woman I truly love is your sister, Liao confessed, his tone somber.
Then why pursue a marriage with Miss Chang? Hu Guojun pressed.
It is my father's wish. How the Cheng family operates the Grand Shui Xian Lu and possesses several establishments within the holy capital, so an alliance with them serves the interests of the merchant guild, Liao lamented, draining his cup and offering a bitter smile.
Is your father not being unreasonable? Hu Guojun frowned, considering his own lukewarm impression of Chang Xiaoming. Moreover, my relationship with Chang Xiaoming is far from cordial.
The Xing family, with its dashing Xing Yuao, and your cousin Hu Guochun, though somewhat aloof, are still well-versed individuals, yet, Chang Xiaowang is not only unattractive but also relishes spreading gossip, Liao grimaced. I have a plan that will ensure you cannot marry her, Hu Guojun said.
Leaning in, Hu Guojun whispered his scheme, and Liao's eyes sparkled with understanding as he smiled faintly. They struck a pact, a public duel, with the victor entitled to wed Cheng Xiaoming. On the day of the duel, Liao would deliberately concede to Hu Guojun, although it was clear that in a real fight, Liao would not stand a chance against him. Of course, Hu Guojun had no intention of marrying Cheng Xiaoming. Liao feigned a fit of rage and rushed home to inform Li Qingyun, who was furious. However, being a man who valued his pride, he acquiesced to the duel between the two. 2 days later, at the headquarters of the Seven Stars Merchant Guild in the holy capital, a restless crowd encircled the arena, while Li Qingyun, Cheng Duo, and Huaichen presided over the ceremonial platform. Liao, clad in black light armor, leaped onto the stage, dark energy surging forth as a glossy black scorpion spirit emerged behind him. Hu Guojun sprang into action, brandishing his dragon-subduing staff, golden energy swirling around him, though he refrained from summoning his spirit. At merely 20 years of age, Liao had already reached the pinnacle of the third layer of the condensed spirit realm. The black scorpion tail lashed out like a bolt of lightning. Liao conjured an energy shield to block the attack, but Hu Guojun sensed Liao suddenly holding back, causing the shield to shatter instantly. Liao fell to the ground, eyes shut, foam escaping his lips. Damn it, your performance is far too exaggerated. How much do you loathe Chang Xiaoming? Hu Guojun cursed inwardly. What?
Li Qingyun's face twisted in anger, resembling one who had ingested something foul, as he exclaimed.
How could young Master Li lose so quickly? Chang Duo's countenance darkened, his expression thunderous. I have emerged victorious, yet I shall not marry Miss Chang. However, neither shall Liao. Hu Guojun declared loudly. Then why did you challenge my son to a duel?
Li Qingyun erupted, rising in fury, the dark energy from his presence shattering the grand chair behind him. Simply because this lad has killed Yu Shirong and is not one to be trifled with, a public altercation would be ill-advised, Cheng Duo interjected, restraining Li Qingyun. Father, I am incompetent, a loss is a loss, Liao lamented. Yet, observing Liao's tearful visage, one could not shake the feeling that he was merely laughing. Li Qingyun, not a fool, understood his son's true feelings towards Cheng Xiaoming. With a sigh, he remarked, I do not blame you, come, let us return. Master Chang, though my son is lacking, a gentleman's word is his bond. It appears that my Liao and Xiaoming are fated to be apart. Li Qingyun clasped his fists in respect. With that, he supported Liao as they entered the Merchant Guild's headquarters. Cheng Duo shot a disdainful glance at Hu Guojun before departing in a huff. Chapter 32 of the family. You cannot afford to offend Hu Guojun's actions incensed Cheng Xiaoming, her delicate face flushed with anger. Liao held no affection for Cheng Xiaoming, yet she was genuinely enamored with him. In the holy capital, at the headquarters of the Seven Stars Chamber of Commerce. Father, please stop. Liao pleaded, I'll teach you a lesson, I'll show you the folly of your clever tricks, I'll beat you to a pulp, Li Qingyun roared, striking Liao's backside with a whip. Suddenly, a graceful figure darted into the headquarters. Father, is it wrong for my brother not to wish to marry someone he does not love? A tall, beautiful woman clad in white mused. My daughter, what brings you here? Li Qingyun exclaimed, dropping the whip in surprise. It has been a long time since I returned home, I came to see you, the woman replied softly. Sister, please save me, Liao cried out from the ground in despair. This woman was Li Qingyun's eldest daughter, Li Chuxingnan. Die in the holy capital, at the Chang residence, the young lady has not eaten a morsel for 2 days, the butler lamented. Adoptive father, I shall take down Hu Guojun and avenge the young lady, Shui declared, clasping his fists. There is no need, I shall personally seek an explanation from the Yu family. The Cheng family is not one that Hu Guojun can provoke. It will, Cheng Duo growled, his eyes wide with fury. Cheng Duo, Chang Dai, and Shui, along with Chang Xiaoheng, approached the Yu family's doorstep with grim expressions. "Bring Hu Guojun out," Cheng Duo called out. "What business could possibly warrant the head of the Cheng family to come personally?" Yu Huayuan inquired as he stepped out of the courtyard, flanked by Yu Ixi and others. "Where is Hu Guojun?" Cheng Duo frowned. "May I ask what the Cheng family head seeks him for?" Yu Huayuan replied. "That is none of your concern," Cheng Duo said coldly. "I am the head of the Yu family." "How could it not concern me?" Yu Huayuan scoffed. "You of the Cheng family have yet to earn the right to act recklessly at the doorstep of the Yu family," Yu Ixi retorted angrily. Tension mounted as both sides stood poised for confrontation. Dozens of Yu family retainers surged forth, encircling the four from the Cheng family. Overreaching, Cheng Duo scoffed. "Imperial Mastiff." Cheng Duo summoned his primordial spirit, a dense wave of brown energy. "Do not underestimate the power of transcendence. If Hu Guojun does not emerge today, none of you shall leave alive." Cheng Duo gritted his teeth. "Old fool, face my blade." Yu Huayuan leapt into the fray, swinging his sword. The three-ring cleaver descended from the air, but Cheng Duo met it with an open palm. As their weapons clashed, a wave of brown light erupted from Cheng Duo's palm, propelling Yu Huayuan back in an instant. "I have no intention of indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. Where is Hu Guojun?" Cheng Duo intoned darkly. While Yu Huayuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, ready to continue, refined Shi binding. Cheng Duo waved his hand, sending two streams of refined energy that pinned Yu Huayuan against the wall, rendering him immobile. "I am here, old fool." Hu Guojun leapt down from the rooftop, where Liao, clutching his rear and grimacing, stood with the woman, Li Chushingnan. "Honorable son-in-law, you have finally returned," Yu Huayuan exclaimed with delight. Hu Guojun extended his hand, a golden stream of refined energy shot forth, shattering Cheng Duo's binding energy. "Finally arrived. Tell me, why do you obstruct my granddaughter's marriage?" Cheng Duo bellowed. "Because Li Gongzi does not harbor feelings for your granddaughter. Marrying her is merely the wish of President Li. Li Gongzi is my friend, and I shall certainly look out for my friend." Hu Guojun chuckled. Cheng Duo's expression darkened as he struck out. A powerful gust of wind surged forth from his palm, but Hu Guojun summoned a shield of refined energy to block it. "Darling, we are here to assist you." Yu Yizhu and Xing Yulu leapt into the fray, landing behind Hu Guojun. Their combined energies surged into Hu Guojun's back, causing the shield to double in size. Cheng Duo pulled his hands back, a brown energy sphere forming before him, the robust energy continuously merging into the sphere. Go. Cheng Duo thrust forward, the energy sphere hurtling toward Hu Guojun. The air itself seemed to solidify. Boom, boom, boom. Hu Guojun's body jerked violently, a mouthful of blood escaping him, while the two women behind him collapsed in agony. Without the power of the Jinwu sacred pearl, Hu Guojun was no match for Cheng Duo. "Sister, please help him." Liao frowned at Li Chuxingnan. "Do not fret, since he has aided you, I shall return this favor in due time, but now is not the right moment," Li Chuxingnan whispered. "Phantom steps," Hu Guojun roared, transforming into a blur, summoning his sword spirit for a swift strike, golden energy cleaving through the air. Mastiff King Sonic Wave. Cheng Duo lowered his head slightly. The tremendous howl forced everyone to cover their ears, as Hu Guojun raised his sword spirit to shield himself, executing a phantom step. In that fleeting moment, as the sword spirit shattered from the sonic wave, Hu Guojun swung his staff at Cheng Duo. Cheng Duo never anticipated that Hu Guojun would sacrifice his primordial spirit to attack him, and unable to evade in time, he was struck on the crown of his head. His protective refined energy shattered, yet he survived. A large bump formed on Cheng Duo's forehead, his vision swimming, and Shui rushed to support him. Had it not been for his insufficient cultivation, that blow could have cost Cheng Duo his life. A hint of astonishment flickered in Li Chuxingnan's eyes. With Hu Guojun's primordial spirit shattered, he suffered a tremendous backlash, spitting out blood and kneeling on one knee. "Young man, the Cheng family is not to be trifled with." Cheng Duo clutched his head, his eyes bloodshot, and struck out once more. Chapter 33. The Willow Leaf Sect. Cheng Duo unleashed a powerful strike, his energy surging forth. The force of his palm, emanating from the third layer of the Transcendence Realm, was lethal enough to claim Hu Guojun's life. In a flash, Li Chuxingnan moved like a shooting star, her long sword trembling in her grip as she executed a sweeping cut. The sword's aura surged violently, a glimmer of azure light slicing through the air, transforming into a delicate violet sword rainbow that descended, shattering Cheng Duo's palm. When a blue scorpion spirit emerged, its tail darting down with fierce precision, piercing through the energy shield that Cheng Duo had summoned, as streaks of azure light cascaded like flying swans. "Who are you?" Cheng Duo inquired, astonished. "Willow Leaf Sect, Li Chuxingnan," came a chilling voice from the air. "Willow Leaf Sect?" Cheng Duo's aged face twitched in shock. Li Chuxingnan landed before Hu Guojun, and with a swift flick of her sword, enveloped both of them in a formidable sword aura. "I shall ensure this man's safety," Li Chuxingnan declared coldly. "Retreat," Cheng Duo murmured. "What?" the other three questioned in confusion. "Flee quickly."
This individual possesses strength exceeding the third layer of the Transcendence realm. If we do not leave, we shall all perish, Chung Duo exclaimed in panic upon entering the Transcendence realm. The disparity in power between each layer was exceedingly vast. A fourth layer adept could effortlessly eliminate a third layer opponent. Hu Guojun, await your reckoning.
Cheng Zhaoheng spat venomously before turning to flee. At that moment, Li Ao descended from the rooftop, grinning. Li Gongzi, allow me to introduce my sister, the gatekeeper of the Willow Leaf sect in the holy capital.
Greetings, Sect Master Li. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention. Hu Guojun clasped his fists in respect.
Your earlier strike left a profound impression on me. To slay one of the renowned truly speaks to your exceptional prowess, Li Chushingnan replied, a flicker of amusement crossing her icy gaze.
Thank you for your recognition, Sect Master Li. Hu Guojun bowed with a smile. My sister is a peak expert of the fourth layer of the Transcendence realm. That old wretch Cheng Duo is no match for her. Li Ao chuckled.
Within the holy capital, there are no experts above the third layer of the Transcendence realm. Sect Master Li is indeed the foremost expert. To be the top expert merely requires a fourth layer of transcendence. Hu Guojun mused inwardly. The Willow Leaf sect, one of the four great sects of the Central Plains, alongside the Shentian sect and the Demon Spirit sect, ranks among the most powerful, alongside the Zhuke sect and the Dark Evil division.
Is the Willow Leaf sect truly coming to the holy capital? Hu Guojun pondered, intrigued. Indeed.
I have come at the behest of sect leader Lu Sanjian to serve as the branch leader in the holy capital, Li Chushingnan affirmed. Although the holy capital is esteemed as the capital, high-level martial arts and weapons are seldom seen, particularly, the primary reason being that Sangyan dynasty is in decline, with the aging Emperor Wang Hongxin gravely ill for years, and the royal family contemplating relocating to Tianchang, resulting in the holy capital gradually being neglected, causing various experts to shun it, she explained.
Currently, the branch has yet to commence construction, and funding remains insufficient. I must seek financial support.
I bid you farewell, Li Chushingnan said, clasping her fists.
Please hold on, Sect Master Li, may I inquire how much you currently lack? Hu Guojun asked.
5,000 spirit stones and 20. As for why Li Chushingnan did not seek financial assistance from Li Qingyun, it stemmed from her childhood experience of being favored less than her brother, leading to a strained father-daughter relationship. Eventually, at the age of 16, she departed from the Qixing Chamber of Commerce, coincidentally becoming a disciple under Lu Sanjian, which improved their relationship. Liao harbored great sympathy for his sister. Although their father-daughter bond was tenuous, their brother-sister relationship flourished.
Sect Master Li need not worry, I, Hu Guojun, shall cover this amount for you, he said with a smile, retrieving a cloud bracelet. What? You are willing to provide such a sum for my sister? Li Ao exclaimed in astonishment.
A drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Sect Master Li saved my life.
How could I not alleviate her urgent needs? Hu Guojun stated earnestly. Then I shall express my gratitude to you, young Master Hu, Li Chush. To consolidate the Willow Leaf sect's presence was essential to prevent the Cheng family from pursuing them further. I must hasten my cultivation, for only then can I dominate the four great families, Hu Guojun resolved inwardly. Chapter 34 A half-step transcendence in the holy capital, Qingfu. Today, I could have slain him, were it not for that accursed Luyi sect. Alas, Cheng Duo lamented, pressing ice against the large bump on his head. Father, are you aware that the Luyi sect is constructing a branch opposite the Xianhe Tower? Cheng Dai inquired. I am not only aware of this, but I also know that the Yu family has funded the Luyi sect in establishing this branch, and the leader of this branch is none other than the woman who rescued Hu Guojun yesterday. Cheng Duo gritted his teeth. In that case, does it not mean that the Yu family has rekindled ties with the Luyi sect? Shui remarked. You too, summon Dali and Daki back. I wish to convene a family meeting, Cheng Duo frowned. Asu command, Shui replied, bowing I in the holy capital, at the Yu residence. Hu Guojun sat cross-legged, arranging spirit stones to form an ascension array beside him. The spirit stones connected to form a five-pointed star, emitting beams of brilliant light, as if a celestial crane were descending upon the courtyard ascension. The radiant light from the numerous spirit stones converged into a golden beam that soared toward the boundless sky, as the immense energy gathered in Hu Guojun's dantian erupted, unblocking all his meridians. His brown eyes shone with two golden rays, while the spirit of his Shen iron sword expanded to twice its size. Damn it, the pinnacle of the condensation realm, Hu Guojun cursed. What terrible luck, I am but a half-step away from transcending. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, Hu Guojun rose, shaking his head. Transcending from the condensation realm to the transcendence realm is the first hurdle in the cultivation of qi, yet the leap from the transcendence realm to the pseudo-divine realm is an insurmountable chasm for most individuals throughout their lives. Ascending from the first to the third layer of the Transcendence realm has seen the heads of 4 families toil from their 50s into their 80s, it is likely they have missed their chance to ascend to the 4th layer of the Transcendence realm. Just this little bit, who knows how many spirit stones it would take to make up for that, Hu Guojun sighed, shaking his head. My son-in-law, Liao has come to see you. Yu Huichen entered. Has he come bearing gifts? Hu Guojun smiled inwardly. Allow him to enter. Hu Guojun responded, young Master Hu, I have a favor to ask, Liao exclaimed, fanning himself as he hurried over. Please, speak, young Master Li, Hu Guojun greeted with a smile. Have you just ascended? Liao inquired, observing the scattered remnants of spirit stones in the courtyard. Alas, do not mention it, I am merely a hair's breadth away from transcendence. Hu Guojun gestured with his hand. To slay someone in the Transcendence realm while in the Condensation realm, there is no one else in the Holy Capital, nor the entire Sangyan dynasty for that matter. If you were to enter the Transcendence realm, would it not be time to eliminate pseudo-divine experts? Liao chuckled. What jest is this, young Master Li? There are no pseudo-divine experts in the entire central domain. Where do you suggest I go to hunt one? Hu Guojun smirked. I am not jesting. I wish to marry your sister. I wonder if young Master Hu could assist me in this endeavor. Liao said with a sly smile, speaking softly. Hu Guojun stood before Liao, placing a hand on his shoulder, and replied with a grin, I can indeed assist you with this, but it must wait until after the Hu family competition in 7 days. Liao promptly expressed that as long as Hu Guojun was willing to help, time was of no concern. Does Gui harbor any feelings for you? I cannot be so unreasonable as to force a matter. Gui is my clan's sister, Hu Guojun remarked, belatedly realizing Gui was previously upset that I wanted to marry Chang Xiaomeng. I believe she still loves me, Hu Guojun asserted. Young Master Li need not worry. Once the matter is accomplished, simply bring spirit stones to express your gratitude to me. Hu Guojun grinned mischievously. This man is indeed thick-skinned, he speaks of money even before the task is done, Liao thought to himself. Next ascension, I shall depend on the 7-star commerce for these spirit stones, Hu Guojun mused inwardly. Chapter 35 of the Hu clan competition. 7 days later, in the courtyard of the Hu residence, Hu Xiaodong sat regally at the center, flanked by Hu Jiutian, Hu Jiulin, Hu Jiui, and Hu Jiuling. The younger members of the Hu family, led by Hu Guochun, were arranged on either side, with colorful banners fluttering and the sounds of drums and gongs resounding in the air. Chang Xiaohang and Xing Yuhao arrived as promised, while the Yu family sent Hu Guojun in their stead. To curry favor with the newly arrived Luyi sect, the Hu family even extended an invitation to Li Chushingdan. I hereby declare the clan competition to commence, Hu Xiaodong proclaimed as he rose to his feet. Hu Guochun swiftly ascended the stage, his Shen Tai sword soul summoned, with sword energy swirling around him, emanating an imposing aura. Below the stage, a robust young man, Hu Guoxing, the eldest son of Hu Jiui. He swung his fists, and behind him, the spirit of the wooden saber materialized, broad and sharp, casting chilling light. The saber spirit, a variant of the sword spirit, possessed even more ferocity in its attacks. I wager Hu Guochun will emerge victorious, Xing Yuhao remarked with a smile. I, too, place my bet on Hu Guochun, Hu Guojun replied with a calm smile. Chang Xiaohong shot a glance at Hu Guojun, choosing to remain silent. Hu family sword technique. Hu Guochun's eyes narrowed as the Xian Tai sword soul transformed into multiple soul swords, howling toward his opponent. A cleaving strike. The saber spirit quivered, its blade swelling, unleashing a fierce arc of light downward. The 2 soul swords intercepted the wooden saber spirit, while the remaining swords charged directly at Hu Guoxing. As the swords that blocked the saber shattered, the others struck the core of the wooden saber spirit, sending Hu Guoxing crashing to the ground. Even with the saber's formidable strength, it was futile against the onslaught, dissipating into nothingness. Hu Guochun fights with remarkable intelligence, Hu Guojun observed with a faint smile. If he were not clever, how could he claim the title of the Hu family's foremost genius? No, the true genius of the Hu family should be you, my brother-in-law, Xing Yuhao teased, narrowing his eyes with a grin. Guochun is victorious. Hu Xiaodong announced the outcome of the match. Hu Jiuling's eldest son, Hu Guerui, summoned the Xian Tai sword soul and ascended the stage, only to be defeated within 5 exchanges. Is there anyone else? Hu Guochun surveyed the crowd with an air of arrogance. There is me, Hu Guojun replied with a slight smile, rising to his feet. Hu Guochun's expression twitched, retreating a step. What, do I no longer count as a member of the Hu family? Hu Guojun inquired, casting a glance at Hu Xiaodong. Hu Xiaodong raised an eyebrow, pondering if it weren't for the need for spirit stones, other matters could be negotiated, as the Hu family possesses little of particular significance aside from wealth. Very well, grandfather agrees, Hu Xiaodong responded with a forced smile. At this moment, Hu Jiulin's face turned ashen, thinking bitterly, damn it, if even I am no match for him, how can my brother contend against him? Hu Guojun leaped onto the stage, summoning the Xian Tai sword soul, golden energy enveloping him as his sword body swelled.
Pure white essence surged forth from his being, rapidly swirling around the stage. The pinnacle of the ninth layer of the condensing essence realm, twin-born refining energy. Hu Xiaodong gasped, his eyes narrowing in astonishment. Hu Guochun was already sweating profusely, realizing the overwhelming disparity between the early and late stages of the condensing essence realm. Sword Soul, advance! Hu Guojun bellowed, the Sword Soul charging like a streak of light toward Hu Guochun. In a single exchange, Hu Guochun's soul was shattered, sending him flying off the platform.
Guochun has lost, do not make any moves.
Hu Xiaodong admonished as he rose.
Grandfather, do not worry, how could I possibly harm my brother Chun?
Hu Guojun replied with a smile. Lying on the ground, Hu Guochun's eyes reflected no trace of disdain toward Hu Guojun, only immense fear.
Speak, what is this matter you wish me to agree to?
Hu Xiaodong asked, frowning.
Allow Gui to marry Li Ao, Hu Guojun declared loudly. What?
Hu Xiaotong's face twitched in shock.
You beat Hu Guochun just to arrange for Li Ao to wed Gui?
The members of the Hu family exchanged glances, their eyes instinctively turning toward Li Chuxingnan. Flushed with embarrassment, she stammered, this matter has nothing to do with me. Meanwhile, Gui's face turned crimson as she glanced at Hu Guojun, her expression a mix of reproach and gratitude, for without Hu Guojun's intervention, her chances with Li Ao would have been slim.
Then let it be 3 days hence.
Gui shall be sent to the 7-star Chamber of Commerce, and I shall personally attend to bless young Master Li, Hu Guojun announced with a bow before turning to leave. The members of the Hu family were left in a state of disarray, and Hu Jiuling, Gui's father, wore a look of helplessness. While Li Ao's family background was indeed commendable, this marriage proposal came rather abruptly. Chapter 36 The true heir of wealth. Liu found Hu Guojun and fervently shook his shoulders, exclaiming with excitement, if it weren't for you this time, I would never have been able to marry Gui in this lifetime.
I am truly grateful to you, Master Hu, no, rather, Brother Hu.
Observing the incoherent Liu before him, Hu Guojun gently pushed him away and replied, there is no need for such fervor, young Master Li.
We are all friends and ought to assist one another, come with me.
Liu pulled Hu Guojun along. The two departed from the holy capital and arrived at the nearby Shangxian mountain, a place adorned with bizarre rock formations and towering ancient trees, shrouded in a misty haze. Birds flitted about, gathering twigs to dance in the air, while a winding stone path led to the mountain's summit.
This mountain truly resembles a paradise on earth. Hu Guojun marveled.
I did not bring you here merely to admire the scenery, but to present my token of gratitude. Liu replied with a mysterious smile, speaking softly. As they traversed the stone path deeper into the mountain, they eventually reached a quaint, antique building. Brother Hu, this is my home, Liu announced with a smile. Such a verdant bamboo-covered, antiquated structure must have cost a fortune, Hu Guojun remarked with a nod.
Brother Hu, you flatter me, Liu replied with a cupped fist gesture.
Liu led Hu Guojun to a room, forcefully unlocking the door, revealing 4 sturdy wooden doors before them. As Liu pushed open one of the doors, a blinding light burst forth, prompting both to shield their eyes. All the spirit stones in this room belong to you, Master Hu, Liu said with a raised eyebrow and a grin. Hu Guojun swallowed hard, gazing at the mountain of spirit stones before him, feeling slightly embarrassed.
All of these are for me?
Indeed, Liu confirmed with a nod. As Hu Guojun entered the room, he found that even a single cloud bracelet could not contain the abundance of spirit stones, and he stuffed several into his pockets, totaling 23,746 pieces.
Young Master Li, is the 7 Stars Chamber of Commerce truly that affluent? Hu Guojun asked in astonishment. Moderately so.
My father, Li Qingyun, manages the 7 Stars Chamber of Commerce, one of the 2 major chambers in the central region. My sister, Li Chuxingnan, is one of the 6 elite masters of the Willow Leaf sect and currently the branch leader in the holy capital. After my mother divorced my father, she established the Jade Lotus Chamber of Commerce, which is another significant chamber in the central region, Liu explained, scratching his head.
Your mother, is she Chu Lianqing?
Hu Guojun inquired, astonished. Yes, my mother and father had a tumultuous relationship, leading to their divorce 4 years ago. My mother subsequently founded the Jade Lotus Chamber of Commerce, competing with the 7 Stars Chamber of Commerce. However, she periodically sends me spirit stones for my cultivation, Liu said, frowning. Chu Lianqing is a renowned figure in the central region, the president of the Jade Lotus Chamber of Commerce, and possesses strength at the 3rd level of the Transcendence realm.
This is the true essence of a wealthy heir.
Hu Guojun mused inwardly. Initially, he intended to take advantage of the situation to exploit Liu, but he never anticipated Liu's significant background. Actually, I have an older brother named Li Cha, Leo said. Later, while accompanying my father to Tian City for supplies, he encountered an old man in a black robe who deemed him exceptionally gifted and sought to take him as a disciple. Initially, my father refused, but my brother secretly sought out the old man and subsequently disappeared for many years. Last year during the new year, he sent a letter stating that he is now the branch leader of the Nine Dragons City in the Soul Abyss, Leo recounted. Your family is truly remarkable, Hu Guojun remarked in astonishment. Of 5 family members, 4 are in the Transcendence realm, with influence spanning 2 major chambers and 2 powerful sections.
Such a family condition is rare in the entire Holy Capital and even the Central region.
Though my current life is affluent, it is far from joyous, Leo confessed, his tone somber.
Pray tell, Hu Guojun said as he sat beside Leo.
My family has been entirely shattered. My parents are divorced. While my father loves me, he is stubborn and interferes excessively in my personal life. He is well aware of my feelings for Guo Yi yet insists that I marry Chang Xiaomeng. My mother, due to her discord with my father, we have not seen each other for many years. She periodically sends people to deliver spirit stones and money to me, occasionally writing a few letters, Leo said, lowering his gaze. The poor have their sorrows, while the rich bear their own burdens.
How many truly joyful individuals exist in this world?
Hu Guojun mused, moved by the sentiment. The reason my sister came to the Holy Capital was that she felt my solitude and wanted to keep me company, so she insisted on becoming the branch leader here. In truth, the Willow Leaf sect did not wish to establish a branch in the Holy Capital, but they could not dissuade my sister. Lu Sanjian did not provide my sister with sufficient financial support, and unexpectedly, Brother Hu, you generously came to her aid in her time of need, Leo said with a wry smile. Had I known that young Master Li was this affluent, I would not have attempted to show off, Hu Guojun said with a bitter smile as he glanced at the mountain of spirit stones behind him. With my sister here, and with my brother not around, alas, Leo sighed deeply, his expression heavy. The Soul Abyss and the Willow Leaf sect are sworn enemies. Naturally, your brother will not come, Hu Guojun consoled him with a pat on the shoulder. Once I marry Gui Yi, I will retreat to this Shangxian mountain and strive to reach the Transcendence realm. Leo declared, his gaze resolute. Given your family's and siblings' talents, it should not be difficult for young Master Li to attain the Transcendence realm, Hu Guojun replied with a smile.
I must return home to attend to some family matters and cannot linger.
I hope young Master Li will forgive me,
Hu Guojun said, cupping his fists. Then we shall meet at the wedding.
Leo returned the gesture. Hu Guojun then turned, carrying the substantial spirit stones, and departed. On the journey back home, Hu Guojun pondered, this is the true essence of a wealthy heir. Chapter 37 In the emergence of crisis in the realm of spirits, at the headquarters of the demon spirit sect, within a grand hall adorned in dark blue hues, several lifeless bodies were pierced by iron chains, with crimson blood slowly trickling down the links. A massive, gray-black wolf pelt draped over a throne fashioned from bovine bones, and behind the throne hung an indigo banner emblazoned with a fearsome spirit eye in the center of the hall. A flickering flame danced feebly, its light struggling to stave off the pervasive, chilling malevolence that permeated the air. Several men, clad in black leather armor and donning masks of wicked spirits, were assaulting a towering, bare-chested man with skin the color of burnt sienna, their blades striking his flesh with enough force to spark, indicating the... Suddenly, the colossal man inhaled sharply, exhaling rapidly, his eyes half closed as a surge of black energy erupted forth, sending the surrounding black-clad men sprawling. Disciples pay their respects to Lord Yen, intoned a man in black robes, kneeling on one knee outside the hall. What troubles you? Inquired the giant, extending his arm, the black dragon tattoo coiling ominously upon it.
My father and grandfather have been slain. I seek vengeance for their deaths, the black-robed man replied through clenched teeth. Rise, commanded the giant gravely approaching the throne. The giant donned a black robe.
Is it true that someone in Holy Capital City possesses the power to slay transcendent masters? He mused as he settled into his seat. I have received a letter from a childhood companion. This individual has not only murdered my grandfather and father but also my 2 uncles. I shall feast upon his flesh and wear his skin, the black-robed man declared, brimming with fury. Guangron, our sect is in need of capable hands. There is no necessity for you to undertake this mission personally. I shall inform the Netherworld Soul Abyss and the Central Region to assist you in eliminating this foe, the giant asserted solemnly. I am most grateful, Lord Yen, the black-robed man bowed deeply. This black-robed man was Yu Guangron, the foremost prodigy of the Yu family, while the towering figure was Gu Erqi, the Lord Yen of the demon spirit sect. However, the true identity of the sect's leader remained a mystery, even to its own adherents. In the Central Region, at Nine Dragons City, within the branch of the Soul Abyss, a disciple knelt before the branch leader. Leader, the demon spirits. What significant individual could possibly warrant such a response from the demon spirit sect? Questioned a handsome man with flowing black hair, his brow furrowed in thought. Leader, we must not take the demon spirit sect's command lightly, lest the master of the abyss hold us accountable, interjected a man sporting a goatee, bowing respectfully. Very well, set forth immediately and ensure his demise. Bring back his head, the handsome man commanded fiercely. Understood, the goateed man replied, clasping his fists before transforming into a shadow as he sped towards the holy capital. This goateed man was Li Huan, the vice-leader of the Soul Abyss in Nine Dragon City. Though he appeared somewhat aged, he was merely 24 years old, possessing the pinnacle of the first layer of transcendent mastery. Transcendent masters can soar through the skies, and within less than an hour, Li Huan arrived in holy capital city. While traversing the streets, he seized a passerby and inquired, "Are you aware of a man named Hu Guojun residing in this city?" "Ah, young master Hu, of course, I'm aware. He is the one who killed the head of the Yu family, Yu Shirong. Yet he is regarded as the most formidable young man in our city," the individual exclaimed animatedly. "Do you know where he resides?" Li Huan asked, his voice low. "Indeed. Just continue straight, and when you reach a tavern called the Immortal Crane Pavilion, turn west, and you will arrive." The man gestured towards the west. "Thank you," Li Huan replied, slipping a handful of coins into the man's hand. "Hu Guojun, your head shall be mine," Li Huan muttered to himself, wrapping his cloak tightly around him as he made his way towards the Yu residence. Chapter 38. The weak overcoming the strong in the holy city, the Chang residence. "Grandfather, I have penned a letter to Yu Guangrong, detailing the circumstances of the Yu family. Hu Guojun should brace himself for the wrathful vengeance of the demon spirit sect," Chang Zhaohong proclaimed with a hearty laugh. "This time, even if Hu Guojun possess 3 heads and 6 arms, he shan't survive." Chang Duo chuckled while stroking his beard. The members of the Chang family wore expressions of cunning delight. Li Huan approached the gates of the Yu residence and addressed the steward at the entrance. "Summon Hu Guojun, I have matters to discuss with him." "Who are you?" "A nameless junior, young master who is not receiving visitors." The steward, noticing Li Huan clad in black and resembling a beggar, prepared to shoo him away. "I shall repeat myself, summon Hu Guojun," Li Huan spoke coldly. "Yelling, are we? You certainly have some audacity." The steward brandished a broom, intent on driving him away. In his swift motion, Li Huan grasped the steward by the forehead, and to everyone's astonishment, wisps of white smoke began to emanate from him, accompanied by a hissing sound, until the steward was reduced to mere ashes. "One should never be so arrogant when guarding the gates," Li Huan remarked, casting a glance at the remnants of the steward. "May I inquire who you are?" Hearing the steward's agonized cries, Hu Guojun emerged alongside Yu Iju. "The Soul Abyss has sent me, Li Huan, to collect your life," Li Huan declared icily. "The Soul Abyss? I have not offended them, why seek my life?" Hu Guojun questioned, perplexed. "The Soul Abyss requires no justification for death," Li Huan retorted with malice. "Wow, how bold you are, I find that intriguing," Hu Guojun replied with a sinister smile. "Even at death's door, you remain arrogant." With that, Li Huan summoned a surge of black energy. He soared into the air, and a 9-eyed wolf spider materialized behind him. "Poisonous spirit, witness my roasting of you." Hu Guojun smiled faintly, drawing his dragon-subduing staff. "Be cautious, my husband, this man exudes a formidable aura, undoubtedly a transcendent realm expert." Yu Iju warned, her brow furrowed. "Iju, step back. This individual possesses the ability to fly, indicating he is indeed of the transcendent realm. In the heat of battle, I cannot guarantee your safety," Hu Guojun gently urged, turning to her. A fierce glint flashed in Hu Guojun's eyes as golden energy surged forth. "Come and strike me," Li Huan challenged. "I am at the condensation realm, I cannot fly." Hu Guojun sneered. "What, has this brat truly slain a transcendent realm master?" Li Huan's eyelid twitched, pondering. "Veil of the heavenly poison." The wolf spider spirit quivered, unleashing a large net from its maw, an acrid odor wafting through the air. "It seems I must once again rely on the power of the golden crow's sacred pearl. However, how to ensnare him?" Hu Guojun mused. Hu Guojun summoned his Shen Tai sword spirit, channeling energy to propel it toward the spider's web, only for it to be repelled. Li Huan chuckled coldly, stating, "Enclose." The vast spider web suddenly contracted, ensnaring both Hu Guojun and the Shen Tai sword spirit. Hu Guojun activated his protective energy, fending off the poisonous intrusion, feigning incapacitation as he collapsed to the ground. Seeing Hu Guojun fall, Li Huan descended from the air, remarking, "That was effortless."
Li Huan drew a dagger, poised to sever Hu Guojun's head. Golden Crow Sacred Pearl.
Hu Guojun's eyes shot open, golden and white energy erupting simultaneously, creating a tremendous shockwave that, while insufficient to harm Li Huan, startled him nonetheless. The Golden Crow Sacred Pearl has appeared.
Hu Guojun unleashed a trident energy formation, trapping Li Huan.
As Li Huan prepared to summon his spiritual power, the Golden Crow Sacred Pearl emitted a searing golden light. Without the sacrifice, the wolf cannot be ensnared. Hu Guojun summoned his sword spirit, which descended from the void, cleaving Li Huan in twain with a single strike. Amidst the splattering blood, the Soul Abyss's 9 Dragon City branches' soul-summoning flagpole suddenly shattered.
What?
The branch leader, Li Cha, turned pale, rising with a face like death. The shattering of the soul-summoning flagpole indicated that the relevant personnel had perished. A ferocious expression crossed Li Cha's face as he crushed his teacup, slowly making his way out of the branch.
Chapter 39 I. Here you are half a step beyond detachment. In the Holy City, at the Yu residence, Yu Huaichen, with a furrowed brow, expressed his concern. Son, his memories of the Soul Abyss were scant. In the eyes of the Celestial Emperor, even the Demon Spirit sect was but an insignificant ant, and the Soul Abyss was even less worthy of attention. The master of the Soul Abyss, Ho Qianqi, is said to be at the late stage of the detachment realm, on the verge of entering the pseudo-divine realm. Before him, we are but mere dust. Yu Huaichen shook his head. How much stronger could a peak detachment realm practitioner be compared to my pinnacle of the condensation realm? Hu Guojun grinned mischievously. Son-in-law, do not jest. We cannot afford to offend even a mere branch leader of the Soul Abyss. Do not harbor any thoughts about the master. Yu Huaichen's agitation was palpable. Rest assured, even if Ho Qianqi were to come, I would pluck a few hairs from his head, Hu Guojun said, taking a sip of tea. My husband, it is said that the Chang family has written to Yu Guanrong. Yu Yizhu entered, announcing.
This letter could not have been penned by Hu Guochun nor by Xing Yuhao. It must be from Chang Zhaoheng. Since he is so intent on my demise, I shall preemptively eliminate him. Hu Guojun declared fiercely. What, you intend to take action against the Chang family? Yu Huaichen exclaimed in astonishment. That is a matter for you to concern yourself with no further, Hu Guojun replied, rising to depart. At the Chui Xian Tower, Hu Guojun strode in, and the attendant hurried to attend to him. Summon the person in charge, Hu Guojun commanded coldly. The attendant hesitated, not daring to provoke Hu Guojun, and promptly fetched the person in charge. The person in charge was none other than Shui Yi, the teacher of Chang Zhaoheng. Master Hu, what brings you here? Shui Yi inquired, furrowing his brow. Your disciple has committed a grave error. What do you propose we do about it? Hu Guojun replied in a somber tone. Shui, taken aback, swiftly understood the purpose of Hu Guojun's visit, and those targeted by the Demon Spirit sect have little hope of survival. The Demon Spirit sect has sent people from the Soul Abyss to kill me. What a pity, Hu Guojun shook his head. What a pity about what? Shui Yi asked. A pity that I cleaved him in two, leaving not even a whole corpse behind, Hu Guojun remarked with a click of his tongue. Shui Yi was taken aback, instinctively stepping back. Can you guess why I have come to Chui Xian Tower? Hu Guojun's voice turned icy, the Xian Tai sword soul already summoned forth. Shui Yi realized that Hu Guojun's intent was to eliminate him as a warning to the Chang family. His body trembled, and he drew a pair of ancient bronze hammers from his cloud bracelet. Behind him, the giant crocodile's spirit manifested, its deep green scales as impenetrable as iron, its massive jaws agape, fangs bared, and a foul stench emanating. A tempestuous wind akin to a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant surged forth as the two hammers approached Hu Guojun's head with alarming speed. With a sweep of his staff, Hu Guojun slid backward, leaping into the air to bring down the dragon-slaying staff. The staff's momentum descended like a flying swan, forcing Shui Yi to raise his hammers in defense. With a resounding clang of metal colliding, Shui Yi was unexpectedly forced back several steps. You little rascal, where do you draw such immense strength from? Shui Yi exclaimed in surprise. While I may not possess such strength, I can harness the power of refined energy. Hu Guojun replied with a grin. Harnessing refined energy? Shui Yi gasped, inhaling sharply. The ability to infuse refined energy into a weapon could only stem from two possibilities, either a breakthrough to the detachment realm or a weapon of at least the lower tier of Tiangang. Observing the black staff in Hu Guojun's hand, Shui Yi could not believe it to possess any tiered quality. It merely appeared sturdier than most. Could it be that Hu Guojun had already entered the detachment realm? Shui Yi had no time for further contemplation, as Hu Guojun's Xian Tai sword soul manifested as phantoms, launching an attack. In an instant, all the tables and chairs behind Shui Yi shattered, the damage incalculable, while the onlookers remained unscathed. Shui, unable to afford the luxury of concern, summoned the power of his spirit as the giant crocodile opened its massive jaws to engulf Hu Guojun whole.
Ah, I thought you were formidable. Shui Yi laughed heartily.
As Hu Guojun entered the belly of the giant crocodile's spirit, Shui Yi began to digest his body with the power of his spirit, the gastric acids flowing forth. Due to his insufficient cultivation, Hu Guojun could only simplify the casting process of this technique. Streams of refined energy shot forth as he concentrated them into a sphere. The gastric acid in the refined energy. Hu Guojun emerged from the crocodile's maw, landing on the ground, albeit with minor injuries. The giant crocodile's spirit, however, was not so fortunate and exploded into fragments. The backlash from the shattering of the spirit seizing the opportunity, Hu Guojun struck with his staff, and Shui Yi, unable to evade, was sent flying, his ribs fracturing.
How can your offensive rhythm be so fluid? Shui Yi exclaimed in astonishment.
In battles of equal strength or when the weaker overcomes the stronger, the tempo of the attack must be swift.
A slow pace merely grants the opponent an opportunity, does it not?
Hu Guojun replied somberly, placing a foot upon Shui Yi's chest. With Hu Guojun's weight pressing down, another spurt of blood erupted from Shui Yi's throat.
I hear you have already reached half a step into detachment? A fierce glint shone in Hu Guojun's eyes. Is that a question you do not already know the answer to? Shui Yi closed his eyes defiantly. Shui Yi did not fear death, but he did not wish to die in utter humiliation. The Celestial Emperor's defeat of the Demon Clan, instilling dread in the 4 Holy Kings and the 6 Divine Lords, surely did not rely on benevolence. Hu Guojun drew a dagger, a flash of white light cutting through the air as he severed Shui Yi's Achilles tendon, blood gushing forth. Shui Yi writhed in agony, struggling as he gasped, "Kill me! Hu Guojun, those who oppose me shall perish, whether to follow or oppose, you shall choose for yourselves." Hu Guojun tossed out this final proclamation as he departed from the Chui Xian Tower. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, their scalps tingling and cold sweat trickling down their backs. Chapter 40. A noteworthy event in the holy capital, Qingfu. What? Shui Yi has been slain by Hu Guojun, Cheng Duo exclaimed in alarm, rising to his feet. "Father, I just visited Chui Xian Lu, and when I arrived, Shui Yi's tendons had been severed, and his blood had long since drained away," Cheng De replied, shaking his head. "Could it be that Zhao Heng's correspondence with Yu Guangrong has been exposed?" Cheng Dali mused, furrowing his brow. Master, I have heard that the assassin sent by the Soul Abyss was cleaved in two by Hu Guojun." A flustered servant rushed in, breathless. My heavens, what manner of fiend is this Hu Guojun? Cheng Duo's face went pale as he sank heavily into the grand chair. "Zhao Heng, you should refrain from venturing outside for the time being," Cheng De said somberly. The entire Cheng family is engulfed in trepidation. I am the spirit realm, at the headquarters of the Vermilion Bird sect. A strikingly beautiful woman knelt before a grand phoenix-headed bed, draped in layers of pink satin. "Speak, what has transpired?" A voice, sultry and enchanting, emanated from behind the red veil. Reporting to the sect master, the maidservant respectfully stated, "I have heard that the Soul Abyss sent a deputy leader to the holy capital to assassinate a man named Hu Guojun, but he was instead killed by him. I have also heard that not long ago, the Willow Leaf sect has also taken residence in the holy capital. I wonder if this is related to the actions of the Soul Abyss." The alluring voice continued. "I am unaware of that," the maidservant replied in a subdued tone. "Hong Yang, you shall make a trip to the holy capital and investigate thoroughly for me." A delicate hand, as pure and white as jade, parted the red silk, revealing an unparalleled beauty clad in a scarlet gown, her eyes sparkling with spring water and her brows resembling the tips of willow branches. "I shall obey," the maidservant declared, clasping her hands in respect. With that, the maidservant swiftly rose, vanishing like a flash of pink light. I am the spirit realm, at the headquarters of the Dark Evil Division. A somber blue structure lay beneath a mountain, shrouded in perpetual darkness. Within the damp and shadowy environment, several centipedes scurried through the withered leaves. A tall man donned in blue brocade armor, with a saber at his waist, entered the blue building. "I pay my respects to the evil king," he said, kneeling on one knee. A silver-haired man, clad in a black cloak with a piercing, ferocious gaze, was polishing a silver sword, the body of a slain individual still radiating residual heat on the ground. "What is the matter?" the silver-haired man inquired coldly. "The deputy leader of the Soul Abyss's Jiulong City branch has been killed in the holy capital," the tall man replied in a hushed tone. "Oh, how intriguing! I have heard whispers of this matter. You shall travel to the holy capital and investigate what precisely has occurred there," the silver-haired man said with a sinister smile as he sheathed his sword. "Yun Bat, you have your orders," the tall man proclaimed. With that, he rose, and a massive black-purple bat spirit, with a wingspan of several meters and fangs bared, appeared behind him. He leaped into the air and vanished into the horizon. Outside the holy capital, Li Cha, clad in black, rode a white steed into the city, taking residence in the Immortal Crane Inn. Standing before the window, he gazed at the under-construction branch of the willow leaf sect across the way, murmuring, "Sister, it has been a long time." The door to the guest room swung open, and Liao appeared. "Brother," he greeted. "It has indeed been a long while," Li Cha replied, a hint of warmth surfacing in his icy gaze. Liao gently closed the door, smiling. "Brother, has it been a few years?" "Yes," Li Cha nodded slightly, loosening his long black robe from his shoulder. The two brothers stood at the window, their gazes locked in silence for an extended period. "I hear that Hu Guojun is your friend?" Li Cha inquired. "Indeed, I owe my engagement to Guiyi to his assistance," Liao affirmed with a nod. "Is it Hu Guiyi from the Hu family?" Li Cha asked, placing a hand on Liao's shoulder. "Yes," Liao replied with a grin. "And make time for me to meet my sister-in-law," Li Cha suggested, revealing a rare smile. "Certainly," Liao agreed readily. "However, I must kill Hu Guojun." Li Cha's smile vanished, replaced by a cold tone. "Why?" Liao asked, astonished. "Because he killed my deputy leader and has offended someone he can never provoke in his lifetime," Li Cha explained, furrowing his brow. "Who?" Liao questioned. "The demon spirit cult," Li Cha replied grimly. Liao's mouth fell open in shock, rendered speechless for a long time. Chapter 41. Surrounded by powerful foes. "Brother, are you truly intent on killing him?" Liao inquired, his brow furrowed. Within the realm of spirit cultivation, the sect of demonic cultivation regards even the abyss of lost souls and the dark evil sect with deference, let alone the lesser sects, Li Cha lamented with a bitter smile. Seeing that Li Cha's resolve to kill was unwavering, Liao chose not to press further. After indulging in wine and reminiscing, the night had fallen, cloaked in silence, prompting Liao to excuse himself. He hurriedly made his way to the Yu residence, knocking on the door and forcefully pushing aside the servant who attempted to obstruct his entrance. "What brings young Master Li here?" Xing Yulu emerged from the courtyard. "Miss Yulu, where is your husband? I have urgent matters to discuss," Liao exclaimed with urgency. "I shall fetch him at once, please wait, young Master Li," Xing Yulu responded before turning to depart. Moments later, a perspiring Hu Guojun, hastily donning his shirt, rushed towards Liao. "What business do you have with me, young Master Hu?" Liao inquired, his brow knitted in confusion. "That is of no concern to you. What brings you here?" Hu Guojun replied awkwardly. "Young Master Hu, my brother has been ordered by the Abyss of Lost Souls to kill you," Liao stated with desperation. "Are you suggesting I should show mercy to your brother's subordinates?" Hu Guojun chuckled. Upon hearing this, Liao placed a hand on his forehead, exclaiming, "You are undoubtedly no match for my brother. Do not jest, young Master Hu." "Is your brother truly that formidable?" Hu Guojun asked with a smirk. "Not just formidable. He is likely unparalleled throughout the entire holy capital." Liao gestured emphatically. "Oh, is he truly that impressive?" Hu Guojun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Is there any doubt?" Liao's anxiety was palpable. Unbeknownst to them, atop the roof of the Yu residence, a woman clad in red observed their every movement. Concealed in the adjacent room, a man lurked, his gaze fixed menacingly on the Yu household. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Xianhe Tower, Li Chushingnan, her waist adorned with a sword, was also watching the Yu residence from a distance. In a guest room of the Xianhe Tower, a pair of icy eyes stared out at the Yu residence. "Brother, you remain ever so loyal to your principles," she mused. These four individuals were masters from the Zhuke sect, the Dark Evil sect, the Liuye sect, and the Abyss of Lost Souls. No sooner had Liao departed than two shadowy figures leapt towards him from the rooftop. Li Chushingnan soared through the air, like a fleeting specter, positioning herself before a woman who sought to intercept Liao. "Stay your hand," Li Chushingnan intoned gravely. "Is that the voice of Li Chushingnan from the Liuye sect?" the woman queried. "It isn't. May I inquire as to your esteemed name?" Li Chushingnan replied coldly. "Zhuke sect, Hong Yang," the woman clasped her fists in greeting. "Your reputation precedes you," Li Chushingnan returned the gesture. "He is my brother, I implore you not to harbor ill intentions towards him," Li Chushingnan assessed the woman before her. As they spoke, a ghostly figure had already pursued Liao. Just as the pursuer was about to close in on him, another shadow diverted their attention. "Stay your hand," Li Cha's eyes glinted coldly as he spoke. "And I kindly request that you cease your pursuit," Li Cha urged softly. Both the Zhuke sect and the Liuye sect are esteemed sects of divine cultivation, and their amicable relations led Hongyang to abandon her intentions towards Liao after Li Chushingnan's counsel. Likewise, the Dark Evil sect and the Abyss of Lost Souls share a mutual alliance, and Zhang Yunfu naturally would not disregard Li Cha's wishes. It had been quite some time since the four major sects had signed From this day forth, no one in the Yu household is to venture outside. Hu Guojun observed the rooftops, his voice low and serious. Just as Li Ao arrived at the foot of the holy Shan mountain, he was intercepted. Caught between affection and trepidation for his sister, Li Ao recounted the entire affair without omission. Chapter 42. Narrow escape at the residence of Li Ao, situated on the sacred mystic mountain. A tense conversation unfolded. Since the soul abyss is about to take action, my Liuye sect cannot remain idle. With that, Li Chushingnan unsheathed her treasured sword and soared away on her blade. By noon the following day, Li Chushingnan returned to Li Ao's residence, urging him to accompany her into the city. What purpose lies in entering the city? Li Ao questioned. You shall wait at the Yu residence. This will give Richard cause for hesitation, she replied, leaping gracefully and vanishing without a trace. Liao, scratching his head in confusion, proceeded towards the Yu residence. At that moment, Hu Guojun was meditating in the courtyard, and everything at the Yu residence appeared normal, save for the tightly— It is I, Li Ao. Li Ao not. Let him in, commanded Hu Guojun. As Li Ao entered, he hastily seized a cup of tea from the stone table, only to scald himself in the process. Why do you appear in such disarray, young Master Li? Hu Guojun inquired, frowning. My elder brother intends to kill you. My sister has sent me to ensure your safety, Li Ao gasped, breathless. Within the celestial crane pavilion, Richard's frosty gaze remained fixed upon the Yu residence, dark energy swirling rapidly within him. The sinister eyes of the Zhuke sect's dark evil division were also watching the movements of the Yu family from afar. The sun gradually sank below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow across the sky. A shroud of death seemed to envelop the Yu residence, instilling fear in all its inhabitants. At midnight, an eerie silence descended upon the Yu residence, illuminated by 4 orange lanterns casting a warm hue. A powerful aura began to permeate the area, as a colossal shadow loomed over the lantern's warm light. Richard appeared like a specter in the courtyard of the Yu residence, a glinting long knife reflecting the moonlight, creating a shadow of impending doom. Have you arrived? A palpable malice swept through the air in the shadows. Li Ao watched nervously as the two faced off with a swift motion. Richard's knife unleashed a fierce blade of light, resembling a meteor streaking across the moonlit sky. Hu Guojun retaliated, his staff clashing against Richard's blade, resulting in a muffled thud as Hu Guojun's hands trembled from the impact. A torrent of dark energy surged forth, enveloping Richard's knife. I shall claim your head within 3 moves. Richard declared icily. With a flick of his wrist, a crimson wind blade surged toward Hu Guojun, the force so powerful it shattered the tiles from the roof of the Yu residence. The aura of someone at the 4th level of transcendence was far superior to that of Hu Shurong and his peers at the 3rd level. As a formidable sect of the demonic path, the Soul Abyss excelled in martial prowess, able to dominate even equally matched adversaries, let alone someone at the pinnacle of the condensation realm. Hu Guojun executed the shadow step, narrowly evading the lethal wind blade and positioning himself behind Richard, ready to strike with his staff. Black Gold Scorpion! Richard bellowed, conjuring a massive black gold scorpion whose deadly tail swept toward Hu Guojun. He raised his staff to block the blow, but was soon sent flying as Richard disappeared into thin air. Soul Reaping Slash! Richard's knife flicked, summoning a colossal white blade of light that howled downward. At that moment, a purple sword rainbow descended with a thunderous roar, intercepting Richard's fatal strike from afar. This person has been spared by the Liuye sect. Li Chushingnan appeared in mid-air. Enemies of the demonic path, such as the magic spirit cult, found allies in the divine sects like Liuye. You cannot dictate this. Richard growled ominously behind him. The giant scorpion swung a green scorpion, its body elongated, emerged to counter the black gold giant's ferocious assault. The clash of their immense spiritual forces shattered every window in the Yu residence. Shangnan, I bear no intention of harming you. Do not make this difficult for me. Richard shouted in anger. Brother, do not blame Shangnan for her lack of compassion, Li Chushingnan declared, drawing her treasured sword with a solemn tone. Sister, brother, please cease your fighting. Li Ao exclaimed as he rushed forward from the side. Begone! Adult conflicts are no concern of children, they shouted in unison. Liao pouted in frustration, remaining silent. Chapter 43. The chaotic battle. Li Chushingnan's body trembled, and in an instant, she vanished into the void. With a flick of her azure sword, she conjured a series of ethereal blades that materialized in midair, cascading down like majestic swans. At this moment, the entire Yu residence glowed as brightly as day. A dark crimson blade of light, stretching several dozen meters, surged forth with a piercing howl, creating ripples of air wherever its edge passed. The spirit combat, the two individuals simultaneously fused with their own spirits, elongated scorpion tails protruding from their backs, their curved blades trembling ominously in the wind, glinting with a chilling radiance. As their weapons clashed, their tails intertwined in a deadly dance, a colossal force surged through the Yu residence. The battle transcended the earthly realm. Hua Guojun, prepare to meet your end. A furious roar echoed.
A shadow materialized before Hu Guojun, brandishing a blade. Startled, Hu Guojun fell back, while Xing Yulu and Yuizhu drew their weapons, ready to retaliate. A wave of black malevolence surged forth, binding the two women's bodies in place. What? They exclaimed in shock. As the dark energy swirled, a man emerged, the emissary of the Dark Evil Division, Zhang Yunfu, addressing Hu Gongzi with a sinister smile.
What do you intend to do? Hu Guojun demanded.
Zhang Yunfu's expression darkened as he unsheathed his blade, a flash of white light illuminating the air, the blade aimed directly at Hu Guojun's throat. Hu Guojun hastily dodged, drawing his dragon-subduing staff. At that moment, a crimson light soared into the sky, and a strikingly beautiful woman appeared before them. The Dark Evil Division is here to kill, yet you dare not consult the Zhuke sect, the enchanting woman remarked with a smile. Zhang Yunfu snorted disdainfully, shaking his blade as a brilliant white light erupted from the scabbard. A torrent of white brilliance, accompanied by a surge of gray-blue energy, rushed forward. The beautiful woman furrowed her brow and leaped into the air, drawing forth a slender red sword. Red energy erupted forth, and behind her, dozens of fiery energy swords manifested, their scorching waves surging in all directions. Let us go, the woman commanded in a low voice. The fiery energy swords descended, and a massive bat unfurled its wings, appearing before Zhang Yunfu, absorbing all the energy blades. Who approaches? Zhang Yunfu roared in fury. Zhuke sect, Hong Yang, the woman replied coldly. Yu Huaichen gazed at the four figures clashing in the air and murmured, to witness the chaotic battle among the Zhuke sect, Liuya sect, the Soul Abyss, and the Dark Evil Division in my lifetime is truly remarkable.
It turned out that the Liuya sect had issued relevant orders to protect Hu Guojun.
Following the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, the Zhuke sect had also been instructed to safeguard Hu Guojun, naturally leading the Dark Evil Division to assist the Soul Abyss in eliminating him. In the spirit realm, atop the Wanshan Mountain, Xiantian sect stood amidst towering peaks, shrouded in mist like a celestial garment. Ethereal and light ancient trees thrived stubbornly from the crevices of the rocks, while white cranes glided gracefully through the mountains. Atop the peak stood a magnificent and sacred structure, intricately carved with the words Xiantian sect. Is the holy capital already bustling with activity? An elder, exuding an aura of wisdom, inquired softly. It is said that this individual, possessing the cultivation of the condensation realm, has slain 2 transcendental experts and is also a dual-born refiner. Rumor has it that he possesses a golden orb capable of taking lives, a beautifully attired woman in green replied. I am most curious about this person, we must ensure his safety, the elder nodded in agreement. This individual has provoked the demon spirit sect. Should we act recklessly? The woman furrowed her brow. This matter cannot be handled directly by the Xiantian sect. Let the leaders of the Liuya sect and Zhuke sect take charge and personally assess the situation in the holy. You must immediately convey a message to Yun Xingyi. This person must be kept alive, the elder instructed. Understood, the woman replied with a bow. At the Zhuke sect's headquarters, a woman knelt and declared, Who exactly is this young man of the Hu family? A woman in red mused, her delicate brows furrowing. I do not know, the messenger replied, lowering her head. The red-clad woman stepped forward with graceful strides towards the door, and before long, she vanished without a trace. Chapter 44 The Lord of the Vermilion Bird Gate. The 4 individuals had battled throughout the night, while Hu Guojun and the others observed without respite. Aren't they exhausted? Yu Huaicheng inquired, perplexed. Why not ask them yourself? Hu Guojun replied with a shake of his head. Forget it, I wish to live a few more years, Yu Huaicheng gestured dismissively. At this moment, the corners of the 4 fighters' mouths were stained with blood, as the evenly matched contenders found it difficult to determine a victor in such a brief span. Those who wish to live, depart swiftly, a voice resonated from the heavens, imbued with a spectral tone. The sound seemed capable of piercing through the void. Such penetrating resonance suggests ill intentions from the arrival, Zhang Yunfu remarked. Withdraw at once, Li Cha frowned. With that, Lian Zheng swiftly transformed into shadows and vanished. Liao slumped on the ground, utterly fatigued, and grumbled, Young Master Hu, it seems you ought to express your gratitude to the one above. Suddenly, Hong Yang knelt on one knee and proclaimed, This servant pays respects to the Lord of the Vermilion Bird Gate, one of the 4 great sects of the Central Domain, had graced the holy capital above. The sky was awash in a crimson hue, as a cascade of red clouds descended, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. A celestial maiden approached, gliding gracefully like a lotus flower. Li Chushingnan of the Willow Leaf Gate pays respects to the Lord of the Clouds. Li Chushingnan bowed deeply. There's no need for formalities, Yun Xini replied softly. Who is Hu Guojun? She inquired, sweeping her gaze across the assembly.
I am. Hu Guojun swallowed hard. This woman is truly enchanting.
I would like to marry her, he mused inwardly. Yun Xini cast a sidelong glance at Hu Guojun but remained silent. I have spared the individual, yet the next course of action remains uncommunicated. I have matters to discuss with young Master Hu, Yun Xini commanded coldly. The two complied without hesitation and exited. Hu Guojun led Yun Xini into the courtyard, gesturing for her to take a seat on a grand armchair. The overwhelming aura emanating from her made him feel breathless, akin to a mortal standing before a deity. Yun Xini's eyes, as cold as water, sent a shiver down Hu Guojun's spine. Young Master Hu, please elude. His grandson, Yu Guangron, seeks vengeance against me, prompting the demon spirit sect to instigate an attack through the soul abyss, Hu Guojun explained. Yu Guangron? No wonder, Yun Xini nodded thoughtfully.
What of this Yu Guangron? What is his background? Hu Guojun probed.
This individual cultivates a form of energy best suited for the demonic path, an ethereal black energy. He was discovered by the spies of the demon spirit sect in his youth and ultimately taken in as a disciple by the Lord of Hell. He has now ascended to the position of left protector within the demon spirit sect, Yun Xini elucidated. Hu Guojun summoned his energy, golden tendrils swirling forth. Faced with a powerhouse like Yun Xini, there was no need for him to hold back.
What? Golden energy? Yun Xini raised an eyebrow, astonished.
Lord Xini, you flatter me, Hu Guojun replied with a smile. Indeed, young Master Hu possesses remarkable qualities. No wonder the Xian Tian sect has tasked me with your protection, Yun Xini remarked, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. I also suspect you may be unwell, Hu Guojun said with a mysterious grin. Yun Xini's brows furrowed sharply as she turned her gaze toward him. Could he possibly see through her?
She pondered. You have lingered at the 9th tier of the Transcendence realm for quite some time, have you not?
What does this boy intend to achieve? Yun Xini mused inwardly. Lord Xini, if you trust me, we might find a private moment to converse, Hu Guojun murmured. Chapter 45 of the support. Very well, Yun Xini replied with a slight nod. Rising from her seat, she strode into the chamber, with Hu Guojun closely trailing behind. Just as the two entered the room, a crimson wall of qi surged up from the ground, isolating them from the outside world.
How did you know I was feeling unwell? Yun Xini inquired, her brow furrowed.
Remove your lip balm, and allow me to examine you, Hu Guojun chuckled.
Yun Xini's delicate brows knitted tightly as she whispered, what do you intend to do? What is this young man scheming?
She pondered to herself. Hu Guojun produced a handkerchief and softly said, it's clean.
Let me see after you wipe off the lip balm.
Taking the handkerchief, Yun Xini hesitated for a moment before deciding to remove the balm, her once rosy lips turning ashen in an instant. The pain of backlash feels as though a myriad of ants are gnawing at your heart. You must have endured considerable suffering over the years, Hu Guojun remarked mysteriously.
What? How do you know I am plagued by such torment? Yun Xini exclaimed, astonished.
At your age, this is not merely a product of your own strength.
Hu Guojun's tone suddenly escalated. I am already 32,
you have practiced with an object imbued with formidable elemental power. Hu Guojun exclaimed. Yun Xini was taken aback, realizing that this individual is indeed extraordinary. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved a necklace adorned with a crimson fire phoenix, emanating a radiant red light.
Hu Guojun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Isn't this the Shangtian fire phoenix?
Yun Xini was momentarily stunned, her brow furrowing. Shangtian fire phoenix, it was an ornament carried by the great deity of the fire division, yet it fell to the mortal realm during the war of gods and demons, and it has somehow found its way into my possession.
This is no ordinary item. Hu Guojun spoke in a conspiratorial tone. Continue.
This object is an ornament of the fire division deity. By utilizing it for cultivation, you can swiftly enhance your internal strength, and given your innate talent, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger, Hu Guojun explained with a smile. Interesting, Yun Xini said, covering her face as she chuckled. Hu Guojun extracted a spirit stone from Yun Zhua, golden qi swirling into the stone. Gold conquers wood, wood conquers earth, earth conquers water, water conquers fire, fire conquers gold, he elucidated.
The 5 elements? Yun Xini frowned.
This fellow must be a great deceiver, she inwardly scorned.
Look. The spirit stone in Hu Guojun's hand emitted a blue glow.
In the future, by harnessing the power of the water spirit stone, come, try drawing from it. Hu Guojun offered the blue-glowing spirit stone to Yun Xini. Skeptical, she tentatively drew from the stone, her expression shifting to one of astonishment.
For the first time in many years, I have not endured the searing pain of flames, Yun Xini declared.
Rising, she turned to Hu Guojun, saying, you are truly a prodigy. Hu Guojun replied with a grin, I am grateful for your recognition, Leader Qingyi. I advise you, however, to refrain from using that necklace in the future. Hu Guojun's tone suddenly turned somber.
Why? Yun Qingyi asked.
Otherwise, you shall perish, Hu Guojun warned gravely.
What? Yun Qingyi frowned.
Though this object accelerates your internal cultivation, it will also scorch your body, Hu Guojun murmured.
Is that truly the case? Yun Qingyi pressed. Have you not realized how uncomfortable your body has been over the years? Hu Guojun remarked, his brow knitted. Is there any way to reverse this? Yun Qingyi inquired.
That, I will tell you later, but you must agree to one condition, Hu Guojun said, extending a finger and gesturing. Chapter 46 Epiphany. Hu Guojun picked up an apple from the table and sliced it in half, revealing a star-shaped core within. Yun Qingyi raised an eyebrow and softly inquired, What is your intention, young Master Hu? The reason why the majority of sentient beings lead lives of mediocrity is that most individuals adhere strictly to conventions. While countless souls draw upon the power of spirit stones, few return the favor. Spirit stones are gifts from the Creator, and an unending desire for acquisition without reciprocity is a primary cause of the demise of many who are ultimately consumed by their greed. It is akin to how many are oblivious to the star within the apple, Hu Guojun remarked quietly. Yun Qingyi gazed incredulously at the youthful Hu Guojun, who appeared to be just in his 20s, and softly said, To enhance internal strength through external means, though it may yield swift results, contravenes the natural order of development.
In truth, it also diminishes my lifespan? Hu Guojun nodded slightly, remaining silent. Is there still a chance for reversal in my current condition? Yun Qingyi, you have already been severely eroded by intense fire energy. You require an abundance of spirit stones rich in water elements for nourishment. I have also demonstrated the method to locate water spirit stones. As for medicinal treatments, they no longer hold efficacy for your level of cultivation, Hu Guojun stated. However, that method is ultimately too slow, Yun Qingyi replied despondently. Water spirit stones can be found in the roaring azure sea, the babbling brooks of the mountains, or near the hidden springs underground. This search must be undertaken by you, Hu Guojun said, turning away. Such a quest for spirit stones will deplete considerable human and material resources, hindering the development of my Zhuge sect, Yun Qingyi remarked with a frown. Certainly, you need not proceed in this manner. The simplest solution would be to eliminate your inner demons, Hu Guojun replied gravely. The term inner demon struck Yun Qingyi like a heavy hammer against her chest. Her relentless pursuit of absolute power had clouded her reason, leading to her current state. Beneath her resplendent exterior lay a shell of profound anguish. Of the pain of being consumed was akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at her heart, searing her with flames. The quest for power, leading to obsession, is a tale as old as time, and ultimately, she too would become one of them. Hu Guojun's words were enlightening for Yun Qingyi. She trembled violently, tears streaming down her face. For over a decade, her relentless pursuit of absolute power had subjected her to heart-wrenching torment, and while her internal strength surged, it simultaneously drained her vitality. The moment she broke through to the pseudo-divine realm might very well coincide with her demise. Hu Guojun had indeed saved her life. Thank you, young Master Hu, for your guidance. Yun Qingyi unexpectedly bowed deeply to Hu Guojun. From now on, you shall be the esteemed guest of my Zhuge sect, she expressed with gratitude. I merely seek your assistance in a matter, Hu Guojun replied with a faint smile. You may speak freely, Yun Qingyi encouraged. I ask you to help me eliminate one person, Hu Guojun said quietly. Who? Yun Qingyi inquired. Cheng Duo. A glint of hostility flickered in Hu Guojun's eyes. Why? Yun Qingyi asked, somewhat perplexed. The Cheng family has written to the demon spirit sect, requesting Yu Guangrong to kill me. Does the sect leader not think he deserves to die? Hu Guojun spoke in a low tone. Yun Qingyi regarded Hu Guojun before her, astonished by the aura emanating from someone so young, which even made her, a ninth-layer adept, feel a sense of trepidation. I shall assist with this task, Yun Qingyi nodded resolutely. Given that the Cheng family had colluded with the demon spirit sect, she, Yun Qingyi, had ample justification to take action, for the divine sects must not indulge in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. By noon tomorrow, I hope to see Cheng Duo's head roll, Hu Guojun said with a sinister smile. Agreed, Yun Qingyi nodded slightly, her tone grave. Chapter 47. The catastrophe of the Cheng family and the defection of Hu Xing. The following noon, clad in resplendent snow-white attire, Yun Qingyi trailed closely behind Hu Guojun. Within the Cheng residence, the Cheng family reveled in merriment and libations. Suddenly, the grand doors burst open as Hu Guojun strode into the Cheng estate with formidable presence. What brings you here? Cheng Duo inquired, his countenance darkening as he questioned sternly. What brings me here?
To take your life, Hu Guojun replied in a low, grave tone. Rising from his seat, Cheng Duo twisted his corpulent form, a surge of brown spiritual energy radiating fiercely from him.
Is that so? Cheng Duo retorted ominously.
I have a companion whose prowess in claiming your life is akin to plucking a flower from a garden, Hu Guojun remarked with a subtle smile.
Ah, such arrogance.
In the entire holy capital, no one has yet appeared capable of slaying me with such ease, Cheng Duo laughed, dismissing the claim. Today, she shall make her appearance, Hu Guojun declared coldly. Cheng Duo scrutinized Hu Guojun before him, failing to discern any trace of this so-called companion. The brown royal mastiff's primordial spirit had already manifested, an acrid scent wafting through the air. Cheng Duo drew a long blade from the cloud bracelet, the blade quivering as a white wind blade surged forth with a piercing howl. Hu Guojun remained unmoved, responding with a smile. Where is the leader of Qingyi sect? A crimson phoenix descended from the void, instantly rendering the white wind blade into nothingness.
What? Cheng Duo exclaimed in astonishment.
As the red spiritual energy swirled around her, Yun Qingyi slowly emerged, enveloping the entire Chang estate in a shroud of crimson energy, isolating it from the world beyond. A fire phoenix, with a wingspan nearing 8 meters, surrounded by blazing flames, materialized, emitting a cry that sent the royal mastiff's primordial spirit retreating in haste. Cheng Duo, head of the Chang family, has colluded with the demon spirit sect and shall face execution today, Yun Qingyi proclaimed solemnly. With a powerful flap of its wings, the fire phoenix unleashed a barrage of feather-like fire arrows from behind, the blinding flames forcing Cheng Duo's spiritual energy back into his body. Leave, Yun Qingyi commanded in a low, fierce tone. The fire arrows rained down from the heavens, scorching the air as they descended. The overwhelming assault of arrows reduced not only Cheng Duo but also Chang Dai and Chang Dali to mere ashes in an instant. Cheng Duo had no opportunity to inquire who had delivered his demise before he was transformed into blackened remains. However, by unfortunate chance, Chang Zhaoan and Chang Zhaomeng were not at home. With this strike, the Cheng family found themselves nearly obliterated. Hu Guojun gazed upon the scene of devastation, leaving behind a note that read, "Those who follow me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish. The Cheng family, vile traitors, have brought this upon themselves." Signed, Hu Guojun. Yun Qingyi surveyed the grim aftermath with a sigh before turning to depart.
Young Master Hu, this is a soul token I carry with me.
In times of need, you may summon me using this token, Yun Qingyi stated as she produced the soul token.
I am grateful to the leader of Qingyi sect for your assistance.
We part ways here, until we meet again, Hu Guojun said, clasping his fists in gratitude. Farewell, Yun Qingyi replied, also clasping her fists. No sooner had Yun Qingyi departed than the Chang siblings returned home. Upon entering, they were met with heart-wrenching cries of despair. That night, clad in mourning black, the Chang siblings hastily left the holy capital. The news of the Chang family's annihilation spread like wildfire throughout the city, instilling fear in the hearts of both the Xing and Hu families. In the holy capital, at the Xing residence, Xing Lilong sat in a grandmaster chair, his expression a stormy shade of gray, while the other members of the Xing family remained silent.
Perhaps we should submit to Hu Guojun, Xing Xiuda suggested quietly.
With Yu Shirong dead and Cheng Duo gone, Hu Xiaodong is his grandfather.
I cannot be the next to perish, Xing Lilong sighed heavily.
Let us submit, father, survival is paramount, Xing Xiuqing lamented, his face drawn in sorrow. The fates of Yu Shirong and his 3 sons, as well as Cheng Duo's family, have all been tragically grim, Xing Xiangwu remarked.
Let it be so then.
Inform Yu Huaichen that the Xing family is willing to submit, Xing Lilong declared somberly. At that very moment, a missive from Hu Xiaodong was dispatched to the Yu family. In less than 2 days, Hu Guojun successfully ascended to prominence among the 4 great families.
Chapter 48. The Dark Evil Sect enters the Holy Capital in the Spirit Realm, at the Hidden Wolf Mountain, the headquarters of the Dark Evil Sect.
Father, Zhang Yunfu has returned, announced a short-haired woman. Let him in, the silver-haired man replied in a deep voice.
This silver-haired man was none other than Du Guliao, the evil king of the Dark Evil Sect. Upon entering, Zhang Yunfu knelt on one knee and said, I am unworthy, please forgive me, evil king. Du Guliao cast a cold glance at Zhang Yunfu and responded, this matter is not your fault. That brazen woman, Yun Qingyi, took matters into her own hands, leaving you with no choice. The soul abyss has failed in its duties, and the demon spirit sect has already presented us with the opportunity to eliminate Hu Guojun. This is a splendid chance to curry favor with the demon spirit sect. What should our next course of action be? I humbly seek your guidance, evil king. Zhang Yunfu inquired. Hu Guojun is no trifling adversary. We must strike with lethal precision, lest we invite endless troubles, Du Guliao cautioned, shaking his head. Father, allow me to go, the short-haired woman exclaimed, clutching Du Guliao's shoulder with a sweet voice. Ah, my dear, I cannot bear to let you go, Du Guliao said, affectionately ruffling her hair.
This short-haired woman was Du Guliao's beloved daughter, Du Gu Tianyue. Du Guliao's expression turned serious as he addressed Zhang Yunfu, convey orders to the leaders of all branches to arrive at the headquarters within 2 days.
Yes, Zhang Yunfu replied, bowing his head.
The following day, dark figures swiftly made their way to the headquarters of the Dark Evil sect, where Du Guliao sat in the esteemed position. Salutations, Evil King, the crowd knelt, one knee touching the ground.
At ease, Du Guliao nodded.
Under the guise of the Demon Clan, we are but pawns in a game of deceit, Du Guliao sighed as he recited.
Evil King, one individual expressed confusion. The Dark Evil sect, operating under the banner of the Demon Path, is but a vassal of the Demon Spirit sect. To eliminate Hu Guojun aligns with the desires of the Demon Spirit sect, yet it is we, the Dark Evil sect and the Soul Abyss, who are being used as instruments, Du Guliao explained, shaking his head. What does father mean? Du Gu Tianyue inquired. Do not hasten to follow the Demon Spirit sect's orders to eliminate Hu Guojun.
Instead, we shall first establish our presence in the holy capital. Who among you is willing to venture forth?
Du Guliao surveyed the crowd with a somber tone.
The Willow Leaf clan has a branch in the holy capital, led by Li Chushingnan, Zhang Yunfu reported. Du Guliao gazed at his daughter, who was pouting adorably, and found it difficult to refuse.
Very well, you may accompany him, he said gently. Du Gu Tianyue was elated and tugged at Zhang Yunfu's sleeve, eager to depart.
If any insurmountable issues arise, report back to the headquarters at once.
Du Guliao instructed.
Rest assured, Evil King, I vow to protect the young mistress with my life.
Zhang Yunfu bowed deeply.
Before long, dozens of the Dark Evil sect subordinates joined the two as they made their way toward the holy capital. Du Guliao believed that Zhang Yunfu, a formidable presence at the 4th level of the Transcendence realm, would be capable of safeguarding his daughter's well-being. At 18, Du Gu Tianyue had rarely ventured far from her father's side and was now ready for some experience. On the journey, Zhang Yunfu advised, young mistress, once we arrive in the holy capital, you must behave and refrain from wandering off.
Brother Yunfu, worry not.
I shall not stray, Du Gu Tianyue replied with a smile. Zhang Yunfu thought to himself, if you wander off, it is my head that will be on the line.
Should you wish to do anything, simply instruct the servants to take care.
There is no need for you to handle matters personally, Zhang Yunfu cautioned.
I have come to the holy capital to gain experience, how could I trouble others for everything? Du Gu Tianyue frowned. Ah, well, do exercise caution.
If you were to err, I would be left with no life to live, Zhang Yunfu said awkwardly.
You fear that?
Worry not, I shall not endanger your life, Du Gu Tianyue laughed. I am the holy capital, at the Yu residence.
Young master Hu, in the future, should you require assistance from our Xing family, simply seek out this old man.
Xing Lilong said with a cheerful grin.
My grandson, should there be anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to ask.
Hu Xiaodong beamed with delight.
Grandfather, Senior Lilong, there is no need for formality. I respect you both.
Hu Guojun raised his wine cup. Chapter 49. The Four Saints. Demon extermination array. Wang Hongxin has passed away, and Wang Yukong has ascended to the throne, relocating the capital to Tianchang.
The holy capital, once the centennial heart of the Tsangyan dynasty, has lost its final veil of dignity. With the demise of the old emperor and the new king's move to Tianchang, the future of the holy capital appears bleak.
Yu Yizhu furrowed her brow. The future of the holy capital is not our concern. Hu Guojun languidly reclined in his grand chair, basking in the sun.
Brother Hu, the Dark Evil Division has arrived, Yu Guangbin and his companions announced as they entered. What? The Dark Evil Division?
Hu Guojun exclaimed, hastening outside. Over there, Yu Guangbin pointed into the distance, where a building that once housed a security bureau now bore the insignia of the Dark Evil Division. This Dark Evil Division is evidently here to take my life, Hu Guojun remarked with a furrowed brow.
The Dark Evil Division's presence in the holy capital creates a formidable rivalry with the Willow Leaf sect.
It seems the tides are about to change once more in the holy capital, Yu Yizhu stated.
Aside from the Yu, Hu, and Xing families, along with the Willow Leaf sect and the Dark Evil Division, the holy capital is becoming increasingly lively with the addition of Li Qingyun's Seven Stars Merchant Association, Hu Guojun observed, his gaze fixed on the distant branch of the Dark Evil Division. The Dark Evil Division, holy capital branch Zhang Yunfu, clad in black, stood atop the branch, gazing toward the Yu residence, a hint of malevolence in his eyes. Master, we have nearly completed our preparations, one of the Dark Evil Division's minions reported.
Zhang Yunfu inclined his head slightly, remaining silent. Willow Leaf sect, holy capital branch.
Master, the Dark Evil Division has arrived, a disciple of the Willow Leaf sect reported.
The Soul Abyss has not come, yet the Dark Evil Division has. Send some personnel to monitor their movements, Li Cheshingnan said, her brows slightly furrowed, speaking in a hushed tone. Summon Xing Yuhao, Hu Guojun instructed. Understood, Xing Yulu nodded slightly and proceeded to the Xing residence. Before long, Xing Yuhao arrived. Hu Guojun gathered Yuizhu, Xing Yuhao, and Xing Yulu in the courtyard, enveloping the area in a layer of white qi that muffled all sound.
I have summoned you here because the Dark Evil Division intends to strike against us.
Regardless of who the leader of their branch is, we are no match for them. We must practice a combat formation that allows the weak to overcome the strong, Hu Guojun stated gravely. If I were to perish, your sister would also lose her life. He gently patted Xing Yuhao's shoulder.
I am aware of that.
You summon me because you trust me, and I will do my utmost to assist, Xing Yuhao replied, nodding. Hu Guojun spread out a piece of rice paper and drew forth a brush, deftly creating strange patterns upon the surface. What on earth is this? The three asked in unison. The Four Saints Demon Extermination Array, Hu Guojun replied in a low voice. The Four Saints Demon Extermination Array is a combat formation devised by the four great saints of the Divine Clan, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities.
Come closer, this arrowhead represents you, Hu Guojun elucidated.
After approximately 2 hours, the three had grasped Hu Guojun's intentions. What kind of combat technique is this? It possesses an imposing offensive while achieving near-perfect defense, Xing Yuhao remarked earnestly. Truly impressive, my husband, you seem to know everything, Yuizhu grinned.
Let us demonstrate and test its effectiveness, Hu Guojun suggested with a smirk.
The four chanted in unison, summoning their primordial spirits. In an instant, snow sculptures unfurled their wings, the hair raced forth, the snow phoenix let out a chilling cry, and the sword spirit revealed itself. Guojun's staff stretched forth like a dragon's claw, Yulu's sword danced like a phoenix weaving through flowers, Yuhao's spear struck forth like a dragon, and Izhu's dagger slashed invisibly. For hues of qi intertwined in all directions, swirling up and down, as the powers of their primordial spirits and refining qi intermingled, resounding like thunder, the four cultivators of the qi condensation realm managed to unleash an offensive typically achievable only by those in the transcendence realm.
Remarkable, the three exclaimed in unison, praising the display.
Hu Guojun, beaming with pride, replied, I know of another combat formation for 6 people that is equally formidable, but we lack the requisite numbers. Then let Isi Guangbin join us, Yuizhu suggested.
A combat formation requires unity of purpose among its members.
Should anyone harbor doubts, the formation will collapse under its own weight. I cannot trust Isi and the others, thus I shall not disclose this matter to them, Hu Guojun stated solemnly. The 6-person combat formation that Hu Guojun referred to is, in fact, the 9 Heavens Demon Extermination Array of the 6 great deities of this array, when attacking, is as sharp as a spear capable of piercing through 1,000 troops. When defending, it serves as the most impregnable shield, solid as a fortress. The higher the cultivation level of those within the formation, the greater its effectiveness. We four must commence daily practice of this formation at least 3 times from today onward to fend off the Dark Evil Division's assaults, Hu Guojun declared gravely.
Agreed, the three responded in unison.
In Hu Guojun's heart, new thoughts began to take shape. After dealing with the Dark Evil Division, it would be unwise to linger in the holy capital. They must journey to a more formidable region, lest they never return to the divine domain. The nearby Zunmo city, adjacent to the demon spirit sect of Wanjian city under Zuantiangong, or the newly established Tiancheng of the Sangyan dynasty, are all promising options. Chapter 50 of The Traitor of the Xing Family. Within the capital city, the final contingent of the Imperial Guard has withdrawn, marking the official completion of the relocation. Inside the Yu residence, the practice of the Four Saints demon slaying formation has never ceased. Outside the Yu residence, the agents of the Dark Evil Division's Luyi sect have already begun to intensify their efforts. In the Holy Capital, the Dark Evil Division's branch leader, Hu Guojun, has not ventured outside for several days, and it is not just Hu Guojun, the entire Yu residence remains devoid of any external activity.
The Dark Agents report, what do they eat and drink? Zhang Yunfu inquired with a furrowed brow.
The Yu residence is expansive, with deep wells providing a reliable water source. Every 2 days, Chui Sin Tower delivers a supply of food to the Yu residence, the agent continued.
So, you mean to say that the Yu residence has effectively transformed into an impregnable fortress, with no one entering or leaving? Donggu Tianyue stood up to ask.
Indeed, what you say is quite accurate, the agent replied with a smile.
Shall I go take a look?
Donggu Tianyue turned to Zhang Yunfu. Zhang Yunfu's eyelids twitched sharply, and he whispered, for your safety, it would be best if you refrained from such actions.
Donggu Tianyue pouted and returned to her seat. Leader, should we not simply seize the Yu residence?
After all, the Imperial Guard has withdrawn from the Holy Capital, and any disturbances we cause would not alarm the Sangyan dynasty, the agent suggested. The Xing and Hu families have already aligned with Hu Guojun, and both family heads possess strength at the third level of the Transcendence realm. Coupled with the enigmatic Hu Guojun, we cannot be assured of victory, Zhang Yunfu replied solemnly.
Do you believe the Xing and Hu families would offend the Dark Evil Division for Hu Guojun? The agent asked with a sinister grin.
Very well, I shall compose 2 letters to gauge the sentiments of the Hu and Xing families, Zhang Yunfu declared as he rose and retrieved paper and ink. That afternoon, Hu Xiaodong and Xing Lilong each received letters from the Dark Evil Division and the Hu residence.
Master, what should we do? Hu Jiolin asked.
Hu Guojun is my grandson, I owe him much. We cannot betray him out of fear of offending the Dark Evil Division, Hu Xiaodong shook his head.
But what if the Dark Evil Division turns against us? Hu Jiolin pressed anxiously. Guojun will save us, Hu Jiutian asserted loudly. Relying on him? Hu Jiolin scoffed. Betray him? Have you forgotten how Chang Duo met his end?
Hu Jiui shot a glare at Hu Jiolin and spoke in a low tone. Hu Xiaodong pondered for a moment before tearing the Dark Evil Division's letter in half. In the Xing residence.
The Dark Evil Division's intention is clear. They do not want us to interfere in their efforts to eliminate Hu Guojun, Xing Lilong said with a grave expression.
In that case, let us refrain from involvement, Xing Xiuqing suggested.
My son and daughter are within the Yu residence. If the Dark Evil Division insists on taking action, I shall confront them there, even if it leads to mutual destruction. Xing Xiuda declared angrily.
We have all witnessed the fate of the Cheng family. It is wise not to align ourselves with the Dark Evil Division while residing closely with Hu Guojun, Xing Xiuwu interjected.
If Hu Guojun dares to kill Li Huan of the Soul Abyss, would he shy away from eliminating the Dark Evil Division?
If I choose the wrong side, I may have the opportunity to meet with Yu Shirong and Cheng Duo, Xing Lilong said with a bitter smile. After much contemplation, Xing Lilong ultimately cast the Dark Evil Division's letter to the ground. The following day, within the Dark Evil Division's branch in the Holy Capital, Zhang Yunfu furrowed his brow as he sharpened a steel blade capable of slicing through iron. Aside from the sound of the blade being honed, the room was enveloped in silence.
Leader, neither the Xing family nor the Hu family has responded. An agent's voice broke the stillness. I understand, Zhang Yunfu replied, halting his actions.
Suddenly, a henchman of the Dark Evil Division rushed in, kneeling as he announced, Leader, there is someone outside requesting an audience. Let him enter, Zhang Yunfu commanded as he sheathed his blade, gesturing with his hand. A tall man entered, bowing respectfully. Xing Xiuqing of the Xing family pays his respects to Leader Zhang.
May I inquire what brings you here today, Brother Xing? Zhang Yunfu inquired as he rose. I have always been at odds with Hu Guojun.
Should you wish to eliminate him, I can lend my assistance, Xing Xiuqing replied with a smile. Since you are willing to assist, the Dark Evil Division would be most grateful, Zhang Yunfu responded with a smile. As far as I know, Hu Guojun has yet to enter the Transcendence realm. His strength stems from a pearl capable of absorbing the power of spirit stones, Xing Xiuqing explained.
A pearl? Zhang Yunfu frowned.
Indeed, a pearl. It is highly likely that Li Huan of the Soul Abyss perished due to that very pearl.
Xing Xiuqing asserted. What do you propose we do? Zhang Yunfu inquired. We must act swiftly.
Hu Guojun's internal power has increased at an astonishing rate, far beyond your imagination. Before he joined the Yu family, he was nothing more than a useless individual who could not even perform qi refinement, Xing Xiuqing stated gravely. I have heard whispers of this, Zhang Yunfu nodded slightly. Zhang Yunfu leaned closer to Xing Xiuqing, whispering, Tomorrow, you shall proceed to the Yu residence. If Hu Guojun permits you entry, at night, you must open the main gate to allow us entry. Although the main gate of the Yu residence would pose no obstacle to a master like Zhang Yunfu, sneaking into the Yu residence and eliminating Hu Guojun without bloodshed would indeed be advantageous.
I am willing to proceed, Xing Xiuqing clasped his hands in agreement.
Chapter 51 The Sacrifice of the Four Saints Formation. Xing Xiuqing departed from the Dark Evil Sect's headquarters, hastily making his way to the Yu residence. Upon knocking on the door, a servant inquired, What brings you here? My nephew, Xing Yuhao, is inside. I have matters to discuss with him, Xing Xiuqing replied with a smile. I shall inform him, please wait a moment, the servant said before turning to leave. Hu Guojun, upon hearing the announcement, addressed Xing Yuhao, What could Xing Xiuqing want with you?
We rarely converse at the Xing residence.
Indeed, his purpose is unclear. Why would he seek me out?
Xing Yuhao pondered.
Xing Xiuqing entered with a broad grin, and upon spotting Hu Guojun, he clasped his hands in greeting. Xing has the honor of meeting young Master Hu.
What brings you here, Uncle Xing? Hu Guojun inquired.
The head of the family noticed that Yu Hao has not returned home for several days, so he sent me to inquire about the situation. Xing Xiuqing scratched his head, a hint of awkwardness in his demeanor. Hu Guojun paused, contemplating. Indeed, Xing Yu Hao had not returned home for several days, and he had not informed the Xing family. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. If they were concerned about Yu Hao's absence, it should have been Xing Xiuda, his father, who came, not Xing Xiucheng.
Oh, we have matters to discuss.
Once we conclude, we shall send Yu Hao back, Hu Guojun replied with a smile.
What matters, if I may ask? Xing Xiucheng inquired, his curiosity piqued. This pertains to you no longer. Hu Guojun's expression turned grave.
Xing Xiuqing's face twitched, memories of Hu Guojun previously striking him flooding his mind, and he inhaled sharply, choosing to remain silent. Since you are here, you might as well stay for dinner and depart afterward, Hu Guojun stated nonchalantly.
Ah,
then I shall graciously accept your invitation, Xing Xiuqing said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Hu Guojun proceeded to the back courtyard, summoning Xing Yuhao. It appears Xing Xiucheng may have betrayed us. Tonight, individuals from the dark evil sector likely to arrive, Hu Guojun whispered. What, if he has done this, I shall kill him.
Xing Yuhao clenched his fists, ready to confront Xing Xiucheng.
Wait, Hu Guojun said with a mysterious smile, preventing Xing Yuhao from rushing out, and whispered something in his ear. Hu Guojun then sought out Yu Huiqing, and that evening, the Yu family prepared a banquet to host Xing Xiuqing. Xing Xiuqing felt a surge of delight. I was worried about how to prolong my stay, yet you have so graciously invited me, Hu Guojun.
Your life is numbered. That night, after dinner, the Yu family members retired to their chambers, and soon, Xing Xiuqing was lulled by the sounds of snoring. Stealthily, he approached the entrance of the Yu residence, where members of the dark evil sect, led by Zhang Yunfu, awaited outside.
Xing Xiuqing opened the door, and Zhang Yunfu and his henchmen streamed in. Zhang Yunfu leaped into the courtyard, but suddenly, a piercing sound of a sword echoed, illuminating the entire Yu residence. Startled, Zhang Yunfu turned to see dozens of energy swords rushing towards him. With a cold snort, Zhang Yunfu summoned his spirit form and drew his treasured blade. His spirit form unfurled its wings, shielding him beneath.
For Saint's exorcism formation. Everyone, take your positions.
Hu Guojun commanded from atop the roof, his voice resonating with authority. An eagle's cry pierced the air as the snow sculpture spirit leaped high, its formidable claws aimed at Zhang Yunfu's head. A chilling wind swept through as a shadow of a hare dashed past, the glint of a dagger cutting through the night. A great white bird soared into the sky, and under the moonlight, a flurry of white feathered arrows cascaded down like rain. At this moment, Zhang Yunfu's eyes widened in astonishment. After narrowly avoiding the fierce onslaught, he let out a low growl. I have fallen into a trap. His face contorted with rage as he scanned the crowd. Just as Xing Xiuqing attempted to flee, a powerful jungle leopard roared in, catching him off guard. As he prepared to summon his spirit form, a massive three-ring cleaver struck down upon him like a mountain, the fierce blade radiating with potent energy. With a crack, Xing Xiuqing was cleaved in half, blood and flesh scattering. Yu Huiqing wiped the blood from his blade and bellowed, attack! Yuizi, Yu Guangbin, Yu Guangping, and Yu Guangqiao summoned their spirit forms, charging at the remaining henchmen of the dark evil sect. The Yu family's servants drew their swords, following suit. The battle in the courtyard raged on. Zhang Yunfu unleashed a furious roar, gray-blue energy erupting from him as he flicked his blade, sending forth a white wind blade that howled through the air, creating a fierce gust.
Change formation.
The four swiftly adjusted their positions. Hu Guojun's sword soul quivered behind him, emitting several beams of silver light as a massive sword soul howled toward Zhang Yunfu. When the sword soul collided with the wind blade, the powerful wind blade tore through the sword soul, sending waves of silver energy cascading forth. Ultimately, the wind blade was neutralized, and at that moment, Yuizhu appeared behind Zhang Yunfu, ready to strike. Zhang Yunfu spun around, narrowly dodging a dagger aimed at his face, and retaliated with a swift kick, sending Yuizhu sprawling, a groan escaping her lips as she coughed up blood. As Hu Guojun swung his staff from mid-air, Zhang Yunfu deflected it with his blade, only to be met by a long spear thrust from the side, accompanied by a piercing eagle's cry. Zhang Yunfu executed a graceful spin, the blade slicing through the air in a perfect arc, successfully blocking the first wave of attacks. However, a wound appeared on Zhang Yunfu's face, crimson blood trickling down, further igniting his murderous instincts. His eyes turned crimson, his body trembling, as his spirit form transformed into a blood-red apparition. With a furious roar, Zhang Yunfu unleashed his formidable spirit power, sending forth waves of red energy. The ground of the Yu residence trembled violently, a deafening sound erupting. Quickly, release your energy to shield against the sound waves. Hu Guojun commanded furiously of the four summon energy shields, merging them into one to block the sound waves.
For Saint's formation, reposition. Hu Guojun issued another command.
Xing Yulu and Xing Yuhao leaped into the air, enormous wings sprouting from their backs. A golden sword soul materialized, aiming straight for Zhang Yunfu's chest. With a flick of his long spear, Xing Yuhao launched a silver shadow that descended like a white rainbow from the sky. Xing Yulu let out a fierce cry, her energy erupting as silver energy intertwined with moonlight, enveloping the area in a frosty mist. Within the frost, a pair of red eyes appeared, a cold glint flashing as Zhang Yunfu felt a sudden sting in his left arm, blood seeping forth. The frigid air intensified the pain of his wounds. Zhang Yunfu howled in agony as his spirit form expanded, gray-blue energy surging wildly, unleashing a terrifying force that repelled their combined attacks. Gasping for breath, he coughed up a mouthful of blood.
Do not be hasty, there is still a third round, Hu Guojun chuckled.
What kind of formation is this, able to attack from multiple angles, leaving me vulnerable and unable to counter?
Zhang Yunfu growled.
Before you perish, I shall enlighten you, Hu Guojun replied coldly.
Third round, commence. Hu Guojun roared as he brandished his staff with fury. With a sweeping motion, he struck at Zhang Yunfu, who leaped into the air, his steel blade coming down. Yet a spear struck from behind, forcing Zhang Yunfu to twist in midair, countering with another slice to deflect the spear. Before he could regain his footing, a pair of sharp claws descended from above, plucking a tuft of hair from Zhang Yunfu's head. Damn it!
Zhang Yunfu cursed. Just as he finished cursing, another wave of frost enveloped him. A staff, a spear, and a sword descended from above. Zhang Yunfu quickly raised his blade to block, gray-blue energy erupting from his torso, sending the three flying.
Ah, before absolute power, you shall all perish. Zhang Yunfu roared defiantly.
Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted, and a crimson flower blossomed on Zhang Yunfu's chest. His body trembled as he looked down to find a dagger had pierced through his chest.
Have you forgotten?
There are four of us, Yuizhu stated coldly. No sooner had she spoken than she lunged at Zhang Yunfu's throat with another strike. With a muffled thud, Zhang Yunfu's spirit form shattered, gray-blue energy receding as he let out a dying howl, collapsing heavily to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 52. The corpse of the evil king's daughter. The lifeless body of Zhang Yunfu, along with over 10 accomplices, was delivered by Hu Guojun to the entrance of the Dark Evil Division's branch, while Xing Xiuqing's corpse was taken to the Xing residence.
What a calamity! What a tragedy!
Xing Lilang howled towards the heavens. Xing Xiuqing is determined to ruin my Xing family. Xing Xiuda exclaimed, pounding his thigh in frustration.
What remorse is Senior Xing feeling?
Young master who has assured us that the matter concerning Xing Xiuqing has nothing to do with our family. Xing Yuhao stepped forward to reassure. Upon hearing this, Xing Lilang raised an eyebrow and clasped his fists, stating, since young master who no longer seeks to pursue this matter, this old man is willing to offer my utmost assistance and shall never betray you. Hu Guojun nodded slightly, smiling. Senior Xing need not be anxious. Your son's actions do not reflect upon the entirety of the Xing family. The Xing family remains my good friend, and you continue to be my esteemed elder. Hearing this, Xing Lilang felt a surge of joy within him. Although he too was a master at the third level of the Transcendence Realm, Hu Guojun, at the tender age of 20, was on the cusp of entering the Transcendence Realm and would undoubtedly surpass him in the near future. Maintaining a good relationship with Hu Guojun would be of immense benefit to the Xing family. In the holy capital, at the branch of the Dark Evil Division, Dugu Tianyue gazed upon the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, her body trembling slightly. All disciples above the martial condensation realm had perished in battle, leaving only 8 or 9 miscellaneous servants behind. The Dark Evil Division had effectively ceased to exist in the holy capital. Standing before the branch's entrance, Dugu Tianyue clenched her delicate fists, dark red chi erupting forth. With a fierce roar, a beam of crimson light surged towards the plaque of the Dark Evil Division, shattering it to pieces. Follow me back, Dugu Tianyue spoke in a low voice, addressing the remaining few servants. The Dark Evil Division, having established itself in the holy capital for less than 3 days, was already on the brink of extinction.
Do you still wish to leave? An icy voice resonated through the air.
Dugu Tianyue turned to see Li Chushingnan clad in azure, a treasured sword hanging at her waist, her frosty countenance betraying a hint of murderous intent. Young master, you should depart first, we will hold them off, one of the leading servants of the Dark Evil Division whispered. Dugu Tianyue glanced at everyone, gritted her teeth, and transformed into a fleeting shadow, preparing to escape. A flash of azure light passed by. With a shake of her verdant sword, dozens of azure soul swords whistled forth, and several servants instantly met their demise. Dugu Tianyue leaped into the air, spinning to hurl 4 dark red flying daggers, like 4 crimson phantoms, swift and fierce, only for Li Chushingnan to deflect them with her sword. Seizing the opportunity, Dugu Tianyue fled, with Li Chushingnan in hot pursuit. On the rooftops of the holy capital, a blue figure and a red figure darted through the air, the sound of metal clashing resonating intermittently just as Dugu Tianyu soared over the immortal crane tower. A beam of azure light struck her back, shattering her light armor and causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood, plummeting like a kite with its string severed into the courtyard of the Yu family across from the tower. Yuizhu and Xing Yulu were busy cleaning the bloodstains left from the previous day's battle. With a dull thud, Dugu Tianyu fell to the ground, coughing up blood and closing her eyes.
What is this?
Yuizhu paused her work and inquired. She is gravely injured. We must tend to her first. The kind-hearted Xing Yulu frowned. The two women carried Dugu Tianyu inside, retrieving a soul-stabilizing pill from the cloud bracelet, administering it to her, and removing her outer garments before covering her with a blanket. Hu Guojun returned from the Xing residence, holding 2 roasted ducks, his spirits high as he entered the courtyard, calling out, "Zhu Zhu, Lulu, it's time for some meat." Yuizhu emerged from the room, her brow furrowed as she replied, "Husband, please come here for a moment."
Chapter 53.
The Devil's Path. Hu Guojun followed Yuizhu into the room and beheld the unconscious Dugu Tianyu.
Where did this person come from? Hu Guojun inquired.
She fell from the sky, Yuizhu pouted.
Hu Guojun's expression darkened. Can people really fall from the sky?
Husband, Li Chuxingnan has arrived, Xing Yulu announced. She must be here for this person, Hu Guojun remarked solemnly after a brief pause. As Hu Guojun departed the courtyard with Xing Yulu, they encountered Li Chuxingnan.
She nodded slightly and said, "I have the honor of meeting young master Hu. What brings the leader of the Li clan to my humble abode?"
Hu Guojun clasped his fists in greeting.
"Might I inquire if a certain lady has intruded upon your residence?"
Li Chuxingnan inquired, casting her gaze towards the Yu family's backyard. "Not at all," Hu Guojun scratched his head.
"No?"
Li Chuxingnan probed further.
"Is it possible that a woman would come to me, Hu Guojun?" he replied with a smirk.
Seeing Hu Guojun's demeanor, Li Chuxingnan refrained from pressing further and, after exchanging pleasantries, took her leave. No sooner had she departed than Hu Guojun and the others returned indoors. Dugu Tianyu had slightly opened her eyes, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings. With that, Dugu Tianyu reached for her clothes by the bedside, only for a silver talisman to clatter to the floor. The talisman bore an engraved dark character that shimmered with a silvery light.
Xing Yulu paused, then picked up the talisman.
"Are you awake? Put on your clothes so I can come in," Hu Guojun called from outside.
"I'm dressed, you may enter," Xing Yulu responded. Hu Guojun pushed the door open and, upon seeing Dugu Tianyu, thought to himself, "Not bad, she's quite a beauty." "I am Hu Guojun."
"May I ask, who is this esteemed young lady?" he inquired with a smile.
"Hu Guojun." Dugu Tianyu exclaimed, taken aback. "What, do you know me?" Hu Guojun asked, bewildered. "You killed Zhang Yunfu?" Dugu Tianyu questioned. "Are you with the Dark Evil Division?"
Hu Guojun's expression darkened. Xing Yulu handed the talisman to Hu Guojun, whispering, "This fell from her."
Hu Guojun examined the talisman thoughtfully. "It seems you truly are a member of the Dark Evil Division." "And what of it?" Dugu Tianyu replied coldly. "Since you are with the Dark Evil Division, you cannot leave," Hu Guojun stated, his tone grave. "Hu Guojun, having slain Zhang Yunfu, the Dark Evil Division will not spare you," Dugu Tianyu warned through clenched teeth.
"You should be more concerned about your own safety, young lady," Hu Guojun chuckled mischievously. "Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I would not dare lay a hand on you."
Dugu Tianyu retorted with a laugh. "Who are you?" Hu Guojun asked with curiosity. "My father is the formidable evil king Dugu Liang," Dugu Tianyu declared proudly. "Who is Dugu Liang?" Hu Guojun and the others exchanged glances, perplexed. Dugu Tianyu's face twitched, and she clenched her fist, turning away. Observing her reaction, Hu Guojun teased, "We truly do not know each other, would you care to introduce him?"
"I have no desire to converse with you," Dugu Tianyu replied tersely.
"We saved your life, and this is your attitude? Just moments ago, the Liuye sect came to claim you, yet it was my husband who protected you." Yuizhu exclaimed angrily. "The Liuye sect came?" Dugu Tianyu turned back. "They just left," Yuizhu replied, exasperated. "Is your father in a high position within the Dark Evil Division?" Xing Yulu asked softly. "The Dark Evil Division is under my father's command," Dugu Tianyu declared with pride. Upon hearing this, Hu Guojun burst into laughter. "Had you not mentioned it, I might have let you leave. Now that you have, you cannot escape." Dugu Tianyu stepped back, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? What are you afraid of?" Do you think I covet your rather unimpressive figure? Hu Guojun scoffed. You scoundrel. Dugu Tianyue pointed an accusing finger at Hu Guojun, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Hu Guojun retrieved a calming pill from his cloud bracelet and handed it to Dugu Tianyue, grinning, "Take this. Do not let your temper get the better of you." Dugu Tianyue, unceremoniously, snatched it and popped it into her mouth. "Come here, let us have a proper discussion," Hu Guojun said suddenly, his tone turning serious. Dugu Tianyue huffed lightly and followed him outside. The two seated themselves in the courtyard, where a servant promptly brought a fragrant pot of green tea and poured it for them. Why does the Dark Evil Division heed the commands of the Demon Spirit Sect? I, Hu Guojun, have always kept to myself. It is the Demon Spirit Sect that has offended me, yet it is the Dark Evil Division and the Soul Cave that seek my life, Hu Guojun mused, playing with the teacup in his hands. If the Dark Evil Division is thus, what distinguishes the Zhuke Sect and Liuye Sect? It is merely because the Demon Spirit Sect is the orthodox path of demonic arts, Dugu Tianyue replied coldly. The orthodox path of demonic arts, do you understand the demonic path? Hu Guojun inquired, eyeing Dugu Tianyue. I do not comprehend. Do you? Dugu Tianyue scoffed. The divine path seeks transcendence from reincarnation, while the demonic path values freedom and autonomy. To attain true mastery, one must prioritize diligence, foundation in wisdom, and perseverance. Such is the essence of becoming divine or sacred. To enter the demonic path is to absorb refined blood and transcend reincarnation, reveling in the cosmos, thus is the demonic path defined. The divine and demonic paths, though divergent, ultimately lead to the same destination, Hu Guojun spoke solemnly. You possess such knowledge of the divine and demonic paths? Dugu Tianyue asked, puzzled. Hu Guojun smiled faintly, thinking to himself, having fought against the demonic clan for thousands of years, how could I not grasp the essence of the so-called demonic path? The techniques of blood refining and essence absorption are solely mastered by the Demon Spirit Sect. Neither the Dark Evil Division nor the Soul Cave can cultivate such practices and thus must obey the Demon Spirit Sect. Dugu Tianyue frowned. The magic of the Demon Spirit Sect is not the true demonic path. If the art of essence absorption and blood refining exceeds the bounds of morality and takes lives, it is an affront to the demonic path. Hu Guojun proclaimed loudly. The Demon Spirit Sect represents the orthodox demonic path. Do you dare insult it? Dugu Tianyue rose indignantly. To discern good from evil, to balance yin and yang, to govern the ethereal realms and judge the morality of mankind, this is the true essence of the divine and demonic paths. Those killers of the Demon Spirit Sect are no more than beasts unworthy of claiming to be the orthodox path of demonic arts, such as an insult to the demonic clan, Hu Guojun retorted disdainfully. Though the demonic clan is the arch-nemesis of the divine clan, the two clans harbor a bond of love and enmity, cherishing one another. The distortions of the demonic path by the Demon Spirit Sect are intolerable even to the Celestial Emperor, Dugu Tianyue argued. With your profound understanding of the demonic path, why does the Demon Spirit Sect still seek your life? She asked. I possess only a slight understanding of the demonic path. In my heart, the true path remains the divine path. Hu Guojun declared, pointing to the heavens, each word resonating with conviction. Chapter 54 of The Malevolent King arrives. Dugu Tianyue found herself imprisoned in the residence of Hu Guojun, who attended to her with lavish meals and comforts each day. One day, Hu Guojun approached Dugu Tianyue and said, write a letter to your father, summoning him to retrieve you. Why won't you let me go? Dugu Tianyue inquired. How is it that you, the daughter of the malevolent king, possess such a lack of wit? Hu Guojun shook his head in disbelief. You. Dugu Tianyue exclaimed, pointing a finger at Hu Guojun, her cheeks flushed with indignation. If I were to release you, you would be fortunate to survive long enough to reach the Dark Evil Division, Hu Guojun scoffed. Dugu Tianyue tossed her head back defiantly and huffed. Upon your departure from this residence, the spies of Liuye Gate will surely be on your tail. If Li Chushingnan comes to kill you, even the heavens themselves would be of no aid, Hu Guojun grinned wickedly. Should you manage to escape the holy capital, the Zhuke Gate will have its sights set on you, and your demise will likely be far more gruesome, Hu Guojun added, turning his gaze toward Dugu Tianyue. Dugu Tianyue paused, bewildered by Hu Guojun's unexpected protection. If he truly set her free, her chances of returning alive would be slim. Taking out paper and ink, Dugu Tianyue penned a few elegant lines, folded the letter, and handed it to Hu Guojun, who promptly instructed a servant to deliver it to the Dark Evil Division. The couriers in the holy capital predominantly rode enchanted steeds, ensuring the letter would reach its destination within 2 days. Given the prowess of the malevolent king, he could arrive in the holy capital in no more than an hour.
At the headquarters of the Dark Evil Division, a minion reported, "Your Majesty, a letter has arrived." Dugulian's bloodshot eyes suddenly gleamed with a flicker of hope as he cackled, "My daughter is alive. She lives." Unbeknownst to him, while discussing matters concerning the demon spirit sect with Ho Qianju and the Abyss of Souls, Dugulian had been unaware of the situation. Upon his return to the headquarters, he had received the dreadful news of Dugutanya's supposed misfortune and fainted from despair, only just regaining consciousness before receiving the letter. "I must make my way to the holy capital," Dugulian declared, rising to his feet. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow darted toward the holy capital. In less than an hour, Dugulian entered the airspace of the holy capital. Upon landing, he seized a passerby and inquired, "Where is Hu Guojun's residence?" The pedestrian, taken aback, nevertheless pointed him in the right direction. Dugulian pulled a gold bar from his pocket and tossed it to the man, who was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, sir." Like a black comet, Dugulian traversed through the streets and alleys, arriving at the entrance of Hu's residence. With a forceful gesture, he caused the grand doors to swing open with a resounding crash, dark energy billowing forth. With his cold, dark brown eyes, Dugulian stepped inside. "I am Hu Guojun, and I have awaited your arrival for some time," Hu Guojun greeted him with a cupped fist. "Where is my daughter?" Dugulian's voice was low and ominous. "Father!" Dugu Tanyue rushed out from the courtyard, her eyes glistening with tears. "Tanyue, you have not suffered here, have you?" Dugulian embraced his daughter tightly. "I was pursued by Liu Ye Gate, injured and fell into this residence. They rescued me. They were even concerned that I might be harmed by Liu Ye Gate and Zhuke Gate on the way, so they sent a messenger to inform you," Dugu Tanyue explained sweetly. Dugulian paused, taken aback. "Oh, such a thing occurred?" Dugu Tanyue nodded, wiping away the tears from her eyes. Dugulian stepped before Hu Guojun and declared solemnly, "In public, you and I are enemies, and you have offended the demon spirit sect, thus I must take your life. In private, however, you saved my daughter, and for that, I shall spare you this time." "It seems you truly are a man of principle," Hu Guojun retorted with a mocking expression. Dugulian noticed Hu Guojun's disdain and raised an eyebrow, saying, "You speak with double meanings. Why is the Dark Evil Division so willing to act as the lapdogs of the demon spirit sect?" Hu Guojun crossed his arms defiantly. "The demon spirit sect is the legitimate sect of dark magic, under the protection of the demon god. How could we in the Dark Evil Division dare to defy them? Are not the Zhuke Gate and Liu Ye Gate also mere lackeys of the Xiantian sect?" Dugulian gritted his teeth. "To enter the depths of dark magic is to drown in tears, as the demon king's will of fate collapses upon itself." Hu Guojun shook his head. "To succumb to darkness?" Dugulian's tone was grave. "The demon spirit sect equates dark magic with slaughter. How can they claim to represent the true essence of dark magic? Dark magic embodies a state of transcendence and freedom from the cycle of reincarnation, yet the demon spirit sect distorts it into a doctrine of massacre, ultimately leading to their own downfall," Hu Guojun remarked with profound significance. Dugulian was momentarily taken aback, gently gathering Dugu Tanyue close before excusing himself and vanishing like a black streak into the horizon. "My husband, why does it seem as though you possess considerable insight into dark magic?" Yu Yizhu inquired. "The demon clan considers swift power and voodoo spells as the foundation of their lineage. It is said that the demon king commands 4 great leaders, each representing a force revered by the demon clan. Dark magic is a pinnacle sought after by countless practitioners, yet few achieve it, as is the case with divine magic," Hu Guojun replied with a knowing tone. "The demon king and the 4 great leaders are no mere legends, they are Hu Guojun's old adversaries. Now, the demon king has fallen, yet the 4 great leaders remain, still wielding the highest authority over the demon clan." Throughout their journey, Dugulian and his daughter pondered Hu Guojun's views on dark magic. Although they did not entirely agree with his perspective, their attitudes toward the demon spirit sect had shifted. "Release all those we have captured," Dugulian instructed upon arriving at the Dark Evil Division. "What? Release them?" The crowd looked on in confusion. "From this day forth, the Dark Evil Division shall not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. We shall only eliminate those deserving of death," Dugulian declared solemnly. In a remarkable transformation, the once ruthless organization, known for its willingness to wrongfully execute 1,000 rather than spare a single life, underwent a profound change. "Your Majesty, shall we continue the assassination operations against Hu Guojun?" a man in black robes inquired with a bow. "There's no need. Let Ho Qianju handle the task of currying favor with the demon spirit sect. I wish to delve deeper into the matters of dark magic," Dugulian replied with a faint smile. "Recently, the malevolent king has become quite peculiar. He has suddenly grown rather gentle. The gentle malevolent king is even more handsome, Whispers of speculation filled the ranks of the Dark Evil Division. In the Abyss of Souls headquarters, news of the Dark Evil Division's defeat in the Holy Capital reached them.
Zhang Yunfei is dead, and Dugulian has yet to take action, Li Cha reported.
Dugulian, that crafty old fox, usually arrogant and overbearing, now reveals himself to be a useless coward.
What nonsense about being the foremost assassination organization in the Central Domain, and yet they cannot even handle a mere 20-year-old child? Ho Qianju scoffed.
If it weren't for Yun Qingyi last time, I would have already killed Hu Guojun, Li Cha gritted his teeth. Since the Demon Spirit Sect entrusted this task to us, and the Dark Evil Division is incapable, we, the Abyss of Souls, must take action. Ho Qianju grinned maliciously.
Li Cha, Du Feng, and Jiu Chuan, and Xiao Huangtian, which of you is willing to go?
Ho Qianju surveyed the 4 individuals before him, grinning wickedly.
I, Xiao Huangtian, am willing to go, a tall man, muscular as a mountain and adorned with iron chains, declared with a cupped fist.
You shall proceed to the Holy Capital at once and take Hu Guojun's head, Ho Qianju commanded.
Understood. And Jiu Chuan bowed deeply.
With that, and Jiu Chuan let out a fierce shout, and behind him appeared a robust earth-bear spirit. He mounted the spirit and sped toward the Holy Capital. Chapter 55. Entering Transcendence, Hu Guojun seated himself cross-legged, arranging a formation of spirit stones, each stone coalescing to form a 5-pointed star.
Go!
Hu Guojun commanded sharply. 5 beams of golden light surged skyward, and a 5-pointed star composed of golden essence materialized in the heavens. As the golden light flickered, Hu Guojun felt a surge of power fill his dantian, his entire meridian system activating simultaneously. Hu Guojun suddenly opened his eyes, his brown irises emitting a radiant white light, as the spirit of the Xin Tai sword manifested behind him, its blade swelling, releasing torrents of sword energy.
He leapt into the air, the flowing essence propelling him upward, and Hu Guojun rejoiced.
Transcendence, here I come, he exclaimed with delight.
Congratulations, my husband, on entering Transcendence. Yu Yizhu smiled. Today, I have entered the realm of Transcendence.
Henceforth, I shall be capable of vanquishing experts of the pseudo-deity realm, Hu Guojun said with pride.
Boast all you like, do be careful that the wind doesn't cause you to trip over your own tongue, Yu Yizhu retorted, rolling her eyes.
Just you wait and see, Hu Guojun replied with a grin, crossing his arms.
He retrieved a flask of wine from his chamber, laughing heartily as he tilted his head back and savored the exquisite drink. Having lingered at the pinnacle of the condensing Yuan realm for so long, today marked a momentous occasion as he finally ascended to the Transcendence realm, a thrilling achievement indeed. Hu Guojun had been reluctant to exhaust the vast power of spirit stones stored within the Jinwu sacred pearl, as he intended to reserve it for the awakening of Xing Yulu and Xuefeng in the future. Should the Phoenix awaken, Xing Yulu would likely reach a ceiling of prowess comparable to Yun Qingyi, becoming a significant ally on his path back to the divine domain. Although Yu Yizhu had made considerable strides in the early stages of the condensing Yuan realm, her potential could only reach the level of Yu Shirong, thus not factoring into Hu Guojun's future plans. Summoning the spirit of his sword, Hu Guojun soared through the skies, surveying the entire Saint capital from above. In that moment, he rediscovered the sensation of overlooking the world as the celestial emperor. Entering the Transcendence realm merely indicated that Hu Guojun had attained the theoretical possibility of returning to the divine domain. The path of rebirth remained arduous and fraught with challenges amidst the celestial heights. As he listened to the whistling winds, Hu Guojun's heart brimmed with yearning for the divine domain. What have they been doing in my absence? He mused softly. Yulu, do you think your husband is somewhat enigmatic? Yu Yizhu inquired. Initially, I believed my husband to be a carefree dandy. However, I later discerned that he possesses a demeanor that seems beyond his years, Xing Yulu reflected pensively. Let us not speculate, regardless of what manner of person he is, he loves us, does he not? Yu Yizhu smiled, leaning contentedly against Xing Yulu's shoulder, a picture of happiness. At that moment, Hu Guojun remained aloft, gazing down upon the Saint capital, reveling in the ecstasy of ruling over all. Meanwhile, and Jiuquan had also arrived in the Saint capital. At the city gate, Xing Xiuda was purchasing roasted duck, and the vendor casually remarked, "Shall I get a few for your son-in-law?" Xing Xiuda chuckled, "Hu Guojun treats my daughter well, there's no need for me, as her father, to worry." The mention of Hu Guojun instantly captured in Jiuquan's attention. He fixed his gaze intently on Xing Xiuda, his iron chains clinking slightly as he trailed behind at a distance. Xing Xiuda, carrying 2 roasted ducks, approached the roadside, untethered his horse, and mounted, heading toward the Xing residence. And Jiuquan smirked coldly, summoning his earth bear spirit to pursue Xing Xiuda's direction. Upon reaching the Xing residence, Xing Xiuda secured his horse and entered with the roasted ducks. A chilling breeze swept through, and Jiuquan appeared atop a tree across from the Xing residence, his seemingly clumsy form moving with the grace of a monkey.
With a cold glint in his eyes, and Jiuquan surveyed the peaceful scene of smoke rising from the Xing residence. There is no need to search far and wide, the prize comes effortlessly, he remarked with an evil grin. Chapter 56 The calamity of the Xing family. And Jiuquan leaped into the air, soaring above the courtyard of the Xing manor, as a tempest swept through a dark winds roared, swirling dust filled the sky, and the tiles on the eaves were violently lifted, crashing to the ground. Xing Hailong's grey beard danced wildly in the wind, and a surge of yellow energy erupted forth, revealing a massive grey hawk with a wingspan exceeding 7 meters, its silver body and thick feathers glistening, talons sharp as blades, poised to take flight.
Who dares trespass upon the Xing family? Xing Hailong bellowed in fury. The Soul Eater Abyss, and Jiuquan. Where is Hu Guojun?
And Jiuquan's voice resonated through the storm.
Hu Guojun, why do you seek him here in my Xing manor?
Xing Hailong inquired, furrowing his brow.
Unless you surrender Hu Guojun, you shall all perish. And Jiuquan declared ominously. Then let us see if you can make it so. Xing Hailong growled.
With a mighty flap of the hawk's wings, a fierce gust of wind swept through, snapping the 4 poplar trees in the courtyard cleanly in half. Amidst the storm, a white arc flashed as Xing Hailong swung his blade. And Jiuquan let out a cold chuckle, his iron chains bursting apart as he produced a colossal meteor hammer from his cloud bracelet, spinning it at high velocity, the sound of the hammer's wind akin to rolling thunder. Summoning the spirit of the earth bear, a swirling cloud of yellow sand erupted behind him, the two transformed into beams of silver and yellow light, hurtling into the sky, colliding like 2 meteors, creating a dazzling shower of sparks.
Yuhai, hurry to the Hu family and summon Hu Guojun, quickly! Xing Xiuda shouted.
Xing Yuhai promptly departed the Xing family, racing towards the Yu manor. Xing Xiuda, Xing Xiuji, and Xing Xiuwu each summoned their spirit forms, which materialized as 2 mountain eagles and a vulture.
With a fierce cry, they unleashed their spirit avatars and ascended into the AIR. Jiuquan wielded the meteor hammer, the iron weight spiraling through the air, and with a single strike, he sent the 3 sons of the Xing family, all at the 6th tier of the condensing Yuan realm, reeling back several meters, blood spewing from their mouths. Stand down!
This man possesses strength that likely surpasses the 3rd tier of the Transcendence realm. Xing Hailong exclaimed, his grip on the steel blade trembling from exertion.
Bone-crushing hammer wind!
And Jiuquan roared, the meteor hammer whirling violently in his grasp, summoning a whirlwind that howled like thunder. Xing Hailong, caught within the tempest, hastily conjured a chi shield to brace against Jiuquan's onslaught. In the blink of an eye, a grey shadow darted past, the enormous meteor hammer appearing ghost-like behind Xing Hailong, delivering a resounding blow that shattered his protective chi, sending him plummeting from the sky. The 82-year-old Xing Hailong coughed up a mouthful of old blood, kneeling on one knee, racked with pain. Jiuquan advanced menacingly, dragging the meteor hammer behind him. Xing Hailong wiped the blood from his mouth, struggling to raise his blade. A piercing eagle cry echoed through the air, as a pale blue spear of light shot down from the void. Jiuquan swiftly retreated, the spear exploding before him and creating a massive crater.
Who goes there? And Jiuquan shouted, filled with rage.
The Xing family, Xing Yuhai, came the low response. You tread the path of heaven when it is open, yet invade the gates of hell, prepare to die.
And Jiuquan thundered.
The earth bear spirit manifested, surrounded by a powerful force of earth elements, its gaping maw unleashing a brown energy wave.
Bear wave.
Xing Yuhai brandished his ice-breaking pear blossom spear, silver chi coiling around its shaft, generating immense power. Now in the later stages of the condensing Yuan realm, Xing Yuhai's strength was commendable, yet, to someone of Jiuquan's caliber, at the 4th tier of the Transcendence realm, it was still insufficient. As Xing Yuhai absorbed the bear wave, his arms ached intensely. Jiuquan transformed into a phantom, weaving through the air, and in the midst of the confusion, a punch swept towards Xing Yuhai's chest. Caught off guard, Xing Yuhai was sent flying backward, crashing through a wall from the sheer force of the impact.
Brother Yuhai, do not panic, Hu Guojun is coming, echoed Hu Guojun's voice from above.
It turned out that upon reaching the Yu manor, Xing Yuhai found Hu Guojun absent, prompting him to return. Just as Hu Guojun returned home, he learned from Yu's family of Xing Yuhai's visit and hastened back to the Xing manor.
Hu Guojun, your doomsday is upon you.
And Jiuquan called out to the skies.
On this day next year, you shall meet your demise. Hu Guojun retorted fiercely.
Behind him, the Shen Tai sword soul was summoned, radiant golden light emanating from the blade, with golden sword beams refracting down from the void.
You've already transcended to the next realm, haven't you? And Jiuquan inquired.
That is of no concern to you. All you need to know is that you are about to die, Hu Guojun replied sternly. With that, golden chi swords rained down from the skies. Jiuquan waved his arms, conjuring a brown chi wall that absorbed the energy swords entirely.
Trivial insect tactics. And Jiuquan laughed.
He hurled the meteor hammer skyward, the fierce winds from the hammer obliterating Hu Guojun, transforming him into a wisp of white smoke.
Look behind you. Hu Guojun had already appeared behind Jiuquan.
With a sweeping strike of his staff against Jiuquan's robust arm, a dull thud resonated, pushing Jiuquan back several meters.
Quite resilient, aren't you?
Hu Guojun chuckled. Had the Soul Eater Abyss sent Li Cha, Hu Guojun might have felt a twinge of apprehension, yet he found himself emboldened by facing a towering figure instead. In his past life, the Celestial Emperor had relished battling the hulking demons, as it allowed him to fully exploit his speed and shatter his foes.
Can you truly surpass the 4 demon overlords?
Hu Guojun mused with a slight smile, inwardly reflecting.
Chapter 57 The Underdog Strikes Back. Master Hu, I am here to assist you.
As Xing Lai Long was about to lend his support, Hu Guojun interjected, "There is no need for you to step forward, watch as I vanquish him." Jiuquan let out a cold snort, his massive frame quaking as the thick iron chains coiling around him surged towards Hu Guojun. The dark iron chain resembled a serpentine shadow, writhing and lunging at Hu Guojun, summoning his chi. Hu Guojun's sword spirit quivered behind him, and a colossal golden sword descended from the heavens, cleaving the iron chain asunder. Although Hu Guojun had just entered the realm of transcendence, the unparalleled advantage of his golden chi endowed him with the strength to contend with Jiuquan. Employing the technique of phantom steps, Hu Guojun transformed into a series of illusory figures, darting past Jiuquan without launching an attack. Under the continuous harassment from Hu Guojun, Jiuquan grew increasingly agitated, his movements becoming erratic.
The one who falters first shall be the loser, Hu Guojun murmured. He agilely evaded Jiuquan's relentless assaults, ascending and descending, weaving through the onslaught.
Gradually, Jiuquan's fury gave way to clarity. He recognized that despite his superior cultivation, Hu Guojun's speed eclipsed his own, ensnaring him within Hu Guojun's rhythm of combat, leading him into an unfavorable predicament. Jiuquan hurled a meteor hammer skyward, and above, a pitch-black hammer plummeted at breakneck speed, akin to a comet trailing its luminous tail. Yet, in a stunning turn of events, Hu Guojun charged directly at Jiuquan, catching him off guard. He had never anticipated such a bold maneuver. With the meteor hammer descending, now evidently enchanted to target him, Jiuquan found himself entangled with Hu Guojun, a look of despair etching his features.
This move can only be executed, not retracted, he thought frantically.
He swung his fists wildly, his formidable chi surging in all directions, while Hu Guojun summoned a Triton chi formation, momentarily restraining Jiuquan's movements. A thunderous boom erupted, and both combatants were hurled backward by the force of the impact. Hu Guojun glanced at Jiuquan, who lay on the ground, coughing up a cloud of dust.
"Damn it, are you out of your mind, kid?" Jiuquan seethed. "Why, with your greater mass, it must surely hurt you more, wouldn't you agree?"
Hu Guojun replied with a mischievous grin.
"Damn it!"
Jiuquan realized he had fallen into Hu Guojun's trap, gritting his teeth in frustration. Like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, Jiuquan lunged at Hu Guojun, his earth-bear spirit manifesting a crushing palm strike, its immense power capable of shattering Hu Guojun's skull. With a deft twist of his body, Hu Guojun utilized his powerful core strength to fold in midair, sweeping his staff towards the earth-bear spirit's head. The spirit emitted a furious roar as it was struck, its soul quaking with rage. With a thunderous growl, the earth-bear spirit revealed its razor-sharp fangs, charging at Hu Guojun. Employing his phantom steps once more, Hu Guojun slid low beneath the bear's legs, pivoting to deliver another strike. The blow landed squarely on the earth-bear spirit, delivering pain to Jiuquan, who let out a wretched scream and glared furiously at Hu Guojun. Enraged, Jiuquan charged at Hu Guojun with tremendous force. Hu Guojun stood his ground, fixated on the approaching giant. As Jiuquan drew near, the Triton formation emerged, jolting him violently and disorienting him. Hu Guojun unleashed the Golden Crow Sacred Pearl, channeling a quarter of his spirit stone's power to envelop Jiuquan in a radiant golden glow. "It is over," Xing Yuhao chuckled. While a mere quarter of the spirit stone's power would not slay Jiuquan, it was sufficient to dazzle his eyes. Hu Guojun appeared in the void above, akin to a golden streak of light plummeting down. With a resounding crash, the sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. A vivid scarlet spray of blood arced through the sky, tracing a crimson trajectory. Chapter 58 The Snow Phoenix soars to the sky. Jiuquan stood upright, only to crash to the ground with a thunderous thud, his face still etched with disbelief in his final moments. Hu Guojun summoned the sacred pearl of the Golden Crow, which hovered above Jiuquan's lifeless body, absorbing a wisp of his essence entirely. "Senior Xing, are you unscathed?" Hu Guojun inquired with concern as he approached. "Young Master Hu, you worry too much." "This old man is quite well," Xing Yualong replied, clasping his fists. Had it not been for your timely arrival today, we would surely have been no match for this man. I am truly grateful for your life-saving grace. He smiled, bowing respectfully.
How embarrassing.
This individual seemed to be coming for me, but inadvertently stumbled into your esteemed residence. I hope Senior Xing can overlook this, Hu Guojun said, returning the gesture. Xing Yuelong's perception of Hu Guojun had shifted significantly. Not only had Hu Guojun refrained from pursuing the matter concerning Xing Shoucheng, but he had also drawn his sword to assist them this time. Should they leverage the power of the Netherworld to eliminate the Xing family, it would undoubtedly bolster their own influence. Hu Guojun's willingness to risk his life to help them genuinely touched Xing Yuelong. Xing Yuelong chuckled, your strength and innate talent truly command my admiration. Young master, the Xing family shall unite with you to confront formidable foes. Senior Xing is too kind, Hu Guojun replied with a smile, clasping his fists once more.
I have matters to attend to and cannot linger. I hope for your understanding.
Young master, travel safely. Xing Yuelong bowed upon leaving the Xing residence and returning home. Hu Guojun summoned Xing Yulu.
Yulu, what is your current cultivation level? He inquired.
Approximately at the 8th or 9th level of the condensing Yuan realm, Xing Yulu replied.
Take a seat there. I shall arrange a spirit stone formation to assist you, Hu Guojun said, mysteriously skeptical yet intrigued. Xing Yulu sat cross-legged and activated her qi refining technique, channeling her internal energy into her dantian. Hu Guojun set up the spirit stone formation, beams of light shooting skyward, refracting from the void to create a vast energy field. He tossed the sacred pearl of the golden crow into the air, where it spun rapidly above Xing Yulu's head, emitting a golden beam directed at her crown. With a soft groan, Xing Yulu spat out a mouthful of vital blood, and a rush of silver energy surged forth from behind her like crashing waves. A silver avian creature let out a piercing cry, as frost-laden air enveloped the sky, its glass-like phoenix eyes radiating an aura befitting the king of birds. The phoenix's rebirth was not death, but a soaring ascension to the heavens. Birds appeared above the residence, gliding slowly and chirping melodiously. Dozens alighted before Xing Yulu, spreading their wings and bowing their heads, as if paying homage to the avian sovereign. Behind Xing Yulu manifested a snow phoenix with a wingspan exceeding 7 meters, its body pristine white, surrounded by an aura of frost. The snow phoenix soared to the sky, as myriad birds flocked to it. Madam, your talent is indeed extraordinary. You have directly transcended from the 9th level of the condensing Yuan realm to the Transcendence realm.
Hu Guojun exclaimed joyfully. Though Hu Guojun possessed only average qualifications, even the Heavenly Emperor could not fundamentally transform him into a genius.
However, Xing Yulu's potential was such that few in the central domain could rival her. Husband, are you saying I have now entered the Transcendence realm? Xing Yulu asked, astonished. Indeed, Hu Guojun replied with a gentle smile and a nod.
Hu Guojun retrieved paper and ink from his cloud bracelet, spreading the paper before him as he wrote with graceful strokes. After a brief period, he handed the paper to Xing Yulu.
This is a gift from your husband to celebrate your ascent to the Transcendence realm. You must devote yourself to its study, and you shall undoubtedly become one of the most remarkable women in the central domain, he proclaimed with a smile. The cosmic star chart, guided by the sword, vanquishing immortals and slaying demons. Xing Yulu
Hu Guojun lifted her effortlessly, carrying her into the room, closing the door behind them. A wall of qi was raised, completely isolating their sounds. With playful teasing and tender caresses, the night unfolded, as the rosy candlelight illuminated their shared spring night. It was not until the following morning that the two emerged from the room, slightly weary yet content. Chapter 59. A new beginning. Xing Yulu had already transcended to a higher realm, while Hu Guojun began to entertain thoughts of departing from the holy city. However, a lingering concern remained unresolved. To whom should the Yu family be entrusted in Hu Guojun's absence? Should Yu Yizhu be left behind, the return of Yu Guangrong could very well threaten her life. Entrusting the Yu family to Yu Huaichen might afford Yu Guangrong some leniency upon his return. Although Yu Yizhu's strength might not aid Hu Guojun significantly in the future, she remained his first wife, and her well-being could not be disregarded. Hu Guojun summoned both ladies to express his desire to pursue the path of the divine and leave the holy city.
My husband is not one to willingly spend his remaining years in this city. How could we possibly impede him? Yu Yizhu spoke softly. If you leave the holy city, I, along with Sister Yizhu, shall follow you, Xing Yulu declared. Very well, I express my gratitude to both of you, Hu Guojun replied. The journey ahead in pursuit of the divine path shall undoubtedly be fraught with peril. I hope we can unite our efforts to overcome all obstacles. You have your own world, your own aspirations, we shall follow you, Yu Yizhu nestled closer to Hu Guojun. Seeking the divine path? Count me in. Xing Yuhao emerged from the entrance of the courtyard. Brother Yuhao, since you are willing to join, I wholeheartedly welcome you. Hu Guojun rose with a smile.
I will entrust the affairs of the Yu residence entirely to my esteemed father-in-law. We shall set forth the day after tomorrow, Hu Guojun stated. 2 days later, Xing Yuhao donned a grey robe, shouldering a broken ice pear blossom spear, standing at the entrance of the Yu residence, leading a magnificent snow-white steed from the western regions.
Let us commence our journey. Hu Guojun waved his hand with a hearty laugh. Dressed in a white brocade robe and carrying the dragon-subduing staff, Hu Guojun rode a brown steed. Xing Yulu adorned herself in a gown of pure white, with a bat-patterned belt and the ice-edged sword upon her back. Yuizhu wore a light purple brocade dress, with a peach blossom pin at her waist. The two ladies mounted their white steeds, following closely behind Hu Guojun. 4 individuals on 4 steeds galloped towards the city gates of the holy city. As they had just departed, Xing Yuhao turned and inquired, "Where are we headed?" "Towards Jiulong City. First we shall rest at Qingfeng Town," Hu Guojun replied with a gentle smile. "To reach Qingfeng Town, we must traverse Qingfeng Mountain. It is said that many bandits inhabit that area. Perhaps we should take a detour," Xing Yuhao suggested. "What's the matter? Are you afraid, brother Yuhao?" Hu Guojun teased with a grin. "Afraid? Not in the least. However, if we can avoid unnecessary skirmishes, why not?" Xing Yuhao chuckled. "To bide our time and conserve our strength," Xing Yulu added with a smile. "You two siblings truly are of one mind," Hu Guojun laughed heartily. "Ha ha!" The 4 of them burst into laughter in unison. As they conversed, they unwittingly entered Qingfeng Mountain. It was springtime, and the peach blossoms bloomed vibrantly across the mountains, enchanting in their beauty. Towering trees, lush and verdant, framed crystal-clear streams, creating a picturesque panorama. Such breathtaking scenery! How could this possibly be a den for bandits? Yuizhu furrowed her brow. "Perhaps bandits too have an appreciation for beauty," Hu Guojun remarked, casting a somber glance at Qingfeng Mountain before him. "The horses cannot enter here," Yuizhu noted with concern. Hu Guojun chuckled, producing 4 azure beast controlling bags from his cloud bracelet. "I had anticipated this," he said with a grin. "Beast controlling bags?" Yuizhu's eyes brightened. Hu Guojun tossed the 4 bags into the air, and in a flash of white light, the 4 steeds were drawn into the bags. The 4 of them, filled with laughter and chatter, ventured into the notorious bandit stronghold of Qingfeng Mountain. The winding mountain path was steep and treacherous. By noon, they were drenched in sweat. An elderly woman with graying hair and a kind face sat before a tea stall. "Young gentlemen and ladies, would you care for a bowl of cool tea?" the old woman smiled. Hu Guojun glanced at the benevolent old woman and replied, "Very well, we shall have 4 bowls." With practiced ease, the old woman ladled 4 bowls of cool tea from her barrel and placed them on a small wooden table. "Here is your cool tea. Please enjoy it at your leisure." Chapter 60 of the Bandit Lair. Hu Guojun and his 3 companions consumed the herbal tea, and before long, they began to feel dizzy and fell to the ground in slumber. A faint smile lingered at the corner of Hu Guojun's mouth as he collapsed. Just as the 4 of them lost consciousness, the kindly old woman vanished without a trace, her demeanor transformed as she glared fiercely at them, murmuring, "Come out and take them away." From behind the tea stall came the rustling of movement, and several burly men, their skin dark and marred with scars, emerged to hoist the 4 individuals and carry them deeper into Qingfeng Mountain. Time passed unmeasured, and the quartet found themselves bound and unceremoniously tossed onto the ground. A bucket of icy water was splashed upon them, rousing them from their stupor. "Who am I? Where am I?" Hu Guojun shouted in confusion. "A bandit den, where else could we be?" Xing Yuhao replied despairingly. Hey, enough of your chatter," roared a bandit chief, his skin a sickly yellow, a deep scar cutting across his face. "Empty out the contents of the cloud bracelet," one of the bandits bellowed. "Those 2 women, leave them for me as my wives," the chief leered wickedly. "Dream on," Xing Yuhao retorted defiantly. "Facing death, and you still dare to talk back?" The bandit chief swung a hand at him. Xing Yuhao rolled to the side, releasing a burst of silver energy that severed his bindings. At that moment, Yuizhu, Xing Yulu, and Hu Guojun also broke free from their restraints, glaring fiercely at the bandit chief. "Qi refiners! They are Qi refiners," the bandits exclaimed in panic. "Stay calm, I shall handle this," the bandit chief commanded. With a low growl, gray energy erupted from him, and a gleaming machete appeared in his hand, aimed at Hu Guojun. Hu Guojun unleashed a surge of protective energy, forming a golden aura that charged towards the bandit chief, sending him flying and knocking out 2 of his front teeth. "At the second layer of the condensing Yuan realm, and you dare to call yourself the leader?" Hu Guojun scoffed. "Transcendence realm." The bandit chief trembled in fear. "How did you deduce that this band of bandits is not very skilled?" Yu Yizhu laughed.
With such low intelligence, it would be surprising if they were highly skilled.
Hu Guojun chuckled.
Qingfeng Mountain is a notorious bandit den. How could an old woman be selling herbal tea halfway up the mountain? If Hu Guojun and Tea disagreed earlier, I would have dispatched them immediately.
Xing Yuhao declared, kicking one bandit away. Enough already, and look at us, all drenched. Yu Yizhu complained. You don't understand.
I have questions for them, Hu Guojun said, raising a finger and shaking it.
What questions? The three asked in unison.
Come over here, Hu Guojun pointed at the bandit chief. The chief, trembling in fear, crawled over and pleaded, My lord, I was blind to your greatness.
Please spare my life. Do not panic, are there other bandits in this mountain? Hu Guojun inquired.
Yes, the bandits on the back mountain are very strong, we cannot contend with them, and can only rob some outsiders halfway up the mountain. We never expected to encounter you four great lords, please spare us, the chief implored, bowing his head.
What is their approximate strength? Hu Guojun asked gravely.
This humble one truly does not know, our meager strength only allows us to bully those without martial skills.
We would never dare to confront the stronger group behind us, the chief lamented. What is the name of that strong group? Xing Yuhao leaned in to ask.
Qingfeng Gang, the bandit chief replied.
Qingfeng Gang, understood, Hu Guojun responded coldly. What is their highest level of cultivation? Xing Yuhao inquired.
At least the 8th layer of the condensing Yuan realm.
They may also have Transcendence Realm experts, the chief answered.
Then let us rid the world of this menace and eliminate the Qingfeng Gang. Hu Guojun's eyes shimmered with a fierce intensity, the bandit chief looked on in shock, not daring to speak.
Bring out the best food and wine.
Let us feast, Hu Guojun said dismissively. The bandit chief quickly complied, hurriedly presenting food and drink from the lair, fearful that displeasing the four would cost him his life that night. Hu Guojun gathered the three together and said, Rest assured, the Qingfeng Gang will surely come for our lives at midnight.
Why?
Xing Yuhao furrowed his brow.
Do you really think that bandit chief is unaware of the Qingfeng Gang's background?
Though the bandits on this mountain vary in strength, they must be interconnected, it cannot be as vague as he described, Hu Guojun asserted confidently.
How shall we respond? Xing Yuhao asked. You go to that room. I will stay here with Yu Lu and Yizhu, Hu Guojun instructed. By myself?
Xing Yuhao hesitated, questioning.
What is wrong, do you wish to stay with my two wives?
Hu Guojun smirked, Xing Yuhao's face flushed, and he turned to leave. Hu Guojun chuckled and followed, whispering something in his ear. Xing Yuhao's smile gradually broadened as he joyfully exited the room, heading to another. In the dead of night, Hu Guojun lay in bed, snoring loudly, while Yu Yizhu and Xing Yulu struggled to suppress their laughter. Xing Yuhao also cast aside his gentlemanly demeanor, pinching his nose and snoring heartily.
Hu.
The raucous snores echoed, and from the thickets in the distance, shadows began to emerge, glimmering steel blades reflecting cold light against the night sky. A bunch of pigs, snoring like thunder, the bandit chief's voice carried through the air. You all, surround them, but do not make a sound, he instructed in a low tone. Boss, the Qingfeng Gang has arrived, a minion whispered as he slipped over. Excellent, they are doomed now, the bandit chief declared, drawing his long knife with a sinister intent. Chapter 61 The Annihilation of Qingfeng Stronghold. The bandits encircled the two sleeping quarters, hurling torches into the rooms. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, waves of heat rolling forth, illuminating the pitch-black night with a crimson glow. The bandit chief, with a malevolent grin, gazed at the inferno before him and declared, Once the fire has extinguished, we shall collect their corpses. At that moment, Hu Guojun and his companions had already vacated the sleeping quarters, sprinting deeper into Qingfeng Mountain. I surmised they would strike while we slumbered. Such a conflagration will take considerable time to quench, let us make our way directly to the bandits' lair.
Hu Guojun chuckled. They would never anticipate such a ploy. Xing Yuhao chimed in with a laugh. But how shall we locate Qingfeng's stronghold? Yu Yizhu inquired.
The bandit chief mentioned yesterday that Qingfeng's stronghold lies deep within Qingfeng Mountain. If we search further into the mountain, we are bound to uncover something, Hu Guojun replied. The four of them activated their qi cultivation techniques, resembling four streaks of light as they swiftly navigated through the forested terrain. After a brief interval, a colossal stronghold came into view, the characters Qingfeng stronghold prominently displayed above the gate. Summoning their spiritual essence, the four entered the stronghold with an aura of murderous intent. Xing Yuhao smiled slightly, and with a tremor of his body, a pair of silver eagle wings unfurled behind him. Silver chi surged forth, sending ripples of energy cascading outward.
Ah, look at you, sneaking into the transcendence realm. Hu Guojun laughed.
Xing Yuhao's ascension to transcendence was not entirely unexpected, given that, as the foremost genius of the Xing family, his innate talent was formidable, albeit slightly overshadowed by Xing Yulu's spiritual essence. However, he had lacked a mentor's guidance. After practicing the Four Saints' demon-slaying array alongside Hu Guojun, it was only natural for his cultivation to advance rapidly. With a piercing eagle cry that shattered the air, a silver streak of light surged forward, causing the gate of Qingfeng's stronghold to collapse with a thunderous crash.
Now this is exhilarating, Hu Guojun remarked, shaking his head in amusement.
Behind him, the Shen Tai sword soul was summoned, its blade enveloped in golden chi, soaring skyward, vanishing from sight.
What tricks are you up to now, dear husband? Yu Yizhu laughed.
Hu Guojun pointed skyward with a faint smile. Streams of golden chi swords descended like a torrential downpour, unleashing a series of explosions within Qingfeng's stronghold, igniting golden soul flames. The golden tongues of fire flickered and danced, nearly consuming the very air, as the scent of death permeated the stronghold.
Xing Yulu gazed regretfully at the stronghold engulfed in flames, murmuring, "How many lives will be lost?"
For years, Qingfeng's stronghold has mercilessly taken the lives of countless innocent travelers. These individuals truly deserve their fate. There is no need for sorrow, Yu Yizhu replied. Under the relentless barrage of golden chi swords, Qingfeng's stronghold was reduced to ruins. The four entered the desolate remnants of the stronghold, surrounded by the charred corpses of bandits, some of whom, possessing higher cultivation, lay on the ground moaning in agony.
"Speak, where is your stronghold leader?" Hu Guojun demanded, seizing an injured bandit from the ground.
The leader descended the mountain last night with half our forces.
I truly do not know what they are up to, the bandit pleaded for mercy. Hu Guojun chose not to further torment the wounded bandit, opting instead to await the return of the stronghold leader and his men. Approximately 2 hours later, the leader of Qingfeng's stronghold returned, accompanied by dozens of bandits. Upon witnessing the charred remains of his stronghold, his vision darkened, and he nearly fainted. "You scoundrels, come out at once," the leader of Qingfeng's stronghold bellowed. "You're back?" Hu Guojun replied, stepping out from the ruins with a grin.
"I demand your life in return," the stronghold leader roared, unleashing a torrent of white chi. A gleaming black giant sword materialized, its gray blade radiating menacing energy. A beam of sword chi hurtling directly towards Hu Guojun's face. With a cold snort, Hu Guojun's Shen Tai sword was enveloped in golden chi, and a golden sword beam erupted, spiraling towards the leader's attack. Xing Yuhao drew his ice-breaking pear blossom spear, leaping into the air as a faint blue spear beam streaked down like a meteor. Xing Yulu summoned her snow phoenix spiritual essence, unleashing a frigid aura as shards of ice whistled through the air. Boom! The leader of Qingfeng's stronghold was obliterated by the trio's combined assault, reduced to mere ash, leaving not a trace behind.
"It seems we forgot to ask his name," Hu Guojun chuckled.
"That is of no consequence," Xing Yuhao replied with a shared smile.
The remaining bandits trembled in fear, scattering in all directions. The bandit menace on Qingfeng Mountain does not appear to be as rampant as the rumors suggest. Wouldn't it be sufficient for a few transcendence experts from the Sangyan dynasty to handle the situation? Yu Yizhu mused, furrowing her brow. "Your words suggest a deeper mystery at play," Hu Guojun remarked, his brow raised in contemplation. Chapter 62 Astonishing discovery. The four individuals drove away the bandits and ventured into the depths of Qingfeng Mountain stronghold, where an overwhelming scent of liquor assailed their senses. Rows of barrels lined up neatly, and on the central table lay a roasted wild boar, its delectable aroma still wafting through the air. Barely touched. As Hu Guojun walked upon the wooden floor, he suddenly noticed an unusual cracking sound emanating from beneath his feet. He bent down and gently tapped the surface. A crisp echo resonated, prompting Hu Guojun to strike the ground with his fist, which shattered the floor, creating a sizable hole. Peering into the abyss, he found nothing but darkness. "Look, there's a cellar!" Hu Guojun exclaimed. The other three hurried over, crouching to gaze into the pitch-black cavity. "Let us descend and investigate," suggested Hu Guojun. Xing Yuhao seized a torch and slipped into the opening, followed closely by Hu Guojun and the others. The faint glow illuminated the shadowy cellar, revealing a dusty underground passage where the occasional scurrying of mice could be heard. "What is that over there?" Xing Yuhao pointed towards a pile of moldy wooden boxes in the distance. The four gathered around, discovering the official seal of the Sangyan dynasty embossed upon the crates. Hu Guojun pried open one of the boxes, revealing neatly stacked official silver marked with the insignia of the Sangyan dynasty. How could a bandit hideout possess such a vast amount of official silver? Xing Yuhao pondered.
Despite the decay of the boxes, the meticulous arrangement of the silver suggested that it had remained untouched for a considerable time, indicating it was unlikely to have been acquired through plunder. Hu Guojun furrowed his brow as he examined the silver within the box. I have heard that Qingfeng Town has attempted to besiege the bandits of Qingfeng Mountain multiple times, thus the court must have allocated substantial military funds to Qingfeng Town, Xing Yuhao remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, it is quite perplexing. Where could the bandits have sourced such an abundance of official silver? Hu Guojun mused, bewildered. Let us first visit Qingfeng Town, this matter need not weigh upon our minds, Yuizhu interjected, breaking the two men's contemplation. The four emerged from the cellar and made their way towards Qingfeng Town. Along the journey, Hu Guojun and Xing Yuhao wore somber expressions, their thoughts consumed by the official silver they had discovered, while Yuizhu and Xing Yulu appeared cheerful, reveling in the scenic beauty along the roadside. The joys and sorrows of men and women often diverge. After traversing rugged mountain paths, the four finally entered Qingfeng Town. As the largest town under the jurisdiction of Jiulong City, Qingfeng Town serves as a significant trade hub in the central region. A multitude of goods flowing into the town necessitated passage through the affected areas of Qingfeng Stronghold, prompting the court to repeatedly order the eradication of banditry in the region. Years passed, and the old emperor, Wang Hongxin, had passed away, yet the banditry of Qingfeng Mountain remained unchecked. Had it not been for Hu Guojun and his companions effortlessly vanquishing the bandits of Qingfeng Stronghold, no one would have been aware that this band of outlaws was not as formidable as the tales had suggested. The four found lodging in a guest room, where Hu Guojun summoned a waiter and inquired, "Has Qingfeng Town ever dispatched troops to besiege the bandits of Qingfeng Mountain?" Almost every year, yet each attempt has proven futile. It is said that the military funds allocated to us by the court exceed those of Jiulong City. I wonder what the garrison is doing, the waiter sighed. I see, Hu Guojun nodded slightly, his tone somber. I suspect that the administrative officials of Qingfeng Town have colluded with the bandits of Qingfeng Stronghold, establishing a long-term balance of power, thereby continuously siphoning military funds from the court, Hu Guojun remarked, his brow furrowing. That makes sense. The Sanyan dynasty is replete with experts in transcendent realms, and even his saints of pseudo-divine status providing protection. How could they allow the bandits of Qingfeng Mountain to operate with impunity for so many years? Xing Yuhao agreed with a nod. Perhaps we should pay a visit to the county office of Qingfeng Town, Hu Guojun suggested, glancing at Xing Yuhao. I was just thinking the same, Xing Yuhao replied enthusiastically. We should refrain from involving ourselves in the court's affairs. Yuizhu tugged at Hu Guojun's sleeve. Allow me and brother Yuhao to investigate this matter. You and Yulu should rest here, Hu Guojun proposed with a smile. Very well, Yuizhu acquiesced reluctantly. Hu Guojun and Xing Yuhao rose and departed towards the county office of Qingfeng Town. What shall we do? Xing Yuhao asked. Follow me, Hu Guojun replied with a smile, hinting at a secretive plan. The two leaped over the back wall of the county office, stealthily entering the premises. As they crept into the rear courtyard, they found two guards dozing off, leaning against their fire and water staffs. Exchanging knowing glances, they swiftly approached and incapacitated the guards, stripping them of their garments and silencing them before stowing them away in the stable, covering them with hay. The two then transformed their appearances and confidently strolled to the front entrance of the county office, brandishing the staffs with an air of authority. Chapter 63. The truth revealed. The two had spent an entire day at the county office in Qingfeng Town, finally awaiting the arrival of the magistrate clad in a blue official robe. The magistrate descended from his carriage, his face ashen and his demeanor irate as he stormed into the office. Summon Zhang Lingbang to my presence at once, the magistrate bellowed. Yes, sir, replied a subordinate with a bow. Hu Guojun exchanged a knowing glance with Xing Yuhao, indicating that their opportunity had arrived. They trailed behind the magistrate's guards, proceeding towards the courtyard. Upon reaching the inner chamber, the magistrate gestured for everyone to halt, and Hu Guojun and Xing Yuhao obediently came to a standstill. Approximately half an hour later, a tall general clad in armor entered the premises. So, this must be Zhang Lingbang, Hu Guojun murmured to Xing Yuhao. Indeed, I believe so, Xing Yuhao nodded in agreement. What are you two whispering about? A guard inquired. I don't recall seeing either of you before, another guard remarked with a frown. We are newcomers, Hu Guojun replied with a smile and a nod. Suddenly, a flash of white light pierced through the air. Both men shuddered and collapsed to the ground. Lifeless, Xing Yuhao, withdrawing the silver energy from his body, frowned and remarked, these two certainly talk too much. Dispose of the bodies, Hu Guojun cautioned, scanning the surroundings warily. Xing Yuhao summoned his snow-carving primordial spirit, which opened its beak like an eagle and unleashed a beam of white light, absorbing the corpses of the guards. The spirit of carnivorous creatures can draw strength from human flesh. Although it cannot enhance one's cultivation, it nourishes the soul. As night fell, Hu Guojun and Xing Yuhao stealthily entered the magistrate's office, crouching beneath the window.
The bandits of Qingfengjai are dead. Were you not told to take it easy? A voice echoed.
I didn't truly engage them, how could they possibly have been eradicated? Another voice retorted. It seems the magistrate is embroiled in a quarrel with Zhang Lingbang, Hu Guojun whispered. Xing Yuhao nodded, pressing his ear closer to listen. If not you, then who could it be? The magistrate questioned. The leader of the Qingfengjai bandits, at the very least, is a novice at transcending realms.
How could he be so easily exterminated? Zhang Lingbang replied, perplexed.
This is the central domain. Are there not enough transcendents around? It's merely our rumors that have instilled fear in them. Surely, you don't believe that band of bandits is formidable? The magistrate said anxiously.
After performing this charade for so many years, I nearly forgot, Zhang Lingbang chuckled.
I wish to know who dispatched the bandits, the magistrate said solemnly. Then let us issue a proclamation, inviting them to the county office to claim their rewards. That should reveal their identities, Zhang Lingbang suggested. I am concerned about the silver we allocated to Qingfengjai, the magistrate replied gloomily.
I had almost overlooked that, but if they could eliminate the Qingfengjai bandits, those individuals must possess considerable strength. What if we are no match for them?
Zhang Lingbang said, his tone heavy. That is precisely what troubles me, the magistrate fretted. If they are merely novice transcendents, it may be manageable, but if they are mid to late stage, even I would not stand a chance, Zhang Lingbang sighed.
With a 70-30 split, we still stand to profit, the magistrate remarked with a smile. Damn it, these corrupt officials. Xing Yuhao clenched his fists, seething with rage. How many lives have been lost on Qingfeng Mountain over the years?
The government has consistently claimed to hunt down bandits, yet they have been engaged in these treacherous dealings. Xing Yuhao continued. Patience, let us listen further, Hu Guojun urged, maintaining his composure. Let us prepare a proclamation to ascertain who has eradicated the bandit threat from Qingfeng Mountain, the magistrate declared. I shall make the preparations, Zhang Lingbang replied. As soon as Zhang Lingbang rose, the two swiftly melted into the shadows of the room. Moments after he departed, they stealthily entered the magistrate's chamber. The magistrate, his face etched with worry, paced the room, when suddenly, a dagger was pressed against his throat. Make no noise if you wish to live, Hu Guojun warned in a low voice. Xing Yuhao had already shut the door, fixing his gaze on the trembling magistrate. We heard everything you said just now, Hu Guojun said coldly. The magistrate's complexion turned pale, yet he dared not make a sound. You wretched official. Colluding with bandits. Xing Yuhao struck him sharply across the face. Half of the magistrate's visage swelled grotesquely, blood streaming from his nose, stifled by his own silence. With a sweeping motion, Hu Guojun unleashed a torrent of golden energy, enveloping the room and muffling the sound. You may speak now, he stated ominously. Spare me, noble warriors, the magistrate cried. Tell us how you conspired with the bandits, Hu Guojun commanded, taking a seat at the table and twirling his dragon-subduing staff in his hands. Upon seeing the staff, the magistrate's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, weeping. This is not entirely my doing. You corrupt officials are masters of shifting blame, Xing Yuhao glared, rebuking him. No, noble warrior, I swear it, the magistrate pleaded for mercy. Explain the entire situation to me, and I might consider sparing your life. Hu Guojun pressed the staff against the magistrate's back, slowly gliding it along. A warm stream trickled from the magistrate, and both men instinctively covered their noses. Chapter 64 of the unsavory deal. You worthless scoundrel, how dare you wet yourself? Xia Yuhao exclaimed in a fit of rage. Spare my life, noble warrior, the county magistrate cried, collapsing onto the ground in despair. Speak, Hu Guojun intoned somberly. 5 years ago, I was dispatched by the court to Qingfeng Town, where I discovered rampant banditry and a lack of resources. Thus, I devised a plan to siphon off funds designated for the suppression of bandits, the county magistrate confessed. Then why did you choose to collaborate with the outlaws? Xia Yuhao inquired. If we merely accepted the funds without taking action against the bandits, the court would grow suspicious. Hence, I conspired with Zhang Lingbang to feign fierce confrontations during each suppression effort, splitting the court silver 70-30, the county magistrate explained. Can you truly justify such actions to the people of Qingfeng village? Hu Guojun asked, frowning. I am but a poor man, and a spark of greed took hold of me, but this scheme was not solely my own. Zhang Lingbang, as the court's military supervisor, is equally culpable, the county magistrate pleaded, bowing his head. You corrupt officials, who contribute nothing of merit to the Sangyan dynasty, yet excel in your avarice and lawlessness, Xia Yuhao seethed.
Noble warrior, I am merely a lowly county magistrate. Since the old emperor fell gravely ill, the entire court has followed suit, the county magistrate lamented, prostrating himself. You greedy officials, who prey upon the common folk and consort with bandits, deserve nothing less than execution. Xia Yuhao shouted, his eyes blazing with fury. Do not be so agitated, noble warrior. If Zhang Lingbang returns, you will not fare any better, the county magistrate suddenly said, his tone turning grim. Hu Guojun raised an eyebrow, then struck the county magistrate's face with a resounding slap, leaving the other side of his face swollen like a pig's. The county magistrate crumpled to the ground, wailing in pain. When will Zhang Lingbang arrive? Hu Guojun asked, his voice low. Tomorrow morning, the county magistrate cried out.
We shall await his arrival, Hu Guojun replied nonchalantly. The following morning, Zhang Lingbang entered the courtyard clad in resplendent crimson robes, adorned with armor and a sword suspended at his waist. The county magistrate lay bound like a dumpling upon the table, waiting for Zhang Lingbang's arrival. Zhang Lingbang pushed open the slightly ajar door and stepped inside, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the county magistrate in such a disheveled state that he swiftly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and shouted, "Who goes there?" The door abruptly slammed shut, and a golden aura of energy surged upward.
Come out! Zhang Lingbang bellowed, drawing his sword. Corrupt official, prepare to meet your end. Xia Yuhao declared, emerging from the shadows. With that, Xia Yuhao launched a sweeping strike, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that sent the county magistrate flying from the table, crashing to the ground once more. Zhang Lingbang met the attack with his sword, and in an instant, the clashing of weapons filled the room, accompanied by the metallic sounds of combat. Xia Yuhao's spear moved like a dragon, his snow sculpture spirit summoned to enhance his ferocity. With a furious roar, Zhang Lingbang summoned his dark green spirit, revealing a massive turtle adorned with moss. Well, you old turtle! Xia Yuhao scoffed. Spirit battle.
Thick, dark green armor manifested around Zhang Lingbang, his legs becoming incredibly robust. Xia Yuhao thrust his spear into Zhang Lingbang's chest with a resounding crack, only for it to ricochet off harmlessly.
Impudent wretch, do not be so arrogant!
Zhang Lingbang shouted. He swung his sword, sending a silver-white blade of light slicing through the air, followed by a white gust of wind. Xia Yuhao crossed his spear before him, and with a tremendous crash, he was sent reeling backward as Zhang Lingbang lunged forward with his sword, but Hu Guojun suddenly appeared, striking Zhang Lingbang from behind and shattering his protective shell. Zhang Lingbang, caught off guard, spat out a mouthful of blood.
An ambush?
Zhang Lingbang exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Xia Yuao's snow sculpture spirit descended, raking fiercely at Zhang Lingbang's back, causing him to cough up more blood as he collapsed to the ground.
Damn it, still an ambush! Zhang Lingbang groaned. What, am I not allowed to ambush you? Hu Guojun sneered, planting his foot on Zhang Lingbang's chest.
You corrupt officials are filled with malice.
Let us seek an explanation from the Lord of Jiulong City. Xia Yuhao declared.
Even if you go to Jiulong City, it will avail you nothing. Zhang Lingbang roared. Xia Yuhao retaliated with a punch to Zhang Lingbang's face, declaring, I will not allow your arrogance. The two of them, bruised and battered, left the county office through the back courtyard, drawing smiles of delight from the many citizens who witnessed their disgrace. It appears you both have not been kind to the people of Qingfeng Town, Hu Guojun remarked darkly.
They arrived at the post station and summoned Yuizhu and the others. Let us proceed to Jiulong City.
Hu Guojun shouted. Chapter 65. The Nest of Vipers. Hu Guojun exchanged 5 pieces of spiritual stone for a donkey at a donkey meat restaurant, binding the county magistrate and Zhang Lingbang to its back. The 4 of them mounted their horses and leisurely led the donkey, preparing to leave the town. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, and a large contingent of guards from Qingfeng Town appeared.
The leader of the guards bellowed, Bold thieves, how dare you bind an official of our dynasty? If you dare to act, their heads shall surely roll.
Xing Yuhao pressed his gun against the neck of the county magistrate, shouting, Stand down.
We must retreat, Zhang Lingbang said helplessly. Retreat.
Retreat, the county magistrate echoed. Seeing that the commander had issued orders, the crowd complied and parted ways. The 4 promptly left Qingfeng Town, making their way towards Jiulong City. Within the barracks of Qingfeng Town's guards, a cavalryman rode swiftly towards Jiulong City. Due to the donkey's slow pace, the journey of the 4 was somewhat delayed. Inside the Jiulong City government office, an official reported, Sir, County Magistrate Lu and Commander Zhang have been captured.
What?
The governor of Jiulong City furrowed his brow. I witnessed it with my own eyes. They should be halfway here by now, the cavalryman replied.
What shall we do?
The governor glanced at a figure beside him. The individual in question was none other than Li Cha, the leader of the Jiulong City branch of the Wraith Cave. If it were merely common thieves, I would resolve it for you, my lord, Li Cha remarked with a smile. If Master Li can assist in this matter, I shall offer a generous reward, the governor replied, clasping his hands in gratitude. Rest assured, I will certainly rescue the two gentlemen, Li Cha said, raising an eyebrow and sipping his tea. Outside Jiulong City, Hu Guojun and his companions had just arrived. They found an inn within the city and enjoyed a hearty meal. You two wait here, we shall report to the governor, Hu Guojun instructed. Hu Guojun and Xing Yuhao dragged Zhang Lingbang towards the governor's office in Jiulong City. Upon their arrival, they shouted, "We demand to report a crime." Report a crime, a boisterous doorman stepped out to inquire. We are here to accuse County Magistrate Lu Zhong and Commander Zhang Lingbang of colluding with bandits and embezzling military funds, Xing Yuhao stated solemnly. The doorman, upon seeing the two bound men on the donkey's back, was taken aback and hurried inside to report. My lord, two men at the entrance claim to be reporting County Magistrate Lu and Commander Zhang for colluding with bandits, and they have tied the two officials to a donkey. Governor Dong Long stroked his beard and said, "Let them in."
The two men marched in, dragging Lu Zhong and Zhang Lingbang, and unceremoniously tossed them onto the hall floor.
My lord, these two have colluded with the bandits of Qingfeng Mountain and embezzled military funds.
How should we address this matter?
Hu Guojun clasped his fists respectfully. Brave gentlemen, please take a seat. This office will conduct a thorough investigation, and upon confirmation, severe punishment will be meted out.
Governor Dong declared. There is no need for an investigation.
Simply send someone to Qingfeng Mountain to retrieve the silver from the cellar, and do ensure that you send sufficient personnel, as there is a great deal of silver, Hu Guojun scoffed.
Lu Zhong, Zhang Lingbang, is what this brave man says true?
Dong Long pointed at them. My lord, we are unaware, they both replied in unison.
Shameless scoundrels! Xing Yuhao exclaimed angrily.
Hu Guojun smiled faintly and pulled out a piece of official silver, tossing it onto the ground.
Lord Dong, do take a look. Is this not the official silver of the Sangyan dynasty?
Dong Long leaned in to pick up a piece of the silver, squinting at it for a moment before stating, Indeed, it is the official silver of our dynasty. Dong Long commanded, Bring these two away and imprison them.
Several soldiers entered and dragged the two men away.
Dong Long chuckled, Brave gentlemen, this office will conduct a meticulous investigation and ensure these two are punished. Your kindness is appreciated, my lord, Hu Guojun replied, bowing. Please rest for now, I shall attend to this matter, Dong Long said as he rose. Farewell, Hu Guojun and his companion replied. Just as Hu Guojun and his companion left, a soldier slipped inside and whispered, My lord, they have departed. Bring those two foolish pigs back, but be cautious, do not let them discover anything, Dong Long instructed darkly. A few soldiers returned with the disheveled duo, who upon seeing Dong Long, immediately knelt and said, My lord. Useless fools, truly useless. Dong Long's expression darkened as he scolded, Because of your incompetence, this office cannot skim any profits from the military funds. Spare us, my lord, they begged, bowing their heads. As Hu Guojun and Xing Yuhao walked along the road, Hu Guojun suddenly remarked to Xing Yuhao, Brother Yuhao, trust me. This Dong Long is not a good man either, that Sangyan dynasty is thoroughly rotten from top to bottom.
How can you tell? Xing Yuhao inquired.
Just as we exited the governor's office, a figure slipped back inside, Hu Guojun said meaningfully, casting a significant glance at Xing Yuhao.
A nest of vipers, Xing Yuhao sighed in a low voice.
Chapter 66 A counterstrike. The two arrived at the relay station, where they met with Yu Yizhu and the others.
Has the task been completed? Yu Yizhu inquired.
I never anticipated that the bureaucratic system of the Sangyan dynasty would be so thoroughly corrupt. It truly proved to be a daunting challenge, Hu Guojun replied, shaking his head.
The dictatorial and despotic corruption is the essence of the Sangyan court, akin to a hellish chaos. Xing Yuhao remarked somberly.
In my opinion, it is even worse than hell, Hu Guojun said with a bitter smile.
We have handed over the person to him.
Let the remaining matters be. If the bureaucratic system is utterly rotten, our reports are utterly meaningless, Hu Guojun stated gloomily. The four gathered their belongings, preparing to depart. Hu Guojun proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events to Li Cha, whose expression darkened as he responded, These corrupt officials spare no effort in plundering the people's resources.
What, isn't the leader Li here to kill me?
Hu Guojun chuckled. Of course I am here to kill you, but Dong Long informed me that you have taken the magistrate and military supervisor of Qingfeng town hostage, threatening the Jiulong City prefect. My Wraith Cave has allied with the Jiulong City garrison to protect Jiulong City, and such actions must be stopped at all costs, Li Cha asserted.
In that case, can you allow us to leave? Hu Guojun asked.
If you have not killed in Jiuquan, I will let you go, but these two matters are distinct, Li Cha replied solemnly.
Then let us fight. Who fears you? Xing Yuhao declared fiercely, summoning his snow sculpture spirit. For saints exorcising demons formation.
The four summoned their spirits, launching a fierce assault on Li Cha except for Yui Zhu, who was at the 6th layer of the condensing Yuan realm. The others had already entered the 1st layer of the Transcendence realm, making their offensive even more formidable than when they attacked in Jiuquan. Moreover, Xing Yulu had awakened her Snow Phoenix spirit, elevating her power to an entirely different level. Li Cha summoned his spirit battle form, the enormous scorpion tail sweeping violently, dark energy swirling around him, managing to withstand the first wave of their assault, yet fatigue was already evident on his face.
What the hell is this battle formation?
Li Cha's eyes turned crimson, his voice filled with fury. Li Cha, I am a friend of Li Ao, and I did not wish to kill you.
Do not be so obstinate. An Jiuquan's death was initiated by him wanting to kill me. If we could kill him, do you think we cannot deal with you? Hu Guojun spoke in a low tone.
Although surrounded by dark malevolence, a hint of worry flickered in Li Cha's eyes. Having witnessed Hu Guojun kill in Jiuquan, could he truly escape unscathed? Any one of these four could easily overpower him individually, yet facing four opponents, even his cultivation at the 4th layer of the Transcendence realm felt insufficient. Most critically, the extraordinary battle formation allowed them to complement each other's energies, maximizing their combat effectiveness. Very well, for the sake of my brother, I shall spare your life, Li Cha said gravely. Hu Guojun smiled slightly and inquired, then might you address the matter of the collusion between officials and bandits? After a moment of contemplation, Li Cha replied, all right, since Dong Long has sent me to kill you, it indicates he is indeed problematic. I can assist you once, not on behalf of Wraith Cave, but as an individual. Then I thank you, brotherly, Hu Guojun said with a grin. Li Cha returned to the Jiulong city government, kicking open the door with such force that the doorman was left trembling in fear. As a few guards attempted to intervene, a wave of dark energy surged past, transforming them into ash. With a cold glint in his eyes, Li Cha strode into Dong Long's residence.
Lord Dong, come out! Li Cha called out in a low tone.
Dong Long, clad in a crimson official robe, rushed out from the courtyard, smiling, leaderly. Has the matter been resolved? Without uttering a word, Li Cha extended a massive scorpion tail from behind, lifting Dong Long's clothing and suspending him in midair.
Dong Long's face turned pale as he cried, leaderly, what are you doing? Colluding with the bandits of Qingfeng Mountain, spreading false information, embezzling military funds, these are your misdeeds? Li Cha stated solemnly. Nonsense! Utter nonsense!
Dong Long exclaimed in panic.
What of Lu Zhong and Zhang Lingbang?
Li Cha pressed. They were kidnapped by those people. Dong Long replied. The scorpion tail had already pressed against Dong Long's throat, the specter of death rendering him ashen.
Confess to me truthfully. Is this matter true? Otherwise, I shall let you taste the venom of the scorpion, Li Cha warned grimly. Hu Guojun and the others followed in, and Dong Long gasped, you are still alive? Of course we are alive. Why do you wish for our demise? Hu Guojun laughed. It seems, then, that Lord Dong truly wanted me to kill and silence you, Li Cha sneered. Please, allow me to explain. Dong Long cried out. You might as well explain to those who have perished on Qingfeng Mountain in these years. Li Cha retorted, how many lives has your damned Wraith Cave taken? What righteousness are you preaching to me? Dong Long shouted fiercely. Li Cha's expression darkened as he replied, though many have perished at the hands of Wraith Cave, the individuals we have slain are primarily rivals such as the Liuye sect and Zhuke sect, or those who harbor grievances against Wraith Cave. When have we ever harmed the innocent? Do you have any idea how many die on Qingfeng Mountain annually? Exaggerating the bandits' power has led to both major merchant factions of the central domain circumventing the area. How many outsiders from the northern frontier, southern domain, and eastern wilds have perished on Qingfeng Mountain? The economic development of the entire central domain has been wrecked due to you corrupt officials. Dong Long's face turned ashen, rendered speechless. A flash of murderous intent crossed Li Cha's eyes as the scorpion tail pierced Dong Long's throat, blood splattering forth as Dong Long fell to the ground, his eyes forever closed. Chapter 67 The Jade Lotus Guild. Li Cha cast Dong Long's lifeless body onto the ground and spoke in a somber tone, I have taken a life. The court will inevitably pursue this matter. The Soul Abyss will not take responsibility for such affairs, so you would do well to depart swiftly. Thank you for the warning, brotherly.
Hu Guojun replied with a smile. The death of Jiu Xuan will not go unpunished. Once you pass my trial, 2 others will come to seek your demise. May you find your own fortune. Li Chao warned darkly. Having said this, he vanished like a fleeting shadow, leaving no trace behind.
What shall we do next? Xing Yuhao inquired. We're heading to Jiulong City. Would it not be a wasted journey if we do not pay a visit to the Jade Lotus Guild?
Hu Guojun replied with a light smile. The Jade Lotus Guild, another prominent merchant faction in the central domain, held power rivaling that of the Seven Stars Guild. With the Zhangyan dynasty having completed its relocation of the capital, the future of the Holy City appeared bleak. In the near future, the Seven Stars Guild might very well decide to abandon the Holy City, Xing Yuhao remarked. What is your purpose in visiting the Jade Lotus? Hu Guojun nodded slightly, smiling. These traps must be quite costly, I presume? Xing Yulu remarked with a frown. Watch how I manage to. Upon hearing Li Ao's name, the guard's demeanor shifted instantly, and he said, Please wait a moment, I shall inform the president immediately. Such arrogance from those who guard the door, Yu Izhu muttered, her expression one of displeasure. Are they not akin to dogs that look down upon others? Hu Guojun chuckled. Before long, a woman in her late 40s, yet still possessing an elegant charm, glided out gracefully. She was Chu Lianqing, the president of the Jade Lotus Guild. We have the honor of meeting President Chu, the four said, bowing respectfully. Greetings. Please, come in and take a seat, Chu Lianqing said softly. The four followed her into the guild's main hall, where exquisite stone-carved vases adorned the space, and the aroma of musk wafted through the air. Beautiful redwood armchairs were arranged neatly. Once seated, several maidservants presented fine green tea, the fragrance of the tea mingling delightfully with that of the musk, creating a refreshing ambience. You are friends of Li Ao? Chu Lianqing inquired with a smile. Not just friends. I am also his brother-in-law, Hu Guojun replied with a grin. You are Guo Yi's elder brother? Chu Lianqing asked, her smile brightening. Indeed, that is I, Hu Guojun said, rising slightly and clasping his fists in respect. By this measure, we are practically in-laws, Chu Lianqing laughed, covering her face in amusement. President Chu, we have come today with a request, Hu Guojun said, scratching his head. Please, feel free to share any difficulties you face, Chu Lianqing encouraged with a smile. We originally intended to venture to the Beast Mountain, but someone has stolen our cloud bracelet. We have traveled far from the holy city and wish to avoid returning empty-handed, so we came to seek your assistance in procuring some beast traps, hoping you might offer a discount, Hu Guojun lamented, his expression pitiful. Xing Yuhao nearly spat out his tea upon hearing this, stifling a laugh and thinking, is this not akin to shamelessly begging? Xing Yulu also covered her face with a laugh, secretly thinking, with such words, how could they dare ask for money? Before long, the maid returned with a cloud bracelet, whispering, Madam, the beast traps have been retrieved. Chu Lianqing took the cloud bracelet, rising with a smile, consider this a token of my regard for my in-laws. This is too generous, Hu Guojun protested, but in the midst of his words, he stealthily tucked the cloud bracelet into his pocket. Xing Yuhao was thoroughly impressed by Hu Guojun's audacity, struggling to contain his laughter. Thank you, President Chu, Hu Guojun said, clasping his fists in gratitude. It is already noon, please, stay for a meal, Chu Lianqing smiled warmly. Then it would be remiss not to accept, Hu Guojun replied cheerfully. Chu Lianqing chuckled softly, stepping out of the hall to instruct, have the kitchen prepare several exquisite dishes and fetch 2 jugs of fine wine from the Wuxian Tower, follow me. Chu Lianqing said with a gentle smile. The four followed her to the dining hall of the Jade Lotus Guild, where a massive blue lotus carved from spiritual stone graced the center, flanked by 2 glass peonies for embellishment. The exquisitely crafted rattan and wood tables and chairs were spotless, and a fragrant incense burner sat at the center of the dining table, releasing a delicate scent of musk. A roasted suckling pig emerged from the kitchen, followed by 5 bowls of bird's nest soup, a serving of braised beef, and a portion of braised perch. Goodness, your audacity knows no bounds, taking from others and then feasting on their generosity, Yu Izhu exclaimed, covering her face. One cannot. It is better to enjoy the meal, Hu Guojun laughed. After a satisfying repast, Hu Guojun stood and declared, President Chu, your generosity is commendable. I, Guojun, shall surely repay your kindness in the future for today's hospitality. You are too kind, Hu Gongzi. Until we meet again, Chu Lianqing replied with a smile. As soon as Hu Guojun departed, a maidlet let out a soft snort and said, Madam, this fellow is truly shameless, he eats our food and takes our things. Indeed, a thick skin can conquer the world, Chu Lianqing said with a gentle smile, shaking her head. Chapter 68 Entering the Beast Mountain. Hu Guojun retrieved a beast-catching lock from his cloud bracelet and remarked with a smile, this beast-catching lock is of exceptional quality.
Your audacity knows no bounds, chuckled Xing Yuhao. Our target is the Beast Mountain, ha!
Hu Guojun released horses. The four galloped furiously towards the Beast Mountain. Towering ancient trees, centuries old, stood majestically, and the scent of wild beasts wafted through the air. The ferocity of the demon beasts roaming the Beast Mountain was truly legendary.
Hu Guojun smirked, a faint smile gracing his lips. As the four ventured deeper into the Beast Mountain, the low growls of wild beasts echoed ominously around them. Yu Yizhu and Xing Yulu's expressions turned tense as they huddled behind Hu Guojun and Xing Yuhao.
There are numerous demon beasts in the Beast Mountain.
We must exercise caution, Hu Guojun said gravely.
The further we go, the more perilous it becomes.
Xing Yuhao replied solemnly. Before their words could settle, Yu Yizhu and Xing Yulu activated their qi and unsheathed their weapons. There's no need to be so tense, Hu Guojun laughed.
He and Xing Yuhao led the way, with Yu Yizhu and Xing Yulu trailing behind.
Sister Yizhu, do you think there will be any monsters?
Xing Yulu asked, her face clouded with worry.
I don't know, Yu Yizhu replied, wiping sweat from her brow and shaking her head.
A tiger's roar suddenly pierced the air.
Ah!
Yu Yizhu and the others screamed in alarm. Hu Guojun swiftly drew his dragon-subduing staff, while Xing Yuhao brandished his ice-piercing pear blossom spear, adopting a combat stance. A large, deep brown cat crouched low, growling menacingly as it emerged.
Why does this cat emit a tiger's roar?
Xing Yuhao furrowed his brow. It appears to be a lynx, Hu Guojun stated, his voice low. With a furious roar, the lynx raised its claw-like paws, leaping into the air, unleashing a powerful aura of demon beast energy. Xing Yuhao executed a sweeping maneuver, positioning his spear to deflect the lynx's assault.
Mystic Iron Sword Soul.
Hu Guojun summoned his sword soul, conjuring a magnificent golden sword, which trembled and split into 8 golden energy swords.
Go!
Hu Guojun bellowed, and the 8 energy swords whistled through the air. The lynx leapt acrobatically, twisting its body to evade the onslaught of the 8 energy swords, narrowly escaping Hu Guojun's fierce attack.
Incredible! Hu Guojun exclaimed in astonishment. Snow Eagle soars.
A massive snow eagle swooped down from above, its sharp talons gripping the lynx's neck, hurling it into the sky. Xing Yuhao followed suit, delivering a powerful kick that sent the lynx crashing to the ground with a wretched cry.
A mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind.
Xing Yuhao quipped elegantly as he landed gracefully. Hu Guojun raised his staff, poised to strike, but Yu Yizhu seized his arm, pleading, "Stop, it has lost the strength to retaliate." The lynx lay weakly on the ground, emitting low growls, its claws limp and unable to defend itself.
What's wrong? Do you find it appealing?
Summoning her courage, Yu Yizhu cautiously approached the lynx. As she drew nearer, the lynx bared its fangs, growling softly, struggling to rise.
Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you,
Yu Yizhu's voice trembled. The lynx regarded her warily, hostility still evident in its gaze. Kneeling on one knee, Yu Yizhu took a pouch from her cloud bracelet and retrieved some herbs, preparing to apply them to the lynx's wounds.
The lynx's yellow-brown eyes surveyed the green, luminescent herbs in her hand with curiosity. Yu Yizhu edged closer again. This time, though it still bared its fangs, its reaction was less intense. Don't be fearful, little one.
Let me tend to your wounds, she spoke softly. The lynx observed Yu Yizhu, gradually closing its mouth, remaining vigilant towards the herbs she held with utmost care. Yu Yizhu applied the herbs to the lynx's neck, a soothing coolness penetrating the wound, alleviating the pain. The lynx emitted a gentle roar, exposing the injury on its neck, allowing Yu Yizhu to apply the medicine meticulously.
Would you like to come with me? I want to place a beast-catching lock on you, she said, gently stroking the lynx's head.
The lynx looked at Yu Yizhu and leaned its head slightly against her knee, licking her hand delicately. A yellow soul energy manifested, and the lynx struggled to rise, forming a diamond-shaped beast soul token, indicating its desire to undergo a bonding ceremony with Yu Yizhu to exchange powers. A thread of pink chi flowed from Yu Yizhu's fingertips, intertwining with the yellow demon beast energy, each flowing into their respective bodies.
Is this how one establishes a bond? Hu Guojun inquired with a chuckle.
This is a male demon beast, Xing Yuhao remarked with a sly glance at Hu Guojun. Hu Guojun grinned mischievously, while Xing Yulu pinched Xing Yuhao's ear, exclaiming in mock anger, "What sort of talk is that?"
The lynx followed closely behind Yu Yizhu, who smiled and said, "From now on, I'll call you Xiaohua."
The lynx stuck out its tongue, forcing a pitiful semblance of a smile, likely thinking, how can a dignified male lynx beast be given such a delicate name? This lynx, still not fully matured, had already attained the strength of a top-tier 3rd rank, and upon reaching Hu Guojun observed thoughtfully demon beasts are categorized into 9 ranks, with the most formidable in the spirit realm only reaching the 7th rank. Those of the 8th and 9th ranks could only be sought in the divine or demon realms. The power of demon beasts cannot be entirely equated to human cultivation. 4th-tier demon beasts possess the capability to slay transcendent realm experts. However, if a chi cultivator at the condensation realm employs the right methods, they too could vanquish a 4th-tier demon beast. Currently, a complete equivalence between demon beast power and human cultivation remains elusive. In combat, the outcomes are unpredictable, yet higher-tier demon beasts exert overwhelming dominance over their lower-tier counterparts. Chapter 69. The Boy in the Mountains. The 4 companions and their beast continued their journey, delving deeper into the vast expanse of the Wan Beast Mountain, where they encountered a myriad of demonic creatures. Yet, Xing Yuhao wore a stoic expression, exhibiting no interest in the beasts surrounding him.
"What's wrong? You seem rather discontent," Hu Guojun remarked.
"Nothing, I simply harbor a disdain for these demonic creatures," Xing Yuhao replied in a somber tone. At this juncture, the lynx trailing behind Yuizhu shot a disdainful glance at Xing Yuhao. "Do not be disheartened, I find these beasts quite endearing," Yuizhu affectionately patted the lynx's sizable head. The lynx, pleased, licked her palm and cast another glare at Xing Yuhao. Suddenly, Hu Guojun's attention was drawn to a distant tree where a boy of about 15 or 16 hung precariously. "He appears to be in a pitiable state," Xing Yulu said, frowning. "Look!" The lad could only thrash about desperately, emitting cries that fell on deaf ears to the famished wolves. "Quickly, someone must save him," Xing Yulu urged. "Hold on, something seems amiss," Hu Guojun said, furrowing his brow. In an instant, the grey wolves lunged, but a crossbow bolt whistled through the air, piercing the skull of one wolf and felling it instantly before another could react. A second bolt claimed the life of the other. A group of burly men emerged, grinning as they extracted the demon cores from the wolves and skinned them. The gruesome scene made Xing Yulu feel nauseous. The lynx behind Yuizhu growled menacingly, as if ready to rend. Hu Guojun remarked grimly, "Using a person as bait, how despicable." Xing Yuhao drew his icebreaker pear blossom spear and stated quietly, "Let us eliminate them and rescue that child."
"Indeed," Yuizhu responded.
"Patience, let us observe further," Hu Guojun cautioned. After the men had finished with the wolves, they callously dragged the boy down from the tree and tossed him aside. Indulging in their meat, the boy swallowed hard, sitting forlornly in silence.
Observing the men, Hu Guojun noted, they seem to be brutish oafs, lacking in skill, yet their weapons are formidable enough to inflict significant harm on the beasts. In a flash, Yuizhu transformed into a blur, darting towards the men. A shadow swept past, and one of the men felt a chill in his chest. Looking down, he discovered a sharp dagger had pierced through him, agony surging through his body. "Who goes there?" one of the men shouted in alarm. Another figure flitted by, and another man found his throat slashed, blood gushing forth. Who is it?" the last man cried, swinging his wolf-toothed club wildly. A pink aura surged forth, knocking the club from his grasp, and a blade sliced through the air before him, blood splattering as the man collapsed, lifeless. The boy staggered back repeatedly, while the murderous glint in Yuizhu's eyes vanished in an instant. She knelt down, extending her hand towards the boy. "Do not fear, you are safe now." The boy looked up at Yuizhu, his face still smeared with blood, and remained silent. Hu Guojun and the others emerged from the underbrush, surrounding the boy. "Your shadow steps have improved remarkably," Hu Guojun remarked with a smile. "These 3 lack skill, merely possessing decent equipment. They are likely hunters of the beasts in Wan Beast Mountain," Yuizhu replied solemnly. "Little brother, why were you used as bait?" Hu Guojun inquired. The boy wiped the blood from his face and spoke softly, "I am an orphan, sold by my adoptive father to this band of men. They always use me as bait to hunt the beasts." All this equipment was procured from the giant beast pavilion. "An orphan?" Hu Guojun asked quietly. "My parents died when I was very young, and I do not know how it happened initially. I was taken in by a hunter in Wan Beast Mountain, but when I turned 7, he sold me to these ruffians," the boy explained, his voice heavy with sorrow. "What is your name, little brother?" Hu Guojun asked. "I am Huayu, a name given to me by my adoptive father," the boy replied, his tone subdued. Chapter 70. A blood slave. "Do you possess the ability to cultivate qi?" Hu Guojun inquired. "A little," Huayu replied with a nod. "What level of cultivation do you have?" Hu Guojun pressed further. "5th layer of martial foundation," Huayu said, furrowing his brow. You should accompany us.
Otherwise, you won't be able to exit this one-show mountain, Hu Guojun stated, shaking his head. Alright, thank you, Huayu acknowledged with a nod. Hu Guojun retrieved a clean set of clothing from his cloud bracelet and remarked, put this on.
Your current attire is rather unsightly.
Huayu accepted the garments and removed his tattered shirt, revealing a dark, scarred body marred by dirt. Young brother, perhaps you should take a bath first, Xing Yuhao suggested, pinching his nose. Embarrassed, Huayu nodded and turned towards a distant river. This lad certainly carries quite a pungent odor, Hu Guojun chuckled. Huayu plunged into the crystalline waters, washing away the grime, while Hu Guojun applied some herbal ointment to his wounds. Suddenly, Hu Guojun noticed a blood-red stone hanging from Huayu's neck, with veins of blood appearing to flow within it.
Is that a bloodstone from the demon realm?
Hu Guojun raised an eyebrow, his expression turning serious.
What is a bloodstone?
This young man is no ordinary individual, Hu Guojun said in a low voice. After cleaning himself and tending to his injuries, Huayu donned the fresh attire, skillfully scavenging several crossbow bolts from the burly man, slinging a crossbow over his shoulder, and deftly sheathing a short blade at his waist, executing the movements with remarkable proficiency. This lad certainly appears quite adept, Yu Zhuzhu remarked with a smile.
What exactly is a bloodstone?
Xing Yuhao pulled Hu Guojun aside to ask.
To cultivate through demonic means, to absorb essence and refine blood, transcending the cycle of reincarnation, this is the so-called demonic path.
The method of absorbing essence and refining blood serves as the foundation of demonic cultivation. Most members of the demon race, from the highest to the lowest, practice blood refinement techniques, which can condense various types of blood into bloodstones, thereby enhancing their blood refining capabilities. Humans with rare bloodlines may be trained as blood slaves by some practitioners of demonic arts, and certain blood slaves carry bloodstones, which are artifacts of the demon realm and are exceedingly rare in the spirit realm, Hu Guojun elucidated.
Does this mean that Huayu is a blood slave? Then who could he be? Xing Yuhao gasped in astonishment.
Humans possessing blood slaves might be powerful practitioners of the demon spirit sect, but it is also possible that the blood master belongs to the demon race, Hu Guojun acknowledged.
Do the demon race really enter the spirit realm? Xing Yuhao inquired. Yes, the divine race does as well.
In the spirit realm, they come and go as they please, Hu Guojun replied somberly.
How do you know all of this?
Xing Yuhao gazed at Hu Guojun in disbelief. With a smile, Hu Guojun patted Xing Yuhao's shoulder and whispered, some things, even if I tell you, you may not believe, so it is best left unsaid. Xing Yuhao, bewildered, refrained from pressing further. If you truly are a blood slave, then who is your blood master?
Hu Guojun pondered aloud.
Huayu followed closely behind Hu Guojun as the group ventured deeper into Wanshou Mountain, the low growls of beasts echoing around them, perhaps deterred by the formidable qi emanating from the group, allowing them to evade the creature's assaults. Chapter 71 of the Mark of the Demon Clan. The group ventured deep into the forest of 10,000 Beasts Mountain, where ancient trees towered majestically, and decayed leaves carpeted the ground, releasing a foul stench of rot. A vibrant tiger shadow emerged from the thicket, causing Hu Guojun to draw a sharp breath. His senses heightened as he scanned the surroundings. The fur of the lynx demon beast bristled, indicating its awareness of the presence of other ferocious creatures. Huayu knocked a crossbow bolt onto his iron crossbow and, with a swift motion, shot an arrow into the underbrush. A chilling roar of a tiger echoed, and a magnificent tiger sprang forth from the foliage, its massive paws descending from the air. The creature's mountainous form bore down upon the group, prompting Huayu to unsheath his short blade, positioning it above his head as he rolled forward. With a ripping sound, the blade carved a deep gash into the tiger's abdomen, blood seeping forth. To the astonishment of all, a crossbow bolt was lodged in the beast's side, blood gushing out. Seizing the opportunity, the lynx demon beast lunged, clamping its jaws around the tiger's neck, rolling on the ground, and tearing away a piece of its hide. The tiger let out a pained cry, swinging its tail like a club as it retreated into the depths of the forest. Huayu swiftly drew another crossbow bolt from his waist, drew the bowstring taut, and with a resounding twang, a silver streak flew through the woods, striking the left side of the tiger's face. A crimson spray erupted, and the massive creature collapsed with a thunderous crash. Impressive, exclaimed Hu Guojun, astonished. This lad possesses remarkable skills, chuckled Xing Yuhao. Though I've endured much suffering in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain over the years, my abilities have indeed sharpened. Hu Guojun nodded with a smile. Huayu spoke solemnly, this tiger is of a low tier, we have been fortunate.
You can discern the tier of demon beasts at a glance?
Hu Guojun inquired, astonished. The aura of demon beasts varies with their tier, and it is perceptible, Huayu explained.
Aura? Aside from the foul stench, what other aura could there be? Hu Guojun mused inwardly. Aura, it can be sensed through their essence? Xing Yuhao asked.
Typically, the tier of a demon beast can be discerned during the bond formation when soul power is exchanged. During combat, one can gauge their general rank based on the beast's displayed prowess. Professional demon tamers possess the ability to determine a demon beast's tier, but the method of aura identification is not commonly known, Huayu elaborated. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and said gravely, if we proceed further, we will enter the territory of 5th-tier demon beasts. I recommend taking a detour.
You can sense the presence of demon beasts? Hu Guojun asked, astonished. Indeed, Huayu replied. How do you sense them? Hu Guojun pressed.
I can perceive the aura of the surrounding wild beasts, Huayu stated, casting a glance at Hu Guojun.
May I inquire about the origin of the necklace around your neck? Hu Guojun asked. When I asked him why, he never told me. I have no recollection of my mother and only faint memories of my father. I remember one day, our home was destroyed, and my father was killed. I was the only one who survived, Huayu recounted with a look of profound sorrow. Hu Guojun pulled Huayu closer, drawing a dagger from his waist, and said solemnly, I shall use a drop of your blood. Huayu was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent as Hu Guojun placed the dagger in his hand. With a gentle slice, a trickle of dark red blood flowed forth. Hu Guojun dipped his finger in the blood, inhaled deeply, and touched it to his tongue. What a familiar taste, he thought, memories flooding back. The scent of this blood was hauntingly reminiscent. Hu Guojun's mind wandered to the blood-soaked battlefield of gods and demons, and he realized that the color and flavor of this blood bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the demon race. A bold hypothesis formed in his mind: Huayu must possess the bloodline of the demon clan. If Huayu's father was human, then who could his mother possibly be? Chapter 72 Conversations by the campfire. As night descended, twilight enveloped the surroundings, and the birds returned to their nests. A luminous full moon slowly ascended to the zenith, casting its gentle radiance upon the world. The pitch-black sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars, flickering in a mesmerizing dance, some scattered in the vastness, others clustered together, and some aligned in a graceful line. In the distance, the occasional howl of a wolf pierced the stillness, reverberating through the void. Hu Guojun kindled the campfire, its orange glow appearing particularly brilliant against the dark backdrop of night, dispelling the chill that lingered in the mountains. Yuizhu and Xing Yilu stood side by the fire, the light illuminating their figures and casting two enchanting silhouettes. Huayu lay on the ground, gazing at the star-studded sky, seemingly lost in contemplation. Huayu, have you ever met your mother? Hu Guojun's inquiry shattered the tranquility of the night. Huayu, taken aback, shook his head in response, observing Huayu's averted gaze. Hu Guojun sensed a hidden turmoil within him. Is that necklace a gift from your father? Hu Guojun inquired softly, sitting beside Huayu. Yes. Huayu nodded. Does your father often draw blood? Hu Guojun continued, his voice low. Yes. Huayu replied, as if ensnared in a painful recollection, his voice If you harbor any concerns, feel free to share them with me. Perhaps I can assist you, Hu Guojun said gently, resting a hand on Huayu's shoulder. I never expected my husband to possess such tenderness, Xing Yilu remarked with a smile. Indeed, he embodies both gentleness and strength. That is our husband, Yuizhu laughed, covering her face. My father does draw blood frequently, but I do not understand why he does so, Huayu said with a bitter smile. Have you ever seen your mother? Hu Guojun asked in a hushed tone. I have. Huayu nodded painfully. My mother is a very enigmatic figure, she rarely returns home, and my father has almost never mentioned her. Your mother may have acted for your own good, Hu Guojun responded solemnly. A bold hypothesis formed in Hu Guojun's mind. It was highly probable that Huayu's father was a blood servant to Huayu's mother. This could explain why Huayu frequently witnessed his father drawing blood, as well as the origins of Huayu's bloodstone necklace. Given that Huayu's mother practiced blood refinement, she might either be a high-ranking member of the demon spirit sect or a being from the demon realm. Huayu's blood resonated deeply with Hu Guojun, continually awakening memories of his past life. Huayu may indeed be a descendant of both demon and human, Hu Guojun pondered. The demon race would never permit intermarriage with humans, which might elucidate the tragic fate of Huayu's parents. Naturally, all of this remained mere speculation on Hu Guojun's part. It seems there exists a power within you that is unlike that of ordinary individuals, Hu Guojun remarked with a smile, patting Huayu on the shoulder. Me, Huayu looked at Hu Guojun, offering a wry smile. Your reflexes and sensitivity to magical beasts are markedly distinct from the norm. Although your cultivation is modest, you possess the capability to single-handedly defeat a striped tiger, an achievement beyond the reach of an ordinary chi refinement practitioner, Hu Guojun stated gravely. Are you suggesting that I possess extraordinary talent? Huayu asked in astonishment. Indeed, Hu Guojun affirmed with a smile. Among the myriad beings,
few possess a gift as remarkable as yours. What use is exceptional talent if I remain but an ant in this vast world? My parents have departed, I have no siblings, and I am bereft of a home. Huayu lamented. We are your brothers, from now on, you shall stand with us, Hu Guojun declared with a smile. Exactly, who says you have no brothers? We are your family, Xing Yulu chimed in, bending down to pat Huayu's shoulder with a grin. Little brother, from this day forth, we shall be one family, Yuizhu added cheerfully. Huayu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he nodded deeply, overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 73 Departing from the Mountain of Beasts. The Mountain of Beasts, with its towering peaks obscuring the sky, presents a rugged path fraught with peril. The group continually fends off the relentless assaults of various ferocious creatures, navigating through the dense forest with great difficulty. Upon arriving at the entrance of a cave, they are met with the resonant roars of what appears to be a tiger, though it is more akin to the plaintive call of a great feline. Hu Guojun ventures into the cave and discovers a young striped tiger demon, barely clinging to life, languishing within, gasping for breath. Yuizhu retrieves some jerky from her cloud bracelet and offers it to the striped tiger. Its parents are likely deceased and will not return. Huayu places her hand upon the head of the young tiger, her eyes gently closing as she communes with its thoughts. Can you perceive the thoughts of the demon beast? Hu Guojun inquires. Indeed, Huayu replies in a low voice. Since your parents will not return, then come with me. Hu Guojun extends his hand, golden energy flowing forth. The young striped tiger casts a glance at Hu Guojun, and a soul token, formed of golden spiritual power, materializes, signifying its acceptance of a master. There is nothing more valuable than a few pieces of jerky when one is cold and hungry, Hu Guojun chuckles. The young striped tiger, still frail, is carefully placed into the beast taming pouch. We have lingered in the Mountain of Beasts for quite some time, it is time to depart, Hu Guojun notes as he studies the map. Indeed, I too have little fondness for demon beasts, Xing Yuhao responds with a smile. Roar! Xiao Hua emits a low growl, casting an exasperated glance at Xing Yuhao. Yuizhu gently pats Xiao Hua's head, saying, do not be upset, let us not stoop to his level. She divides the jerky from her cloud bracelet, offering half to Xiao Hua, who not only recovers but also gains some weight. After 2 days of arduous travel, the group successfully navigates around the Mountain of Beasts, leaving the territory controlled by Jiulong City. Ahead lies Tianjian City, the birthplace of swordsmanship in the central region and the headquarters of the Liuye sect. Xing Yuhao points toward the horizon. Swordsmanship, indeed, Hu Guojun replies with a smile. The ascending sword technique of the Lu Sanjian is truly a remarkable skill of the central region, Xing Yuhao reflects. Then let us head directly to Tianjian City. Hu Guojun exclaims, spurring his horse onward. The four ride swiftly toward Tianjian City. In the central region, Jiulong City? How did Dong Long meet his demise? A young man, resplendent in a blue Sanglong robe, stands tall, his demeanor solemn. How can one speak of execution so casually? The young man retorts vehemently. I will investigate this matter immediately, Your Highness. The elderly official bows deeply. Prefect Li Jinhai furrows his brow, pondering for a moment before speaking gravely, this matter is indeed troublesome. Outside Tianjian City, numerous heavily armored swordsmen gather, beginning a rigorous inspection of those entering the city. As Hu Guojun and his companions arrive at the gates of Tianjian City, they are met with a throng of soldiers, feeling a wave of confusion wash over them. What is the situation here? Hu Guojun frowns. I do not know, Xing Yuhao replies, equally perplexed. Never mind, let us enter the city, Hu Guojun urges, guiding his horse forward. Upon reaching the entrance, a soldier approaches and commands, dismount and submit to inspection. Is there a demon beast within? The group makes their way to the table, where an elderly constable produces a scroll, instructing Hu Guojun and the others to begin their registration. After a considerable duration, they finally gain entry into Tianjian City. Chapter 74 of Interrogation. As the group entered the city of Tianjian, their eyes were immediately drawn to a colossal sword hewn from rock, a symbol of the martial spirit that pervades Tianjian City. Lining the streets were 2 rows of sturdy crabapple trees, now in full bloom, adorned with delicate pink blossoms. Continuing deeper into the city, they beheld exquisite brothels and intricately decorated pavilions, with embroidered doors and pearl curtains. Ornate carriages jostled for space on Tian Street, while fine steeds galloped along the imperial road, their golden and emerald adornments glinting in the sunlight, and fragrant silks billowing in the air.
Truly, Tianjin City lives up to its reputation as the foremost city in the northern region of the central domain, Hu Guojun exclaimed. Could it be related to the affairs of Jiulong City? Xing Yuhao suddenly interjected. Jiulong City. Hu Guojun quickly grasped the implication. Are we to be hunted down by the court? Xing Yulu questioned. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Why would they wish to eliminate us? Yuizhu retorted angrily. Never trust the court. Xing Yuhao murmured darkly. The group arrived at an inn, securing 2 rooms, one for Hu Guojun and his 2 wives, and the other for Xing Yuhao and Huayu. Within Tianjin City, a sudden influx of heavily armored swordsmen and cavalry patrolled the streets, creating an atmosphere charged with the impending threat of battle. A heavily armed swordsman entered the inn, inquiring with the innkeeper whether the individuals listed on a scroll were staying. The innkeeper glanced at the scroll and awkwardly replied, Sir, our private inn does not maintain records as per the law, only the official inns are required to log guest information. With a disdainful grunt, the swordsman shoved the innkeeper aside and barked, Then we shall search each room one by one. Several soldiers rushed into the inn, aggressively driving the guests out. Which of you has been to Qingfeng Town in Jiulong City? The swordsman demanded. We have been, Hu Guojun responded. You all, follow me, the swordsman bellowed. If we must go, then why the shouting? Yuizhu frowned. The swordsman ignored her, leading them away, with the group trailing behind the soldiers until they arrived outside the city hall of Tianjin. At that moment, the last thing they wished to see materialized before them, Lu Zhong and Zhang Lingbang were, to their shock, still alive. Lu Zhong recognized Hu Guojun and quickly grabbed a nearby soldier, exclaiming, It's them, quickly apprehend them. You scoundrel, how are you still alive? Xing Yuhao ground out through clenched teeth. Let them be taken. There is no need to resist, Hu Guojun said somberly. Hu Guojun and his companions were marched into the hall, where a middle-aged man clad in a dark blue Qilin-patterned official robe sat at the center. This man was Li Jinhai, the governor of Tianjin City. Upon seeing the governor, do not kneel, the soldiers commanded. I shall not kneel today. Hu Guojun declared fiercely. What did you say? Zhang Lingbang drew his sword, shouting. A baseborn, if we did not, what then? Hu Guojun responded somberly. To slay a court official is a capital offense. Li Jinhai retorted angrily. Colluding with bandits, oppressing the common people, and exploiting them to the full. Li Jinhai's expression twitched as he stated gravely, even so, such matters should be handled by the Tsangyan dynasty. You cannot take the law into your own hands against court officials. So, you imply that the lives of officials hold value, while the lives of common folk do not? Hu Guojun pressed relentlessly. That is not the intention of this office, Li Jinhai replied, furrowing his brow. Why do corrupt officials still stand upon the court while those who expose their crimes are shackled beneath? Hu Guojun thundered. Li Jinhai, perspiring profusely, replied in a subdued tone. Tianjin City reveres the way of the sword and venerates the divine path, yet it harbors corrupt officials and mistreats the loyal. This is indeed the tragedy of the Tsangyan dynasty. Hu Guojun lamented, gazing skyward. Li Jinhai rose, commanding, Take these individuals and throw them into the dungeon. Soldiers emerged from the back of the hall, and Li Jinhai whispered something to them. Hu Guojun and his companions were thrust into the dark confines of a dungeon, yet the soldiers did not confiscate their cloud bracelets. In the cold, dim dungeon, devoid of any light and filled with the stench of decay, Yuizhu cursed, This damned court, it infuriates me. I used to spend a great deal of time in places like this, Huayu said with a bitter smile. You must feel wronged, being imprisoned without knowledge of the situation, Hu Guojun chuckled. Though I may be unaware of the specifics, we are good brothers. Even in death, I fear not. Huayu declared.
Do not worry, we shall not meet our end, Hu Guojun reassured with a smile. At such a time, you still find humor, Xing Yuhao said, his brow furrowed in worry. I sense that this official is unlike those corrupt ones, Hu Guojun remarked. Why do you say that?
Xing Yuhao asked. Have you ever encountered someone who imprisoned you without confiscating your cloud bracelet?
Hu Guojun said with a mischievous grin. Xing Yuhao paused, glancing at his own cloud bracelet, an annoying smile spread across his face. Chapter 75 of the Struggle for Power. Please, you may withdraw, Li Jinhai intoned gravely. He unlocked the cell door, guiding the others deeper into the dungeon. Please, take a seat, Li Jinhai gestured towards the hay strewn on the floor and settled down himself. Hu Guojun and the others followed suit, sitting on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jinhai sighed and said, I recognize you as righteous men devoted to upholding justice, yet the current circumstances are dire. However, we are engulfed in the chaos of the Three Kings' Rebellion, with treacherous ministers wreaking havoc upon the court. Loyalty and treachery are indistinguishable within the realm, and the sound of the Huanzhong bell has been drowned out by the clamor of broken pots, Li Jinhai lamented.
Why is that so? Hu Guojun queried.
The third son, Wang Yulin, was named the Prince of Wei, and the fourth son, Wang Yuquan, was appointed the Prince of Shan. Once Wang Yukong assumed power, the three princes feigned allegiance while secretly harboring malicious intent, each coveting the throne, ultimately igniting the Three Kings' Rebellion, Li Jinhai explained somberly. Are you Yet, in private, they fervently vie for territorial dominance. The Jiulong city and the Tianjin city are under the sway of the Prince of Wei, and those officials are his confidants. I, too, find myself in a position where I can only harbor silent indignation, Li Jinhai shook his head.
Are you implying that the military funds are tied to the Prince of Wei? Hu Guojun inquired. Indeed, do not think me alone in this. Even if His Majesty were to conduct an investigation, Lu Zhong and his ilk might evade any form of retribution.
Li Jinhai stated with resignation.
What then is your plan for us, Lord Li? Hu Guojun asked.
I shall select a few condemned prisoners at noon the day after tomorrow to take your place in execution. In due course, I will ensure your release, as I must provide an account to those above, Li Jinhai replied helplessly. Thus, Lu Zhong and his associates will face no penalties.
Yu Yizhu remarked. The Sanyan dynasty has descended into such chaos that we can only acquiesce.
We must express our gratitude to Lord Li for sparing our lives. Hu Guojun clasped his fists in respect. Li Jinhai rose and returned the gesture, saying, Brave souls, I am powerless and unable to uphold the righteous path in this world. After departing from Tianjin City, I hope you will remain true to your original intentions and support the crumbling edifice of righteousness. Rest assured, Lord Li, the others stood and clasped their fists. Days later, several condemned prisoners were taken away for execution, while Hu Guojun and the others were secretly released. Zhang Lingbang and Lu Zhong must die. Xing Yuhao gritted his teeth. Zhang Lingbang possesses some martial prowess. I shall accompany you, brother Yuhao, Hu Guojun declared. As for Lu Zhong, a mere scholar, Yizhu and Huayu shall confront him. Once the deed is done, we shall regroup at the Xuanrui Inn. Having exited the Tianjin city government office, Lu Zhong boarded a carriage and made his way directly to a brothel.
Yu Yizhu and Huayu followed closely behind, trailing him to the establishment's entrance. Shall we not enter? Yu Yizhu frowned.
Perhaps it would be wiser to wait for him to emerge, Huayu suggested. By the time he exits, it may well be tomorrow, Yu Yizhu pouted.
I have a plan.
Come closer, Huayu beckoned Yu Yizhu to lean in. He whispered a few words into her ear, prompting her to smile and vanish into the shadows. Huayu straightened his attire and strode confidently into the brothel. The moment he entered, a group of alluring women approached, wrapping their arms around his. Esteemed sir, which one captures your fancy? The madam inquired with a smile.
Which one does Lord Lu prefer?
Huayu replied with feigned seriousness. This one, the madam said, pulling forth a particularly enchanting courtesan. Then she shall be yours, Huayu laughed, producing a handful of coins for the madam. He led the captivating woman upstairs, grinning as he asked, which room does Lord Lu occupy? The one at the far east, it's quite spacious and soundproof, perfect for Lord Lu's indulgence, the courtesan cooed.
Then let us proceed to that room. Huayu exclaimed loudly.
Unfortunately, Lord Lu has just entered, the courtesan giggled.
I assure you, I will attend to your every need,
the courtesan purred, leaning into Huayu and teasingly toying with his clothing. Flushed with embarrassment, Huayu steeled himself and stepped into the room. The moment the door closed, the woman lunged at him like a predator, attempting to pin him to the bed. Huayu raised his right fist and swiftly knocked her unconscious, laying her gently on the bed. He opened the window and waved to the street below. A shadow flitted past, and Yuizhu leapt onto the window ledge. Sister Izhu, Lu Zhong is in the room at the far east, Huayu informed her.
Excellent, I will send Xiaohua in.
Once the task is complete, we shall make our swift retreat.
Yuizhu whispered. Agreed.
Huayu nodded. Yuizhu activated her shadow step technique, darting like a dark specter towards the eastern room, leaping swiftly from ledge to ledge until she arrived. Upon reaching the window of Lu Zhong's chamber, she was greeted by the sounds of passion within, causing her cheeks to flush crimson and nearly lose her grip. Releasing a beast from her beast-controlling pouch, she whispered, Xiaohua, eliminate the man, but do not. A piercing scream and a beastly roar erupted from within, followed by the sound of splintering wood. Lu Zhong, bloodied and bare, fell against the window, a chunk of flesh torn from his neck, blood gushing forth.
Xiaohua let out a low growl before retreating into the pouch. Huayu and Yuizhu swiftly descended from the brothel, disappearing into the knight's embrace. Upon entering the room, the madam was greeted only by a dazed courtesan and the lifeless Lu Zhong. Meanwhile, in Hu Guojun's quarters, Zhang Lingbang was unbuckling his armor, instructing a maid to prepare a foot bath. Hu Guojun burst into the room, swinging his staff toward Zhang Lingbang, who rolled away just in time and summoned his spirit, the green-haired turtle. Zhang Lingbang retaliated with a sword strike, which Hu Guojun blocked with his staff, and the two engaged in fierce combat. As Hu Guojun's sword spirit flickered, a golden energy blade surged toward Zhang Lingbang, who narrowly evaded it. In that instant, a spear thrust forward. Zhang Lingbang's eyes widened in horror as he was unable to dodge, the weapon piercing through his chest. Tripped on the same stone twice, you fool. Hu Guojun chuckled. Damn it, a sneak attack.
Zhang Lingbang snarled, collapsed. Xing Yulu, concealed in the shadows, murmured, I barely had a chance to act before it was all over. We must depart. Hu Guojun urged, and the three swiftly vacated the premises, heading towards the Xuanrui Inn.
Chapter 76, The Sword Festival. Did anyone die? Hu Guojun inquired. Indeed, it was effortlessly resolved, Yuizhu replied. What shall we do next? Xing Yuhao asked. Since Li Zhenhai does not wish to kill us, do you truly believe he would order a citywide manhunt? Hu Guojun chuckled. If the governor of Tianjin City does not initiate a full-scale search, we could linger in the city a while longer, Hu Guojun remarked. The one who killed Lu Zhong yesterday was the lynx named Xiaohua. Our suspicion should be minimal, Huayu whispered. At the governor's office in Tianjin City, an official entered to report, My lord, the county magistrate Lu Zhong and Zhang Lingbang have been murdered. Oh? Who was responsible? Can we ascertain the details? Li Zhenhai frowned. Lu Zhong was found in the Yuanyang Tower, entirely unclothed, with fatal injuries on his neck that appear to have been a lethal wound is evident on his chest, the officer replied solemnly. Very well, I understand. This office will commence an immediate investigation, Li Zhenhai declared. Consequently, Tianjin City embarked on an inquiry into the murderer, yet the investigation was marked by much sound and little fury, progressing with excruciating slowness. On the streets of Tianjin City, throngs of sword vendors flooded into the city, creating a lively atmosphere. What is happening? There are so many sword sellers, Yuizhu observed. Tianjin City venerates the way of the. Each year, the sword festival is held, attracting swordsmen and weapon merchants from all corners of the nation, Xing Yuhao explained. Then let us join in the festivities. Xing Yulu laughed. The group proceeded to the sword square, where a colossal sword stood majestically at the center, with a massive bronze statue behind it that drew even more attention. Numerous swordsmen knelt before the statue in reverent worship, placing spirit stones on the offering table before it. This statue seems oddly familiar, Hu Guojun mused as he stepped closer. The soul of the This is the statue of the sword god, the swordsman replied disdainfully. The sword god, this is clearly a soul. Hu Guojun retorted, utterly perplexed. There has never been any so-called sword god descending from the heavens, Hu Guojun thought to himself. My dear, you are blocking the way, Yuizhu tugged at Hu Guojun's sleeve, speaking softly. Upon turning, Hu Guojun noticed 5 or 6 swordsmen glaring intently at him.
My apologies, everyone, Hu Guojun offered an awkward smile and clasped his fists. I heard there will be a swordsmanship performance shortly. Xing Yulu approached, munching on a candied hawthorn.
A swordsmanship performance?
How intriguing, Xing Yuhao chuckled. Then let us wait here and enjoy the performance, Yu Yizhu suggested with a smile. Hu Guojun sat on the ground, gazing at the statue before him, murmuring, the golden-armored war god.
Could it be the soul of the Shura Saint King?
Suddenly, Hu Guojun sprang to his feet and pulled a Tianjian city citizen aside, asking, Good sir, has the sword god ever manifested? The last time the sword god appeared, I was but a child, the citizen remoned. Speaking such things may leave me with naught but dust, Hu Guojun chuckled helplessly. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful appearance emerged beneath the giant sword, proclaiming, the ceremony begins.
Everyone, please be silent.
The bustling square fell into a profound silence, as 8 elegantly dressed women in white approached, carrying jade plates laden with offerings. A masked man in white, brandishing a torch, danced about with peculiar steps. At that moment, the sounds of drums and horns echoed around the square. The man knelt before the giant sword statue, igniting the fire pit beneath it, the flames flickering and rapidly expanding. The 8 women simultaneously knelt, gracefully advancing to place their offerings before the fire pit. Bowing their heads in reverence, the elder produced several spirit talismans from his robes, casting them into the fire pit, then drew a brown sword, chanting incantations as he pointed. A beam of brown light shot into the heavens, the sword pointing towards the firmament. The sword god manifests, the elder exclaimed. A thunder rumbled from above, the brown beam piercing the sky as if transcending the void. In unison, the crowd knelt, offering their devotions. Hu Guojun and his companions stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Throughout the square, apart from Hu Guojun and his 5 companions, everyone else lay prostrate in worship. Hu Guojun whispered, Kneel, kneel, or we may face dire consequences. The 5 hastily knelt, with Xing Yulu still clutching her candied hawthorn. This is simply to adhere to local customs, Xing Yuhao remarked with a wry smile. Chapter 77 The Swordsmanship Performance. The crowd knelt on the ground for quite a while, utterly bewildered. These individuals truly possessed remarkable endurance. Huayu lamented, dressed in the attire of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, he felt the bare skin of his knees growing swollen from the relentless pressure of the assembled crowd lifted their heads and stood up. At last, it's over, Yu Yizhu sighed with relief. I have never knelt like this in my entire life, Xing Yuhao shook his head. Damn it, I haven't knelt in thousands of years, Hu Guojun cursed under his breath. Indeed, as an emperor of heaven, it was customary for others to kneel before him, it was inconceivable for him to kneel before anyone else. Now, please enjoy the swordsmanship performance brought to us by the esteemed masters of the Willow Leaf sect, the elder announced with a smile. Barely had the words left his lips when 4 beams of light, cyan, crimson, azure, and golden, descended from the void. 2 men and 2 women materialized in midair.
Li Chushingnan! Hu Guojun exclaimed in astonishment.
With a flourish of her emerald sword, Li Chushingnan sent forth streams of azure light that traced luminous arcs in the air. As she danced gracefully, each leap left behind a shimmering green footprint. Wow, it's so beautiful! Yu Yizhu gasped. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, heralding a crimson streak that spiraled toward them, from which emerged a woman clad in red. In her hand appeared a scarlet longsword, and with a flick of her wrist, a burst of flames shot into the void. Simultaneously, the red sword soared into the air, and moments later, dozens of fiery energy swords erupted around the suspended weapon, flames reaching for the sky. The fiery swords cascaded down like a torrential rain, exploding just before they reached the ground. In an instant, the azure sky was painted with a fiery hue. Wow, that is so cool! Xing Yulu exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Another gust of wind swept through, and a man dressed in white appeared amidst the tempest. In his grasp, a flawless divine sword erupted from its sheath, transforming into a white rainbow. The white-clad man danced with his sword in the wind, white sword energy crisscrossing through the air. Dazzling sword radiance erupted from the tip of his divine sword, manifesting an expansive Tai Chi Bagua illusion. The illusion grew larger until suddenly, a beam of white light erupted from the center of the Bagua, causing dozens of white rainbows to burst forth, gently descending from the sky.
Excellent, cheers erupted.
A thunderous roar echoed as a heavy black sword plummeted from the sky, and a burly man appeared, accompanied by a spectral saber-toothed tiger that let out a deafening roar.
The performance concludes here, the elder chuckled.
Inside and outside the square, jubilation ensued. The four performers emerged from the radiant shadows, sheathing their swords and clasping their fists in salute. The Willow Leaf Sect expresses its gratitude to all present.
Willow Leaf Sect.
Willow Leaf Sect, the crowd erupted in a thunderous cheer.
Indeed, the masters of the Willow Leaf Sect are quite numerous, Hu Guojun remarked. In the central domain, if they lack even a few experts, how can they establish themselves? Xing Yuhao pondered. Where is Lu Sanjian? Hu Guojun inquired with a smile. That, I do not know, Xing Yuhao replied, shaking his head. I only recognize Li Chushingnan. What are the names of the others? Hu Guojun asked. Xing Yuhao pulled over an exuberant spectator nearby and asked, May I inquire, good sir, who are those three? The woman in red is Su Fanyan, the man in white is Huang Fu Jianoa, and the burly man is Chen Huang Beishan. How could you not know this? The spectator responded with a look of confusion. To be honest, we are outsiders who came specifically to witness the swordsmanship performance, Xing Yuhao replied with a smile. No wonder, the spectator remarked. A melodious crane call resonated through the air as a snow-white celestial crane, with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters, descended gracefully, carrying an elder with silvery hair and a demeanor of ethereal grace. He bore a white longsword on his back, surrounded by a mist of white energy. A powerful aura enveloped the atmosphere as the elder approached on the crane. That crane is a rare 5th-tier beast. This person must undoubtedly be Lu Sanjian, Hu Guojun asserted. The presence of such a formidable being is truly suffocating, Xing Yuhao murmured. It is said that Lu Sanjian is half a step away from becoming a demigod. Taking shortcuts is futile, Xing Yuhao added. Shortcut taking could very well lead one down the path of demonic cultivation, Xing Yulu remarked. I cannot comprehend. Hua Yu scratched his head. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Chapter 78. The Master of Swordsmanship. Let us converse with Lu Sanjian, Hu Guojun remarked with a smile. What? Xing Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment. What could we possibly discuss with him? Yuizhu frowned. Li Chushingnan approached and whispered into Lu Sanjian's ear for a moment. Lu Sanjian then smiled faintly and said, Very well, I shall converse with you. Standing in the Sword God Square, Lu Sanjian drew forth his celestial sword, and a white rainbow surged skyward. With the sword pointing to the heavens, the Sword God manifests. Lu Sanjian intoned softly. A radiant glow refracted across the sky, enveloping the colossal sword sculpture in a golden halo. Lu Sanjian ascended into the air, moving gracefully as if dancing, leaving behind silver footprints with each leap. With a flick of his celestial sword, a piercing sword chi descended from the void. Boom, a resounding explosion echoed as the giant sword sculpture and the golden armored warrior statue simultaneously emitted beams of golden light. The Sword God has manifested. The crowd in the square became agitated, many kneeling and bowing their heads. Hu Guojun smiled faintly, remaining silent. After the conclusion of the Celestial Sword Festival, Lu Sanjian departed gracefully, while Li Chushingnan and the others soared into the sky, riding their swords propelled by their chi. Xing Yuhao summoned his snow-carved primordial spirit, rising into the air, while Hu Guojun unleashed his Shentai sword soul to fly. The snow phoenix primordial spirit was also summoned, and Xing Yulu took to the skies. Alas, poor Yuizhu remained at the condensation realm, unable to fly, and Huayu was even less capable. Hu Guojun lifted Yuizhu and placed her atop the Shentai sword soul, the two soaring together, while Huayu was unceremoniously carried aloft by Xing Yuao, his expression quite unpleasant. The group playfully made their way to the headquarters of the Liuye sect nestled within verdant mountains. The Liuye sect headquarters boasted breathtaking scenery, with ancient trees standing tall and proud. The group traversed a winding path leading up the mountain, where an ancient sect came into view at the summit. Liuye sect, Hu Guojun murmured. Please, after you, Li Chushingnan. Xing Yuhao and the others were then guided to a side chamber of the Liuye sect. I have heard you are friends with Yun Qingyi? Lu Sanjian inquired softly. From Lu Sanjian's tone, Hu Guojun could discern that he held little belief that the aloof Yun Qingyi would associate with someone of his cultivation level. Indeed, I am friends with the sect leader Qingyi.
However, it has been quite some time since we last met in the holy capital, Hu Guojun replied with a smile. So, young master who not only thwarted the dark forces of the Wraith Cave multiple times but also enjoys the hospitality of the Zhuge sect, Lu Sanjian remarked with a chuckle, taking a sip from his teacup.
What? Does Senior Lu doubt me?
Hu Guojun's tone darkened.
Forgive this old man for his lack of insight, young master who has likely only recently entered the Transcendence realm, hasn't he?
Lu Sanjian's lips. Had I been at her side today, I doubt she would have made things so difficult for me, Hu Guojun replied coldly. It was never my intention to make things difficult for you, Lu Sanjian stated. In truth, had Li Chushinin not informed Lu Sanjian of Hu Guojun's feat of slaying numerous Transcendence Realm experts, he would never have considered meeting him. Furthermore, with the Liuya sect having just established itself in the holy capital, and Hu Guojun being the foremost among the four great families, Lu Sanjian had no. This sentiment is well known among all the men who have bowed beneath her crimson skirt, Lu Sanjian replied, a hint of mockery gracing his features.
Could it be that the master of Liuya's sect harbors feelings for sect leader Yun, thus assuming that I wish to curry favor with her?
Hu Guojun replied in a low voice. Even if I hold some admiration for Yun Xingyi, I would never claim to be friends with her, Lu Sanjian chuckled, stroking his beard. Damn it, you old codger, even if you admire her, she would hardly return the sentiment, Hu Guojun thought to himself, inwardly cursing.
How bitterly envious, Hu Guojun mused silently.
While it could be argued that Hu Guojun's claim of friendship with Yun Xingyi was somewhat questionable given his status at the first level of the Transcendence realm, Lu Sanjian's blatant mockery was not something Hu Guojun would easily tolerate. He believed that Lu Sanjian was, more or less, envious of him. Hu Guojun retrieved a soul talisman from the jade bracelet, infusing it with his qi, and a crimson beam of light suddenly shot into the void. In the spirit realm, at the Zhuge sect headquarters, Yun Xingyi reclined upon a phoenix-headed bed, stroking a small cat nestled in her arms. Suddenly, a surge of soul energy emerged within her soul sea.
The Liuya sect headquarters? Could it be that Lu Sanjian intends to create trouble for him?
Yun Xingyi's delicate brows furrowed as she transformed into a streak of red light, vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 79. A moment of triumph. Young master Hu, Lu Sanjian chuckled, stroking his beard with a twinkle in his eye. Shengnan has informed me of your remarkable talents, which set you apart from the ordinary. You have triumphed over stronger opponents on numerous occasions, and I am thoroughly convinced of this. However, if you claim to be a distinguished guest of the Zhuge sect, my faith wavers a bit.
Why do you doubt me?
Hu Guojun inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Since its establishment, the Zhuge sect has held itself in high esteem, and a mere group of women dares to covet the true path of divinity.
Do you truly believe a fledgling in the early stages of transcendence could catch the eye of Yun Xingyi? Lu Sanjian remarked.
Indeed, I can capture her attention, Hu Guojun replied with a raised eyebrow and a faint smile.
Then allow me to inquire, by what merit do you believe you would gain her favor?
Lu Sanjian challenged. Simply by virtue of being Hu Guojun, he stated, slowly setting down his teacup, revealing an expression that belied his years.
Oh. Young master whose confidence is indeed admirable, Lu Sanjian said with a gentle smile. Lord Sect Master, Yun Xingyi has arrived, Huang Fu Jianhuo announced softly as he entered. Yun Xingyi, what brings her here? Lu Sanjian asked, momentarily taken aback as he rose slowly.
That, I do not know, Huang Fu Jianhuo replied. Please invite her in, Lu Sanjian instructed quietly.
Dressed in a flowing red robe, Yun Xingyi entered gracefully, clasping her hands in salute. Greetings, Lord Lu.
Old man greets Lord Yun, Lu Sanjian returned the gesture.
What brings you to our humble abode, Lord Yun?
Lu Sanjian asked, narrowing his eyes with a smile. I have a friend who seems to have encountered some troubles within your esteemed sect, Yun Xingyi replied.
Friend? Which friend?
Lu Sanjian inquired, puzzled. Lord Yun, it has been a while, Hu Guojun interjected with a warm smile as he stepped out from within the room.
Young master Hu, how have you been? Yun, it seems Lord Lu has underestimated you, Yun Xingyi laughed, covering her mouth. Could it be that you are truly friends? Lu Sanjian asked in astonishment. Lu Sanjian remained silent, feeling like an outsider as he watched the two engage in pleasantries, inwardly lamenting, am I invisible here? Oh dear, how could I forget Lord Lu? Hu Guojun chuckled. Please, continue your conversation.
I shall not intrude, Lu Sanjian forced a smile. How could we? Let us converse together, Hu Guojun insisted with a playful grin. Yun Qingyi found herself unable to suppress a giggle at Hu Guojun's antics, covering her mouth in amusement.
Lu Sanjian's face flushed, resembling a pig's liver, both dark and red.
I am at a loss for conversation topics, he admitted gloomily. Let us analyze the relationships among the four major sects of the central domain, Hu Guojun suggested.
Oh? Is that so? Lu Sanjian raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting to one of curiosity.
Please, take a seat, Hu Guojun gestured for them to sit. The Liuye sect, the progenitor of swordsmanship in the central domain, wields several celestial swords that command respect across this vast realm, truly formidable, Hu Guojun noted. Young master who speaks wisely, Lu Sanjian replied with a faint smile, absent-mindedly stroking his beard. The Zhuke sect, where women stand tall and proud, asserting their prowess in the central domain, is indeed a force to be reckoned with, Hu Guojun continued.
Yun Qingyi smiled slightly, remaining silent.
To acquire the true path, one must prioritize diligence, foundation in wisdom, and steadfastness. This is the essence of pursuing divinity, Hu Guojun articulated.
The Xiantian sect, claiming to be the orthodox path of the divine, gazes down from the heavens, yet how many among them have achieved divinity? Hu Guojun inquired.
Both Lu Sanjian and Yun Qingyi paused, lost in thought.
Is the Xiantian sect's reputation merely a facade that overshadows its true capabilities?
Hu Guojun asked with a slight smile. The Zhuke sect is relatively new, but let us not forget, Lord Lu, you have surpassed the years of carefree indulgence, and the Liuye sect's history is not vastly inferior to that of the Xiantian sect. Hu Guojun chuckled. Counting from the inception of the Tianjian sect, the Liuye sect's history is less than a decade shorter than that of the Xiantian sect, Lu Sanjian replied solemnly.
Tianjian sect? Hu Guojun inquired.
Upon mastering divine skills, the first sect I established was the Tianjian sect. Later, I deemed the name too grandiose and renamed it Liuye sect, Lu Sanjian explained. Thus, it becomes clear why the Liuye sect does not represent the divine path, while the Xiantian sect does, Hu Guojun remarked with a smile.
Lu Sanjian's expression tightened, and he remained silent.
Do not impose upon others what you do not desire for yourself. The Xiantian sect prides itself on being the orthodox path of divinity, yet it preserves its own strength, allowing the Liuye and Zhuke sects to exhaust the power of the demon spirit sect while it secretly strengthens itself. Ultimately, your own strength will only grow further apart, leaving you with little power to contest the Xiantian sect's claim to be the foremost sect of the divine path, Hu Guojun stated, lifting his teacup and speaking somberly. However, our current strength pales in comparison to the Xiantian sect, and we cannot simply disregard their orders, Yun Qingyi frowned.
Ah!
Hu Guojun chuckled softly, gradually tilting his teacup so that the tea began to flow out.
Your relationship with the Xiantian sect is akin to that of this teacup and its tea.
The Xiantian sect serves as the cup, while you are the tea dot on the surface. You appear to depend on them, but should they lose you, what claim do they have to be the so-called foremost sect of the divine path? Indeed, without us, what significance does their title as the leading sect of the divine path hold?
Yun Qingyi exclaimed, realizing the truth.
Your words carry weight, Lu Sanjian nodded in agreement.
There is no such thing as the orthodox path of divinity.
It is all contingent upon the support of peers, Hu Guojun asserted. Oh dear, it seems I have truly become muddled in my old age, Lu Sanjian admitted, scratching his head.
Of course, the Soul Abyss and the Dark Evil Division are not much better.
They too have been deceived by the demon spirit sect's claim to be the foremost sect of the demonic path, thus stifling their own progress, Hu Guojun remarked.
What you say enlightens me profoundly, Yun Qingyi replied, bowing slightly. Lord Yun is too kind.
I have merely voiced my thoughts, Hu Guojun returned the gesture. There is indeed reason in your words, I too feel enlightened, Lu Sanjian said.
To what extent do you believe the Xiantian sect is truly powerful? Hu Guojun inquired with a smile.
The two exchanged glances, hesitating to respond. Chapter 80 of the Dichotomy of the Divine Path. You remain blissfully unaware of the true nature of the Xiantian sect, yet you willingly serve as their subordinates?
Hu Guojun chuckled.
Although he had always sought to maintain a firm grip on power within the divine realm, the ongoing war between deities and demons had taught him that the extreme concentration of power is a double-edged sword, inflicting harm on both enemies and oneself. The configuration of the martial world in the spirit realm would also influence the balance of power between the divine and demonic races. A monopoly is far less beneficial than a flourishing diversity that disrupts the equilibrium of strength between the two factions. Though Hu Guojun's perspective was evidently detrimental to the Xiantian sect's continued dominance as the foremost sect of the divine path, the transition from a dominant entity to a triad would evidently enhance the overall strength of the divine path sections.
If the Xiantian sect's covert constraints on the Zhuke sect and Liuyameng were to be dismantled, the power of the divine path in the spirit realm would gradually surpass that of the demonic path. Disrupting the balance of power between deities and demons in the spirit realm is a significant chess move in Hu Guojun's return to the divine race. The path back to the divine realm is undoubtedly fraught with challenges and demands considerable time and effort. Upon his return, Hu Guojun requires a favorable situation in the spirit realm, making this step crucial. Does Master Hu imply that we should free ourselves from the control of the Xiantian sect? Lu Sanjian inquired. I surmise the Xiantian sect must be limiting the number of disciples within your sect, am I correct? Hu Guojun replied with a smile. Indeed, the two nodded in agreement. Why concern yourselves with them? Take on disciples as you wish, establish branch sects as you deem fit. What can the Xiantian sect do if you disregard their commands? Hu Guojun asserted nonchalantly. But the Xiantian sect is immensely. They hold themselves in high regard, and would not engage in internal conflict, Hu Guojun countered, shaking his head. We all aspire to pursue the divine path, yet we have gradually become mere pawns of the Xiantian sect, which is a stark deviation from our initial intentions, Yunqingyi sighed. With both form and spirit in harmony, we align with the true essence of the path. The sword and the wielder become one, aiming directly at the heavens. Our Liuyameng must not become the pawns of others, but instead pursue the orthodox divine path, aspiring to ascend to immortality and sanctity, transcending the cycle of reincarnation, Lu Sanjian declared solemnly. Your guidance has illuminated my understanding, yet I have been muddled for years. The Liuyameng is certainly no match for the Xiantian sect. Will we not face repercussions if we act rashly? Lu Sanjian furrowed his brow. I share your concerns, Yunqingyi admitted, her delicate brows knitted. The divine path shall be divided. Let us stand against the Xiantian sect. Hu Guojun leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. Are you suggesting that the Liuyameng should ally with the Zhuke sect to contest the Xiantian sect on equal footing? Lu Sanjian queried. Senior Lu, you truly are a master of the sword. You grasped the essence in an instant, Hu Guojun chuckled. If you two seek collaboration and mutual development, the Xiantian sect cannot simply pick you off one by one, rendering them powerless, Hu Guojun continued with a smile. What was the previous relationship between the Liuyameng and the Zhuke sect? Perhaps I shall remain silent on that matter, Hu Guojun added with a knowing grin. The two exchanged awkward smiles, choosing to remain silent. Once the divine path is divided, within 5 years, the likes of the Soul Abyss and the Dark Evil sect will be no match for the Liuyameng and Zhuke sect. The strength of the divine path will surpass that of the demonic path, allowing you to stand toe-to-toe with the Xiantian sect. Is that not a threefold benefit? Hu Guojun laughed. Excellent, excellent. Lu Sanjian exclaimed, rising in mirth. Every conversation with Master Hu leaves me utterly convinced. Who would have thought you are but 20 years of age? Yunqingyi smiled. I call it youthful achievement, Hu Guojun replied with a grin. In my view, you possess the aura of an emperor, Yunqingyi remarked. Hu Guojun's heart swelled with joy, silently acknowledging her keen insight. I appreciate your recognition, Master Qingyi, he said, clasping his fists in gratitude. Modesty is warranted. I consider myself fortunate to have encountered a young talent like yourself, Yunqingyi responded graciously. Hu Guojun understood that should he lose his value to these formidable figures, their respect for him would swiftly dissipate. Whether in the divine realm or the spirit realm, the essence remains the same. Everything revolves around benefit. Deities, demons, and mortals alike. I in the spirit realm, at the headquarters of the Soul Abyss. An utter fool, truly a fool. Ho Qiankue fumed. Please calm your anger, sect master, Li Cha implored, kneeling on one knee with his head bowed. The demise of Li Huan has already astounded me. Now in Jiuquan is dead, yet Hu Guojun remains unharmed. You truly are a band of geniuses. Ho Qiankue exclaimed in rage. Sect master, allow me to take him down, a short elder knelt, proposing. I too wish to accompany Hong Tian. Li Cha declared loudly. Enough, enough. The dark evil sect Zhang Yunfu has already perished at Hu Guojun's hands. Since this lad proves so troublesome, let the magic spirit sect devise their own solutions, Ho Qiankue replied, shaking his head. Indeed, why do we assist the magic spirit sect daily? Hong Tian frowned. This matter is settled. The Soul Abyss shall no longer intervene. Let the magic spirit sect do as they please. Ho Qiankue commanded sternly. Hu Guojun remains oblivious to the fact that his actions, killing gods and slaying Buddhas, are seemingly altering the dynamics of the demonic path within the spirit realm. In the headquarters of the Dark Evil sect, a man in a black robe entered, clasping his fists. I am a messenger from the magic spirit sect.
here to meet with the evil king.
Be at ease, what brings you here? Du Guliang inquired.
Has the evil king managed to eliminate Hu Guojun? The messenger asked.
Hu Guojun?
Not yet, I have lost a valued subordinate, Du Guliang retorted, irately. Since Hu Guojun still lives, why not continue to dispatch more personnel? The messenger pressed. The dark evil sect has its own affairs to attend to and cannot spare any manpower at this time, Du Guliang replied gravely.
Lord Evil King, Lord Yen is becoming somewhat anxious, the messenger stated somberly.
If Lord Yen is anxious, then let the magic spirit sect send their experts to deal with him.
Do you lack experts? Du Guliang frowned.
Are you not willing to give face to Lord Yen? The messenger queried. Du Guliang's face contorted in anger as he gritted his teeth. Zhang Yinfu has been with me for 6 years.
His sudden loss weighs heavily on me, how could I not give you all face?
Who is Zhang Yinfu? We are unaware, we only know that Hu Guojun still lives, the messenger replied, his face turning ashen. Du Guliang stood, a surge of black qi erupting from him, ensnaring the messenger's neck and lifting him into the air amidst the swirling darkness. A massive black demonic wolf appeared behind Du Guliang, its gaping maw devouring the messenger in a gruesome spectacle.
Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Du Guliang growled ominously. You wretched cur!
Du Guliang seethed, grinding his teeth as he uttered those words.
In the spirit realm, at the headquarters of the Luyameng.
Master Qingyi, I, as a representative of the Luyameng, wish to unite with your esteemed sect, to jointly pursue the orthodox divine path, offering mutual assistance and collaboration.
Lu Sanjian proclaimed, clasping his fists. Master Qingyi also desires to cooperate wholeheartedly with Senior Lu in the pursuit of the orthodox divine path. Yun Qingyi responded, clasping her fists in return. Master Hu, we shall part ways here. I look forward to our next meeting. Yun Qingyi bowed gracefully.
Until we meet again, Hu Guojun replied, clasping his fists. With that, Yun Qingyi turned, transforming into a red silhouette, vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 81. A new journey begins. After achieving his objectives, Hu Guojun bid farewell to Lu Sanjian, and the group set forth on a fresh expedition. Take care, young Master Hu, Lu Sanjian said with a beaming smile. As Hu Guojun vanished from Lu Sanjian's sight, Lu Sanjian nodded slightly and remarked, this individual is unfathomable, he should not be underestimated as merely a wandering rogue of the martial world.
Master, Shangnan has long asserted that this person is far from ordinary, Li Chushingnan whispered. Today's encounter has truly opened my eyes. Lu Sanjian chuckled while shaking his head. Where shall we head next? Xing Yuhao inquired. The map, Hu Guojun extended his hand. Xing Yuhao handed over the map, and Hu Guojun unfurled it, scrutinizing it intently. If we head north, we shall enter the northern frontier. If we proceed eastward, we will reach the eastern lands and pass through Tianchang, Hu Guojun contemplated. The plan to alter the landscape of the martial world has been preliminarily set in motion, thus, the royal family's stance of the Tsangyan dynasty towards the divine and demon factions is of paramount importance. Does the new king of the Tsangyan dynasty support the path of the divine or that of the demon? Hu Guojun inquired. I am uncertain as well, Xing Yuhao scratched his head. Let us depart for Tianchang. Hu Guojun urged, spurring his horse forward. Indeed, the others echoed in unison. In the spirit world, at the Tianjin city government office, Li Zhenhai and his companions knelt before the desk, while Wei Wang Yulin donned a water dragon robe and a Paixio brocade garment, seated in the high seat. Why has the case of Lu Zhong and Zhang Lingbang not yet been resolved? Wang Yulin's voice was grave. The old minister has exhausted all efforts, yet the culprit is too cunning. I am truly unable to uncover any leads, Li Zhenhai shook his head. What a commendable display of exhausting efforts, Wang Yulin sneered. The old minister speaks no word of falsehood. Li Zhenhai retorted. Come forth, Wang Yulin commanded. A figure emerged from behind the screen, kneeling on one knee and stating, Lord Li instructed me to merely put on a show, there is no need to apprehend the culprit. You, why do you betray me? Li Zhenhai's eyes widened in fury. Lord Li, Wei Wang is virtuous. We are willing to support Wei Wang as emperor, the figure replied, still kneeling. Li Zhenhai rose, trembling, and pointed towards the heavens, declaring, as a subject, loyalty is paramount, your majesty is the one appointed by the late emperor, yet you would willingly become treacherous ministers. Li Zhenhai, the heavens are high and the emperor distant. This Tianjin city is my domain, and Wang Yukong cannot protect you, Wang Yulin warned darkly.
You conspire with local officials, expanding your own power, coveting the throne. As a prince, instead of aiding your elder brother, you plot for power.
It is shameful.
Li Zhenhai retorted angrily. Ah, what virtue does Wang Yukong possess to become emperor? I have guarded the northern frontier for over 6 years. The Bai Rong and other clans do not dare to cross the Great Wall even a step. Why should I not be emperor?
Wang Yulin's face contorted with ferocity as he gritted his teeth.
Your Majesty is the late emperor's appointed crown prince.
The reason you are not the emperor is that you lack the virtue of the current emperor.
Li Zhenhai shot back. Wang Yulin stood, drawing his precious sword, and transformed into a blue shadow that appeared before Li Zhenhai. In a flash of white light, Li Zhenhai fell to the ground, and Wang Yulin wiped the blood from his blade, solemnly commanding, "Exterminate Li Zhenhai's entire clan as a warning to others."
Yes, the others bowed. I care not who the culprit is. I demand to see the living and the dead.
Wang Yulin bellowed. Meanwhile, Hu Guojun and his companions galloped along the road leading to Tianchang.
I am so hungry and tired, let us take a rest, Yu Yizhu suggested. Indeed, a break would be welcome. Xing Yulu frowned. My backside is sore.
We should pause for a moment, Hua Yu added weakly.
Very well, ahead lies Bianzhou City, let us rest there.
Hu Guojun pointed ahead, urging his horse onward. At the Bianzhou City Government Office, a decree from the Wei Wang ordered a thorough investigation of all individuals entering and exiting the city, aiming to capture the murderer of Lu Zhong and Zhang Lingbang. The herald bowed and reported, you should inform Wei Wang that from this moment forth, Bianzhou City will strictly control the flow of people within, fully supporting Wei Wang in resolving this case.
Governor Zhu Xian of Bianzhou City declared.
A large contingent of soldiers appeared at the city gates, beginning to enforce stringent controls on entry. As Hu Guojun and his companions arrived at the gates of Bianzhou City, they were met with a throng of soldiers stationed at the entrance.
How is this situation reminiscent of Tianjin City? Xing Yuhao remarked. Perhaps the matter concerning Lu Zhong and Zhang Lingbang has been exposed, Hu Guojun surmised.
Minister Lu fell to the hands of a beast. We must be vigilant and rigorously examine the beast tamers' bags. Anyone possessing carnivorous beasts shall be arrested, the military commander of Bianzhou City ordered.
Why are they searching everything? They're even inspecting the clothing in the cloud bracelet. This is utterly shameless. Yu Yizhu exclaimed angrily. Look, that soldier is even taking the opportunity to grope that girl. Xing Yulu clenched her fist in indignation.
This method of searching suggests that the situation is quite serious, Hu Guojun frowned.
They are checking the beast tamer's bags. Xing Yuhao gasped. They are after us, Hu Guojun stated. The 5 of them sat forlornly in the woods outside Bianzhou City, at a loss for what to do. Even if we must sleep in the forest, I could never abandon Xiaohua. Yu Yizhu declared loudly. Alas, with such meticulous searches, we cannot recklessly enter the city, Hu Guojun lamented. Aren't they tired?
It is already the hour of the pig, yet the city gates remain brightly lit. Hua Yu scratched his head.
Let us make do for one night. Xing Yuhao pulled a blanket from the cloud bracelet, preparing to sleep right there.
Suddenly, 2 women clad in black robes riding white horses appeared on the road, one of whom looked strikingly familiar.
Hey, do you see that woman? Haven't we seen her before? Hu Guojun remarked. Is that Du Gu Tianyue?
Yu Yizhu exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, the 2 women halted their advance and turned at the sound.
Who is calling me? One of the women said softly. It's her, Xing Yulu confirmed. Let us take a chance. Hu Guojun suggested. Lady Tianyue, it has been a while. Hu Guojun smiled.
One of the women reined in her horse, looking in their direction.
Hu Guojun stepped out from the thicket, grinning. I saw you from afar, it's been quite some time. Dugu Tianyue paused and softly replied, I have met young Master Hu. My lady, who is this? Asked a black-robed woman behind Dugu Tianyue. It's nothing. I know him. Dugu Tianyue waved her hand dismissively. Yu Yizhu and the others also stepped forward to greet Dugu Tianyue. Why are you not entering the city at this late hour? Dugu Tianyue inquired curiously.
Hu Guojun forced a smile, gesturing towards the soldiers at the gate. Dugu Tianyue laughed and said, What trouble has young Master Hu caused this time?
Well, that is a long story. Hu Guojun scratched his head. After chatting for a while, Dugu Tianyue frowned and said, These officials are truly deserving of their fate. I can help you enter the city.
Then we must thank Lady Tianyue. Hu Guojun clasped his fists in gratitude.
Regardless, you saved my life despite past grievances. I should repay you, Dugu Tianhua said softly. Chapter 82 The Perilous City. My lord, we of the Dark Evil Division bear no enmity towards the court. It is unnecessary for us to provoke discord with them over a mere handful of individuals, the woman in the black robe declared. Sister Bai Ling, even a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Were it not for them, I would have perished at the hands of the Willow Leaf sect. Though brother Yunfei is no longer with us, these two matters cannot be conflated, Dugu Tianhua replied solemnly. You are aware that Yunfei was slain by Hu Guojun. If we were to take his life through the hands of the court, would that not align perfectly with our desires? The woman in black stated. Brother Yunfei was tasked by the king to assassinate Hu Guojun but met an untimely demise. I was injured by Li Chuxingnan and fell, only to be rescued by Hu Guojun's wives. In light of this, it appears that Hu Guojun saved me despite past grievances, and I must repay this debt of gratitude, Dugu Tianhua articulated. Indeed, my lord, the woman in black lowered her head. Can you assist us in entering Bianzhou City, Miss Tianhua? Hu Guojun inquired. I will do my utmost, but what compels you to insist on entering Bianzhou? Dugu Tianhua questioned, puzzled. To reach Tiancheng, taking a detour is impractical. We must pass through Bianzhou, Hu Guojun explained. Very well, Dugu Tianhua nodded slightly. She had intended to ask Hu Guojun the purpose of his journey to Tiancheng but reconsidered, realizing that they were not friends, and further inquiries would be futile. Dugu Tianhua summoned the woman in black and introduced, this is Bai Ling, one of the four masters of the Dark Evil Division. Greetings, Miss Bai, Hu Guojun bowed. Dark Evil Division, Bai Ling, pays respects to young Master Hu. Bai Ling returned the gesture. Let us proceed into the city, Dugu Tianhua said with a heavy tone. Dugu Tianhua and Bai Ling walked side by side, with Hu Guojun and the others following behind. Dismount and submit to inspection. An officer approached and ordered. Dugu Tianhua produced a gray-blue soul token from her waist and handed it to the officer, saying, Is further inspection necessary? The officer stared at the soul token, momentarily taken aback, then replied gravely, During these unusual times, even the Dark Evil Division must be searched. Dismount. Consider carefully how you address me, Dugu Tianhua replied in a low voice. A higher-ranking official appeared behind the officer and chuckled, Please do not be angry, during these extraordinary times, we ask for your cooperation. Proceed with the search. Dugu Tianhua handed over her cloud bracelet to the officer. The officer gave a cursory glance at the contents of the cloud bracelet and waved his hand, saying, You may go. I merely repaid the life-saving grace you showed me that day. Now, we are even, Dugu Tianhua replied. Then we shall part ways here. Hu Guojun clasped his hands again. Parting ways it is, Dugu Tianhua echoed, clasping her hands in return. After separating from Dugu Tianhua, Hu Guojun and his 5 companions prepared to find an inn to rest. The situation in the city is dire, it would be wiser for us to leave under the cover of night. Xing Yuhao suggested. Entering the city is difficult, but exiting is even more so. We had the assistance of Dugu Tianhua to enter, but we will have none to leave, Hu Guojun replied. Then why not ask her to lead us out? Hua Yu proposed. Do you truly believe we are friends? She owes me a favor, which has already been repaid. Seeking her help again would likely bring us misfortune, Hu Guojun asserted. Let us find a post station and rest. We have been riding all day and everyone is exhausted, Yuizhu suggested. Agreed, Hu Guojun nodded slightly. Sister Bai Ling, the young man in white behind Hu Guojun is rather handsome, Dugu Tianhua remarked with a smile. What? My lord has taken a liking to him? Bai Ling teased with a smile. Not at all, I merely glanced at him a couple of times, Dugu Tianhua laughed, covering her face. That young man possesses an extraordinary demeanor. Indeed, Hu Guojun has gathered quite a few capable allies, Bai Ling commented. That half-naked youth appears to be a mountain dweller. It is unclear how Hu Guojun's group came together, Dugu Tianhua observed. My lord, do you still wish to kill him? Bai Ling inquired. Since my father has ceased harboring murderous intent towards Hu Guojun, how could I still wish to kill him? Hu Guojun shared some insights with me that now seem quite reasonable, Dugu Tianhua replied. What did he say? Bai Ling asked. Some matters regarding the demonic path, Dugu Tianhua responded. I in the Bianzhou City Governor's office, Zhu Xian inquired, is there anything unusual tonight? We have thoroughly interrogated all those who entered the city, except for the Dark Evil Division, the city defense general reported. Except for what? Zhu Xian frowned. Except for a group from the Dark Evil Division. We did not conduct a thorough investigation, the city gate guard bowed. What, how many from the Dark Evil Division are there? Zhu Xian's expression grew tense.
Approximately 7 or 8, the guard recalled.
7 or 8? Who gave you the audacity to allow 7 or 8 in?
Zhu Xian shouted to the guard knelt on one knee, this humble soldier deserves death 1,000 times. You imbecile, with the temperament of King Wei, if anything goes awry, we shall all meet our end.
Zhu Xian bellowed in fury. What do they generally look like? Do you remember anything else? Zhu Xian pressed.
I only recall that there were several women among them and a few men, the guard stammered.
What difference does that make, you fool? How did you become a general?
Zhu Xian shouted in rage, kicking over the table in front of him.
Waste! How did you become a general? Zhu Xian's face turned crimson with fury.
Brother-in-law, calm your anger, the guard pleaded, grasping Zhu Xian's trousers.
Get lost, I told you not to call me brother-in-law in the office. Zhu Xian kicked the guard away.
Immediately notify General Sun and command the city guards to search for this group from the Dark Evil Division with all their might. Bring them to the governor's office for interrogation. Furthermore, from this moment on, no one is allowed to leave the city. Bianzhou City is now entry only, exit forbidden.
Zhu Xian ordered angrily. Yes, brother-in-law, the guard replied quietly. Get lost.
Zhu Xian disdainfully dismissed the guard, while the other officials nearby struggled to suppress their laughter. A large contingent of soldiers burst from the governor's office, commencing a citywide search. Dugu Tianyue and her companion, who had merely passed through Bianzhou City on their way to the northern frontier, found themselves unexpectedly trapped within the city. My lord, it seems these soldiers are coming for us. We should not have aided that Hu Guojun, Bai Ling frowned.
Having already helped, what is there to regret?
Dugu Tianyue countered. No sooner had she spoken than several soldiers burst through the door, followed closely by the city gate guard. Miss, please accompany us for a moment, the guard said solemnly.
Why? Dugu Tianyue inquired. The governor has issued an order.
I am merely following orders, please do not take offense, the guard clasped his hands. I could simply give you my cloud bracelet for inspection, Dugu Tianyue offered. Producing the bracelet, the soldiers searched the cloud bracelet but found nothing suspicious, and neither of the two possessed any beast taming bags.
What about the others? The guard asked. I do not know. We separated after entering the city, Dugu Tianyue replied.
What, then you must come with us, the guard insisted in a grave tone. Several soldiers surrounded them, their demeanor aggressive. If you do not wish to go to the governor's office, accommodating me for one night is also an option, the guard whispered in Dugu Tianyue's ear.
Shameless! Dugu Tianyue retorted angrily.
A surge of dark red energy erupted, lifting the guard into the air. Dugu Tianyue drew a short dagger from her bosom and, with a swift motion, severed the guard's head from his body.
She has killed the general.
Attack, the soldiers shouted. Bai Ling lifted her black robe, unleashing a burst of white energy that swept through, sending the front line of soldiers sprawling. My lord, flee quickly, I will hold them off, Bai Ling urged solemnly. Sister Bai Ling, we must escape together, Dugu Tianyue tightened her grip on the dagger. The two transformed into fierce shadows, charging into the throng of soldiers. In an instant, the air was filled with the glint of blades and the splatter of blood. Chapter 83 of the Rebellion in Bianzhou. Incredible. The officials and soldiers are thrown into a state of panic, retreating in disarray. Within the city of Bianzhou, the sound of horns resonates ominously. A multitude of cavalry floods into the city, while the infantry swiftly barricade the gates. A light cavalry unit gallops through the night, heading towards the Wei King's residence. Bai Ling and Dugu Tianyue burst forth from the Dark Evil Society's Bianzhou branch, only to discover that the branch leader has already perished.
The strength of the Dark Evil Society within Bianzhou is negligible and can be easily disregarded.
My lord, cavalry is approaching, you must retreat on horseback, and I shall hold them off.
Bai Ling growled.
We shall go together, Dugu Tianyue responded gravely. As they spoke, the cavalry had already encircled the two. Bai Ling drew forth a pair of curved blades from her cloud bracelet, leaping into the air and gliding past. Her speed was so astonishing that the soldiers could hardly react. The glimmer of her blades flashed, and 4 or 5 cavalrymen fell from their mounts with a cry. Amidst the swirling white energy, a black cat appeared, its crystalline blue eyes shining brightly against the night sky. Bai Ling summoned her primordial spirit, preparing to engage the soldiers in a desperate battle. A pure white wolf emerged, its howl chilling to the bone, as Dugu Tianyue also summoned her primordial spirit. Both spirits released a low growl simultaneously and charged into the throng of soldiers, transforming the scene into a gruesome spectacle of blood and carnage. Retreat, a commanding officer barked. The infantry and cavalry swiftly withdrew, while a large contingent of archers advanced. Hu Guojun and his companions, having noticed the tumult within the city, began to strategize.
Dugu Tianyue is likely in danger, should we intervene? Xing Yuhao inquired.
Yes, we must save her, Hu Guojun replied, turning somberly. Let us head directly to the Dark Evil Society's branch in Bianzhou. Xing Yuhao suggested.
No, Hu Guojun countered. Then where? Xing Yuhao pressed. We shall strike directly at the Bianzhou government office. Hu Guojun declared, slamming his palm down and splitting the table in two.
Agreed, the others chorused. The five swiftly departed from the relay station, spurring their horses towards the government office in Bianzhou. Inside the office, Zhu Xian was engrossed in his reading, waiting for the culprit to be brought to justice. The Bianzhou government office was now just within reach, and Hu Guojun took the lead, sweeping aside the guards stationed outside with his staff. Storming into the office, the Bianzhou defenders had nearly emptied their ranks, leaving the office's defenses alarmingly weak, and Zhu Xian's face turned ashen upon hearing the cries of battle from outside.
Who goes there? Zhu Xian shouted.
A bloodied soldier burst in, exclaiming, My lord, flee quickly, our brothers cannot hold them off any longer. Hu Guojun unleashed his sword spirit, dozens of golden energy swords whistling through the air, tearing a gap in the feeble defenses of the office. Huayu raised a crossbow, hooray mon erring, while Yuizhu charged into the fray, each strike lethally precise. Xing Yuhao and Xing Yulu launched their assault from above, soaring like snow sculptures in flight.
Where have all those soldiers gone? Zhu Xian demanded. My lord, most of the defenders have gone to apprehend those from the Dark Evil Society.
We have no idea where these intruders emerged from, the guard replied, shaking his head. Greetings, Governor, Hu Guojun said as he pushed open the door with a smile.
What are you doing here? Zhu Xian exclaimed in shock.
I know you do not welcome me, but I have come nonetheless, Hu Guojun replied with a grin. As soon as he finished speaking, a dagger was pressed against Zhu Xian's throat, with Yuizhu appearing behind him. Though her cultivation was not particularly high, Yuizhu always managed to appear in the right place at the right time. Let us speak calmly, Zhu Xian whispered.
Withdraw the troops pursuing the Dark Evil Society, Hu Guojun commanded sternly. Withdraw. Withdraw, withdraw.
Zhu Xian trembled in fear. Take him to the streets, Hu Guojun ordered. Yuizhu kept the dagger at Zhu Xian's neck, escorting him out of the government office.
Withdraw the troops pursuing the Dark Evil Society immediately. Zhu Xian urged.
Yes, my lord, the soldiers replied solemnly. Bai Ling and Dugu Tianyue found themselves in a dire predicament, with the bodies of soldiers piled before them like a small mountain. The governor has commanded a rapid withdrawal, a messenger arrived, shouting. Though the soldiers were reluctant, they began to retreat. Bai Ling had reached the pinnacle of the fourth level of the Transcendence Realm, sustaining only minor injuries, while Dugu Tianyue had recently entered the Transcendence Realm and was gravely wounded, her left arm pierced by an arrow, bleeding profusely.
Xing Yuhao approached, asking, Are you both all right?
I am fine, but my lord seems to be gravely injured. Bai Ling frowned. Xing Yuhao gently grasped Dugu Tianyue's arm, whispering, Do not panic, I will tend to your wounds.
Dugu Tianyue, taken aback, nodded slightly.
Xing Yuhao helped her sit down, retrieved a piece of gauze from his cloud bracelet, and pulled out the arrow, blood gushing forth. Dugu Tianyue trembled slightly from the pain, and Xing Yuhao soothed her, Do not fear.
Once I treat it, the pain will subside.
Dugu Tianyue managed to utter a faint thank you before losing consciousness. Xing Yuhao applied herbs to the wound, wrapping it in gauze, and using his primordial spirit to lower the temperature at the site of the injury to alleviate the pain. Quickly, you must leave, Hu Guojun urged Bai Ling. Thank you, young master Hu, Bai Ling said, cupping her fists in gratitude.
Do not mention it.
You must hurry, Hu Guojun insisted.
When will you release me?
Zhu Xian lamented, his face a mask of despair. We are not safe, do not even think about escaping, Yuizhu warned. In the distance, the sound of galloping hooves approached, and a general rode forth, exclaiming, Zhu Xian, you must not endanger the court by letting the imperial criminal escape.
Lan Ji.
You speak so easily, but the blade is not at your throat.
Zhu Xian retorted angrily.
I will not allow them to put a blade to my throat either, Lan Ji scoffed. Lan Ji, known as the mightiest general under the Wei King, declared, Reinforcements from the Wei King have arrived.
Surrender at once. Dream on.
Xing Yuhao shouted in fury, drawing his ice-breaking pear blossom spear. Xing Yuhao descended from the air, while Lan Ji unsheathed her prized blade, slashing forth with a powerful stroke that unleashed a torrent of blue energy, sending Xing Yuhao flying.
What immense strength!
Xing Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder this individual is so confident, Hu Guojun remarked darkly. The Wei King's reinforcements are imminent. We must find a way to escape, Hu Guojun stated. I will devise a plan to contact the evil king, Bai Ling suggested.
How do you plan to reach the dark evil society? Hu Guojun inquired.
Through the use of energy cultivation, Bai Ling replied solemnly. With a fierce roar, Bai Ling released a surge of energy that shot forth like a beam of white light into the vast sky, swirling rapidly to form the character for dark.
Sending a signal? Lan Shi scoffed.
I fear no one who approaches. Lan Shi dismounted, retrieving a silver-white halberd from her cloud bracelet, exuding an imposing presence.
A gray-blue shark appeared, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, radiating a chilling aura.
What an overwhelming presence! Xing Yulu retreated cautiously. A ripple of water shimmered as a blue light surged towards them. Hu Guojun and the others conjured an energy shield, converging their powers into one. With a resounding crash, several of them managed to withstand Lan Ji's devastating blow. Chapter 84 of The Might of the Evil King. What formidable power, Hu Guojun murmured solemnly. This individual's strength surpasses even that of Richard and his companions.
He may very well be the most formidable adversary we have encountered thus far, Xing Yuhao remarked. Let us first invoke the Four Saints demon-slaying formation to hold our ground for a while.
Reinforcements from the Dark Evil Division may yet arrive, Hu Guojun suggested. I in the spirit realm, at the headquarters of the Dark Evil Division, a subordinate reported, Your Majesty, it seems someone from the direction of Bianzhou is calling for assistance.
Bianzhou?
But there are no key members of our faction stationed there, Dugu Liang replied. It is possible that Bai Ling and the young master, on their way to the northern border, may pass through Bianzhou, one of the Dark Evil Division's experts speculated. Indeed, Dugu Liang exclaimed, slapping his thigh in surprise. I must personally make a trip to Bianzhou, he declared, rising with a grave expression. As Hu Guojun and the others activated the Four Saints demon-slaying formation, they unleashed a fierce offensive against Lan Ji. Unlike Richard and Injiao, Lan Ji remained composed and unfazed.
An insect manipulation trick, Lan Shi scoffed. Prepare to meet your end. Bai Ling roared as she soared into the air. A colossal white hand of refined energy materialized, descending from the heavens, its immense might stirring up a fierce wind. Lan Ji clenched her fists and charged at the giant hand. With a thunderous crash, the white hand was repelled, and Lan Ji lunged at Bai Ling with a sweeping strike of her Fall Tianhua halberd. A blue wind blade hurled forth, but Bai Ling summoned a shield of refined energy to defend herself, only to be forced back, spitting out blood. Transcendence level 6, Bai Ling wiped the blood from her lips, struggling to speak. Transcendence level 6? Xing Yuhao's face contorted in despair. How are we to contend with that? General Lan, please save me. Zhu Xian cried out.
Speak another word, and I will slay you, Yu Yizhu retorted angrily.
Zhu Xian swallowed hard and fell silent.
Foolhardy, I advise you to surrender at once, or you shall only suffer more severe injuries, Lan Ji warned ominously. Dream on, Xing Yuhao replied darkly. The strike of the great shark. The blue shark spirit trembled and lunged at the group. Hu Guojun summoned the Xian Iron Sword Spirit, channeling energy as the sword spirit surged behind him, striking down from the void. However, the blue shark's primordial spirit suffered no tangible damage and continued its assault. The blue shark's primordial spirit opened its massive jaws, unleashing a blue wave of water energy that sent shockwaves through the ground, creating fissures. The group was unable to withstand the force and was sent reeling.
Take them down. Lan Ji commanded coldly. Do you believe I won't kill him? Yu Yizhu fumed. Kill him if you wish. Would I fear your threats? Lan Ji sneered. Lan Ji, I am also an official of the court, you cannot allow me to perish. Zhu Xian pleaded desperately. Since Lord Zhu has fallen into enemy hands, he should sacrifice himself for the court, Lan Ji declared. What? Zhu Xian's face fell in despair. It seemed that Lan Ji would not come to his aid. The imperial soldiers closed in on the group, and Hu Guojun, heavily injured, found himself unable to continue fighting. Suddenly, a howl echoed through the sky. The evil king! Bai Ling exclaimed with a smile. Dugu Liang appeared in the air. Release them, Dugu Liang commanded solemnly. Not a chance, Lan Ji retorted. Then do not blame me for being ruthless, Dugu Liang warned darkly. A barrier of black energy materialized as Dugu Liang emerged from swirling shadows, a massive demonic wolf leaping forth. With a piercing howl, a powerful sonic wave reverberated outward. Lan Ji swung her Fall Tianhua halberd, unleashing a wind blade in response. After testing each other's strength, Dugu Liang growled, Primordial Spirit Combat. The black demonic wolf surged into Dugu Liang's body, causing him to grow larger, his fingers morphing into claws.
Behind him, 9 blood-red skeletons manifested, and black energy spread across the ground, a testament to Dugu Liang's barrier assault. Only those at the pinnacle of the Transcendence realm can execute such a barrier offensive. Lan Shi found herself ensnared within Dugu Liang's barrier, the blood-red skeletons advancing upon her. Thick clouds of black smoke enveloped her, plunging her into a dark realm, the domain of the evil king.
You are an official of the court. If you release the captives, I shall spare your life, Dugu Liang offered in a low voice. Dream on.
Lan Shi retorted angrily.
Then do not blame me for showing no mercy, Dugu Liang warned.
The blood-red skeletons charged at Lan Shi. She summoned her energy shield to block the assault, but after a massive explosion, 9 more blood-red skeletons appeared. In the swirling black mist, a pair of crimson eyes emerged, and a short blade ominously appeared before Lan Shi. She swung her halberd to defend herself, but the blade strikes were swift and fierce. Lan Shi found herself at a disadvantage in this dark space, her primordial spirit unable to exert its full strength.
Such strength! Lan Shi murmured solemnly. I shall grant you one final chance.
Otherwise, you shall leave behind nothing but a corpse, Dugu Liang warned. Lan Shi gripped her halberd tightly, remaining silent. Dugu Liang snorted, and the 9 blood-red skeletons coalesced into a massive skeleton. From its hollow eyes shot forth crimson beams, rendering Lan Shi immobile. The pressure of the soul's intimidation was the absolute might of a peak Transcendence realm expert. At this moment, Lan Shi realized that she stood no chance of victory. The 4 major sects of the central domain, even the imperial court, were not to be trifled with. In the distance, the sound of ceremonial bells echoed as King Wei Wan Yulin arrived, prompting the soldiers to kneel in respect.
Evil king! Stand down!
Wan Yulin commanded. Dugu Liang withdrew the barrier, releasing Lan Shi, and clasped his hands in greeting.
I trust the Wei king is well.
Evil king, the court and your sect have maintained a distance.
Why do you persist in this confrontation? Wang Yulin inquired. Since the Wei king is aware, why then did you harm my daughter? Dugu Liang countered.
Your daughter assisted a court criminal in escaping.
It was an unfortunate misunderstanding that led to her injury, Wang Yulin explained.
Very well, you may take your daughter and depart, Wang Yulin conceded. Father, they saved me, I implore you to take them with us, Dugu Tianyue said weakly.
This, Dugu Liang hesitated.
If not for them, my daughter would already be dead.
Can you bear to hand them over?
Dugu Tianyue implored, her eyes reddening. Dugu Liang paused, deep in thought.
Release them all. Evil king, these individuals are wanted by the court, they cannot be surrendered to you, Wang Yulin insisted.
I have already made my position clear. The court's honor will be upheld, but they saved my daughter's life, and I must repay the debt, Dugu Liang stated firmly.
Then I shall not grant the evil king this favor, Wang Yulin replied defiantly. Seize them! Wang Yulin ordered, raising his hand. As several soldiers advanced, Dugu Liang bellowed, touch them, and I will show you. Black energy erupted forth, the vast power radiating from Dugu Liang's form. Under the immense pressure, the soldiers retreated, none daring to make a move. Transcendence level 9, such as the foundation of madness, Hu Guojun chuckled. Alas, too magnificent, Xing Yuhao shook his head.
In the spirit realm, where martial prowess reigns supreme, even the face of an emperor may be disregarded in the presence of absolute power, let alone that of a mere prince. Though King Wei Wang Yulin was skilled in combat, he was merely at the 3rd level of transcendence, incapable of contending with even Bai Ling, much less Dugu Liang. Chapter 85. Advancing into the imperial city. Thank you for your assistance, evil king, Hu Guojun expressed with a cupped fist. You need not thank me. If gratitude is to be bestowed, let it be upon my daughter, Dugu Liang replied in a low voice. Miss Tianyue is indeed worthy of being the daughter of the evil king, clear in her sense of justice and vengeance. Though she is of the female gender, she possesses the aura of nobility, truly a woman who does not yield to men, Hu Guojun remarked with a smile. Young master whose willingness to overlook past grievances and save me is something for which I am exceedingly grateful, Dugu Tianyue said. I, Hu Guojun, have no desire to be adversarial with the Dark Evil Division, and I implore the evil king not to be swayed by the machinations of the demon spirit sect, which seeks to use others as tools for their own ends, Hu Guojun continued. The demon spirit sect has repeatedly urged me to continue pursuing your demise, but I have resolutely declined. From this point forward, you shall walk your path, and I shall tread mine. The Dark Evil Division will no longer trouble you, Dugu Liang assured. This young master, I thank you once more, Dugu Tianyue smiled at Xing Yuhao. The lady aided us in entering the city, yet was injured in the process. I am filled with shame, Xing Yuhao replied, bowing his hands in respect. Until we meet again, Dugu Tianyue said with a smile. Until we meet again, Xing Yuhao responded with a grin. On this matter, I shall take care of it. You should leave promptly, Du Guoliang instructed in a hushed tone. I have expressed my gratitude to the evil king, Hu Guojun said, cupping his fists once more. Having said this, Hu Guojun and his companions turned and departed, swiftly escaping from Bianzhou City. Wang Yukong, Lan Ji, and the others gritted their teeth in frustration but were restrained by Du Guoliang's formidable power, daring not to utter a word as they watched the group leave. Bring Zhu Xian out and execute him, Wang Yulin ordered angrily. Zhu Xian had just freed himself from Yizhu's control when his fate was sealed. As Hu Guojun and his party left Bianzhou, they entered the main road and rapidly made their way toward Tiancheng.
We are about to enter the imperial capital. I am truly anxious, Yizhu said. What is there to be anxious about in the imperial city? Hu Guojun laughed. To be honest, it is my first time visiting Tiancheng as well, Xing Yuhao admitted. Then let us explore this new capital of the Sangyan dynasty together, Hu Guojun replied cheerfully. After a day's journey, the group finally arrived at the gates of Tiancheng. The broad and straight imperial road, along with the majestic city walls, loomed before them. Outside the city gates, two enormous golden lion statues stood imposing, glistening in the sunlight. A row of golden-armored warriors was conducting routine inspections of those entering the city. Hu Guojun and his companions dismounted and began to undergo the checks. After the inspections, the five of them successfully entered the city. Golden nails adorn jade doors, colorful phoenixes dance at vermilion gates. Luxurious mansions were plentiful, and elegantly dressed noble women strolled gracefully through the bustling marketplace. What a lively scene! Yizhu exclaimed in astonishment. Alas, it seems the holy capital truly pales in comparison, Xing Yuhao lamented. Huayu fixed her gaze on a roast duck shop, her mouth watering as she stared longingly at the crispy and fragrant roast ducks in the fireplace. You glutton, Xing Yulu laughed, covering her face. The treasure pavilion! Yizhu exclaimed in surprise. The treasure pavilion! Xing Yulu echoed with glee. The two of them dashed excitedly toward the treasure pavilion, while Xing Yuhao, feeling somewhat awkward, could only follow behind. The treasure pavilion, a large commercial chain in the spirit realm, had departed from the holy capital following its decline, becoming a veritable paradise for women. Gorgeous garments, exquisite jewelry, intoxicating musk, and adorable pets, everything one could desire was available. Hu Guojun mused, it seems both women and goddesses alike enjoy frequenting such places. With a sigh, he followed after them. Inside the treasure pavilion, the myriad of dazzling products left Hu Guojun somewhat dazed, prompting him to find a seat and sit down. Yizhu and Xing Yulu began trying on clothes in the apparel section, while Xing Yuhao and Huayu ventured into the food court of the treasure pavilion to indulge in a feast. Hu Guojun appeared to have been forgotten by the world, leaning back in his chair and dozing off after a day of merriment in the treasure pavilion. Hu Guojun had slept the entire day, while Yizhu and Xing Yulu nearly filled their cloud bracelets with treasures, and Xing Yuhao and Huayu feasted to their heart's content, all wearing satisfied expressions. Tiancheng's economy was prosperous, and there was no curfew at night. Colorful lanterns adorned the streets, casting a kaleidoscope of lights upon the thoroughfares, creating a splendid spectacle. Luxury carriages raced along the Grand Avenue, accompanied by the alluring scent of musk. Tiancheng is truly magnificent! Yizhu exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Look at your pitiful demeanor, Hu Guojun scoffed. Another wave of tantalizing aromas wafted toward them, directly invading their nostrils. Following the enticing scent, they saw a massive red sign emblazoned with the words Auspicious Street. Wow, a food street! Yizhu pointed ahead, excitement radiating from her. On either side of the street, a plethora of delectable snacks lined up in close proximity: steamed buns, sweet glutinous rice cakes, roasted suckling pigs. Having gone without food for an entire day, Hu Guojun could no longer restrain himself. He dashed into a roasted meat shop, swallowing hard. Boss, roast a suckling pig, Hu Guojun ordered. The owner smiled and nodded, expertly pulling a plump little pig from a cage, skillfully slaughtering and preparing it for roasting. Before long, a beautifully roasted suckling pig, glistening red and tender, emerged. Hu Guojun produced a handful of coins and handed them to the owner, taking the roasted pig as the white steam wafted into the air. How fragrant! Hu Guojun exclaimed in delight. I shall perform a 3-bite pig feast for you all, Hu Guojun declared with a grin. He took a hearty bite of the crispy skin, the steam causing tears to spring to his eyes, yet he continued to devour it with gusto. In no time, only a few bones remained of the once whole suckling pig. Xing Yuhao chuckled, you truly did consume a pig in 3 bites. Having eaten their fill and enjoyed themselves thoroughly, it was time to attend to serious matters. What serious matters? Xing Yuhao inquired. To enter the royal palace, Hu Guojun replied with a faint smile. What?
Xing Yuhao and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, to enter the imperial city, Hu Guojun said with a mysterious smile, wiping his mouth before turning away from the food street. We shall find an inn to stay the night, and tomorrow I will take you into the royal palace, Hu Guojun said cheerfully. The group exchanged glances, speechless, before heading to an inn to settle in. Hu Guojun did not enter the inn first, but rather made his way alone to the palace gates. Outside the Tsunyan Imperial City, a recruitment notice was affixed to the bulletin board. As I suspected, Hu Guojun smiled faintly. The notice read, with the new king's ascension, the realm is in need of virtuous individuals to safeguard our dynasty for eternity. Quite a subtle way of putting it, Hu Guojun mused with a mysterious smile. He squeezed through the crowd gathered around the notice, elegantly tearing it down, leaving the onlookers in astonishment as he strode away. Returning to the inn with the recruitment notice, Hu Guojun proclaimed, "Everyone, tomorrow we shall go meet the emperor." What? Xing Yuhao exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Meet the emperor? Hua Yu echoed, equally astonished. What have you done? Yi Zhu and Xing Yulu exclaimed in unison. You will find out tomorrow. Now, let us sleep. Hu Guojun waved his hand nonchalantly, laughing. Chapter 86. The successful official in the tavern. Someone had unveiled the talent recruitment notice, summoning all the guests to come forth. A sharp, high-pitched voice echoed. All right, the proprietor replied courteously. Everyone, please come out, everyone. The innkeeper rang a gong to gather attention. Hu Guojun stepped out of his room, grinning, and proclaimed, I am the one who unveiled the imperial edict. An elderly eunuch clad in resplendent crimson robes approached and said, Hero, please follow me to the palace. My companions must accompany me. I require their assistance, Hu Guojun insisted, gesturing towards Xing Yuhao and the others. The elderly eunuch hesitated for a moment before conceding, very well, and then leisurely turned to lead the way outside. As they exited the inn, they beheld several exquisite carriages. Please, everyone, the eunuch gestured. They all climbed aboard the carriages, which then sped towards the imperial city. Upon entering the royal precinct, the eunuch motioned for them to disembark and proceed down the central avenue to meet the emperor. The Tsunyan imperial city was majestic, with towering ancient trees providing ample shade, and its red walls and yellow-tiled roofs gleamed gloriously in the sunlight. Glazed pillars reached skyward, while sculptures of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, intricately carved from spiritual stones, stood sentinel before the grand hall. Please, proceed, the eunuch indicated. Hu Guojun inwardly sighed, realizing he would soon have to bow again. The emperor found the act of kneeling to be utterly distasteful. As they walked along the red-carpeted imperial path, the others, unlike Hu Guojun, appeared exceedingly anxious. They crossed the threshold of the white jade door and entered the Tsunyan treasure hall, where a formidable monarch sat upon a golden dragon throne, exuding an air of superiority. Within the palace, the sounds of bells and chimes filled the air, accompanied by melodious music. Incense was lit upon the platform, creating a cloud of fragrant smoke. 4 golden-armored warriors stood resolutely behind the emperor, wielding long swords, while civil and military officials in red and blue robes formed 4 rows beneath the throne. The 5 of them walked along the path made of sandalwood to the center of the hall. Commoner Hu Guojun, pays respects to your majesty, Hu Guojun said as he knelt down. Xing Yuhao and the others quickly followed suit. Rise, the emperor commanded, his voice booming. Thank you, your majesty, everyone replied in unison. The emperor was none other than Wang Yukong, the direct heir of the former king. Since you have unveiled the talent recruitment notice, you must possess extraordinary abilities. I see you are merely in your 20s, it seems you are indeed a youthful prodigy, the emperor remarked with a gentle smile. Thank you for your recognition, your majesty, Hu Guojun bowed. Follow me, the emperor instructed as he rose. Yes, Hu Guojun replied, bowing deeply. Dismissed, the emperor gestured with his hand. The officials below knelt and chanted, Long live the emperor, long live the emperor, long live the emperor. The emperor and Hu Guojun proceeded to the inner palace, where the emperor gestured for Hu Guojun to take a seat. Can you guess why I posted this talent recruitment notice? The emperor asked with a smile. The intention behind Wang Yukong's action was to gauge Hu Guojun's capabilities. Your Majesty, I believe you seek someone to resolve the 3 Kings' rebellion and strengthen central authority, Hu Guojun replied with a grin. Indeed, that is my intent, the emperor smiled in agreement. Your Majesty, I believe the 3 Kings Wei, Yan, and Shan are each consolidating power in their respective regions, Hu Guojun stated. How could I be unaware of what you just said, the emperor replied. Then allow me to speak of matters you may not know, Hu Guojun said in a low tone. Proceed, the emperor urged. The military funds allocated for suppressing bandits in Qingfeng town have been entirely embezzled. From the King of Wei down to the county magistrate of Qingfeng Town, all are consuming the treasury's military funds, and they have even engaged in collusion with bandits, Hu Guojun revealed.
What? The emperor frowned.
Your Majesty, forgive my candor, but there are quite a number of officials in the court who have already colluded with the three king's ministers, Hu Guojun continued.
I am aware of that.
However, I am at a loss for effective strategies. If I rashly diminish the fiefs, I fear it may backfire, the emperor said, his brow furrowing.
Diminishing the fiefs is imperative, Hu Guojun declared emphatically. However, we should first diminish the powers of the kings of Shang and Yan, rather than the king of Wei, he elaborated with a smile.
Oh, the emperor queried, intrigued. If we were to rashly execute a comprehensive reduction of fiefs, it would indeed likely backfire. Therefore, by diminishing the two kings of Yan and Shang, while expanding the territories of the king of Wei, the kings of Yan and Shang will grow suspicious of the king of Wei, thereby disrupting their clandestine alliance, Hu Guojun explained. Once suspicion arises among the three kings, it will significantly weaken the power of the princes, thus achieving a strategy of isolated strikes, Hu Guojun continued.
Excellent strategy.
Initially, I had not considered a tactic of isolated strikes. I was mired in the dilemma of whether to diminish the fiefs or not. In this manner, I can gradually dismantle the internal alliance of the three kings, the emperor nodded slightly. Then why do you suggest I cultivate a relationship with the king of Wei, the emperor inquired.
Your Majesty, I have previously had some dealings with the king of Wei.
While I am not well acquainted with the kings of Yan and Shang, I believe the king of Wei possesses the highest martial prowess among the three. I wonder, Your Majesty, if my assumption is correct, Hu Guojun replied with a smile.
You are correct in your conjecture.
The king of Wei has been skilled in archery and horsemanship since childhood, and his martial arts are exceptional. Furthermore, he has practiced energy cultivation from a young age and has General Lan Ji as a commander. During the reign of the late emperor, he almost never faced defeat while guarding the northern frontier, the emperor revealed. Thus, this is why we should retain the king of Wei while diminishing the kings of Yan and Shang. The king of Wei holds martial prestige. The other two princes will then believe that Your Majesty intends to use the king of Wei's military strength to eliminate the kings of Yan and Shang, thereby utterly dismantling their alliance, Hu Guojun articulated.
You have articulated this excellently.
I shall proceed according to your counsel, the emperor replied with a smile.
Thank you for your recognition, Your Majesty, Hu Guojun said as he stood and bowed.
Huaiqing, once our plans are successful, I shall surely promote you to a higher office, the emperor said with a smile.
Your Majesty, I do not seek promotion.
I only desire that Your Majesty grant me some spiritual stones, Hu Guojun replied, bowing again.
Spiritual stones, that is certainly not an issue, the emperor laughed.
I take my leave, Your Majesty, Hu Guojun said as he bowed. The emperor nodded slightly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Proclaim the decree. Hu Guojun is appointed as the Minister of Internal Affairs, to serve at my side, the emperor declared. Your servant obeys the decree, the eunuch said as he entered and knelt. As Hu Guojun and his companions were settled in a courtyard, a eunuch rushed over. The imperial decree has arrived, a sharp voice announced. Everyone hurriedly knelt, and the eunuch stepped forward to begin reading the decree. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims. Hu Guojun is appointed as the Minister of Internal Affairs, to serve at Your Majesty's side, thus decreed.
I accept the decree with gratitude, Hu Guojun replied. Upon receiving the decree, he rose and smiled wryly, saying, the people in the palace truly have it hard, kneeling day in and day out. Then there's a way for you not to kneel, Yu Yizhu teased.
Well then, I would prefer not to die here, Hu Guojun laughed.
Congratulations, you've become a court official, Xing Yuhao remarked. This trivial position, I have no intention of holding on to after our mission is accomplished.
I am here to earn spiritual stones for all of you, Hu Guojun replied with a sly smile.
Earning spiritual stones? The others looked on with confusion.
Indeed, Hu Guojun nodded. Chapter 87 The Diminishment of Feudal Lords. The following day, Emperor Wang Yukong convened a military council and summoned Hu Guojun to attend. Esteemed ministers, the three princes have each established their own dominions, showing contempt for imperial authority.
I am inclined to diminish their fiefs. What are your thoughts on this matter? Wang Yukong inquired.
Your Majesty, I believe the three princes have become arrogant and overbearing, disregarding the rightful order. According to the law, they ought to be punished, an elder statesman replied. Your Majesty, I contend that the three princes have entrenched themselves in the northern borders, the western territories, and the eastern lands. Their foundations are solid. To hastily diminish their fiefs would be to invite disaster upon ourselves, another minister cautioned. Your Majesty, I serve you with unwavering loyalty, while the three princes are treacherous and unprincipled, showing no respect for the law.
It is imperative that we proceed with the diminishment of their fiefs, another voice asserted.
Your Majesty, as we are still unaware of the full extent of the three princes' capabilities, it would be wise to investigate further before proceeding with any actions.
We should act judiciously, another minister advised.
Very well, then let us discuss the specifics of how I should proceed, Wang Yukong interrupted. The ministers exchanged uncertain glances. It is simple to discuss strategy, but if I were to execute the diminishment of their fiefs without any concrete measures proposed by you, how should I proceed?
Wang Yukong expressed.
Your Majesty, I possess a strategy. Hu Guojun stepped forward.
Speak, Wang Yukong commanded. Hu Guojun approached the map and said, Esteemed ministers, observe here the Wei Prince is situated near Tianjin City, at the heart of the realm.
The Yan Prince resides in the eastern lands, adjacent to the majestic Jiulon Island, while the Shang Prince occupies the southern territories, close to Zunmo City, which lies within the sphere of influence of the demon spirit sect.
To act recklessly in diminishing their fiefs could lead to grave misfortune for our troops. Indeed, Wang Yukong nodded in agreement.
Our forces could bypass the Wei Prince and launch a swift assault with an elite army from the south of the Great Wall, advancing eastward, while another contingent could penetrate southward from the central axis to constrain both the Yan and Shang princes.
But what of the Wei Prince? A minister inquired, perplexed.
Your Majesty should issue a decree officially bestowing the cities of Bianzhou and Chengzhou upon the Wei Prince, Hu Guojun suggested with a smile.
That is unwise.
Chengzhou is but a stone's throw from Tianjin. Should the Wei Prince raise an army, the capital would be in peril, another minister exclaimed in alarm. Allocating territory to the Wei Prince would arouse suspicion in the Yan and Shang princes, while simultaneously leading the Wei Prince to believe we intend to ensnare him. This would prevent any rash actions on his part. Thus, we could effectively encircle both the Yan and Shang princes, achieving two objectives with one strategic maneuver, Hu Guojun concluded with a grin.
Excellent. Your youthful wisdom and strategic insight are truly commendable, Wang Yukong praised.
Proclaim my decree. Hu Guojun shall be appointed as the Deputy General of the Ministry of War, assisting General Lu Guoban in the campaign to diminish the fiefs.
Wang Yukong declared. I humbly accept the edict, Your Majesty, Hu Guojun responded, kneeling.
Prepare swiftly.
Wang Yukong gestured to the assembled ministers.
We shall obey, they replied, bowing deeply. Hu Guojun received armor from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, preparing to accompany the army in the campaign against the feudal lords.
I shall join you in battle, Xing Yuhao declared.
I will speak with the emperor, Hu Guojun replied. Hu Guojun proceeded alone to the imperial palace to seek an audience with Wang Yukong.
Your Majesty, Hu Guojun requests an audience, the eunuch announced. Let him enter, Wang Yukong ordered.
Yes, the eunuch bowed. Announce Hu Guojun's presence, the eunuch proclaimed in a long drawl.
Hu Guojun entered the grand hall, preparing to bow.
Dispense with the formalities, state your business, Wang Yukong smiled.
Your Majesty, I have a request, Hu Guojun said, bowing deeply.
Speak, my dear minister, Wang Yukong encouraged. I hope that my friends may join me in the campaign to diminish the fiefs, Hu Guojun stated.
That is acceptable.
I trust your friends will not be ineffectual, Wang Yukong nodded. I am grateful for your Majesty's trust, Hu Guojun bowed again. There is no need for excessive formality, go and prepare, Wang Yukong smiled.
Yes, Your Majesty, Hu Guojun replied.
Hu Guojun went to the Ministry of War, procuring several sets of armor to distribute among Xing Yuhao and others, exclaiming, now we shall truly be the imperial army of the Tsangyan dynasty.
Sigh, I have no desire to be part of any army.
I simply wish to live a peaceful life, Huayu frowned. Being a high official means enjoying fine delicacies, Hu Guojun laughed.
Then I shall opt for the path of the high official, Huayu chuckled. We shall set forth on the morrow. Everyone should rest well, Hu Guojun announced.
Indeed, the others replied. General Lu Guoban, clad in golden armor and wielding a golden dragon sword, stood atop the command platform, where banners fluttered and war horses neighed below. Soldiers! The Yan Prince Wang Yuji and the Shang Prince Wang Yuquan have each established their own territories, threatening the foundation of our dynasty and undermining the imperial authority. By the decree of His Majesty, we shall mobilize the imperial army to eradicate these treacherous fiefs and ensure that Tsangyan dynasty endures for millennia. Lu Guoban raised his sword and proclaimed.
Eradicate the treacherous fiefs. Eradicate the treacherous fiefs, echoed the soldiers' thunderous cheers from below. March forth. Lu Guoban commanded, and the multitude of troops began their advance towards the objective.
General Hu, you shall lead half of the forces southward from the central axis, while I will command the other half to launch a surprise attack from the southern side of the Great Wall.
Lu Guoban instructed. I am to lead half of the forces? Hu Guojun asked in astonishment. This is the Emperor's directive.
You are to comply, General Hu, Lu Guoban chuckled. Then I shall express my gratitude to His Majesty for entrusting me with this significant responsibility, Hu Guojun replied with a smile. With that, Hu Guojun received the Imperial Command Medallion and led 50,000 elite troops on a long-distance assault. The 50,000 ironclad cavalry surged across the vast plains of the Central Realm, galloping with the sound of thunder, banners billowing, obscuring the sun. Simultaneously, an imperial decree arrived at the Wei Prince's residence. By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor proclaims. In recognition of the Wei Prince's efforts in repelling the Bairong, I hereby bestow the city of Chengzhou upon him, along with a reward of 10,000 taels of gold and 90,000 spirit stones. Thus decreed. The eunuch read aloud. Your humble servant accepts the edict with gratitude. The Wei Prince knelt. Once the eunuch departed, Wei Prince Wang Yulin appeared bewildered, murmuring, Am I dreaming? Chengzhou is the gateway to Tianjin. I understand your concerns, but since His Majesty has granted us Chengzhou, we must refrain from acting rashly.
Command the troops stationed in Bianzhou to split in half and occupy Chengzhou, remaining vigilant, Wang Yulin instructed solemnly.
Understood, Lanji replied, bowing to in the realm of spirits. At the Shang Prince's residence, a general clad in armor rushed in, exclaiming, Your Highness!
Your Highness! What is the matter? Shang Prince Wang Yuquan frowned. The general raised his head, his face pale as a blue dye, his eyes shimmering like silver flowers, with red hair and sharp teeth reminiscent of a demon. Your Highness, our scouts have reported a large contingent of imperial troops advancing towards Zunmo City, the general reported. What? Wang Youchuan's face twitched in alarm. Could it be that His Majesty intends to move against us? It is a possibility.
Inform the defenders of Zunmo City to prepare for battle, and hasten to the military camp to prepare for the imperial army's assault, Wang Yuquan commanded. I will follow your orders, the general bowed. As the general turned to leave, Wang Yuquan seized him, saying, You should also reach out to the Yan and Wei princes to ascertain their situation. Understood, the general replied. I shall personally head to the military camp, Wang Yuquan declared, donning his armor with a resolute expression. Chapter 88 of the Archery of the Lin Demon beneath Xylan Mountain in the Spirit Realm, the residence of the Yan King. Your Highness, the Wei King has recently received an imperial edict, allocating the city of Chengzhou as his fief, whispered a man in white to Yan Wang Yaoji's ear.
Chengzhou?
Yaoji replied, his face etched with skepticism as he slowly rose. He unfurled a map, locating the position of Chengzhou City. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, Lin, I hope you do not let me down. Your Highness, is it possible that the Wei King has betrayed us? The man in white inquired.
Uncertain.
Let us wait and see, Yaoji responded darkly, his gaze, cold and piercing, swept across the map, revealing his deep distress. Your Highness, we have discovered that Lu Guoban's forces are advancing towards the Yin King's residence along the Great Wall, a soldier reported as he entered. With a derisive snort, Yaoji suddenly drew his sword, cleaving the wooden table before him in two. Excellent, well done, Lin, he exclaimed with a sinister grin. In the spirit realm, within the military camp of Zunmo City. Wang Yuquan, clad in armor, sat at the center of the camp, his expression grave. The Lin demon, with a dark countenance, strode into the camp and whispered something into Wang Yuquan's ear. Kicking over a low table in front of him, Wang Yuquan shouted, Well done, my dear third brother, this move has truly taken me by surprise. At this juncture, there is no need for hesitation. We shall confront the enemy directly. Let us repel the King's forces and ascend to the throne in Tianchang, he roared. Understood, I shall obey, the Lin demon replied solemnly. In the spirit realm, the Wei King's residence. Good heavens! What predicament has my brother Lin landed himself in, and neither advancing nor retreating, Wang Yulin lamented, pounding his chest in frustration. Your Highness, if we recklessly assault Tianchang, we may find ourselves besieged within the imperial city. Yet if we remain passive, the other two princes may believe we have betrayed them, Lan Shi said with concern. Such a dilemma, brother, how ruthless you are, Wang Yulin shook his head. What then shall we do? Lan Ji inquired. Wait. Just wait. Wang Yulin replied gravely. Hu Guojun had already advanced to within a stone's throw of Zunmo City, commanding his troops to halt their advance and establish camp. Why have we not pushed forward? Xing Yuhao asked. Let us wait a while longer, Hu Guojun said with a smile. Yulu, fetch me paper and ink. Draft a letter as I dictate. Hu Guojun called for Xing Yulu. After a brief interval, a letter from Hu Guojun was dispatched to Zunmo City. Your Highness, a letter from the court, the Lin demon announced as he entered, handing the missive to Wang Yuquan. Wang Yuquan unfurled the letter, glancing at it before tearing it to shreds in fury, cursing, "Scoundrel, damnable! What troubles you, Your Highness?" the Lin demon asked, astonished. The letter praises the Wei King excessively, urging me to emulate him and forsake the pursuit of power in loyalty to the emperor.
No wonder my elder brother bestowed Qingzhou upon him. With such displays of fealty, even a dog deserves a few scraps. Wang Yuquan seethed through gritted teeth. Could it be a scheme to sow discord? The Lin demon queried. A scheme? I have verified through various means that the Wei King's forces have indeed occupied Qingzhou. Wang Yuquan frowned. Lin demon, you are to lead our troops to Jinma Pass immediately. I intend to sever all ties with the King's forces. Wang Yuquan commanded angrily.
Understood, the Lin demon bowed. Within the Yan King's residence.
Ah, what a turn of events! Who would have thought the issue lay with Lin? Wan Yaoji paced within the estate, sighing heavily. What shall we do, Your Highness? The man in white asked. Li Qi, swiftly mobilize the forces from Jiulong Xiandao to Bitao City. We have no retreat left, let us fight to the death. Wang Yaoji declared. Understood, Li Qi bowed in compliance. The war to diminish the feudal lords was on the brink of eruption outside Jinma Pass. The Lin demon, clad in a grey-blue heavy armor, wielded a massive axe and rode a steed from the western regions, exuding an imposing aura. I have heard this man possesses the strength of 10,000 men. He can only be outwitted, not overpowered, Hu Guojun remarked solemnly. I shall confront him. Xing Yuhao brandished his ice-breaking pear-blossom spear with a squeeze of his legs. His white warhorse neighed fiercely and charged toward the Lin demon. The Lin demon let out a chilling laugh and rode forth to meet him. As the axe swung down, Xing Yuhao raised his spear to block, and the two engaged in fierce combat. Though heavy, the axe appeared light and agile in the Lin demon's hands, akin to a phoenix dancing among flowers. The axe's tremendous force left Xing Yuhao's arms numb, unable to withstand the onslaught. Hu Guojun drew his dragon-subduing staff, charging in to relieve Xing Yuhao, and they fought fiercely. After 20 exchanges, Hu Guojun was forced to retreat. The Lin demon made no attempt to pursue, laughing. With such meager skills, you dare to act as commander? The court truly lacks capable men. Hu Guojun remained unfazed, retreating into the main formation. The following day, the same scenario unfolded as the Lin demon effortlessly repelled both Hu Guojun and Xing Yuhao. Tonight, the Lin demon will most likely launch a night raid. Prepare yourselves, lest he escape alive, Hu Guojun commanded. Understood, the assembled generals bowed. Having faced no defeats for 2 days, the Lin demon believed Hu Guojun and his men to be nothing but inept fools and led his troops to mount a night assault on Hu Guojun's camp. At the stroke of midnight, the Lin demon charged into Hu Guojun's camp, only to find it deserted, his face going pale with shock. Not good, it's a trap, retreat, he bellowed. Before he could finish, Hu Guojun's forces erupted from 4 directions, arrows raining down like a tempest. The Lin demon swung his massive axe, deflecting the arrows, and cleaved through several court soldiers, carving a bloody path. Xing Yuhao and Hu Guojun surged from the flanks, joining forces to battle the Lin demon, fighting while retreating. With a furious roar, the Lin demon swung down his axe, causing Xing Yuhao's hands to shatter. What a tremendous strength! Xing Yuhao gasped. The Lin demon, unwilling to linger, turned his steed and broke through the encirclement. Brothers, charge with me, he commanded. The Lin demon wielded his axe, carving a path through the carnage, leading his remaining troops to escape. General, ahead lies Xilan Mountain. Both sides are sheer cliffs. I suspect there may be ambushes here, the Lin demon's deputy warned. Come, pursue me, you scoundrels! Huayu appeared before the Lin demon. With a furious shout, the Lin demon spurred his horse to chase, as Huayu dashed along the main road into Xilan Mountain. Since he has entered Xilan Mountain, how could the ambush harm our own? The Lin demon declared, following closely. Atop Xilan Mountain. My dear, will Huayu be safe? Yuizhu asked, her face filled with worry. Fear not, I would never gamble with the lives of my brothers, Hu Guojun reassured her. The Lin demon's army followed Huayu into the mountain path, only for Huayu to suddenly vanish. Where has he gone? The Lin demon questioned in astonishment. At that moment, a dull thud resonated as boulders and arrows rained from the cliffs, and the Lin demon and his dozen officers were all struck down at the foot of Xilan Mountain. The Lin demon, pierced by 37 arrows, cursed vehemently, his eyes wide open in death. Huayu, emerging like a specter from the crevice of a boulder, grinned at the Lin demon's corpse, saying, I have lingered in this mountain for over a decade. Did you think you could still play with me?
Chapter 89 Get Crushing Defeat. Your Highness, General Lin Mo has fallen victim to the enemy's treachery at Xilan Mountain, a messenger reported somberly.
What?
Wang Youchuan's face turned ashen as he collapsed onto the ground, wailing in despair.
Indeed, the body of General Lin Mo has been delivered by the enemy's commander, the messenger confirmed. Order the troops to retreat at full speed and fortify Zunmo City, Wang Yuquan declared helplessly.
Yes, Your Highness, the messenger bowed respectfully. In the Battle of Xilan Mountain, the main forces of the Shang King have been annihilated. After Lin Mo's demise, there is no one among the Shang King's subordinates who can contend with Hu Guojun and the others, Xing Yuhao remarked, still shaken.
It's fortunate this is a large-scale operation.
Had it been a one-on-one duel, our lives would surely have been lost. Report, General, the enemy has retreated into Zunmo City, a soldier rushed in to report.
Command the troops to encircle but not attack, trapping the enemy within Zunmo City. Hu Guojun ordered.
Understood, the soldier replied, bowing. Release the news that the foremost warrior under the Shang King, Lin Mo, has been slain, and that our forces will sweep through the remnants of the factions with the fury of a storm to uphold the dignity of the court.
Hu Guojun added.
At your command, the soldier affirmed. I never expected you to grasp the nuances of large-scale warfare, Xing Yuhao chuckled. I possess a wealth of knowledge, Hu Guojun retorted with a grin.
My husband is truly capable of anything. Yu Yizhu exclaimed with admiration.
Stop, stop, stop.
No need to show off.
Xing Yuhao interjected, waving his hand to halt the banter. I in the spirit realm, at the Wei King's residence. Your Highness, Lu Guoban has launched multiple assaults, and our forces have suffered grievous losses. Furthermore, it is rumored that the main forces of the Shang King have been annihilated, and Lin Mo is dead, Li Qi reported glumly.
Damn it, where is the Wei King? Wang Yuji inquired.
The Wei King is unharmed and has already taken control of Qingzhou, Li Qi sighed.
Damn it!
Wang Yuji cursed. Your Highness, the elite troops of Lu Guoban have bypassed Jiulong Island and are launching a surprise attack on our rear, a messenger burst in to announce.
Li Qi, you will lead the troops to fend off this enemy detachment while I defend the city. Wang Yuji bellowed. Your command shall be followed. Li Qi bowed. In the spirit realm, at the Wei King's residence.
Your Highness, the Shang King and the Yin King have fallen into dire straits. We are situated in the center, should we extend our support?
Lan Ji queried. My elder brother has expanded my fief.
If I raise an army now, it may appear somewhat unwarranted, Wang Yulin lamented.
Neither aiding nor refraining puts me in a bind. Wang Yulin sighed. Should I lead an army to storm Tanchang and compel His Majesty to withdraw?
Lan Shi suggested. My elder brother's capabilities are formidable, likely surpassing yours. Moreover, the Imperial Guard of Tanchang is not to be underestimated. Should you launch a surprise attack, we would have no avenue for retreat, Wang Yulin replied solemnly.
Your words bear merit, I have been rash, Lan Shi admitted, bowing. Alas, that imperial edict from His Majesty was indeed lofty, Wang Yulin said with a bitter smile.
In the spirit realm, outside Zunmo City. Hu Guojun had encircled the Shang King's forces, relentlessly tightening the noose and beginning to persuade them to surrender.
Soldiers of the Shang King, we are all subjects of the Tsanyan dynasty.
If you lay down your arms, we will ensure your safety. The court officials began to call out to the Shang King's troops within Zunmo City. After a protracted siege, the morale of the Shang King's forces plummeted, and with Lin Mo's death, the backbone of the army had vanished, leading to a surge of deserters. Wang Yuquan was in a state of utter despair as he stood atop the city walls, gazing at the sea of court troops outside, then turning to view his disheveled soldiers, he sighed heavily. Your Highness, surrender, one of the Shang King's generals urged.
Surrender? Will I even survive that?
Wang Yuquan replied with a bitter laugh. At that moment, Hu Guojun prepared to launch a final assault. Before the all-out attack, he signaled the Shang King, offering safety in exchange for surrender, warning that refusal would lead to merciless slaughter. The massive siege weapons had already appeared outside Zunmo City, with court soldiers clad in golden armor standing at the ready. The stench of death began to seep into Zunmo City, the air heavy with the foul odor of decay and the metallic tang of blood, inducing nausea. Wang Yuquan, feeling utterly defeated, cast aside his sword and murmured, "The Wei King's reinforcements will likely not arrive. Let us surrender, otherwise, we shall all perish."
Open the gates, we surrender, Wang Yuquan declared, his face pale.
The gates of Zunmo City slowly creaked open, and a large white cloth unfurled from the city walls.
Guojun, they have surrendered, Xing Yuhao exclaimed joyfully.
Once we enter the city, no insult shall be tolerated against the surrendered troops, and the common folk must not be disturbed.
Those who violate this order shall be executed, Hu Guojun commanded gravely.
Understood, the soldiers responded. Hu Guojun rode forward as Wang Yuquan, along with his wife, knelt at the city gates, holding the Shang King's seal in submission.
Rise, Shang King.
My forces shall take over Zunmo City and guarantee the safety of you and your family, Hu Guojun stated.
Thank you, General, Wang Yuquan replied, bowing his head. My forces have achieved a complete victory in Zunmo City. Report to His Majesty without delay, Hu Guojun instructed.
Also, send word to the Yan and Wei kings that the Shang King has surrendered, Hu Guojun added. Upon entering Zunmo City, Hu Guojun treated the Shang King's family and the citizens with utmost respect, embodying the dignity and grace expected of the royal army. In the spirit realm, at Bitao City, Wang Yuji stood atop the city walls, wielding a pair of twin swords, leading the charge against the court troops and repelling their assaults multiple times. Your Highness, the Shang King has surrendered, a messenger stumbled in, breathless. I see, Wang Yuji said, painfully shutting his eyes in despair.
Seek aid from the Wei King and urge him to send reinforcements, Wang Yuji commanded, grabbing the messenger.
Yes, Your Highness, the messenger knelt, affirming. With that, the messenger hurried off towards the Wei King. Your Highness, by the time the reinforcements arrive, we may already be finished, one of the subordinate officers remarked with a bitter smile.
Surrender is also death, Wang Yuji replied.
I am willing to follow Your Highness into the fray, heedless of the flames and water. Watch me break through the city and display our military might, the officer declared. After a while, a soldier rushed in to report, Your Highness, General Zhang charged out and surrendered to the enemy, taking 500 brothers with him.
Scoundrel! Wang Yuji roared.
Before he could finish his sentence, blood erupted from his mouth.
A pack of cowards, cowards! Wang Yuji nearly went mad.
Your Highness, the court's troops outnumber us 3-1, and General Li Qi has perished on Jolon Island, a soldier reported.
Put!
Blood spewed from Wang Yuji's mouth as darkness enveloped his vision, and he fainted.
When he awoke, Bitao City was already under Lu Guoban's control.
I have surrendered, Wang Yuji said weakly. I in the spirit realm, at the Wei King's residence.
Your Highness, the latest news from the front lines.
The Yan King has been defeated and captured, and Li Qi has died in battle, Lanji reported.
What? I just received a plea for assistance from the Yan King. How did he surrender? Wang Yulin exclaimed in shock.
The court's forces, with an unstoppable momentum, completed their military objectives, utterly shattering the latent threats of the Three Kings Rebellion. Chapter 90 Eradication of the Remnants and Return to the Capital. With a commanding shout from Hu Guojun, the Grand Army commenced its advance towards Tianchang, the joy of Hu Guojun and his companions evident upon their faces, a triumphant force invincible in its path. After several arduous days of travel, Hu Guojun returned to Tianchang, receiving the highest honors. My dear minister, one must strategize from within the tent to secure victory from 1,000 miles away. Truly, a talent seldom seen in a century, exclaimed Wang Yukan, his excitement palpable. Your Majesty's favor is greatly appreciated, Hu Guojun replied with a bow. I believe the next step should be to address the most formidable of the three kings, that being King Wei.
Indeed, I share your sentiment.
Pray, enlighten me further, the emperor urged. Your Majesty may personally confront King Wei, Hu Guojun suggested with a smile.
But what if he were to threaten me should I do so? Wang Yukan interjected, a frown crossing his face.
I can recommend 2 individuals who will ensure your safety, Hu Guojun assured. Pray, go on, Wang Yukan encouraged. Lu Swordsman of the Willow Leaf sect and Yun Qingyi of the Vermilion Bird sect, Hu Guojun specified.
Do you maintain connections with these sects, dear minister? Wang Yukan inquired with a furrowed brow. Your Majesty's disinterest in the sects stems from their lack of decorum and occasional arrogance.
However, it is unknown to you that within these sects lie numerous masters, far surpassing those in the court. The paths they pursue, whether divine or demonic, do not conflict with your noble pursuit of righteousness and the imperial dignity, Hu Guojun elaborated. Are you suggesting that I collaborate with these sects? The emperor pondered. Indeed, Wang Yukong affirmed, his brow furrowing. Your divine authority could surely instill awe in the spirit realm.
Should we merge imperial and divine powers, would it not bolster your rule? Hu Guojun chuckled, so you propose to deify imperial authority? Precisely, Wang Yukong replied, bowing respectfully. However, I have never engaged with individuals from the sects.
My officials occasionally utilize their strength to maintain societal stability, yet I lack confidence in summoning the leaders of each sect, Hu Guojun confessed. I can facilitate this for your majesty, Wang Yukong offered.
Since you are capable, then I entrust this matter entirely to you.
I shall personally visit King Wei, while you manage the remaining affairs, Hu Guojun instructed. Though the ministers wished to intervene, witnessing Wang Yukong's resolute determination, they bowed in acquiescence and retreated. Wang Yukong led hundreds of imperial guards to Qingzhou to meet with King Wei. King Yulin prepared an extravagant feast, intent on warmly welcoming Wang Yukong. In truth, King Wei had already positioned numerous assassins to capture Wang Yukong in Qingzhou, planning a coup. Upon entering Qingzhou, Wang Yulin approached with a bow. Your humble servant bows before your majesty. Brother Lin, no need for such formalities, Wang Yukong replied. The two took their seats within the Qingzhou government hall, exquisite dishes being presented one after another, with Wang Yukong seated at the head, while Wang Yulin and Lan Ji occupied the seats beside him. After several rounds of wine and various dishes, Wang Yulin inquired softly, Your Majesty, I have heard that King Yan and King Shang have been apprehended for treason? How tragic that we, as brothers, should turn against one another, causing such turmoil within the court, Wang Yukong lamented, shaking his head.
What are your plans for them, Your Majesty? Wang Yulin asked. I shall not execute them.
Rather, I will thoroughly dismantle their principalities, stripping them of their military power, allowing them to reside peacefully in Tianchang and enjoy their wealth and honor, Wang Yukong declared. Without military power, they become mere lambs awaiting slaughter, powerless against their elder brother, Wang Yulin chuckled.
Dispersing military power too widely only threatens the realm's stability. Am I mistaken?
Wang Yukong queried. As the sovereign of this nation, whatever you decree, I shall support, Wang Yulin affirmed.
Brother Lin, do you imply that you believe my words to be erroneous? Wang Yukong retorted. You bestowed Qingzhou upon me, intending to place me in a predicament, caught between two opposing forces, am I correct? Wang Yulin responded with a somber tone. What do you mean by that?
Wang Yukong asked. Your Majesty, at this juncture, let us not pretend to be oblivious, Wang Yulin replied, his voice low.
Brother Lin, your recruitment efforts in Tianjin City over the years, could it be that you harbor intentions of usurpation? Wang Yukong remarked, swirling his wine glass. Your Majesty, you have come today to compel me to surrender my military authority, have you not? Wang Yulin furrowed his brow.
Brother Lin, I have no desire to harm you. However, you must also consider my position. With tens of thousands of elite soldiers at your command, how can you possibly sleep soundly? Wang Yukong sipped his wine, speaking languidly.
Is your Majesty indicating that you intend to eliminate me? Wang Yulin gritted his teeth.
At that moment, Lan Ji entered with a fierce demeanor, declaring, I am Lan Ji, requesting your Majesty's presence.
Where would you have me go? Wang Yukong inquired. To Tianjin City, Lan Ji replied, clasping her fists. Ha, splendid. Just say it plainly, are you not asking me to go to the residence of King Wei?
Wang Yukong laughed suddenly. Wang Yukong rose, a surge of black and gold energy erupting from him as he declared, I warn you all, should you dare to engage in treasonous acts, I shall show no mercy.
Brother, it has come to this.
I have laid my cards on the table. Now that you have arrived, there is no escape, Wang Yulin intoned darkly.
Bring them in.
Lan Ji commanded. Dozens of soldiers rushed into the Qingzhou government hall, surrounding Wang Yukong.
Seize His Majesty. Lan Ji ordered.
Several soldiers lunged at Wang Yukong, who clenched his fists, releasing torrents of black and gold energy from his palms, sending the soldiers flying. Lan Ji summoned the blue shark spirit, a colossal force of the ocean surging forth. With a mighty roar, a golden-striped tiger materialized behind Wang Yukong, emitting a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. The striped tiger's spirit quivered, releasing a golden soundwave that clashed with the oceanic force of the blue shark spirit, creating an immense shockwave. Wang Yulin leaped into the air, a white tiger appearing behind him, descending with ferocious intent. Wang Yukong drew a golden sword and met the white tiger spirit's attack with a single stroke. Spirit battle form, the golden-striped tiger fused with Wang Yukong, his physique expanding dramatically, hands transforming into tiger claws, enveloped in black and gold energy, exuding an aura of majesty. Spirit battle form. The white tiger spirit merged with Wang Yulin, who, now brimming with murderous intent, transformed his hands into sharp claws. The impending battle was imminent. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, as a brilliant white light and a blazing red light descended from the heavens, unleashing a tremendous energy that whipped up fierce winds, shrouding the area in dust and chaos.
What is happening?
Lan Ji exclaimed in shock.
Your Highness, Your Highness! There are two figures in the sky, a panicked soldier rushed in. What? Wang Yulin exclaimed, astonished. Could it be Lu Guoban? Lan Shi speculated. His strength at the fourth tier of transcendence would not generate such a disturbance, Wang Yulin countered. Ah, my reinforcements have arrived, Wang Yukong chuckled. Chapter 91 Irreverence for the Divine Path. At this moment, Hu Guojun also appeared in the sky, soaring through the air on his sword above the heavens. Two beams of light descended, creating a massive cyclone that drew everyone toward the center of the luminous columns. What is that? Wang Yulin's pupils gradually widened, his face a mask of terror. The beams emitted a white light and a red light, only to suddenly vanish into the horizon. Amidst the blinding radiance, Lu Sanjian and Yun Qingyi materialized. Your Majesty, we have come to lend you our strength, they proclaimed in unison. A silver-white dragon-patterned sword manifested before the crowd, its blade radiating a dazzling silver light, and a white sword beam burst forth from its tip, the formidable sword intent crashing down like ocean waves. Such overwhelming power, Lan Ji shouted in fury, pushed back repeatedly by the immense force. Who are they? Wang Yulin exclaimed. Your Highness, it is likely Lu Sanjian and Yun Qingyi, Lan Ji replied, furrowing her brow. Why are you standing there? Charge at them. Wang Yulin bellowed. A throng of soldiers surged toward Wang Yukong and his companions, yet all remained composed and unperturbed. Yun Qingyi hovered in midair, summoning the fire phoenix's divine spirit behind her, casting half the sky in crimson hues. A piercing cry of the phoenix echoed as an avalanche of fiery feathered arrows rained down upon the Wei King and his entourage. In the blink of an eye, 400 to 500 soldiers were reduced to ash, leaving behind a ground covered in dark soot. Those who resist shall perish, Yun Qingyi intoned ominously. Surrender at once, and you shall preserve your lives, Lu Sanjian added gravely. Hearing this, the Wei King's men hastily knelt in surrender, as none wished to be left with nothing but dust. Lan Ji unsheathed her Fong Tianhua halberd and leaped into the air, aiming for Lu Sanjian's head. Lu Sanjian smiled slightly, remaining utterly still, as a white wall of light appeared before him. The moment Lan Ji's halberd made contact with the white barrier, a powerful suction force emerged, firmly binding the weapon to the luminous wall. Foolish and unrepentant, attempting to retaliate. Your demise is of no consequence, Lu Sanjian remarked softly, his eyes half closed. A white sword beam cleaved down from the sky, and a white dragon formed from refined energy roared forth from the heavens. With a single piercing scream, Lan Ju was reduced to mere ashes. Wang Yulin's face turned ashen, and he knelt, whispering, I beg your Majesty for mercy. Your Majesty, the fate of the Wei King lies in your hands, Hu Guojun interjected. We were once brothers. Let us spare his life, Wang Yukong urged. Since your Majesty has spoken, I shall not impose, Lu Sanjian acquiesced. As the white light receded, Lu Sanjian withdrew his divine spirit. I humbly thank your Majesty for your great kindness, Wang Yulin bowed deeply. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance, Wang Yukong clasped his hands in gratitude. In times of peril, it is our duty to come to your aid. There is no need for your graciousness, both men replied, clasping their hands together. Wang Yukong commanded that the Wei King be escorted to Tiancheng and invited Lu Sanjian and Yun Qingyi to the palace. Guojun, do you have an old friendship with Lu Sanjian and Yun Qingyi? Wang Yukong inquired. In response to your Majesty, I count both Lu Sanjian and Yun Qingyi as friends, Hu Guojun bowed respectfully. Then, my beloved minister, how should I express my gratitude to them? Wang Yukong asked. Your Majesty need only proclaim the divine path as the esteemed doctrine of our dynasty and bestow upon them due respect. Both possess strength nearing the realm of the pseudogods, ensuring the safety of our realm, Hu Guojun advised. Then I shall heed your counsel, Wang Yukong affirmed. He then summoned Lu Sanjian and Yun Qingyi, addressing them, your timely intervention today has left me deeply grateful. I wish to elevate the divine path to the status of our dynasty's orthodoxy. Henceforth, let us jointly revere the divine path and safeguard the 9 provinces together. I thank your Majesty for your immense kindness, Lu Sanjian bowed elegantly. I too express my gratitude for your Majesty's graciousness, Yun Qingyi inclined her body in respect. At this moment, Hu Guojun was exceedingly pleased. The divine path being exalted by the Sangyan dynasty disrupted the balance of divine and demonic powers within the court, illuminating his prospects of returning to the divine realm. Once the matter was concluded, Hu Guojun took his leave from Wang Yukong. Despite Wang Yukong's reluctance, he ultimately respected Hu Guojun's decision and bestowed upon him a generous gift of 100,000 spiritual stones. Chapter 92 A new chapter. As Hu Guojun and his companions departed from Tiancheng, empowered by the abundance of 100,000 spirit stones, the might of the Golden Crow sacred pearl would flow incessantly. Where shall we head next? Inquired Xing Yuhao. To the northern frontier, by Rome, murmured Hu Guojun. Are you planning to cross the Great Wall? Asked Xing Yuhao.
Alternatively, we could venture eastward to Jolon Island, Hu Guojun contemplated while gazing at the map. Jolon Island may hold the remnants of ancient gods, perhaps bestowing unexpected treasures, Hu Guojun mused inwardly. Ultimately, the group resolved to proceed to Jolon Island, setting forth eastward following the quelling of the rebellion led by the princes. Hu Guojun's stature within the court surged, and he became widely renowned across the vast lands, establishing himself as a celebrated young talent. Jolon Island, isolated from the mainland, has long been shrouded in mystery. The Azure Sea, merging seamlessly with the sky, roared with tumultuous waves and howling winds. An elderly man, his hair and beard entirely white, sat bare-chested by the shore. "That is the ferryman who will take us to Jolon Island," Xing Yuhao pointed out. "I shall inquire about the fare," Hu Guojun said as he approached the old man. Upon noticing Hu Guojun, the elder broke into a wide smile. Hu Guojun clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Honorable sir, we wish to travel to Jolon Island, and we kindly request your assistance." The elder, with a smile gracing his features, nodded slightly but remained silent. "Might I ask how much you require as compensation?" Hu Guojun queried. The elder chuckled softly, gesturing with a slow wave of his hand. "Do you mean to imply that it is not necessary?" Hu Guojun asked, puzzled. The elder nodded, indicating a wooden boat nearby. "Everyone, come over," Hu Guojun beckoned to his companions. The elder swiftly leapt onto the boat and raised the sails. The wooden vessel cleaved through the waves, making its way towards Jolon Island. After approximately an hour, through the hazy sea mist, an island gradually emerged into view. Jolon Island, renowned for its breathtaking beauty and rich history, leaves a lasting impression even with a mere fleeting glance. As the boat glided closer, the magnificent scenery captivated the group completely. Beneath the clear blue sky, the soft, white sands of the beach were caressed by a gentle breeze, while lush green coconut trees swayed gracefully, and the crystalline sea shimmered with undulating patterns stirred by the wind. In the distance, where the sea and sky met, 9 colossal dragon sculptures carved from stone stood majestically, surveying the world. As the boat docked, the moment the group disembarked, it vanished without a trace. "How beautiful!" Yuizhu exclaimed, enraptured. "Jolon Island truly lives up to its name," Hu Guojun remarked. "So many spirit stones." Xing Yuhao pointed towards the horizon. Numerous translucent spirit stones lay scattered on the ground, reflecting beams of white light under the sun's radiance. At that moment, Huayu's attention was captured by a cave, and he approached Hu Guojun, whispering, "Look over there." Following Huayu's gaze, Hu Guojun beheld a cave shimmering with a blue glow. "Let us venture inside and take a look," Hu Guojun suggested. Summoning his golden chi, a beam of light emanated from his palm, illuminating the pitch-black cave. The group navigated through the darkness until a sudden mist materialized within. "What is happening?" Huayu exclaimed in astonishment. "This is not good. There is a murderous intent." Xing Yuhao warned in a grave tone. Just as the words left his lips, a thunderous noise echoed within the cave, revealing a pair of triangular, ethereal blue eyes. "What is this?" Xing Yuhao frowned. "Hiss." A blue-scaled serpent emerged, its blade-like tongue sweeping menacingly towards the group. Chapter 93. The scale serpent transforms into a sword. A dense mist enveloped the surroundings as the scale serpent, with its cold, triangular eyes, vanished within the vapor. "Everyone, be cautious," Hu Guojun warned in a low voice. Yuizhu unfastened her beast-controlling pouch, and Xiaohua leaped out with great agility, lowering its body. Xiaohua emitted a series of low growls, unleashing a surge of power characteristic of its brownish-yellow beastly form. A golden beam shot forth from Xiaohua's mouth, and upon contact with the mist, it produced a hissing sound. As the mist billowed, it generated a thick white smoke, and suddenly, the scale serpent burst forth, its massive head colliding with Xiaohua and sending it soaring into the air, while the serpent lunged upward, intent on ensnaring Xiaohua. Hu Guojun summoned the essence of his Shin iron sword, enveloping it in golden chi, and the sword shot upward with great speed, spinning rapidly. Cascading arcs of golden light rained down, creating a formidable energy field. The scale serpent let out a roar, writhing in agony as crystalline blue light emanated from its body. Transparent ice spikes materialized behind the serpent, hurtling towards Hu Guojun. As a wave of chilling air approached, Hu Guojun positioned the Shin iron sword before him, intertwining white primordial energy with golden chi to erect a luminous barrier. Xing Yuhao sprouted a pair of wings from his back, wielding the pear blossom ice-breaking spear, encircled by silver chi that appeared to don him in a suit of silver armor. With a piercing eagle's cry, Xing Yuhao swooped down from the sky like a hawk descending upon its prey. He struck the serpent's head with a powerful thrust, causing it to thrash violently in pain, thereby disrupting the onslaught of ice spikes. "Yulu, this creature likely fears chi masters with the spirit of fierce raptors. You must summon your battle spirit now." Hu Guojun exclaimed. Xing Yuhao nodded and ascended into the air, a pair of snow-white wings unfurling behind him. Snow Phoenix soars the sky. Xing Yulu cried in a mix of indignation, as beams of white light cascaded from above, forcing the scale serpent to lower its head, while white chi rained down like a tempest.
Snow Eagle's might.
Xing Yuhao roared, brandishing the pear blossom ice-breaking spear, unleashing a white arc from its tip that struck the serpent's crown. The serpent twisted its body, conjuring an ice wall before it. The white arc shattered the ice barrier, crashing into the serpent's form. Infuriated by the assault, the scale serpent surged towards the group.
Yuizhu summoned her spirit, transforming into an afterimage that vanished from sight. Huayu drew forth a crossbow, aiming for the serpent's vital point with precision. The bolt struck true but snapped upon impact.
"This is not good!" Huayu exclaimed in alarm. The scale serpent had already lunged before him, and at the critical moment, Hu Guojun roared, a massive golden sword descending from the sky, cleaving the serpent in two.
"Well done!"
Xing Yuhao chuckled. The scale serpent lay severed upon the ground, its body limp. Radiant blue light erupted forth, and the serpent transformed into a magnificent sword. Although sharp, the blade curved like a serpent, pulsating with the power of the ocean and immense energy coursing through its form.
"The scale serpent has become a sword, destined to be a divine weapon," Xing Yuhao declared.
"This cavern must harbor some tales.
I sense a tremendous oceanic power within, one that seems not of our world," Hu Guojun remarked gravely. "What could it be?" Yuizhu inquired.
"At this moment, it remains unclear," Hu Guojun replied. Xing Yulu stepped forward to grasp the serpentine blue sword, and as she lifted it, a thunderous sound akin to a tidal wave resonated, a blue light flooding into her body.
"The divine weapon recognizes its master," Hu Guojun exclaimed in astonishment. "The divine weapon recognizes its master?"
Xing Yuhao frowned in confusion. "This sword is indeed a divine weapon, classified at the highest tier, the Zhishao,"
Hu Guojun affirmed. "Zhishao?" Xing Yuhao echoed in disbelief. "Precisely." Hu Guojun nodded. "This cavern undoubtedly holds further secrets," he added with a smile.
Chapter 94 of the Tomb of the Water God. Hu Guojun and his companions pressed deeper into the cave, where sharp-edged, crystalline blue minerals began to emerge. After much deliberation, they decided to entrust the sword transformed from the serpent to Xing Yulu.
"Look, there's an inscription," exclaimed Xing Yuhao.
A damped stone tablet, covered in moss, lay partially shattered at the base, leaning against the rock wall behind it. "I can't decipher these characters," Yuizhu remarked, frowning.
"Let me take a look," Hu Guojun offered as he approached. "It's the script of the divine race." Hu Guojun's brows arched in surprise. "Divine script?"
Xing Yuhao exclaimed, leaning closer. "Based on my experience, it's highly probable," Hu Guojun mused, tracing the inscription with his fingers.
"Why don't you see if you recognize anything?" Xing Yulu chimed in.
"You all look, I'll take a break," Huayu chuckled, plopping down onto the ground.
Just as Huayu's rear touched the earth, a tremendous noise erupted. "Did you just fart?" Hu Guojun turned, frowning. Huayu shook his head vigorously, feigning innocence. Suddenly, the entire cave began to tremble violently, with chunks of rock cascading from the ceiling, compelling everyone to dodge for safety. A powerful gust of wind surged into the cave, lifting them all off their feet. Dazed and spinning, they struggled to open their eyes, only to find themselves in an unfamiliar location.
"Where are we?" Yuizhu queried, panic evident in her voice. "We're not in the cave anymore," Xing Yuhao said, brow furrowed.
"I don't want to die," Huayu exclaimed in terror. "This feeling is oddly familiar," Hu Guojun remarked solemnly. "Let us explore the surroundings," Xing Yulu suggested.
The group began to chatter among themselves, searching the area. Hu Guojun observed that the surrounding walls were crafted from a blend of spiritual stones and oceanic power, towering and smooth, unlike anything made by ordinary humans. The walls were adorned with inscriptions, many of which had become illegible over time. However, Hu Guojun could ascertain that the script was undoubtedly of the divine race, yet it was not the formal writing of the divine lineage, but rather that of another clan. The divine race is vast, comprising numerous tribes besides the Holy Spirit clan of the Heavenly Emperor, including the Water, Plant, Flame, Earth, Moon, Thunder, and Plague clans. Hu Guojun was certain that the inscriptions belonged to the Water clan.
"Old God Gonggong," Hu Guojun murmured. "The sea god of Bangquan engaged in a fierce battle against Chi Yu. He was captivated by the inscriptions."
The Holy Spirit clan, descendants of the Yellow Emperor and Yen Emperor, had triumphed over Chi Yu and Bangquan, only to find themselves embroiled in conflict once more. During the latter stages of the war, Ganggang, a supporter of the Yin Emperor, angrily struck Mount Buzhou and fell into a deep slumber, his powers subsequently sealed away by the Yellow Emperor in a mysterious location.
Could Jolong Island perhaps be the seal of Ganggang's power? Hu Guojun pondered.
The old gods feel so distant to me, he said, voice heavy.
What are you mumbling about?
Xing Yuhao inquired, frowning.
It's nothing, Hu Guojun waved his hand dismissively. Have you discerned anything? Xing Yuhao pressed.
This place is related to the ancestor of the water god, Ganggang, Hu Guojun nodded.
Ganggang?
Xing Yuhao's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets in shock.
This could very well be Ganggang's tomb, Hu Guojun stated. Don't frighten me with such claims. You can't just say that recklessly, Xing Yuhao replied, aghast.
It's merely a conjecture, let us continue to explore, Hu Guojun suggested. However, Xing Yulu had noticed something peculiar about the wall and exclaimed, come quickly.
This wall is hollow.
Xing Yuhao pushed against the wall, and with a thunderous noise, a section began to retreat rapidly. At the center of the cave, a colossal sculpture rose majestically from the ground. Chapter 95. Ganggang. The crowd gazed upon the towering sculpture that rose majestically from the ground, its surface adorned with a thick layer of moss, a testament to its ancient origins. The head of the sculpture was entwined with what appeared to be tentacle-like appendages, reminiscent of an octopus, resembling human hair. It seemed to depict a person. Look, here are the eyes, and here is the nose, Yuizhu remarked thoughtfully.
Stop your examination. This is the ancestral deity of water, Ganggang, Hu Guojun interjected.
What? The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. I'm terribly sorry, oh great deity, my apologies, Yuizhu murmured as she knelt in reverence.
Enough, it's quite all right, Hu Guojun chuckled. But why is the tomb of the ancestral water deity located in the spirit realm? Xing Yuhao inquired.
The divine clan did not originally inhabit the legendary divine domain, but rather resided in the spirit realm, Hu Guojun explained.
Oh? Xing Yuhao pondered, resting his chin on his hand.
In the distant epochs of ancient times, the divine clan was not as powerful and mysterious as we might imagine. They emerged victorious in the first war of gods and demons, severely weakening the Qiyu clan, which is now known as the Demon Clan, Hu Guojun elaborated.
What did the divine clan initially call themselves?
Hua Yu asked, puzzled. The Alliance of the Seven Clans, Hu Guojun grinned.
What is the Alliance of the Seven Clans? Xing Yuhao inquired.
The Sacred Spirit, Water Vein, Flame Dragon, Flora, Earth, Moon, and Five Thunder Ghost Plague, Hu Guojun clarified.
Was it the Alliance of the Seven Clans that triumphed over Qiyu in the first war of gods and demons? Xing Yulu asked. Indeed, Hu Guojun nodded. What transpired thereafter?
Yuizhu, curious, leaned in to ask. Subsequently, the Qiyu clan, having been defeated and greatly diminished in strength, retreated to the wilds. The alliance of the seven clans gradually disbanded, leading to a civil war among the Divine Clan, in which the Sacred Spirit Clan emerged victorious, establishing itself as the rightful lineage of the Divine Clan.
This epoch marked a time of divine strength and demonic weakness, Hu Guojun declared proudly. Why do you appear so proud? Yu Izhu laughed.
Ah, well, it's a nostalgic sentiment, Hu Guojun replied awkwardly.
And then?
Hua Yu urged him to continue.
The second war of gods and demons occurred 4 millennia later.
The Demon Clan mounted a counterattack, and under the leadership of the second Demon Emperor, the Divine Clan faced defeat. This period thereafter was characterized by the dominance of the demons over the weakened gods, Hu Guojun recounted somberly.
And what of the present? Xing Yuhao asked. Currently, we are in the midst of the third war of gods and demons.
Not long ago, the Celestial Emperor and the Demon Emperor perished in a mutual demise, resulting in an unprecedented balance of power between the gods and demons, Hu Guojun contemplated. Who are you, that you possess such profound knowledge of the history of the Divine Clan? The sculpture suddenly spoke. Ganggang has manifested, the crowd gasped, their faces paling. The sculpture began to tremble violently, sending clouds of dust and fragments of rock into the air. Enter the barrier with me, the sculpture intoned gravely. A beam of blue light shot forth, and a vortex appeared before Hu Guojun, drawing him in.
I am Ganggang, the ancestral deity of water. Who are you? The sculpture inquired.
I am a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, paying my respects to the venerable Ganggang, Hu Guojun bowed deeply. The Yellow Emperor's lineage, the sculpture rumbled. I am the third-generation Celestial Emperor, having perished alongside the Demon Emperor, descending into the abyss, and fortuitously being reborn, Hu Guojun stated, bowing once more.
Was there no victor in the third war of gods and demons? The sculpture asked.
There was none. Hu Guojun shook his head.
What is the current state of the demon and divine clans? Gong Gong inquired.
Thanks to your predecessors, the various factions of the divine clan are presently at peace, Hu Guojun replied.
Ha 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 ha, the sculpture suddenly erupted in laughter. Great Elder, what is the meaning of your mirth? Hu Guojun questioned.
Young one, you must understand that the notion of peace without the Lord of the Gods is sheer folly, the sculpture intoned solemnly.
Chapter 96 A Dialogue Across Time and Space. What has transpired among the divine beings? Hu Guojun inquired in a somber tone.
A flock requires a leader, just as a pack of wolves needs a dominant wolf. Without guidance, what do you suppose the realm of the gods will devolve into? The sculpture replied gravely. A tremendous crash reverberated, and Hu Guojun felt as though the very heavens were collapsing. Columns of water erupted from the earth's surface, and a colossal blue whale apparition emerged. The sculpture shattered, releasing a mist of azure smoke, and a gargantuan figure materialized before Hu Guojun's eyes. The being was robust, with hair resembling the tentacles of an octopus, skin of a deep oceanic blue, and silvery whiskers, reminiscent of an ancient sea monster, its dual eyes radiating a dazzling cerulean light. Please, esteemed ancestor, impart your wisdom. Hu Guojun respectfully clasped his fists together.
Young one, there is no need for conjecture.
The divine clan is undoubtedly in disarray. The various deities and the four sacred kings are bound to stand in opposition, leading to a complete disarray of order within the realm of the gods, Gonggang stated.
Why is that? Hu Guojun asked.
Millennia ago, the emperors Yan and Huang vanquished the other 6 tribes, unifying the divine clan, and selected 4 prodigies from their kin to be enshrined as the 4 sacred kings, a legacy that has endured for 10,000 years, Gonggang explained.
This I know, but what further insights do you possess, revered elder? Hu Guojun queried. Tell me, do you believe the power of the 6 deities surpasses that of the 4 sacred kings? Gonggang asked with a sardonic smirk.
Well, I would assert that the authority of the 4 sacred kings is indeed greater, Hu Guojun replied solemnly.
Given your awareness, it should not come as a surprise, Gonggang remarked. Are you implying that the divine clan has fractured into 2 factions? Hu Guojun inquired.
For tens of thousands of years, your sacred spirit clan has failed to resolve the internal conflicts of the divine clan. This is why the Qiyu tribe, having sustained heavy losses after the Battle of Banquan, was able to swiftly resurrect and triumph in the Second Divine Demon War, Gonggang stated with a heavy heart. This is merely a historical issue we inherit, and I am powerless to alter it, Hu Guojun responded.
Ha, evasion will never resolve issues.
Cowards are unworthy of leading the gods, young one. Whether you can return to the realm of the gods and reclaim divine authority rests upon your own abilities, Gonggang declared. I shall prove to you that I will indeed return to the realm of the gods, reclaim divine authority, and utterly vanquish the demon clan, making the divine clan a formidable force across the 3 realms.
Hu Guojun affirmed resolutely. By what means shall you return? Gonggang queried.
With the aid of my friends, Hu Guojun replied. Your friends are naught but burdens, one of whom is even a spawn of the demon clan, Gonggang retorted.
A spawn of the demon clan? Hu Guojun was taken aback, speaking softly.
I have long been curious about Huayu's origins. I never anticipated that he indeed bore the blood of the demon clan.
Esteemed elder, please clarify, Hu Guojun urged.
That young man is a hybrid of humanity and the demon clan. His mother is a demon, and his father is human. I suspect it was a case of love between a blood master and a blood servant, Gonggang elucidated. To forge bonds with humans is a violation of the demon clan's tenets, Hu Guojun remarked. His parents are likely no longer of this world, leaving him with naught but the bloodstone at his throat. Though that bloodstone cannot aid you in returning to the realm of the gods, it may assist you in entering the demon realm, Gonggang stated. Gonggang's sardonic smile revealed his skepticism.
To venture into the demon realm, is that not akin to walking into a trap?
Young one, with your current strength, a century would not suffice for you to return to the realm of the gods.
Should you prove yourself capable, perhaps I shall lend you my assistance, Gonggang offered.
I will demonstrate my capabilities to you, Hu Guojun affirmed with unwavering determination. Ha, then I shall observe closely, Gonggang laughed heartily. A beam of 6-colored light shot forth, spiraling rapidly in midair, casting 6 radiant hues as a bracelet adorned with 6 gemstones appeared.
This shall be entrusted to you, serving as a token of our first meeting, Gonggang declared.
Just as Hu Guojun was about to respond, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he found himself back in the cave, where Xing Yuhao and the others lay unconscious on the ground. Chapter 97 The power of the old gods. Hu Guojun roused the unconscious individual sprawled on the ground, his voice urgent, "We must leave the cave at once." As soon as they stepped outside, the cave collapsed behind them. Xing Yuhao and the others remained dazed and disoriented. The earth began to tremble violently, and a statue erupted from the ruins of the cave.
The statue of Gonggang.
Xing Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment. The statue emanated a radiant blue light, which shot toward the six-colored bracelet in Hu Guojun's hand. The brightness of the blue gem on the bracelet intensified significantly, as a surge of water godly power flowed in.
The power of the old gods? Hu Guojun murmured.
These 6 gems must represent the powers of the 6 ancient deities, he added in a hushed tone.
What are you dazed about? What is happening?
Xing Yuhao asked, still shaken. This island is, in fact, the tomb of the primordial water god, Gonggang, Hu Guojun stated gravely.
What? Everyone gasped in shock. We cannot linger here, we must leave immediately, Hu Guojun urged.
But how do we escape? Xing Yuhao furrowed his brow. Watch me, Hu Guojun replied, glancing at the statue of Gonggang. Standing by the shore, Hu Guojun slightly nodded, closed his eyes, and silently invoked, "Esteemed primordial water god, please heed the call of your descendants, and aid us in our departure." No sooner had he spoken than a beam of blue light shot from the top of the statue into the vast sky. Above the clouds, a colossal blue vortex materialized, unleashing powerful winds that roared through the air. The sea beneath boiled like water in a cauldron, churning violently and bubbling fiercely. Suddenly, a magnificent ship adorned with a gigantic blue water dragon appeared, its pristine white sails billowing in the wind, the splendid hull enveloped in a blue glow.
What a divine vessel, the crowd exclaimed in awe. Is this the blessing of the primordial sea god? Hu Guojun pondered.
If Gonggang has set aside his previous grievances with the spirit tribe, it suggests that the current divine clan may be facing some peril. Furrowing his brow, Hu Guojun stepped onto the ship, followed closely by Xing Yuhao and the others.
Where to next? Xing Yuhao inquired. We shall seek the old gods, Hu Guojun declared with unwavering resolve. Seek the old gods? Xing Yuhao responded, utterly perplexed. Indeed, Hu Guojun nodded affirmatively.
Very well, Xing Yuhao scratched his head, recognizing he had no grounds to intervene in Hu Guojun's decision. On the undulating waves, the blue vessel sliced through the waters, advancing swiftly as if a mysterious force guided it toward an enigmatic destination. We are heading south, Huayu discerned keenly.
If we continue southward, we shall enter the wildlands, Yuizhu remarked. What purpose do we have in the wildlands? Huayu frowned.
The wildlands, a desolate expanse since ancient times, now lay shrouded in swirling sands, teeming with monstrous beasts. It could be understood as a realm where no sane person would venture. As Hu Guojun pressed on southward, Xing Yuhao and the others shared his confusion. With the ship's progress, the group began to feel a shift in the climate, the scorching heat rendering their throats parched.
Prepare to dock.
Everyone, get ready, Hu Guojun instructed. The vessel gradually approached the shore, where sparse green shrubs dotted the landscape.
This wild land truly is devoid of life.
Xing Yuhao remarked with a frown. As Hu Guojun and the others disembarked, they spotted a few dark-skinned men lounging beneath 2 large trees, holding an enormous lodging sign.
What shall we do with the ship? Hu Guolu inquired.
Hu Guojun raised his hand, and a beam of blue light shot from the bracelet, enveloping the ship in a blue protective dome, drawing it into the bracelet. Chapter 98 The Wilderness Continent. Hu Guojun and his companions meticulously organized their belongings and set foot upon the ancient, searing expanse of the wilderness continent. The merciless sun hung high in the sky, scorching the barren earth, leaving the group's skin ablaze with pain. Beneath the relentless rays, the gravel exuded wisps of heat, and as they gazed ahead, it appeared that the yellow sands beneath their feet shimmered with a faint, persistent wave of warmth. In the distance, camels ambled leisurely, their padded feet leaving a trail of impressions in the desert sands. Could it be that within this vast desert of the wilderness continent lie hidden secrets, unknown to mankind? It is unbearably hot, I am parched, Xing Yuhao remarked with a furrowed brow. What are we even doing here? Yuizhu complained, squinting at the blazing sun. Persevere, we must press on, Hu Guojun urged resolutely. What treasures could possibly be found in this desolate desert? Huayu inquired skeptically. You shall soon discover, Hu Guojun replied, his gaze unwavering. In the distance, an oasis accompanied by golden sands beckoned, while birds danced in harmony with the sound of camel bells. The contours of the sand dunes were sharply defined, their ridges smooth and flowing. Take a moment to appreciate the unique beauty that belongs to this untamed land, Hu Guojun mused thoughtfully. To perceive beauty in this godforsaken place is truly remarkable. Indeed it must be you, Yuizhu panted, catching her breath. Look, what is that? Xing Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment. Everyone turned to follow the direction of Xing Yuhao's finger, where a majestic, ancient yellow structure stood resilient against the wind and sand. A temple. Huayu furrowed his brow. We have indeed arrived at the right place. Hu Guojun smiled. No sooner had he spoken than the bracelet upon his wrist began to tremble violently, a brown gemstone suddenly emitting a beam of light. The origin of the Earthmoon clan may very well be here, Hu Guojun said in a hushed tone. What is the Earthmoon clan? Xing Yuhao asked. They are the divine lineage that wields the power of earth elements within the realm of deities, known as the so-called Earth God, Hu Guojun explained. Oh, Xing Yuhao nodded in awe. Just as they were about to approach the mysterious structure, a group of dark-skinned men clad in white robes and wielding long spears suddenly appeared. The leader of the men bellowed, Hey, what are you doing? We merely wish to take a look inside. May I ask if you would grant us that privilege? Hu Guojun clasped his hands respectfully. You intend to enter here? The leader gazed at them incredulously. Indeed, Hu Guojun nodded with a smile. Have you lost your minds? Entering the desert's lair is tantamount to certain death. There is not a shred of hope for survival, the leader declared loudly. Do many people often venture in there? Hu Guojun inquired. Countless outsiders, driven by curiosity, have stumbled into this place, meeting their demise in the desert. The chieftain has dispatched us to guard it, to prevent any wayward souls from entering, the leader explained. In that case, I am deeply grateful for your life-saving intervention, Hu Guojun said, clasping his hands once more. There is no need for thanks. If you wish to reach the town, follow this path westward, and you shall arrive within an hour at most. Remember, do not dawdle along the way. The temperature drops drastically at night in the desert, and you will not withstand it. The leader pointed towards the horizon, offering his guidance. Understood. Thank you for the warning, Hu Guojun acknowledged. Let us hasten to the town, Xing Yuhao suggested. Indeed, if we delay, we shall suffer, Huayu urged. Then let us not tarry. We shall set forth. Hu Guojun mounted his horse with determination. The group spurred their steeds onward, galloping swiftly westward. After a considerable passage of time, they spotted a scattering of green foliage and low, earthen-hued structures in the distance. We have arrived. Xing Yuhao reined in his horse. The companions found an inn to rest, ordering roasted lamb and naan to satiate their hunger. Chapter 99. The god of the earth. As night fell, the inhabitants of the land succumbed to slumber, while Hu Guojun tossed and turned, his thoughts entirely consumed by the enigmatic edifice deep within the desert. Rising from his bed, he carefully departed from his chamber. Exiting the inn, Hu Guojun summoned the spirit of his black iron sword and soared into the night sky. The desert at night was eerily foreboding. The howling winds hurled large grains of sand against Hu Guojun's form. How cold it is, he murmured, involuntarily shivering. As the imposing yellow structure materialized within his line of sight, a sense of relief washed over him, and he steeled himself, brushing away the dust that clung to him. Descending from the air, he found several local guards clad in white robes, huddled within their tents, drowsily succumbing to the night. Channeling his chi, golden streams surged toward the tents, and like a nimble black cat, Hu Guojun stealthily infiltrated the guards' quarters, swiftly incapacitating the 5 sentinels. Once the guards were dealt with, Hu Guojun entered the temple. The temperature inside the temple was noticeably warmer than that outside. As he stepped through the threshold, a gentle warmth enveloped him. The ground was adorned with golden rocks that emitted a soft glow in the darkness. Advancing deeper into the temple, he discovered a translucent, reddish-brown crystal suspended in mid-air, its base crafted from golden spiritual stones. Behind it, a large inscription adorned the wall, etched with ancient hieroglyphs, the clan of the Earthmoon, Kwafu. Hu Guojun gently traced the inscription, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, his bracelet began to tremble violently, the brilliance of the brown gem intensifying abruptly. At that moment, the red crystal began to spin rapidly. A beam of brown light erupted from the bracelet, while another beam shot forth from the top of the brown crystal. The two beams intertwined, illuminating the entire temple as if it were daylight. A colossal wall of light surged upward, drawing in vast clouds of white mist from all directions. Hu Guojun sensed a mysterious power stirring beneath the ground. Raising an eyebrow, he muttered, "Is this yet another manifestation of the old goddess power?" No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a giant with bronze skin and arms like mountains emerged from the depths below, lacking legs and possessing only a massive upper body. The giant's form was enveloped in swirling brown energy, leading Hu Guojun to deduce that this being was merely a manifestation of spiritual energy, not a true corporeal entity. As the brown energy surged violently, the figure of the giant gradually clarified, revealing an ancient, muscular physique adorned with enigmatic tattoos from a bygone era, eyes like bronze bells, and a thick, reddish-brown beard. "Kwafu?" Hu Guojun intoned quietly. "Who dares to intrude upon the abode of the Earth God?" the giant bellowed. "May I inquire if you are the esteemed Kwafu?" Hu Guojun replied. "Oh? You recognize my presence?" The giant's voice softened slightly. I am the third-generation leader of the Divine Clan, having perished alongside the Demon Emperor in the Third Divine Demon War, only to be reborn under the guidance of the venerable Gongang. I have come to beseech your assistance." Hu Guojun bowed deeply. "The leader of the Gongang clan, are you the Heavenly Emperor?" The giant furrowed his brow.
"Indeed," Hu Guojun affirmed.
"My physical form has been extinguished."
"What aid can I possibly offer you?" the giant retorted impatiently.
"Do not deceive me, esteemed one. A deity of your caliber, even if your corporeal form is annihilated, your spiritual power would undoubtedly endure. Your willingness to assist me merely hinges on your disposition." Hu Guojun smiled. "Ha, a silver-tongued lad, regardless of whether you are truly the reborn Heavenly Emperor, you must first pass my trial." The giant laughed heartily. The echoes of Quafu's laughter reverberated throughout the vast temple as a brown beam of light manifested at its center, summoning forth a colossal brown beast. This beast, towering and upright, bore a head resembling that of a lizard, and lunged menacingly toward Hu Guojun with bared claws. "Come forth, you ugly creature!" Hu Guojun's cold brown eyes glinted ominously as he spoke. Golden energy erupted from his form, a tremendous force surging forth as the spirit of his black iron sword materialized behind him. As the beast's claw came crashing down upon him, Hu Guojun felt darkness enveloping him. Chapter 100 The Trial of the Divine. The colossal beast lunged forward, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air like a streak of yellow lightning aimed directly at Hu Guojun's face. Hu Guojun knelt on the ground, sliding forward as golden chi surged from his body, forming a thin layer of protective energy around him. Drawing forth the dragon-subduing staff, he leapt into the air, channeling every ounce of his strength to strike down upon the beast's head. The immense force coalesced at the tip of the staff, descending with tremendous weight and tracing a golden arc through the air. Hu Guojun's expression hardened as he proclaimed, "This strike shall be sufficient for you to endure." The beast took the hit squarely, unleashing a roar of fury as its bell-like eyes fixed menacingly on Hu Guojun. He felt as though those eyes might ignite with flames as the creature charged at him with wild abandon. With each footfall, the ground trembled beneath its weight, causing Hu Guojun's heart to flutter as he instinctively retreated. He was acutely aware that should he take a direct hit from this behemoth, he would not merely suffer injury but might very well perish if the beast ferociously attacked, creating deep craters in the earth with each strike. Hu Guojun skillfully evaded, employing the shadow step technique to dart between the beast's legs, only to pivot and deliver a powerful blow with his staff. A dull thud resonated as the creature emitted a pained howl, collapsing to the ground and rolling over, extending its claws toward Hu Guojun. Quickly, Hu Guojun distanced himself from the beast and summoned the Xian Iron Sword Soul, a formidable, gleaming sword materializing behind him, exuding an aura of dominance. "Sword dance!" Hu Guojun commanded, and with a tremor, the sword soul erupted forth, unleashing a torrent of white sword energy, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. The Xian giant's sword surged toward the beast's chest, but it retaliated with a deafening roar, conjuring a circular elemental shield in front of itself. Meanwhile, Hu Guojun had already maneuvered behind the creature, striking it forcefully on the back of its head. A clever feint, indeed, the giant mused. The beast's attention was fixated on Hu Guojun's spiritual form, neglecting its defenses. Hu Guojun's staff struck heavily against its back, shattering its ribs. The creature crumpled to the ground, howling in agony, transforming into a cloud of yellow sand. "That was quick work," the giant chuckled, tilting his head in amusement. Hu Guojun's eyes burned with intent as he gazed at the spot where the beast had fallen. Suddenly, the sand swirled vigorously, coalescing into two sandmen. These sand figures approached Hu Guojun with an eerie, lifeless gait. He swung his staff, shattering one of them, only for it to miraculously reform in an instant. One of the sandmen raised its right fist and struck fiercely at Hu Guojun, who raised the dragon-subduing staff in defense, only to be met with a mouthful of sand. The Sandman's punch unleashed a torrent of elemental power, sending Hu Guojun crashing to the ground. The Sandman lifted its leg and kicked, propelling Hu Guojun into the air before he landed heavily. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he cursed, "Damn it!" With his mind racing, Hu Guojun recalled the bracelet given to him by Gong Gong, channeling his inner energy into it. The bracelet emitted a brilliant blue light, projecting a beam that obliterated the Sandmen, reducing them to mere puddles of mud. "The power of the old gods, is that you old rascal?" Gong Gong, the giant murmured. "Senior, please reveal any methods you possess," Hu Guojun implored. "Ha, young one, I find myself somewhat intrigued to converse with you now," the giant replied with a laugh. "Since you have this inclination, do share your thoughts," Hu Guojun urged. "How has the Earth Moon clan fared over the years?" the giant inquired. "Senior, are you not the ancestral figure Quafu of the Earth?" Hu Guojun asked. "Feigning ignorance, are we?" the giant scoffed. "These years, the Earth Moon clan has experienced little upheaval, living a leisurely and unrestrained life in the divine realm, under the protection of the powerful Earth deity Chai Zhanwen," Hu Guojun responded. Suddenly, radiant golden beams erupted from Kwafu's body, causing Hu Guojun's pupils to dilate in astonishment. Chapter 101 The forgiveness of the earth. A column of brown light soared into the sky, the immense power of the soul causing the very earth to tremble. Hu Guojun leaned against a nearby pillar to prevent himself from being toppled by the force of the colossal energy. As the tempest subsided and the overwhelming power dissipated, tranquility returned, revealing a giant before Hu Guojun, adorned with a thick beard and possessing weathered, brownish skin.
It was Kwafu, the progenitor of the earth. Junior pays his respects to the ancestor. Hu Guojun bowed deeply.
Youth, I wish to inquire of you, how do you intend to return to the divine realm? Kwafu's voice resonated with a deep timbre. In response to the ancestor, I have already disrupted the balance of power among the spiritual realm's divine sections. The court of the spiritual realm has begun to revere the gods while denigrating the demons. Following the third war between gods and demons, the equilibrium of power between the two races has been gradually dismantled, Hu Guojun replied.
The powers of gods and demons are unified through their opposition and transformation.
The dynamics between these forces resemble a dialectical movement, serving as the fundamental reason for the emergence, evolution, and demise of all things within the spiritual realm, Kwafu articulated.
Does the ancestor imply that the establishment of a power equilibrium between gods and demons is not necessarily detrimental? Hu Guojun furrowed his brow.
After the first war between gods and demons, the balance of power was irrevocably shattered, leading to a rift within the divine race and culminating in the so-called century-long Holy War. What was the ultimate outcome? The Second War saw the divine race suffer a catastrophic defeat, with the second-generation divine emperor gravely wounded, ultimately succumbing to his old injuries. Kwafu gradually seated himself. However, our losses during the Third War against the demons were not insubstantial, Hu Guojun contended. Indeed, the losses of the divine race were significant.
Do you not think the demon race fared any better? In recent years, the citizens of the spiritual realm have enjoyed peace and prosperity, with a resounding atmosphere of celebration. Natural disasters and the chaos wrought by beasts have significantly diminished, and the three realms are functioning normally. Surely this is a positive development? Kwafu remarked. Does the ancestor mean to suggest that if I were to return to the divine realm, I should refrain from waging a war of vengeance against the demon race? Hu Guojun questioned, perplexed.
If the internal conflicts of the divine race remain unresolved, I do not believe you possess the ability to prevail in the fourth war between gods and demons. Kwafu stroked his beard thoughtfully.
Why is that?
Hu Guojun pressed for clarification.
Do not forget how your forebears ascended to the throne of the gods.
Kwafu's gaze suddenly turned fierce, his voice booming. A powerful surge of soul energy swept forth, and a formidable gust of wind flooded the temple, sending Hu Guojun sprawling to the ground. Ancestor, please temper your wrath. I cannot alter the course of history, but I firmly believe that the various factions within the divine realm have set aside their prejudices. We can unite as one, share a common purpose, and achieve ultimate victory. Hu Guojun shouted from his position on the ground. The prejudices among people are akin to a towering mountain. They cannot simply be overturned at will, Kwafu replied somberly. Ancestor, I do not wish to continue this debate. I only seek to understand your perspective on the so-called powers of gods and demons. Hu Guojun paused before speaking. You may be placing undue emphasis on the powers of gods and demons in the spiritual realm. Such matters are inconsequential to the demon race. The divine race has 6 great deities and 4 holy kings, while the demon race boasts 4 supreme leaders and 6 demon generals.
In your estimation, which side possesses greater strength? Kwafu inquired.
I believe that, based solely on strength, the two sides are evenly matched, Hu Guojun asserted. Both the divine and demon races wield the elemental forces of the natural world. The divine race has the gods of water and fire, while the demon race possesses the malevolent water and fire demon generals. Consider how you would engage them. Cooperation yields mutual benefit, while conflict results in mutual harm. The remainder of the journey is for you to navigate. Kwafu's voice had grown significantly weaker.
Ancestor, what ails you?
Hu Guojun asked, concerned. Kwafu's body trembled violently as he spoke. My physical form has perished. I can only sustain myself through the power of my soul. Time is short. The path that remains must be traversed by you alone.
Kwafu then transformed into a stone statue, a beam of brown light emanating forth.
The formidable power of the ancient god surged toward Hu Guojun's bracelet, causing the brown gemstone upon it to radiate brilliance. The earth forgives, Hu Guojun murmured. He cast a glance at the stone statue of the ancient god Kwafu before turning to depart the temple. Chapter 102 A disturbance in the demon realm. The recent edge of the heavens was shrouded in a blood-red mist, hanging in the frigid depths of the night. The howling of the gale resembled a beast, its head thrown back in a roar towards the sanguine moon, devoid of any trace of stars, drifting down into the fallen, blood-soaked realm of Azura. where ghostly breaths and chilling laughter crawled through the air. Ultimately, the lingering blood moon, now tinged with a deepening crimson hue, descended into its final reflection, and the clouds on the horizon transformed into rivers of blood. This, indeed, was the demon realm, the abode of devils. The entire land resembled a block of red-hot iron, where restless spirits and wandering phantoms greedily fought over the remnants of flesh scattered upon the ground. Several corpulent crows, their eyes gleaming with a blood-red intensity, perched atop the treetops, awaiting their share of the meager scraps. A gaunt old crone, stooped and frail, navigated through the blood-colored stone pillars, her wooden staff adorned with a dripping head. As she traversed the stone forest, a castle forged from dark, demonic rock came into view, where two brawny orc soldiers, clad in dark purple armor and leaning on sharp spears, scrutinized the old woman. "What brings you here?" one of the demon soldiers inquired. "Some events have transpired in the spirit realm, and I believe it necessary to inform your master," the crone replied with a sinister grin. "Then please, enter," the soldier said after a moment's hesitation. The old woman, still bent with age, slowly made her way into the castle. At the center of the fortress, upon a throne, sat a colossal creature draped in pale purple armor, ravenously devouring bloody chunks of beef, with a dead chicken dangling from a massive horn atop its head. "Malignant soil, cease your feasting," the crone intoned, her eyes transforming to a blood-red hue. What brings you here?" The creature squinted its small, pea-like eyes at the frail figure before it. "Unforeseen events have unfolded in the spirit realm," the crone replied in a low voice. "Oh?" The creature tossed aside the beef, ripped the chicken from its horn, and rose to its full height. It lumbered toward the crone, growling, "Speak." "The soul power of the ancient god Kwafu has awakened, along with Gongang. Someone has stirred quite a commotion in the spirit realm," the crone stated. "The divine clan, you say?" the creature growled ominously. "That is the perplexing part. We can ascertain that this matter is not the doing of the divine clan," the crone asserted as she leaned forward with her staff. "Then who is responsible?" the creature questioned, its brow furrowed in confusion. The crone raised her staff and forcefully jabbed it at a map on the wall. The creature followed closely, examining the direction indicated by her thrust. "Gueshu," it murmured, bewildered. "This is merely my conjecture." "Believe it or not," the crone retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the creature. "I understand, leave this matter to me," the creature declared, turning to exit the castle. The crone watched the creature's retreating figure, a sinister smile creeping across her face as she transformed into a wisp of dark mist. In the spirit realm, at the demonic spirit sect. "Yama, the demon stone has manifested." Yu Guangrong exclaimed. Gu Urki's face twitched as he hastily knelt before a glowing giant stone. "Gu Urki, I sense some disturbances in the savage continent. Someone has awakened the ancient god Kwafu. You must investigate this matter thoroughly. If this person has any connection to the divine path, eliminate them on the spot," a chilling voice emanated from the stone. "Understood," Gu Urki replied, bowing deeply. The demon stone emitted a beam of purple light, and all returned to tranquility. In the demon realm, at the giant rock palace, the creature picked up the bloody beef from the ground and continued to gnaw at it, murmuring to the map, falling into Gueshu. Can one still survive? Chapter 103. Westward journey. Upon returning to the relay station, Hu Guojun found a group of anxious faces searching for him. His sudden entrance startled Yuizhu. "Where on earth have you been last night?" she chided. "We were nearly frantic with worry," exclaimed Xing Yulu, her voice laced with indignation. "Did you sneak off to indulge in some delectable treats without us?" pouted Huayu. "Did you secretly slip away to the temple?" laughed Xing Yuhao. "Ah, you truly know me well, Yuhao." Hu Guojun replied with a hearty laugh. "Pray tell, what treasures lie within?" inquired Xing Yuhao. "This temple is actually the tomb of the ancient god Kwafu. I stumbled in last night and unexpectedly received the blessings of the old deity," Hu Guojun explained. "You rascal, always up to no good behind our backs," Xing Yuhao retorted, crossing his arms with a huff. "I feared that my actions might endanger you all. Who would have guessed that I would emerge alive and encounter the ancient god Kwafu?" Hu Guojun chuckled. "Kwafu has returned to life, just like Gong Gong," the others gasped in astonishment. "The corporeal forms of these ancient gods have long since perished, yet they can occasionally manifest through the power of their spirits, provided someone disturbs their slumber, though doing so may well cost one their life," Hu Guojun remarked, sticking out his tongue playfully. "Very well, if that is the case, where do we venture next?" asked Xing Yuhao. "You ought to inquire which ancient god we shall seek next," Yuizhu suggested with a smile. Clever indeed," Hu Guojun grinned, unfurling a map. He scrutinized the map before him, tracing a mountain range with his finger as it glided westward. "Sanctuary of the Fire Blade, the Mountain of Desolation," Hu Guojun murmured. This area is known as Fire Dragon Ridge, surrounded entirely by volcanoes, rendering it a desolate wasteland, Xing Yuhao added.
Our objective lies here.
Let us proceed, Hu Guojun declared as he folded the map and prepared to leave the relay station.
Have you lost your mind?
Xing Yuhao exclaimed, his face a mask of shock.
Follow me, Hu Guojun said with unwavering determination. You cannot argue with him.
Just go along, urged Xing Yulu, pulling Xing Yuhao along with resolute steps. The group resumed their journey westward. Just as Hu Guojun departed, Yu Guangrong materialized in the wild expanse, accompanied by another protector of the demon spirit sect, Dolan. Searching like this is akin to finding a needle in a haystack, Dolan sighed. I believe I have discerned the identity of our quarry, Yu Guangrong smirked insidiously, speaking in a low tone.
Who? Dolan asked, taken aback.
Recently, only one group has ventured to Nine Dragon Immortal Island, my old nemesis, Hu Guojun, Yu Guangrong revealed.
How do you know this? Dolan inquired.
Because someone has been tailing him, Yu Guangrong replied with an air of cunning.
Who, pray tell? Could it be the Chang siblings who joined the demon spirit sect that day? Dolan speculated. Indeed, Yu Guangrong confirmed.
Now that we have identified our target, matters will proceed with greater ease, Dolan remarked. Rest assured, locating them is merely a matter of time, Yu Guangrong asserted confidently.
Oh?
You seem quite assured, Dolan said, brushing his long hair from his forehead. Observe, and you shall see, Yu Guangrong pointed to a black dove descending slowly from the sky. He retrieved a letter from the dove's leg, upon which the words head west were inscribed. Westward, pursue, Yu Guangrong declared as he discarded the paper and set off in that direction. The mountain of desolation loomed high, its crimson peaks piercing the clouds, while dark red lava surged forth amidst billowing black smoke, a thunderous roar echoing around, pressing down like a heavy weight. Scorching stones were thrust into the sky, only to plummet back down, leaving countless fiery trails in the smoky expanse. The mountain of desolation was a colossal volcano, erupting nearly every few days. Thick layers of volcanic ash had buried nearby villages, rendering the land a barren wasteland devoid of life. A tremendous roar resounded as fiery lava erupted, lightning-like tendrils encircling the smoke plumes from the volcanic crater, creating a terrifying spectacle as if the very air were ablaze. Chapter 104. The trap is set. We are being followed, Hu Guojun said, his expression darkening.
What did you say? Xing Yuhao asked, taken aback.
I detect a peculiar scent of canine musk, Hu Guojun replied, casting a glance at Xing Yuhao.
A scent of dog? If there were a dog nearby, I should be able to smell it, shouldn't I?
Huayu inquired, leaning closer. It is not the scent of an actual dog, but rather a distinctive, fetid aura associated with the essence of canines, Hu Guojun explained in a low voice.
Essence of canines? Who might that be? Yui Zhu asked.
I am not certain at this moment, Hu Guojun admitted. Let us ascend the mountain, he gestured towards the nearby Mount Fenji. As the group gazed at the billowing black smoke emanating from Mount Fenji, a sense of dread washed over them, and they hesitated. Summoning the power of his Shen Iron Sword spirit, Hu Guojun leapt into the air, soaring towards the mountain's peak. Gritting his teeth, Xing Yuhao transformed his silvery aura into a pair of shimmering wings, following Hu Guojun upwards. The others soon joined the two as they climbed towards the summit of Mount Fenji. Upon reaching the top, Hu Guojun stood atop the thick layer of volcanic ash, surveying the expansive volcanic plain below. His keen gaze quickly locked onto a disturbance in the distance. Ah, it is you two, Hu Guojun scoffed disdainfully once the others arrived. Hu Guojun summoned them to huddle closely for a whispered conversation. They exchanged knowing smiles before suddenly crouching near the volcano's mouth. Moments later, the Chang siblings appeared at the crater's edge. Cheng Zhouheng squinted into the seemingly bottomless abyss, retreating slightly from the intense heat emanating from it.
Did Hu Guojun and his companions actually jump in there to their doom? Cheng Zhaoming pondered aloud. Perhaps there is some mystery within the volcano?
Cheng Zhaoheng scratched his head in contemplation.
Quickly, notify Brother Yu. Cheng Zhaoming urged.
With a sharp whistle, a black messenger dove gracefully from afar, landing softly on Cheng Zhaoming's shoulder. At that moment, a dagger pressed against Cheng Zhaoming's throat, while a long spear found its mark at the nape of Cheng Zhaoheng's neck. Long time no see, Hu Guojun said with a smile. The group materialized like phantoms before the Chang siblings, leaving them utterly terrified. Let us keep this civil, Cheng Zhaoheng spoke softly.
Oh?
Hu Guojun placed a hand on Cheng Zhaoheng's slightly trembling shoulder.
Speak. Why were you following us?
Xing Yuhao prodded, nudging Cheng Zhaoheng with his ice pear blossom spear.
To be frank,
We have aligned ourselves with the demon spirit sect. If you dare lay a finger on Chang Zhaohong, you will regret it.
Chang Zhaohong declared, gritting his teeth. Ha ha ha, the demon spirit sect? Do you truly believe that will intimidate me, Hu Guojun? He laughed. Before his laughter faded, Hu Guojun approached Chang Zhaohong with a menacing expression. Chang Zhaohong turned pale, trembling as he stammered, what do you intend to do? Ignoring him, Hu Guojun launched forward, delivering a powerful kick. His silvery aura surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, striking Chang Zhaohong with the force of a white rainbow. With a muffled thud, Chang Zhaohong was sent hurtling into the depths of Mount Fenji, reduced to ash before he could even scream. Spare me! Chang Zhaoming cried, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground in anguish. Who instructed you to follow us? Speak the truth. Xing Yuhao commanded. It was Yu Guangrong, it was Yu Guangrong. Chang Zhaoming blurted out. By himself? Hu Guojun inquired. Accompanying Yu Guangrong was another formidable protector of the demon spirit sect named Duolan, Chang Zhaoming replied. Hu Guojun leaned down, whispering a few words into Chang Zhaoming's ear before stating solemnly, follow my instructions. Yes, yes. Chang Zhaoming nodded fervently. Chapter 105. The trap is set. The desolate expanse of Gobi stretches before me, where the solitary smoke rises straight, and the long river descends, forming a perfect circle. The blood-red sun tumbles and crashes into the depths of the burning Silence Mountain, where the volcano continues to murmur and roar. As the sun vanishes into the abyss of the mountain, an inky darkness blankets the land, enveloping it in an oppressive shroud. A pallid young girl stumbles across the vast wasteland, the fierce wind driving thick volcanic ash mercilessly against her frail body. Yuan Shan. Chang Zhaoming gritted her teeth. A magnificent silver mastiff emerged from behind her, its dense, silvery form shielding her from the tempest, as a silver aura surged around her, repelling the howling winds. Why have you returned alone? Duolan and Yu Guangrong appeared simultaneously, their voices low and somber. Chang Zhaoming trembled in fear and fell to her knees, weeping. Hu Guojun and the others discovered us. They killed my brother and instructed me to inform you that should you dare to pursue them, the sacred domain Fire Peak shall be your grave. The sacred domain Fire Peak? Duolan raised an eyebrow in confusion. Could it be that the sacred domain Fire Peak is directly linked to their mission? Yu Guangrong questioned, his face etched with skepticism. That makes sense, Duolan nodded. Aside from the sacred domain Fire Peak, there exists a vast expanse of bizarre basalt within the burning Silence Mountain, resembling an elderly man with a long beard, known as Zhu Rongrock, Yu Guangrong elaborated. What do you imply? Duolan inquired, turning towards Yu Guangrong. Hu Guojun claimed that the sacred domain Fire Peak is our burial ground, thus their true target may very well be Zhu Rongrock. By emphasizing the importance of the sacred domain Fire Peak, they likely aim to divert our attention, leading us astray to that erroneous location, a classic case of misdirection. Yu Guangrong pondered, his brow furrowed. Your reasoning is sound. We should set off immediately to intercept them at Zhu Rongrock. Duolan declared, clenching his fists. They did not mention Zhu Rongrock this time, Chang Zhaoming interjected. That further reinforces the accuracy of Guardian Yu's deduction, Duolan contemplated. The night is long and fraught with perils. Let us depart swiftly, Yu Guangrong urged, already summoning his shadow cat spirit. Zhaoming beseeches you both to avenge my brother, Chang Zhaoming implored, bowing deeply and knocking her head against the ground. Rest assured, Yu Guangrong replied with a gentle smile, his voice soothing. A colossal black feline shadow emerged from behind Chang Zhaoming, swiftly piercing through her chest. She felt a sudden chill in her heart as crimson blood gushed forth, her soul energy rapidly dissipating. Chang Zhaoming collapsed helplessly to the ground, her vacant eyes gazing into the pitch-black sky. Her breath ceased. What have you done? Duolan exclaimed, staring at Yu Guangrong in disbelief. She is of no further use to us, Yu Guangrong replied solemnly. Are you truly going to kill her? Duolan frowned, incredulous. The demon spirit sect does not harbor idlers, Yu Guangrong declared, soaring away into the distance. Duolan cast a regretful glance at the lifeless Chang Zhaoming before following suit. Meanwhile, Hu Guojun and the others had reached the summit of the sacred domain Fire Peak, gazing in awe at the bubbling magma within, instinctively inhaling sharply. Jump, Hu Guojun commanded. What did you say? Xing Yuhao regarded Hu Guojun with a look of incredulity. Jump, Hu Guojun repeated, his demeanor nonchalant. Have you lost your mind? Yu Yizhu frowned disapprovingly. With a wicked grin, Hu Guojun suddenly kicked Xing Yuhao squarely in the rear. With a stumble and a terrified scream, Xing Yuhao plunged into the magma, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 106, The Trap Unfolds. What are you doing?
Xing Yulu exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. You! Yu Yizhu gazed at Hu Guojun, her face etched with terror. Jump down, Hu Guojun instructed in a hushed tone. No sooner had Hu Guojun's words left his lips than he leapt into the molten lava below. Could it be that this lava conceals some hidden secret? Huayu pondered, stroking his chin. Then let us descend as well, Yu Yizhu declared, looking towards Xing Yulu and the others.
Indeed, Xing Yulu nodded in agreement.
With that, the trio successively plunged into the lava. At the very moment they made contact with the molten substance, they were engulfed by a wave of intense heat, yet it posed no threat to their lives. Their surroundings flashed crimson as they passed through the layer of lava atop the sacred domain's fire peak. In an instant, they found themselves tumbling into a narrow, pipe-like corridor, rapidly descending alongside the smooth, crimson rock walls. With a thunderous crash, the three hit the ground and scrambled to their feet, encountering the terrified visage of Xing Yuhao and the composed demeanor of Hu Guojun.
Goodness, we're actually unharmed.
Huayu chuckled, brushing the dust from his backside. At that moment, the trio was struck with awe by the scene before them. Before their eyes loomed four towering spires constructed of deep red bricks, encircling a castle formed from flowing lava. In the castle's heart stood a colossal black stone door, intricately engraved with ancient silver hieroglyphs.
The ancient deity Zhu Rong, Hu Guojun intoned gravely. The fire god, the deity Zhu Rong from antiquity?
Xing Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment.
This is not only the sacred hall of the ancient deity Zhu Rong. It is also the final resting place of Yu Guangrong. Hu Guojun laughed. What, is there some sort of mechanism here? Huayu inquired.
You shall find out shortly, Hu Guojun replied with a smile.
What is that? Xing Yulu pointed into the distance.
Following her gesture, the group beheld a gnarled, root-like structure composed of glassy material, piercing the clouds as if connecting heaven and earth.
What is this? Xing Yuhao asked.
This is the tree of the fire god, leading to Zhu Rong Rock, Hu Guojun explained.
How do you seem to know everything?
Huayu gazed at Hu Guojun with admiration. Ah, it's nothing extraordinary, Hu Guojun chuckled, scratching his head modestly. Meanwhile, on the surface, Yu Guangrong and Duolan had arrived at Zhu Rong Rock, standing before it in puzzled silence.
Weren't you the one who said their target was Zhu Rong Rock? Where are they? Duolan questioned. I'm not certain, Yu Guangrong replied, furrowing his brow.
Come, let us head to the sacred domain's fire peak, Duolan urged, pulling Yu Guangrong along.
Wait.
Yu Guangrong pointed towards Zhu Rong Rock. As he approached the rock, he crouched down to inspect its base. Come and see if this could be a passage, Yu Guangrong suggested.
Oh? Duolan followed suit. Zhu Rong Rock, as its name suggests, is a millennia-old monolith resembling the ancient deity Zhu Rong, its surface a reddish-brown hue. Beneath the rock, a trumpet-shaped, translucent red object captured their attention. Are you suggesting we enter through this trumpet opening? Duolan asked.
Yes, Yu Guangrong nodded affirmatively. Very well, Duolan conceded, habitually surveying the surroundings. Yu Guangrong leaped into the trumpet-shaped opening, with Duolan closely behind. The moment they plunged into the opening, they began to plummet rapidly. The walls on either side were composed of exceedingly smooth, orange-yellow translucent glass-like material, offering no means to slow their descent.
Are you certain this is the right way down? Duolan exclaimed in panic. I am not sure. Yu Guangrong cried out, desperately gripping the sides for dear life. Chapter 107. Now the old god Zhu Rong descend, if you dare. Yu Guangrong intently gazed into the mouth of the trumpet. Though our cultivation levels are commendable, are you confident in withstanding the searing magma?
Doran furrowed his brow. Yu Guangrong unfastened the water flask at his waist, twisting open the lid. He tilted the flask, water flowed gently from it, cascading into the trumpet's opening. The absence of steam indicated that the temperature below was relatively moderate. Yu Guangrong cast a sidelong glance at Doran and remarked, the temperature is not excessively high. Doran, contemplative, regarded Yu Guangrong and suggested, then let us descend. With that, he vaulted into the trumpet's mouth, vanishing from sight. Yu Guangrong wasted no time either, leaping in after him, disappearing into the void. Meanwhile, Hu Guojun and his companions navigated through a grove, which, aside from its fiery red foliage, bore no remarkable features. Shouldn't Zhu Rong be within the palace? Xing Yuhao questioned, perplexed. No, he ought to be there, Hu Guojun pointed toward the grove's end.
Following the direction of his finger, a vague red figure flickered with a dark crimson luminescence came into view. What is that? Huayu inquired. This grove is, in fact, the battlefield of the ancient war between gods and demons.
The Shu Rong clan was vanquished here by the trolls. Falling into this place, the divine fire essence created after the demise of the gods was absorbed by this forest. Hu Guojun spoke in a somber tone.
These leaves are scorching. Yui Zhu exclaimed in astonishment.
The ancient divine power absorbed by this grove will likely persist for millennia, rendering these leaves as hot as molten iron, Hu Guojun elucidated. You truly are a repository of knowledge, Hua Yu remarked, her face alight with admiration. As they conversed, they arrived at the grove's edge. Beholding the flickering luminescent sculpture, the uneven cracks on the statue bore the marks of time, and at its base, 2 lines of crooked hieroglyphs were inscribed. Hu Guojun approached, leaning down to scrutinize the inscriptions. The trolls attacked the Zhu Rong tribe, pillaging and committing atrocities. The fire god's wrath was invoked, and he resisted fiercely, yet tragically faced defeat, Hu Guojun translated word by word. At that moment, Hu Guojun's bracelet began to tremble violently, emitting a piercing buzzing sound as a golden beam shot toward the figure of the sculpture. Boom, boom, boom. The entire grove began to quake violently, fierce winds howling past, while the fiery red leaves spiraled into the air. It's on fire! Xing Yuhao cried out in terror. The group suddenly realized that a raging inferno had ignited around them, waves of scorching heat engulfing their surroundings. A column of red light surged upward. Amidst the dazzling flames, a towering figure gradually materialized. Is that the power of Quafu? The figure questioned. A robust elder with a deep red torso emerged, his flowing crimson hair billowing in the wind, ancient black totems adorning his body. His legs and lower body were enveloped in layers of flames, as if he were a specter hovering above the ground. This elder was none other than the primordial fire god, Zhu Rong. Who are you, that can decipher the script of my kin, and why do you bear the aura of the ancient gods? Zhu Rong spoke in a grave tone. Esteemed primordial fire god, may I request a moment of your time? Hu Guojun spoke softly, for there were matters he wished to keep from Xing Yuhao and the others. Speak, then, Zhu Rong replied, just as a colossal flame enveloped the two. I am the reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor, seeking your esteemed assistance. Hu Guojun bowed respectfully. The Heavenly Emperor? If my calculations are correct, you should be of the 3rd generation. Zhu Rong stroked his red beard thoughtfully. I am indeed the 3rd generation of the Heavenly Emperor, Hu Guojun replied quietly. The bracelet upon your wrist was bestowed upon you by Gonggong, was it not? Zhu Rong inquired solemnly. Indeed, it was entrusted to me by the esteemed Gonggong. Prior to meeting you, I had the honor of encountering both Gonggong and Quafu, Hu Guojun responded, bowing once more. Deep within, Hu Guojun harbored a lingering question regarding the ancient gods and the means by which they persisted in the world as manifestations of spiritual power. Yet, he could not find the words to articulate it. Just then Zhu Rong gazed at the bracelet on Hu Guojun's wrist, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Chapter 108 The Great Calamity Yet to be Averted. Hu Guojun and Zhu Rong engaged in a discourse concerning the myriad occurrences that transpired in the divine realm following the first war of gods and demons. Zhu Rong's perspective bore little distinction from that of Gonggong. He harbored skepticism about Hu Guojun's safe return to the divine realm. The pantheon of gods, bereft of a leader, was poised to establish a new sovereign during Hu Guojun's absence. The inexorable march of history continued unabated. The vast divine realm could function normally without any single individual. Hu Guojun was not oblivious to these realities, yet he believed that the divine lineage would be incapable of appointing a new deity in the years following his mutual demise with the demon emperor. He was well aware of the domestic affairs and trivialities of the divine clan. Why are these two still not emerging? Xing Yuhao furrowed his brow. This cursed place is unbearably hot. Hua Yu complained. One may traverse iron shoes in vain, yet the prize may come effortlessly. A chilling voice from Yu Guangrong suddenly echoed from behind, startling several individuals. Where is Hu Guojun? Duolan appeared shortly thereafter. What business is it of yours? Hua Yu retorted through gritted teeth. Then I shall pry your mouth open, Duolan replied in a low tone. A firefox wreathed in flames materialized behind Duolan, its brown eyes gleaming with a ferocious glint. Leave it to me, Xing Yuhao declared, summoning his primordial spirit to stand resolutely before the others. Duolan produced a dark red curved blade from her cloud bracelet, running her hand gently along its razor-sharp edge, and in an instant, she transformed into a streak of crimson shadow. Numerous red phantoms emerged simultaneously, weaving swiftly among Xing Yuhao and his companions. The firefox's primordial spirit emitted a fierce roar, its fur bristling as it unleashed a torrent of searing flames from its maw. What a display of empty theatrics! Hua Yu scoffed. Wait, she is depleting the air. Xing Yuhao murmured gravely. The flames expelled by the firefox seemed to trigger a peculiar reaction with the red phantoms, causing the oxygen content in the atmosphere to plummet precipitously.
Where has that woman gone?
Hua Yu cursed.
Rapid freeze.
Xing Yuhao brandished his ice-breaking pear-blossom spear and struck the ground with force. The earth around him froze instantaneously, the temperature plummeting, creating a violent reaction with the scorching air that generated vast clouds of steam. Amidst the white mist, a snow sculpture emerged with wings unfurled, compelling Duolan to reveal herself. Yuizhu drew her peach blossom thorn and lunged toward Duolan's throat. Duolan slashed horizontally with her blade, effortlessly sending Yuizhu sprawling. A streak of red flame swept forth, seemingly cleaving the very air asunder. Yuizhu had no opportunity to utter even a sound before she collapsed into unconsciousness.
Eizhu!
Xing Yulu exclaimed in alarm. The firefox's primordial spirit began to absorb the fiery elements from within the volcano, the searing gases rapidly converging upon it, causing its form to swell dramatically.
That is no fox. It is undeniably a lion.
Hua Yu exclaimed in a state of panic. The ice elemental primordial spirit was no match for such an environment. A direct confrontation was ill-advised. Xing Yuhao gritted his teeth.
She has lost consciousness, Xing Yulu whispered as she cradled Yuizhu.
At that moment, Yu Guangrong had yet to take action, leaving the group ensnared in dire straits.
Hu Guojun, if you do not emerge soon, we shall perish. Hua Yu lamented in desperation.
Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed from behind. The group turned in unison to behold Hu Guojun, who had summoned the Xin Tai sword spirit.
We have awaited your arrival, Duolan remarked coldly. How dare you, mere mortals, profane the divine majesty? In an instant, the entire volcano trembled, the ground fracturing as magma oozed forth. This bodes ill.
Yu Guangrong's face twitched as he muttered. Duolan, in a state of panic, realized the energy of the entire volcano was converging upon her primordial spirit.
Firefox, cease at once.
Duolan howled, yet, the situation had spiraled beyond her control. In a heartbeat, the firefox's spirit swelled into a massive red sphere, exploding violently, sending Duolan careening several meters away with a blood-curdling scream.
Yu Guangrong? Duolan's eyes widened in fury.
But Yu Guangrong had vanished without a trace. Duolan's eyes gradually lost their luster, and thus, she perished, swiftly and unexpectedly. Chapter 109 Insights into the Divine Realm. A crimson beam of light descended from the zenith, and a dazzling brilliance flashed by, causing Xing Yuhao and the others to collapse one after another. I am grateful for your assistance, esteemed elder, Hu Guojun said respectfully. The essence of my divine power has dissipated. I can only wield the fire element within this realm. The path of return, though arduous, can only be traversed by a true supreme of the divine lineage, who may once again stand proudly amidst the three realms. The voice of Zhu Rong echoed throughout the valley. I have one final request, esteemed elder, Hu Guojun stated.
What is it? Zhu Rong inquired.
It has come to my attention that the forbidden grounds of the old gods may provide a glimpse into my divine realm. Hu Guojun bowed deeply. If you wish to see, it is not impossible, but I fear that what you witness may be better left unseen, Zhu Rong replied solemnly. I am well aware that it is premature to speak of the time for my return. However, should I be granted a glimpse into the nature of the divine realm, it would be preferable to pursuing the elusive hope of that return, Hu Guojun asserted. When one plummets from the pinnacle of power to the depths of despair, an overwhelming emptiness engulfs the heart. Following the agony of losing everything, one may find themselves ensnared in the intoxicating reverie of the past, gradually succumbing to it, Zhu Rong remarked gravely. Nay, esteemed elder, I merely wish to observe whose dominion it currently is within the divine realm, Hu Guojun replied calmly. All the forbidden grounds of the old gods can indeed be referred to as the divine realm. To perceive it from here, one need only cultivate a tranquil heart, Zhu Rong said with a slight smile. Upon finishing his words, Zhu Rong transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing without a trace. A red gemstone prominently appeared in the bracelet held by Hu Guojun. Seated cross-legged, Hu Guojun gently closed his eyes. As a gentle stream of qi enveloped him, his soul seemed to be drawn away by an unseen force, soaring towards the heavens. Before him lay an aerial island, shimmering with golden light, where celestial steeds neighed, and two towering golden pillars reached skyward. On this island, palatial structures soared, draped in rainbow-hued clouds and suffused with ethereal essence, enveloping the magnificent celestial palace above. Beneath the azure firmament, a resplendent scene unfolded, with phoenix pavilions and dragon towers rising majestically, while splendid towers stretched for miles, adorned with vibrant silks. Ethereal maidens, clad in the heavenly armor of dragon guards, exuded the majesty of the divine lineage.
What a scene of harmony and revelry, Hu Guojun murmured. Come forth, my dear. Ha 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 ha.
A voice, tinged with near madness, rang out.
Who is this individual?
This man was none other than the current holder of supreme authority within the divine realm, the Holy King of Ascendance, Zhao Zuobin. The Holy King of Ascendance, with his flowing silver hair and a countenance as pale as parchment, tightly embraced Lei Baiyu, the daughter of Lei Shang, the great priestess of the divine lineage and Hu Guojun's fiancée during his reign as the celestial emperor.
Damn it, Zhao Zuobin!
Hu Guojun nearly spat blood in fury. Following the fall of the celestial emperor, what transpired within the divine realm remained a mystery to Hu Guojun. Had he known the truth, it is likely that his first act upon returning would be to eliminate Zhao Zuobin. After Hu Guojun's demise, the entire divine lineage was left leaderless. The four holy kings, Tianwu, Shura, and the divine maiden, were expected to select one among them to serve as regent over the divine lineage. However, in terms of standing, the Tianwu Holy King, Lu Hanyuan, had commanded the divine guards for a century, accumulating remarkable military achievements. The Shura Holy King, Guopang, known as the God of War, wielded a fearsome reputation, with his Shura demon hunt team instilling terror in the hearts of the demon clan. The divine maiden Holy King, Nie Chenran, guarded the forbidden grounds of the divine realm and was the de facto ruler of the stargazing pavilion. Compared to the Holy King of Ascendance, these three were far more suitable to assume the role of regent for the divine lineage. Zhao Zuobin, the Holy King of Ascendance, was merely a figure of the divine lineage, with some military accomplishments, yet he paled in comparison to his more illustrious counterparts. Chapter 110. The remarkable diplomat. What virtues or capabilities allowed the Holy King Chongtian to ascend to the throne of the regent of the divine clan? Beyond the four great holy kings, the divine clan possesses another indispensable force, which is the six great deities who wield the elemental divine powers of nature. These six great deities command the six elemental forces of water, fire, wood, earth, thunder, and plague. The candidates for these positions are the descendants of ancient gods such as Gonggong, Zhuyan, Quafu, and Shinnong. The legitimate lineage of the divine clan, known as the Holy Spirit clan, is composed of the Heavenly Emperor and the Holy Kings. During the ancient epoch of the Divine Demon Wars, the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor united the six clans to vanquish Qiyu. Following their victory, the Yanhuan lineage exploited the internal discord within the six clans to dismantle the alliance and instigated a civil war within the divine clan, seizing the position of legitimacy and subsequently renaming themselves the Holy Spirit clan. However, the so-called civil war had already determined a victor shortly after the defeat of Qiyu during the alliance of Buzhou Mountain, where the Yellow Emperor simultaneously defeated the Flame Emperor, establishing his core position. In the immediate aftermath of the Heavenly Emperor's demise, Holy King Chongtian sought out the deities of water and fire, promising the water deity Pengrui and the fire deity Lu Hang that should he assume control of the Nine Heavens divine palace and attain the regent's throne, he would grant them command over the six departments. To stabilize the tense situation among the other three holy kings, Chongtian employed a diplomatic approach. The goddess Holy King focused on safeguarding the sacred grounds of the divine clan, and given the absence of a precedent for a female regent, Chongtian did not include her in his plans.
Chongtian subsequently approached the two holy kings, Shura and Tianwu, asserting that they were the most suitable candidates for the regent's position, and suggested they transfer their troops into the four holy palaces to prevent any potential coup.
They fell for his ruse, quickly relocating their celestial soldiers to the vicinity of the four holy palaces, resulting in a tense standoff between Shura and Tianwu. Seizing the opportunity, Chongtian swiftly mobilized his forces to occupy the Nine Heavens divine palace. The water and fire departments instigated a coup, launching an assault on the heavenly altar located at the heart of the divine realm, resulting in the death of the high priest of the divine clan, Lei Shang. Following Chongtian's directives, the fire deity also abducted the heavenly emperor's fiancée, Lei Baiyu. On the day of the coup, the divine realm was engulfed in flames, and corpses littered the ground. The remaining four departments descended into chaos, with the wood department led by Chu Hanyan, the earth department by Chai Zhanwen, the thunder department by Jia Ying, and the plague department by Xia Hoyao rushing to the heavenly altar. The water deity, meanwhile, disseminated false information to the other four deities, claiming that a conflict had erupted between the two holy kings, Shura and Tianwu, over the throne. In the wake of this revelation, the other four departments adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Chongtian coerced Lei Baiyu into issuing an edict in the name of the heavenly emperor, proclaiming Chongtian as the regent. Just as Shura and Tianwu were embroiled in a fierce conflict incited by Chongtian, he cunningly leveraged the situation to ascend as the regent of the divine clan by employing the tactic of taking the emperor's wife to command the lords. Simultaneously, he utilized the six departments to eliminate the heavenly emperor's trusted minister, Lei Shang, thereby seizing control over the narrative within the divine clan's priest hall. Consequently, Shura and Tianwu's relationship was irreparably damaged, and the two most formidable departments, water and fire, fell firmly under Chongtian's control, becoming his instruments in ruling the divine realm. Should another civil war erupt in the divine clan following the heavenly emperor's demise, it could lead to their annihilation. By employing such tactics to seize power, the other deities were deterred from staging another coup to covet the regent's position. After all, the turmoil within the divine clan was precisely what the demon clan desired. At this moment, Hu Guojun remained unaware of these developments. For the foreseeable future, Holy King Chongtian Zhaozuobin would continue to wield the highest authority in the divine realm. Upon his return, Hu Guojun's foremost task would undoubtedly be to eliminate Chongtian and his supporters in order to reclaim the grand position within the divine clan. Chapter 111 Dire news. Hu Guojun suddenly opened his eyes, suppressing his fury as he rose to his feet. At that moment, Xing Yuhao and the others also groggily stood up. What is happening? Why did I faint? Hua Yu said. Bewildered, Yizhu has been injured. Xing Yulu frowned as she held onto Yizhu. We must leave this place at once and seek a medical clinic in the city to treat Yizhu's wounds, Hu Guojun urged. The group hastily departed from the burning Silence Mountain, heading towards the direction of Zunmo City. According to the map, before reaching Zunmo City, we will pass through a place known as Holy Physician City and traverse a vast forest, Xing Yulu remarked while studying the map. After an indeterminate period, a tall city wall, covered in moss, came into view. We have arrived, Hu Guojun observed the imposing wall upon entering the city. A strong scent of herbs wafted through the air. Look over there, Xing Yuhao gestured. The immortal chamber. Hu Guojun raised an eyebrow and murmured, this appears to be the largest sect of pharmacists in the entire Zhangyan dynasty, Xing Yulu exclaimed excitedly. Hu Guojun picked up the unconscious Yu Yizhu and strode into the immortal chamber. Upon entering, a rich aroma of elixirs greeted them, and a copper furnace in the center of the room emitted a purple-red flame. Where is the pharmacist? Hu Guojun called out. What is the matter, sir? A young boy clad in white emerged from behind the entrance. My wife has suffered severe injuries. I implore your master to provide treatment, Hu Guojun said. The boy glanced at the unconscious Yu Yizhu and gestured for Hu Guojun to place her on the bed. An elderly man, with hair as white as snow yet a youthful visage, slowly descended from the second floor, his dragon-headed cane polished to a brilliant shine. Pharmacist, I beg you to save her. Xing Yulu stepped forward. The old man nodded slightly, examined Yu Yizhu's pulse, furrowed his brow, and spoke in a low voice. I can assure her safety with my intervention, but her dantian has been shattered by a powerful force, and she may never be able to cultivate again. Are you saying her martial abilities are completely ruined? Hu Guojun and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Essentially, yes. The old man shook his head. The old man looked towards the copper furnace, extended his hand, and pulled to the side, causing a stream of white energy to open the furnace door, from which two glossy black elixirs soared into his hand. Have her take these. She should regain consciousness within half an hour, the old man instructed. Is there no other way to preserve her martial abilities? Hu Guojun asked anxiously. We must understand that the path ahead will only grow more arduous. Without martial skills, Yu Yizhu cannot accompany us. There is a method, though it is theoretically impractical. The old man stroked his beard. Please, do share. Hu Guojun's eyes lit up. We would require the root of the Millennium Dragon Scale Flower, to extract its essence, combined with advanced elixirs that can regulate the meridians, which may restore her powers, the old man stated solemnly. What is the Dragon Scale Flower? Hu Guojun naturally knew of it. Within the divine realm, this flower grows like wild grass, plentiful and ancient, each flower being at least 5,000 to 10,000 years old. However, this pale yellow flower, with petals resembling dragon scales, has become exceedingly rare due to its extremely harsh growing conditions. The forest ahead should have some, Hu Guojun mused quietly. The old man's face twitched, and his eyes widened. Do not entertain thoughts of that dense forest. Throughout history, no one has ever emerged alive from it. Is that so? Hu Guojun responded. There are rumors that all precious and even exotic medicinal materials of the central region exist within that forest. Countless pharmacists have sought to explore it, including my master, yet none have returned. The old man shook his head. That forest may very well be the forbidden territory of Shinon, Hu Guojun contemplated inwardly. Chapter 112 of the first encounter with Shinon. I shall go alone, Hu Guojun declared to the others. The apothecary mentioned that the forest is fraught with peril. Our presence would only serve to burden you further, Xing Yulu interjected. There is no need for assistance. My woman is my responsibility, and I will rescue her myself, Hu Guojun asserted with unwavering resolve. In truth, encountering Shinon was far more significant to the Heavenly Emperor than restoring the powers of Yizhu. Having prepared his gear, Hu Guojun summoned a magnificent steed from his beast-taming pouch and galloped toward the enigmatic forest. The sacred medicine city was not particularly vast, and he swiftly traversed its borders, arriving at the edge of the ancient and mysterious woodland. Towering millennia-old trees loomed densely, their gnarled roots protruding from the earth like the tentacles of a colossal octopus, creating an eerie spectacle. Most astonishingly, vines entwined the branches, while beneath, layers of decaying leaves accumulated over centuries. As he approached the forest, the scent of withered branches and foliage assailed his senses. Without hesitation, Hu Guojun stepped into the realm of the unknown. The moment he entered, he was enveloped by an oppressive darkness, the canopy above allowing scarcely any light to penetrate through the thick foliage. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves beneath his feet and the scurrying of small creatures in the underbrush. He pressed onward, swiftly delving deeper into the forest's embrace. Suddenly, a shaft of sunlight broke through, and Hu Guojun found himself awestruck by the transformation before him. The oppressive darkness had dissipated, revealing a vibrant tableau. A crystal-clear stream emerged, accompanied by a plethora of wildflowers, while swarms of butterflies and bees busily gathered nectar and pollen. "A step in hell, a step in paradise," Hu Guojun murmured, captivated. His gaze fell upon several delicate yellow flowers ahead, and as he plucked one, the surrounding trees began to tremble violently. The vines overhead recoiled, weaving into an immense net that obscured the sky. Humans dare to enter the sacred domain of the old gods. A colossal pine tree approached him, its trunk adorned with a pair of sapphire blue eyes and formidable claws fashioned from twisted branches. "This is the guardian spirit of the ancient gods,"
Hu Guojun exclaimed in astonishment.
"Those apothecaries must have met their demise at its hands. Fighting would be futile." Summoning his sword spirit, Hu Guojun levitated into the air, rolled up his sleeves, and unleashed 3 beams of light from the bracelet on his wrist. The power of the old gods. To his astonishment, the tree spoke. As it finished, the massive pine toppled with a thunderous crash, transforming into countless green particles upon falling. These particles swirled and coalesced, shooting forth emerald beams in all directions, while the center ignited with green flames. The spiritual energy of the entire forest began to converge here. "You have awakened me," an elderly voice resonated. Junior pays his respects to Senior Shinon. Hu Guojun bowed deeply. A fleeting green shadow passed, revealing an elder with bronze skin, bare from the waist up, clad in a skirt of grass. Though he appeared quite ordinary, the soul energy radiating from him was formidable. "Are you a descendant of the Holy Spirit clan?" the elder inquired. "I am the 3rd-generation Heavenly Emperor, reborn in this youth's body after perishing in the war against the demon clan," Hu Guojun replied respectfully. "Were it not for the divine aura you possess, I would not allow you to walk here alive," Shinon chuckled. "Then why may I not touch this dragon scale flower?" Hu Guojun asked. "Why should I grant you my possession?" Shinon scoffed. Chapter 113 Letting go of the mortal world. "You are not an ordinary being, why must you immerse yourself in the mundane?" Shinon spoke in a low tone. However, Hu Guojun was momentarily at a loss for words. "The body you inhabit is itself a rather mediocre vessel of humanity, yet you have transformed it into something extraordinary. This is, in itself, a stroke of fortune for you, Hu Guojun," Shinon remarked with indifference. "Do not forget, you are the grandson of the Emperor's tyrant, a descendant of the Sacred Spirit clan, not merely the young master of the Hu family. Ultimately, these mortals will drift away from you. Your time is running short," Shinon cautioned. Hu Guojun was taken aback, as if his very soul had been suddenly wrenched from him, recalling the scene of the sacred King Chong Tian seizing his fiancée. "I am not Hu Guojun. I am the Emperor's decimator," he proclaimed. "For that girl, the loss of her martial prowess is not necessarily a misfortune. For her, having reached this point, to stand tall among the 4 great families of the sacred capital leaves her with no regrets," Shinon countered with a shake of his head. "Would symbolizes vitality and life? The lineage of Shinon possesses a life force of insight that other ancient deities lack, enabling Shinon to discern the past between Hu Guojun and Yuizhu. Human desire is akin to a boulder on a lofty mountain. Once it begins to roll, it becomes an endless torrent," Shinon elaborated. "Is this the reason why you prohibit anyone from entering this forest?" Hu Guojun inquired. "The entities residing within this forest possess the power to heal all ailments of the spirit realm. However, once a single individual extracts a precious plant from this sanctuary, countless others will tread upon this sacred ground. Yet, how many of those who enter this forest truly seek to save others?" Shinon stated coldly. "Senior, I understand now," Hu Guojun replied respectfully. Shinon extended his right hand, and a pulsating green orb of light appeared at the center of his palm. The orb leaped twice before transforming into a green gemstone. "Present your bracelet," Shinon instructed. Hu Guojun promptly handed over the bracelet. Shinon received the bracelet and gently pressed the green gemstone into the vacant space beside the red stone. The moment the gemstone made contact with the bracelet, it emitted rays of 4 colors, and the once dull bracelet instantly gleamed with brilliance. "Why did the great god Gongang bestow this bracelet upon me?" Hu Guojun asked. "This bracelet signifies the recognition of you by the 6 ancient deities, and it is more so a covenant made long ago between the Flame Emperor and us. As for other secrets, I cannot reveal them to you just yet. The final ancestor will unveil all mysteries to you," Shinon replied. "I am unaware of the whereabouts of the ancestors of the Ghost Plague and the 5 Thunder Clans. I humbly request your guidance," Hu Guojun bowed. "The domain of that rascal from the Ghost Plague lies within," Shinon pointed towards the depths of the forest. "Is the elder of the Ghost Plague within?" Hu Guojun asked, taken aback. "I sense that you do not wish to encounter him," Shinon chuckled unexpectedly. From a young age, Hu Guojun had heard tales of the great god of ghost plague. The nature of this deity was evident from the clan's name. Among the 6 ancient deities, he alone had named his clan after himself, revealing his narcissism. After bidding farewell to Shen Nong, Hu Guojun ventured deeper into the forest. As he entered the heart of the woods, he was met with an oppressive darkness and the terrifying sounds of insects.
What distinguishes this place from the realm of demons? Hu Guojun furrowed his brow.
Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a foul stench.
Miasma?
Hu Guojun exclaimed. To his astonishment, he found himself enveloped in a forest of miasma. Before he could finish speaking, he realized that his legs felt as if they had been filled with lead, rendering him unable to move. The ground beneath him had transformed into a swamp. Enormous spiders and centipedes swarmed towards Hu Guojun. He summoned his sword spirit, which emitted golden rays, shattering the poisonous insects. However, his body began to sink rapidly. The swamp seemed to cling tightly to his legs, and no amount of effort could free him. The mire had risen to his chest. Chapter 114. The Seventh Order Monster. The immense pressure rendered Hu Guojun breathless, his body continuing to sink until the mire completely engulfed him. To his astonishment, beneath the swamp lay a dark river, its frigid currents violently sweeping him towards its depths. Surrounding him was a quintessential karst landscape, the cavern adorned with stalactites of various geological epochs, glistening with a crystalline clarity, pure and immaculate, resembling a cascade of the Milky Way spilling from the night sky, shimmering with a diamond-like brilliance. Soaked to the skin, Hu Guojun was battered against the riverbank by the relentless flow. Before him emerged a vast lake, its surface seemingly coated with a thin layer of frost. Bubbles rose from the mist-shrouded waters, which churned violently as if boiling. The lake overflowed its banks, and a colossal lizard suddenly appeared before Hu Guojun. The immense surge of primal energy caused the entire cavern to tremble violently, stones from the ceiling crashing down, prompting Hu Guojun to evade swiftly.
Could it be that Shen Nong so readily bestowed upon me a gem with the intent of ending my life here? Hu Guojun mused anxiously. The forbidden domain of the divine clan forbids entry to anyone.
To his utter disbelief, the gigantic lizard spoke. Hu Guojun's mind erupted in chaos. A blank void. It spoke. It actually spoke. Damn it, a seventh order. He stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The most formidable beasts of the spirit realm were limited to the 7th tier. Such creatures possess strength comparable to that of Yun Qingyi and Lu Sanjin. Furrowing his brow, Hu Guojun contemplated the enormity of the creature before him, half submerged in the lake, which was rapidly spilling over its banks. One could only imagine its true size. The lizard's head bore a resemblance to that of a dragon, its silver scales shimmering, while its dark yellow eyes darted restlessly, and its forked tongue incessantly flicked at its lips. Damn it, I might just become lizard dung today, Hu Guojun cursed. The lizard let out a derisive chuckle, raising its massive claw, its 4 side-like talons descending towards him. Hu Guojun summoned the mystic iron sword soul, expelling chi from his body and forcefully pushing forward, retreating swiftly. In an instant, 4 large craters appeared before him. I may falter countless times, but you shall only falter once. The lizard sneered. No sooner had it spoken than another claw struck down. Hu Guojun executed a flickering step, slipping through the gaps between the lizard's talons. As he passed through, the mystic iron sword soul behind him swelled, golden chi swirling and coalescing into a massive golden sword energy, crashing down upon the lizard. The moment the sword energy made contact with the lizard's forehead, it detonated, scattering golden chi accompanied by a fierce gale. Is that all? The lizard scratched its head, disdain evident in its tone. With a low growl, the lizard caused the lake to surge, tumultuous waves rising to dozens of meters, crashing towards Hu Guojun like a mountain. There is that much water in this lake? Hu Guojun was rendered dumbfounded. He screamed in agony as the monstrous wave hurled him against the rock wall, shattering the sword soul. The lizard slowly emerged from the lake, stretching an astonishing 40 meters in length. Its forked tongue, dripping with putrid slime, extended from its mouth, emanating an indescribable stench as it provocatively licked Hu Guojun's body. A gentleman may be slain but cannot be humiliated. Hu Guojun exclaimed defiantly. The lizard emitted a strange rumbling sound, roaring, "Hey, time for a bath, your mouth smells like a cesspit, how dare you lecture me?" Hu Guojun retorted angrily. Enough of this, an eerie voice echoed from an indeterminate source. Chapter 115. Serenity. Hu Guojun's body trembled as he abruptly raised his head. "Are you the esteemed ghost plague?" he uttered feebly. An old man clad in dark garments, with skin the color of deep blue, floated effortlessly in the air, his form enveloped in an eerie blue flame. "If I had not emerged in time, my little pet would have turned you into a delightful snack," the old man intoned in a deep voice. "Thank you for your timely rescue, esteemed elder," Hu Guojun replied, clasping his fists in gratitude. With that, he cast a disapproving glance at the colossal lizard. The giant lizard, seemingly resigned, licked its lips and began to retreat slowly into the lake. How could a 7th-tier beast manifest in this place? Hu Guojun inquired, perplexed. My soul's power exists here in the form of miasma. Many toxic creatures, upon sensing my soul's strength, experience a rapid amplification of their beastly essence. This giant lizard is among the elite of the beasts, having evolved over a millennium to attain the 7th tier, a feat greatly aided by my formidable soul power, the Ghost Plague declared with pride.
This miasma forest is a manifestation of your soul's power? Hu Guojun questioned. I have long since perished, my divine essence transformed into this miasma forest.
I rely on this realm to sustain my soul's existence, the Ghost Plague stroked his beard thoughtfully.
Esteemed elder, do you know the true purpose of this bracelet?
Hu Guojun asked, producing the bracelet from his possession. That, my dear boy, is not something you are yet ready to comprehend. I can tell you, however, that you will ultimately unravel the mystery of this bracelet in the Valley of Five Thunder, provided you have the fortune to arrive there, the Ghost Plague replied with a mischievous grin.
Why does everyone insist on keeping me in suspense?
Hu Guojun thought to himself, inwardly frustrated. Elder, I humbly request that you bestow upon me the gem from the Plague Department. Hu Guojun bowed respectfully. I can grant you this, but it shall not be so easily obtained. The Ghost Plague's voice trailed off as a curtain of shadowy mist surged toward Hu Guojun, flames of fierce blue erupting from the elder's form. Come and take it yourself, he laughed amidst the swirling darkness. Hu Guojun summoned his golden sword soul, attempting to penetrate the dense black fog, yet the golden beams emitted by the sword soul were entirely absorbed by the miasma. Within the obscured depths, he discerned dark purple gems darting about, whizzing past his ears like fleeting phantoms. Growing increasingly agitated, Hu Guojun felt his composure unraveling. After so many years without encountering a living soul, I suppose I shall entertain myself with you for a while. Ha, the Ghost Plague cackled madly. No wonder the demon god of the Xiahou family is so deranged, he must have inherited it, Hu Guojun cursed inwardly. Realizing the feeble light of the sword soul was of no use, he retracted it and summoned forth his golden doll spirit. The golden doll lazily appeared behind Hu Guojun, yawning before succumbing to a fit of coughs as the miasma choked the air. Hu Guojun was taken aback by the sheer number of gems surrounding him, their movements frenetic and erratic. With a roar of fury, he expelled all his chi, enveloping himself in a golden aura. Steadying his mind, he focused on the swiftly moving dark purple gems, and in an instant, he felt as though he had transcended into another realm. Hu Guojun harnessed his chi, seeking to resonate with the soul energy present in this space. He sat cross-legged, closing his eyes as the cacophony around him faded into silence. Suddenly, he was drawn into a vast purple sea of souls. At the center of this ethereal expanse floated a gem radiating a shimmering purple light, surrounded by flickering motes of soul energy.
Child, the road ahead is long.
With a heart consumed by vengeance, you may find it impossible to return to the divine realm, the Ghost Plague's voice echoed ominously.
Concerning matters of the divine realm, Shinnong has long perceived the truths. Do not allow your fury to cloud your judgment. As the sovereign of the gods, how can you allow your composure to shatter over issues of a woman? The Ghost Plague admonished solemnly. Hu Guojun realized that the Ghost Plague's reference to the divine realm pertained to the sacred king's usurpation of Lei Baiyu. Chapter 116, the edge of the soul-severing cliff. Hu Guojun stood frozen like a statue, as if thousands of ants had invaded his mind and entrails through every orifice, a searing pain coursing through every nerve in his body, akin to the torment of 100 ants gnawing at his heart. Your Majesty, save me! A heart-wrenching wail from a woman pierced the depths of Hu Guojun's soul. At that moment, the cave began to tremble violently, the soul power of the ghostly plague igniting with fervor, as a thick black-purple mist began to spread ominously. As the mist enveloped him, the sensation of pain intensified, and a surge of heat erupted from his chest, causing him to expel a mouthful of blood. Hu Guojun's eyes rolled back, his face contorting, before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In the divine realm, at the soul-severing cliff, which plunged into an unfathomable abyss and was said to connect to the land of chaos, the north bordered the divine abodes of the 6 great deities, while the south led to the Phoenix and Luan Square of the Divine Clan, a venue for the celestial emperor's succession rituals. Lei Baiyu, clad in a tattered silk gown, lay helplessly on the ground, her white divine power gradually dissipating. Standing imperiously before the golden armored guards of the Divine Clan was Chong Tian, adorned in a silver dragon cape and a white battle robe. The sound of heavy footsteps approached, accompanied by the metallic clang of weaponry against the earth. As Chong Tian slowly turned his head, the fire deity, gripping the divine weapon Xian Niao in one hand and the severed head of the high priest Lei Shang in the other, advanced. Father! Father! Lei Baiyu lunged frantically towards the fire deity. In response, the fire deity raised Xian Niao with his left hand, conjuring a blazing barrier of crimson flames around them. As his gaze swept across, the fiery shield unleashed a torrent of scorching heat, sending Lei Baiyu crashing to the ground. The moment Lei Baiyu struck the earth, a red energy vortex erupted beneath her, lifting her up, sparing her from any injury. I merely seek to procure some benefits for the Zhu Rong clan. I hope the Empress does not take offense, the fire deity intoned gravely. However, I also hope you will fulfill your prior promise, he added, casting a glance at Chong Tian, the Holy King.
Fear not, Chong Tian replied with a sly smile, patting the fire deity on the shoulder. Our faction has accomplished the designated combat mission.
I take my leave.
With those words, the fire deity departed, casting a fleeting glance at the tear-streaked Lei Baiyu, who appeared as if bereft of life, before frowning and hastily exiting the soul-severing cliff. Chong Tian approached Lei Baiyu step by step, extending his hand. In that instant, a surge of powerful silver divine energy erupted, drawing her into his embrace. Lei Baiyu remained motionless, her eyes fixed on Chong Tian, filled with a mix of sorrow and fury, as if she could tear a piece of flesh from him with her gaze alone.
Why do you not resist?
Though Chong Tian had never been a paragon of virtue, he could not help but feel a flicker of doubt at that moment.
Because when His Majesty returns, he will surely slay you, you treacherous dog.
Lei Baiyu spat each word with venom.
Chong Tian regarded her bloodshot eyes with disdain, retorting, once one falls into the abyss, there is no return.
Ordinary souls cannot return, but he can, Lei Baiyu insisted, her gaze unwavering upon Chong Tian. When he returns, it will be your demise, Chong Tian, she declared, clutching the collar of his silk robe.
Abandon all your delusions.
From tomorrow onward, no, from this very moment, I am the Celestial Emperor, Chong Tian proclaimed loudly to the golden armored guards before him. Two priests of the divine clan, clad in purple ceremonial robes, approached, bearing the divine dragon seal that symbolized the Celestial Emperor's authority, making their way towards the soul-severing cliff. Chong Tian positioned Lei Baiyu before the observation platform, raising his right hand to the heavens. From the sky, two colossal white dragons spiraled down, transforming into a gleaming silver sword that materialized in Chong Tian's grasp. He used the sword to slice through the yellow silk draping the dragon seal, revealing an amber seal inscribed with the prominent character Sha.
Emperor Sha, this is the Celestial Emperor's true name. Commence! Chong Tian exclaimed, gripping the sacred sword tightly. The priests gradually tilted their trays, allowing the Sha character dragon seal to slip slowly, plummeting into the unfathomable abyss. Chapter 117. The coronation ceremony. Is this the divine insight of Shinon?
Hu Guojun's body lies in slumber, yet his soul seems to have been drawn into a fragment of the past, restored by the power of souls. The Holy King of Chongtian gazes at the Haizi dragon seal, which has plummeted into the abyss of lost souls, a faint smile gracing his lips as he turns to the priests, declaring, the coronation ceremony shall commence today.
The two priests nod slightly and retreat.
Before the Phoenix in Luan Square, golden light cascades in myriad streams, while crimson rainbows swirl and auspicious purple mists rise. The three great holy kings of the Shura heavenly martial deities stand solemnly, their faces ashen. The expressions of the six divine beings representing the water, fire, wood, earth, thunder, and plague departments vary greatly. Hundreds of ceremonial officials, donned in resplendent red robes and wielding glazed tablets, stand at the cardinal points. 99 heavenly steeds neigh on the southeastern flanks, while 8 majestic golden-toothed elephants stand sentinel to the north and south. A cough from the heavenly martial king shatters the silence of the square.
Have we truly resigned ourselves to this?
The Shura holy king clenches his fists, casting a resentful glance at the distant spectacle, gritting his teeth in frustration. When you two were engaged in a life and death struggle, did you ever foresee such an outcome? The divine maiden holy king retorts coldly. Then why did you not mobilize your forces? The Shura holy king counters. The divine maiden holy king shoots a glance at Shura, stating, why should I take up arms? The throne of the heavenly emperor is of no concern to me. Even the fiancée of the emperor Sha is in Chongtian's hands.
If we both suffer, who can guarantee that the demon race will not encroach upon our territory? The heavenly martial king speaks in a low tone. How can the throne of the heavenly emperor fall into the hands of the Zhao family?
The Zhao family has been treacherous and cunning since ancient times, with no semblance of the divine lineage. The god of plague, Xiao Yao, wears a puzzled expression.
What does it matter whose hands it falls into?
It has no bearing on our marginalized clan. The god of earth, Chai Zhangwen, sighs. The divine realm will continue to turn regardless of who is missing. We must simply attend to our own clan. The god of thunder, Jiang, muses, toying with the crackling currents of electricity in his hands. I fear someone has plotted for their own gain in this affair. The god of wood, Xu Hanyan, states coldly. As her words hang in the air, the water and fire gods suddenly feel a chill run down their spines, awkwardly clearing their throats. A thin, unattractive figure from the divine race, clad in the robes of the high priest, emerges in the center of the square, holding aloft a pristine new dragon seal, upon which is etched a grand character Ozhao.
Isn't this Zhao Zuobin's younger brother, Zhao Zuisher? How can his character qualify him as our high priest?
The collective gasp from those present reverberates through the air as Zhao Zuisher places the dragon seal upon a golden table, previously erected in the square, and draws forth a golden scroll from his sleeve, slowly unfurling it. With each word, he proclaims, the Emperor Sha has long fallen into the void, the divine race cannot be without a leader for a single day. Holy King Chongtian has presided over the divine realm for many years, overseeing both grand and trivial matters. With the fall of the Emperor, the foundation of our race remains unshaken, and the demon race dares not invade. Today, Chongtian wishes to ascend to the throne of the late Emperor Sha, renaming the era to Xingzhou, and to lead the 3 holy kings and the 6 departments. We humbly welcome the ascension of the new emperor. The gathered divine beings kneel in reverence, their voices rising like a tidal wave. Clearly, these divine beings had been orchestrated by Chongtian in advance. At this moment, the water and fire gods step forward, kneeling on one knee, proclaiming, the water and fire departments are at your command, your majesty. With the most formidable water and fire departments thus submitting, the beleaguered thunder and plague gods exchange glances. The thunder and plague departments are also at your command, they declare, kneeling in unison. Chai Zhangwen, the god of earth, forces a bitter smile, glancing at Chu Hanyan, and kneels, stating, the earth department is at your command, your majesty. Chu Hanyan sighs in resignation, following suit, the wood department is at your command. The 3 holy kings wear expressions of profound displeasure, yet the die has been cast. They too kneel, gritting their teeth, we shall exert every effort to ensure the safety of our clan. Ha 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 ha. A white-clad elder bursts forth from the kneeling throng, laughing maniacally. Chongtian furrows his brow, inquiring, who is this man? This is the imperial seal official, Sun Zhao, someone behind Chongtian replies. I laugh at these 3 holy kings, who consider themselves to possess boundless power, yet today openly kneel before this traitorous usurper. I mock these 6 divine beings, what face do you have to present to your ancestors? Sun Zhao rebukes furiously. I shall ascend as emperor, and what can you do about it? Chongtian grins wickedly. I am willing to die to express my resolve. Sun Zhao retorts angrily. With a roar, Sun Zhao unleashes a burst of bright yellow divine power, transforming into a beam of yellow light that crashes into the dragon seal. A muffled thud resounds as the seal shatters, sending Zhao's wisher flying several meters away. The god of water rushes forward, horrified to find Sun Zhao with a cracked skull and brain matter splattered. As Zhao's wisher rolls his eyes, kicking feebly, before succumbing to death. Chongtian's countenance darkens to an extreme, realizing that today's coronation ceremony must be hastily concluded. Sun Zhao's act of defiance, met with the binding power of the soul, leaves Hu Guojun helplessly pounding against the invisible barrier before him, struggling against the memories he most wishes to avoid. With a thunderous crash, everything vanishes from his sight, and Hu Guojun suddenly awakens to find the malevolent grin of Gue Wen before him. Boy, are you not furious? Gue Wen taunts with a sinister smile. It seems he has barely been the regent for 2 days before taking the throne of the new heavenly emperor. Hu Guojun replies darkly. What difference does it make whether he is the regent or the heavenly emperor when the divine realm is in such disarray? Gue Wen queries with a smirk. If he were to remain regent a little longer, I might even consider leaving him intact. But one day, I will ensure he is left with nothing but ash. Hu Guojun's eyes widen with fury. Chapter 118 Return to reality. Hu Guojun abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up with a start, his vision shrouded in a haze, and a weight like a stone pressing upon his chest. What's wrong? Are you feeling indignant? Gue Wen asked with a sinister grin. Ha, the scenes I have witnessed today will only fortify my resolve to return to the divine realm. One day, I shall certainly reclaim my place. I will honor loyal ministers like Lei Shang and Sun Zhao with the blood of Zhao Zuobin, Hu Guojun declared. Ah! Gue Wen's soul trembled, collapsing to the ground. Senior? Hu Guojun exclaimed in astonishment as he stood. I have expended far too much of my soul's power to allow you to witness the memories of the time when Chongtian became regent. I merely wish for you to understand that there are still steadfast individuals willing to defend the sanctity of the Holy Spirit clan. For countless years, I have never bowed to your imperial family, nor to your Holy Spirit lineage. However, I am aware that in the present divine realm, only you can uphold the glory of the divine race, and only you can maintain the tenuous alliance of the 7 clans, Gue Wen asserted through clenched teeth as he lay on the ground. A dark purple soul energy surged forth from Gue Wen, swiftly dissipating. The cave began to tremble violently, and numerous venomous insects split open, emitting wisps of white smoke and a foul stench. At that moment, the lake began to boil, and the massive head of a 7th-tier lizard emerged, displaying a look of utter panic. Master, the lizard cried out. Senior, what has happened to you? Hu Guojun dodged falling rocks from above. Take this and leave quickly. Gue Wen shouted. Reaching into his chest, Gue Wen retrieved a purple gem and hurled it towards Hu Guojun. The bracelet on Hu Guojun's wrist shot forth, absorbing the gem into its 5th gap. Exit from here and head north.
Your companions will await you beneath a poplar tree.
Guewon bellowed. With that, Guewon glanced at the Lizard King, who understood and spat out a mass of green slime, blasting a hole in one end of the cave.
Guewon, weakened, murmured, "North, Wule," before vanishing into a wisp of black smoke. At that moment, the cave was inundated with falling rocks, poised to collapse. Hu Guojun had no time for further contemplation as he transformed into a beam of golden light and rushed through the opening. Upon emerging from the cave, Hu Guojun was met with an overwhelming darkness, and upon surveying his surroundings, he found himself on a narrow path flanked by towering trees. Summoning his sword spirit, Hu Guojun soared northward along the path. Time passed, and the road widened, revealing a towering poplar tree with a trunk as wide as a bowl, and meshed within a colossal net woven from green soul energy were Xing Yuhao, Xing Yulu, and Huayu. "Stop looking! Help us!" Huayu cried out in distress. "What has happened to you?" Hu Guojun asked, bewildered.
"We have no idea why we suddenly lost consciousness. We opened our eyes and found ourselves here," Xing Yulu replied helplessly.
"Quit the chatter and get us out. My back is about to break."
Xing Yuhao grimaced, clutching his waist. With a swift motion, Hu Guojun waved his hand, and the black iron sword spirit sliced through the net, freeing the group, who tumbled to the ground as the net transformed into dozens of fluttering butterflies. "This must be the handiwork of the esteemed Shinon," Hu Guojun remarked with a chuckle.
"Where shall we go from here?" Huayu inquired. Hu Guojun pointed northward. "That way. What lies ahead?"
Huayu looked toward the north, where a serpentine path seemed to stretch to the horizon. "The legendary Wule Valley of the Thunder Clan," Hu Guojun pronounced with emphasis. "I have harbored a dream since childhood to wield the power to command thunder," Huayu suddenly expressed with enthusiasm. "You better be careful not to soil your pants in fright when the thunder roars," Xing Yuhao teased.
You. Huayu retorted, grabbing Xing Yuhao by his collar.
The group shared laughter as they embarked on their new journey. In the distance, a figure cloaked in black emerged like a specter, slowly removing the black veil from his face, murmuring, "Wule Valley." This man was none other than Yu Guangrong, who had previously managed to escape disaster. Chapter 119 A Retribution. The group hastened their steeds along the northern highway, pursued relentlessly by Yu Guangrong, who unleashed the dark shadow cat's primordial spirit in hot pursuit from not far behind. "I wonder how Sister Iju is faring," lamented Xing Yulu, her heart heavy with concern.
"I have temporarily entrusted her to the Celestial Pavilion.
Once she has recovered, the Seven Stars merchants will escort her back to the holy capital," Hu Guojun replied, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Alas," sighed Xing Yulu, falling silent thereafter. Despite Yu Guangrong's profound abilities and extraordinary lightness of foot, the expansive plains flanking the road, dotted only with low shrubs, caught Hu Guojun's attention. He slowed his pace, signaling to Xing Yuhua that they were being followed. Xing Yuhua nodded slightly, also reducing his speed. As dusk approached and the sun dipped below the horizon, the group arrived at the outskirts of a village. "After a long day's journey, we are utterly exhausted.
Let us find some food and then sleep," suggested Hu Guojun.
"Very well," agreed Xing Yulu with a nod. The group found an inn within the village, securing 2 rooms, one for Xing Yuhua and Huayu, and another for Hu Guojun and Xing Yulu. As night deepened, a silvery moon ascended to the zenith, and the village was intermittently disturbed by the distant barking of dogs before succumbing once more to silence. That night, Xing Yulu coyly nestled into Hu Guojun's bed. "Husband," she whispered. Hu Guojun rested his head against her bosom, murmuring something softly. Startled at first, Xing Yulu eventually nodded shyly in response. After a while, the bed creaked ominously, accompanied by certain peculiar sounds. At that moment, a fierce wind swept through the room, shattering the tightly shut window with a dark shadow. A shadow cat, glowing with a dark blue luminescence, lunged toward Hu Guojun's bed. Just as the black cat was about to rend the 2 beneath the covers to shreds, a sword soul of mysterious iron erupted from the center of the quilt, sending the shadow cat's primordial spirit crashing to the ground with a powerful surge of white essence.
Snow Phoenix.
The inn's walls rapidly frosted over, a bone-chilling aura encroaching upon the center of the room.
"Damn it!" Yu Guangrong appeared, standing upon the now-split bed. "I have awaited you for a long time," Hu Guojun declared in a low tone.
"Ha, then let us see if you possess the capability," Yu Guangrong replied with maniacal laughter. The shadow cat's primordial spirit transformed into a beam of blue light, penetrating Yu Guangrong's body. His eyes turned crimson, sharp claws sprouted from his hands, and black essence expanded around him like burning flames. Yu Guangrong morphed into a fleeting shadow, unleashing dark red wind blades that spiraled like a tornado, rapidly constricting the battleground. "Mysterious iron sword soul!" Hu Guojun shouted, veins bulging from his forehead. The sword soul surged forth from behind him, emitting a low, thunderous hum. Yu Guangrong's claw struck fiercely against Hu Guojun's sword soul. In that moment of collision, an overwhelming pressure erupted, lifting the entire inn from its foundations. A group of startled, naked guests were jolted from their slumber, finding themselves sprawled amidst the ruins. Whirls of silvery essence spiraled in the air, crystallizing the massive debris of the inn and hurling it skyward.
With snow eagle wings unfurled, Xing Yuhua soared into the air.
It seems you were prepared ahead of time, Yu Guangrong remarked darkly. You, despicable wretch, are unworthy to be my adversary, Hu Guojun retorted with disdain.
Then die together, Yu Guangrong declared ominously. Curse you!
Xing Yuhua brandished his ice-breaking pear blossom spear, descending with lethal precision. A colossal silver spear shadow cleaved downward, an immense ice spike accompanied by a powerful gust of wind bore down upon Yu Guangrong, while behind Hu Guojun, tendrils of golden essence whirled rapidly, morphing into a flurry of energy fists that charged forth simultaneously. With a piercing cry, a pristine white snow phoenix rent the night sky, transforming into a white rainbow that surged toward Yu Guangrong's back. Just then, a sharp crossbow bolt zipped past Yu Guangrong's cheek, leaving an even uglier scar upon his grotesque visage. Huayu appeared, grinning mischievously amidst the darkness. While Yu Guangrong's eyes glowed crimson as blood-red markings began to manifest upon his body. He roared in fury, plunging his hands into the earth, causing the ground to tremble violently. Dark red walls of essence erupted from the soil, accompanied by fierce gales, forming a vast energy field. An ear-splitting explosion reverberated through the air, sending scattered guests flying several meters away. One unfortunate man remained suspended, naked, upon a distant chimney, spitting blood. Yu Guangrong laughed maniacally, drawing a purple crystal from his waist and plunging it into his chest. The crystal adhered to his skin, emitting a horrifying sound as it tore through flesh and into his body.
Ah, ha ha, you shall all perish today,
Yu Guangrong howled, his voice echoing with madness.
The demon crystal!
Hu Guojun gasped in shock. The demon crystal was an essential artifact used by the demon clan to enhance their cultivation, but should a human use it, their blood would be tainted by the overwhelming powers of the demon realm, leading them to lose their sanity and become emotionless beasts. However, once implanted with the demon crystal, Yu Guangrong's strength would ascend to the terrifying ninth layer of transcendence. Yu Guangrong's skin darkened to a deep purple, his pupils vanished, replaced by a fearsome grayish hue, while a formidable energy pulsated from his body, throwing the four companions to the ground.
A tremendous dark purple spiritual force descended from the heavens, pinning them to the earth. Ah, you shall all die,
Yu Guangrong roared, his laughter echoing like that of a wild beast. Just as the group believed their lives were drawing to a close, the necklace worn by Huayu suddenly emitted a fiery crimson glow. Dark gas began to emanate from Yu Guangrong, his skin bubbling violently as if boiling water, while a purple beam shot forth from his chest, piercing directly into Huayu's necklace.
What? Hu Guojun exclaimed in astonishment.
At that moment, Yu Guangrong fell to his knees, black gas escaping from his mouth as it was rapidly absorbed by Huayu's necklace. Before long, Yu Guangrong had transformed into a withered corpse.
What sort of necklace is this?
Hu Guojun marveled, glancing at Huayu in disbelief.
How could the demon cult possess a demon crystal? Hu Guojun was utterly baffled. He is dead. Xing Yuhua pointed at Yu Guangrong in astonishment.
The group turned to see Yu Guangrong collapsed on the ground, resembling a desiccated piece of meat, devoid of any semblance of humanity. This is all his just desserts, Xing Yulu remarked coldly, gazing at the lifeless form of Yu Guangrong. Chapter 120 of the Valley of Five Thunders. Hu Guojun cast a glance at the lifeless corpse of Yu Guangrong, a faint smile of relief gracing his lips. The demise of Yu Guangrong signified the utter annihilation of the Yu family, ensuring the safety of his father-in-law's family far away in the holy capital. In the future, Yu Iju's return to the holy capital would no longer be shadowed by fears of reprisal. Huayu held the blood-red necklace that adorned her chest, lost in contemplation. This was no mere string of bloodstones, it undoubtedly concealed secrets from the demon realm. Hu Guojun observed the necklace with solemnity and remarked, if my mother were still alive, she would surely reveal the secret of this necklace to me.
Huayu murmured, let us continue our journey. Only by embracing new challenges can we uncover more answers. Xing Yuhao patted the shoulders of the two and urged them onward. The group took stock of the various resources within their cloud bracelets, releasing their steeds from the beast-taming bags to feed them before resuming their northern expedition. After a day of rapid travel, they beheld the legendary forbidden ground of the Thunder Clan, the Valley of Five Thunders. Outside the Valley of Five Thunders, 5 dark stone pillars stood sentinel along the valley's perimeter, while arcs of lightning reverberated in the valley's heart. The ground outside was barren, littered with corpses, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. Xing Yuhao furrowed his brow, questioning, what distinguishes this divine land from hell?
Huayu swallowed hard, gritting her teeth. If we venture in, we won't be struck dead by lightning, will we? The sky appeared as though shrouded by a grey curtain, with brilliant yellow lightning cascading from the heavens above. The immense currents were absorbed by the towering stone pillars, which erupted with violet sparks accompanied by a thunderous roar, as electricity surged rapidly between the pillars, producing 5 distinct rumbling sounds. Perhaps this was the origin of the Valley of Five Thunders. Named Hu Guojun dismounted, and to his astonishment, the bracelet embedded with 5 gemstones soared from his sleeve, emanating 5 different hues of light, seemingly drawn by an extraordinary force within the valley. The bracelet hovered momentarily before shooting like a bolt of lightning into the valley's depths. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Guojun followed swiftly into the valley.
Hu Guojun, are you out of your mind?
Xing Yuhao shouted over the rumbling thunder within the valley. Fear not, Hu Guojun replied, already summoning the Xian Iron Sword Soul as he sped into the depths of the Valley of Five Thunders. Empowered by his refined energy, the Xian Iron Sword Soul darted through the valley at an extraordinary pace, with Hu Guojun appearing as a fleeting white shadow. The moment he entered the valley, a bolt of lightning descended directly upon him. Hu Guojun swiftly twisted his body to the left, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Crack, the bolt cleaved through the rocky ground, creating a gaping chasm that released plumes of white smoke. Hu Guojun activated his energy technique, a blend of white and golden energy emanating from within to form a protective barrier, shielding him from the onslaught of lightning. As he drew closer to the valley's center, the frequency of lightning and thunder assaults diminished significantly.
A colossal golden statue came into view. It depicted a revered ancestor of the Thunder Clan, the goddess Njia, whose legend spoke of a stunning beauty with golden hair and almond-shaped eyes, a being half-human, half-beast. The upper body of the golden statue resembled a graceful celestial maiden, while its lower half transformed into a powerful steed, wielding a slender, sharp spear that seemed to harbor immense lightning power at its tip. At the moment the bracelet touched the statue, dozens of dazzling golden lightning bolts cascaded from the heavens, and streams of yellow electricity tore through the ground, creating fissures that sent tremors through the earth, causing the 5 stone pillars to tilt inward. Boom, the pillars collided, and as dust billowed, a conical area formed. Cracks began to appear at the base of the golden statue, serpent-like fissures rapidly slithering towards the goddess's chest. When the cracks converged, a golden beam erupted from the statue's core, releasing a long-imprisoned soul force that knocked Hu Guojun to the ground. Heir of the Emperor, I have awaited you for eons. A powerful gust of wind swirled with lightning before him, unveiling a tall and resplendent goddess. Junior Di Sha, it is an honor to meet you, esteemed predecessor. Hu Guojun bowed respectfully. Hu Guojun, the voice of Njia resonated throughout the valley. You know the name of my reincarnation? Hu Guojun inquired, perplexed. From the moment you encountered Gong Gong, we old ones have known everything.
Every step you take unfolds according to our will, Njia explained.
Then, might I ask what purpose this bracelet serves? Hu Guojun pressed.
You have come here today to settle the grievances your ancestors incurred against the 6 clans' alliance millennia ago. A flicker of ferocity flashed in Njia's gentle gaze. A colossal beam of soul power pinned Hu Guojun to the ground, as rumbling thunder forged a domain of lightning between them. Njia extended her left hand, and a brilliant yellow gemstone floated gently from her palm, embedding itself into the final fragment of the bracelet. The instant the gemstone entered the bracelet, time and space came to a standstill. A tremendous soul force extracted Hu Guojun's essence from his body, and with a resounding boom, he found himself sprawled upon an expansive yellow earth plain. Chapter 121. The Ancient War. Upon the vast and boundless yellow plains, a macabre scene unfolded, littered with countless corpses and rivers of blood, the air thick with the stench of decay. Is this the aftermath of the Battle of Ban Quan? Hu Guojun pondered as he surveyed the devastation around him. Long live the alliance of the 7 clans. The resounding cheers of long life drew Hu Guojun's attention. He gazed into the distance, where numerous robust men, each with distinct appearances, stood beneath a towering platform, brandishing their weapons high towards the heavens. At the center of the platform stood a formidable figure clad in golden armor, his sharp brows and elongated, commanding black eyes, with a nose like a jade pillar and lips resembling crimson, towering nearly 3 meters tall. This was the Yellow Emperor, Di Xian, one of the 2 great ancestors of the Holy Spirit clan. Is this my grandfather? Hu Guojun exclaimed in astonishment, lacking any memories of the Yellow Emperor, as he had never seen his grandfather since his birth. Hu Guojun was aware that the soul power of the Yellow Emperor had been sealed within the forbidden land of the divine clan, Yajing Mountain, a place untouched by mortals since time immemorial.
Warriors, great compatriots.
Today we have triumphed over Qi Yu and shall establish our magnificent homeland on the barbaric continent. Now, we shall collectively elect a leader from among the clans. A man, equally imposing and handsome as the Yellow Emperor, appeared beside him, his reddish-brown skin particularly striking. This was the Flame Emperor. The spectral figure of Njia materialized next to Huguojun. Huguojun stared blankly at Njia, speechless. It was time for the alliance of the 7 clans to elect a common leader. The earth began to tremble violently, fissures opening in the ground as a wall of earth rose up, and Kwafu emerged before the crowd. A bolt of lightning struck from the sky, accompanied by fierce flames, with fire and electricity intertwining and colliding in the air. 2 beams of light descended, revealing Zhu Rong and Njia from the clouds of dust. A colossal tree burst forth from the ground, radiating a dazzling green light, as Shenong appeared in meditation within the glow. In the distance, a deafening hum filled the air, as thousands of venomous insects spiraled and coalesced into a humanoid form, the specter of Guizhou arriving as foretold. At that moment, enormous blue tentacles extended from the sky, transforming the previously dim atmosphere into a brilliant azure. A blue beam thundered down from the heavens, and as the dust settled, the water deity and ancestral figure Gongdang appeared, shimmering with blue fluorescence. Since all have gathered, amidst the stench of blood and the gales of war, we have secured our ultimate victory. Let us now deliberate on who shall lead this alliance of the 7 clans, the Yellow Emperor proclaimed. Though we have achieved victory today, the losses among the clans have been grievous. It is prudent to maintain the status quo, recuperate, and delay any decisions until our tribes are stable once more, Shenong replied, his eyes half-closed, speaking in a somber tone.
Shenong speaks wisely.
Today's victory is the result of our collective efforts. I propose we adopt a shared clan name. Kwafu stepped forward. We are the leaders of our respective clans, embodying the totems revered by our kin, and thus, I suggest we unify under the name Divine Clan, the Yellow Emperor declared passionately, his right fist clenched.
Agreed.
The crowd erupted in fervent agreement. We shall meet at the foot of Mount Buzhou in 7 days. In 7 days, let us select our clan chief, the Yellow Emperor called out.
Agreed, agreed. The crowd responded with fervor. The consecration at Mount Buzhou?
Huguojun queried, perplexed.
Silence.
Njia retorted coldly. Wretched old hag, Huguojun muttered inwardly. At that moment, Njia's body suddenly ignited, her skin cracking, as her soul power was swiftly consumed, the intense pain causing her to emit a pained wail.
Predecessor! Huguojun cried out.
Njia forcefully hurled her spear forward, and with a tremendous explosion, the space around them began to warp, and in an instant, they arrived at the foot of Mount Buzhou. However, the ground was strewn with corpses, and on the mountain, the Flame Emperor knelt on one knee. The Yellow Emperor stood before him, a golden chalice brimming with wine conspicuously placed on the table beside them. The wine is poisoned. The Flame Emperor spat out a jet of black blood, gritting his teeth. I apologize, the Yellow Emperor replied, his expression devoid of emotion.
To become this clan leader, you resort to such despicable acts. How are you any different from Qi Yu? The Flame Emperor retorted angrily.
The poison in the wine will not claim your life immediately. In the final stages of the war, I withdrew my clansmen to preserve our people's strength, the Yellow Emperor said, gazing at the enraged Flame Emperor with a gentle smile.
What?
The Flame Emperor's eyes widened in fury, the anger exacerbating the poison within him, and he coughed up more blood. Then how did you repel the Fox clan? He demanded. Ah, that is a tale that requires time to tell, the Yellow Emperor replied, looking down upon the Flame Emperor, articulating each word slowly.
Ah.
Njia coughed up a mouthful of vital blood, her spear clattering to the ground. Time and space twisted violently, and Huguojun was swept into a white vortex by a terrifying force. After the dizzying spin, Huguojun opened his eyes to see the weakened figure of Njia before him. Predecessor, this, Huguojun began but faltered. The battle at Banquan resulted in heavy losses for all clans. The Yellow Emperor and the Fox King Han Kuei reached a secret agreement, withdrawing from the conflict at its most intense phase, leaving the other 6 clans surrounded by the Demon Clan, with their kin nearly obliterated. Njia gritted her teeth. The outcome of the war at the summit of Mount Buzhou is already known to you, she continued solemnly. At that moment, Huguojun felt an overwhelming sense of shame, bowing his head. Yes, I understand. Suddenly, Njia, filled with rage, grasped Huguojun by the neck, exclaiming, he has destroyed our physical forms, and our souls are imprisoned here. After the elemental forces of the natural world were utterly shattered by Gongang's wrath upon Mount Buzhou, we endure the agonizing backlash of our soul powers to maintain the natural order for the sake of our people.
Are you saying that after the battle of Mount Buzhou, my ancestors imprisoned you here as tools to uphold the forces of nature? Huguojun inquired.
Once a new heir is selected for the clan, we must endure the backlash of our soul powers to safeguard countless common folk and our kin. Should the lightning forces of the Five Thunder Valley erupt, the surrounding populace will turn to ashes. Once a new heir emerges, we old ones secretly hope for Di Xian's demise. During the Second War of Gods and Demons, he was slain by the new demon emperor, and for a time, we felt elated, but everything that transpired thereafter forced us to reassess certain matters, Njia explained. I cannot speak for my ancestors, but I, as a descendant, offer my repentance to the six venerable ones. You have rescued countless commoners, enduring the pain of backlash, and the Five Thunder clan is undoubtedly honored to have such a great ancestor as you. Hu Guojun bowed deeply.
Now, no longer calling me old hag?
Ngi's tone softened considerably.
Ah.
Hu Guojun's face flushed crimson, awkwardly stumbling a step back.
It is time for you to learn about the true purpose of this bracelet, along with other matters, Ngia said slowly. Chapter 122, Unraveling the Mystery. What do you know about your father, Emperor Shao? Inquired the female figure. Regrettably, my knowledge of him is quite limited. All I am aware of is that he succeeded our ancestral figure, the Yellow Emperor, as the second generation of the Celestial Emperor, Hu Guojun replied with a sense of resignation. After the furious clash with Mount Buzhou, the Flame Emperor did not perish. Following the collapse of Buzhou Mountain, he was suppressed beneath its ruins, yet his soul continues to linger, the female figure stated. However, according to legend, the realm beneath Mount Buzhou connects to the Guishu. How could there possibly be a presence of soul power within the Guishu? Hu Guojun queried, perplexed. As a place unexplored for millennia, I cannot fathom how the soul power of the Flame Emperor could exist within the Guishu. Yet, only a child of light bearing the bloodline of the Flame Emperor can stir the profound waves of his soul power upon descending into the Guishu, the female figure elucidated. Upon hearing this, Hu Guojun's skin tightened in disbelief, and he gazed incredulously at the solemn expression of the female figure, whispering, Are you suggesting that I possess the bloodline of the Flame Emperor? During the Third Divine and Demon War, you channeled all your divine power into the demon-slaying sword, plunging it into the body of the demon monarch, shattering both his form and spirit. You, in turn, were grievously wounded by the cataclysmic power unleashed from his exploding form, the female figure recounted. Wait, are you implying that the vast ocean I fell into was beneath Mount Buzhou? Hu Guojun interjected. Indeed, the female figure affirmed with a nod. Does this mean that above the Guishu lies a boundless sea? Hu Guojun inquired. I possess little knowledge regarding the Guishu, she shook her head in response. And this bracelet? Hu Guojun asked, producing the bracelet. I recall one day feeling an intense surge of soul power from the ancient deities. It was as though I was enveloped in a dream. In this dream, the leaders of the various clans from the ancient war appeared, save for the Flame Emperor. He informed us that he sensed the stirring of his bloodline while in slumber, beseeching us to assist him in locating the source of the energy fluctuations and to aid his return to the divine realm, the female figure explained. Are you implying that only when all 6 gemstones on the bracelet are gathered will it lead me to the Flame Emperor? Hu Guojun asked. From the moment you encountered Gong Gong, your fate was sealed. Whether you accept it or not, the blood of the Flame Emperor flows within you, and there are many more secrets awaiting your discovery. Today's divine clan is not much different from the spirit world. Both are engulfed in the same chaotic darkness, the female figure expressed solemnly. When the gemstones are united, the protection of the 6 ancient deities will be bestowed upon you, yet our soul powers shall dwindle. After you depart from the Valley of Thunder, I will fall into a deep slumber, she added. Are you suggesting that the other 5 progenitors along the way have already succumbed to slumber? Hu Guojun asked, astonished. The female figure nodded slightly, remaining silent. She raised her spear, a hint of compassion and resignation gracing her beautiful visage. We can never forget the transgressions Emperor Xian committed against the 6 clans, yet the Flame Emperor is deserving of his title as a true leader. You must forever remember his name, Emperor Qi. Concerning the multitude of events that have transpired over millennia, there are countless secrets that remain unknown to us, yet one day, the truth shall be unveiled, she concluded with a sense of relief. Senior, Hu Guojun felt a tumult of emotions within him. Throughout his years presiding over the divine clan, Hu Guojun had not inquired deeply into his lineage. He was only aware that he was the son of Emperor Shao, the 3rd-generation celestial emperor, ruling the divine clan for 3 millennia. What Hu Guojun yearned for most at this moment was to uncover the truth regarding himself and the Flame Emperor. He now comprehended that the reason their quest for the ancient deities had been so fortuitous was due to the 6 ancient deities sacrificing their own soul power to assist them in gathering the 6 gemstones. The demise of Guorong and Duolan was intricately linked to the protection of the 6 progenitors. Henceforth, the path to seeking the Flame Emperor and uncovering the truth would rely solely upon themselves. Chapter 123 of the new path. The female deity brandished her spear, and golden soul energy surged forth from its tip, creating a radiant golden fissure before Hu Guojun's eyes. The path ahead was destined to be fraught with thorns. All you need to do is heed the guidance of the bracelet,
and one day, you shall return to the divine realm, the female deity softly intoned as she gazed at Hu Guojun. Thank you, esteemed elder, Hu Guojun replied with a respectful bow. The female deity nodded slightly, her golden soul energy gradually fading until she transformed into a magnificent golden statue. With a heavy heart, Hu Guojun cast one last glance at the statue of the female deity before leaping into the fissure. Immediately, darkness enveloped Hu Guojun, and he found himself propelled into a vibrant energy tunnel formed by the convergence of soul power. In an instant, he was ejected from this extraordinary tunnel, landing before Xing Yuhao and the others.
Where have you been? Huayu inquired, furrowing his brow.
With a smirk, Hu Guojun replied, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed.
I am quite curious, how did you manage to survive inside? Xing Yuhao probed. A secret, Hu Guojun responded enigmatically. Keep your secrets to yourself.
You no longer consider us as brothers, Huayu scoffed. I was conversing with the divine female deity of the Lei clan, Hu Guojun chuckled.
What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Have you drunk too much fake wine?
Xing Yuhao remarked, exasperated.
Look at you.
When I speak the truth, you still don't believe me, Hu Guojun laughed.
What evidence do you have to prove your claims? Xing Yulu inquired with a smile.
You will find out soon enough, Hu Guojun feigned mystery.
Humph, Huayu snorted.
Hu Guojun then retrieved the bracelet and tossed it into the air, where it emitted 6 beams of light in different colors, gradually unfolding a scroll.
What is this?
The eyes of the crowd widened in astonishment, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. This is the treasure map to find the Flame Emperor's treasure, a gift bestowed upon me by the divine female deity in the Valley of Thunder, Hu Guojun explained.
My dear husband, what manner of person are you? Xing Yulu gazed at Hu Guojun in awe.
You could say I am simply fortunate, Hu Guojun replied with a serene smile. Impressive, both Xing Yuhao and Huayu echoed in unison. Hu Guojun examined the map, where a winding golden path intricately pointed towards the distance. Following the map's guidance, Hu Guojun stared ahead. The southern region, he murmured.
Let us proceed, heading south.
Hu Guojun commanded, releasing his steed from the beast pouch with a wave. He mounted the horse, gripping the reins tightly, as the steed neighed and galloped southward. Xing Yulu and the others, unable to question further, hurriedly followed suit.
Hey, slow down. Xing Yuhao shouted.
My backside is going to be sore, Huayu complained. Ahead, Hu Guojun remained silent, his urgency to locate the Flame Emperor and discover the means to return to the divine realm consuming him, as he sought to rescue Lei Baiyu from Chongtian. The group pressed onward, undeterred by wind and rain, their pace never faltering. Though Xing Yuhao and the others were unaware of Hu Guojun's pressing urgency, they did not inquire further. We're about to enter the southern region, Hu Guojun exclaimed, brandishing his whip forward. My goodness, the horse is nearly exhausted.
Do take it easy.
Huayu lamented, feeling despondent. In the distance lay neatly divided rice paddies, where several water buffalo leisurely chewed their cud. Beyond the paddies, a dense bamboo grove flourished, and in the far distance, a city built of blue stones could be seen. Travelers clad in dark purple garments traversed the narrow path, accompanied by the enchanting melodies of southern region folk songs drifting through the air.
Let us rest in the city, Hu Guojun suggested to the group. Agreed, Xing Yuhao nodded. Upon the walls of the stone city, 3 prominent characters read Wolf Mountain City. On the city's flag flew not only the banner of the Tsanyan dynasty but also several deep blue flags emblazoned with 3 dark golden claw marks. The Dark Evil Division? Hu Guojun frowned.
It does indeed appear to be the banner of the Dark Evil Division, Xing Yuhao confirmed. From atop the city, a pair of dark crimson eyes gazed intently at the group.
Long time no see.
Chapter 124 Reunion. A few individuals approached the city gate, where 2 guards from the Tsanyan stood conducting routine inspections of those wishing to enter. In the distance, 2 men clad in deep blue robes caught Hu Guojun's attention.
The Dark Evil Division, he signaled. Is it possible that this Wolf Mountain City belongs to the Dark Evil Division? Xing Yuhao inquired.
In border regions like the southern and northern frontiers, it is not surprising that the forces of the demonic path are somewhat stronger, Xing Yulu contemplated. We are quite familiar with the Dark Evil Division, Hu Guojun remarked with a smile.
Are you referring to Du Gu Tianyue? Xing Yuhao raised an eyebrow. I remember now. She is the daughter of Du Gu Liang, isn't she? Huayu added. Indeed, Hu Guojun chuckled. You 4, what are you doing standing there? Are you entering the city or not? The guard glanced at the 4 with impatience.
Ah, military officer, of course we wish to enter. Hu Guojun bent slightly, smiling apologetically. Your identification. The guard extended his hand. Here, Hu Guojun retrieved his identification, turned back to collect the other's documents, and handed them to the guard. After perusing the documents for a moment, the guard waved them through. You may enter. Thank you, military officer, we appreciate your effort, Hu Guojun responded with a grin. As the group was about to enter the city, a shadow flashed past, and two men appeared before them. Gentlemen, please wait a moment, one of the men in black said in a low tone.
What do you want? Hua Yu clenched his fist.
Nothing much, the other man in black replied. Before he could finish, a powerful surge of refining energy erupted from his body, the overwhelming pressure rendering the group momentarily immobile. One of the black-clad men appeared to possess strength at the second level of the Transcendence realm, while the other exuded an aura of refining energy that felt as if it had reached at least the pinnacle of the sixth level.
What brings you two here? Hu Guojun asked solemnly.
Young Master Hu, please do not be alarmed. My young master requests your presence, the man in black said.
Young Master Tianyue? Hu Guojun queried.
Precisely, the man in black affirmed. Then please lead the way, Hu Guojun clasped his fists.
Follow me, the man in black turned and led the way.
Hu Guojun and the others followed the man in black into the city, their minds perplexed as to why they had attracted the attention of the Dark Evil Division even before entering. They arrived at a tea house, where they turned behind a screen. The man in black placed his hand against the wall, and as his hand made contact, the wall began to shift, revealing a concealed door. Please, the man in black slightly inclined his body. Hu Guojun nodded slightly and entered through the hidden door. Inside the secret chamber was a square room filled with the scent of musk. On a sandalwood table lay an exquisite silver wine set, and a prominent flag of the Dark Evil Division adorned the wall.
Where is the young master? Hu Guojun inquired.
Please wait a moment, the man in black replied with a slight bow. Young Master Hu, I trust you are well, a voice emerged from behind a pale pink screen. Dressed in a flowing silver gown, Dugu Tianyue gracefully stepped out, accompanied by an intoxicating floral fragrance.
Young Master Tianyue, it is a pleasure to see you, the group bowed respectfully. You may all leave, Dugu Tianyue instructed the black-clad men. Understood, they bowed and withdrew.
Please, take a seat and enjoy some tea, Dugu Tianyue gestured. Several maidservants emerged from the back, placing cups of poor tea, a specialty of the southern frontiers, beside them.
May I inquire why the young master has summoned us? Hu Guojun asked. We have received orders from the demon spirit sect to eliminate you within Wolf Mountain City, Dugu Tianyue replied solemnly. Put. Hua Yu, having just taken a sip of the poor tea, spat it out. Why? Hu Guojun frowned.
It is said that you killed 2 guardians of the demon spirit sect. Dugu Tianyue lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip. We appreciate you informing us of this matter, Miss Tianyue. Xing Yuhao clasped his fists. It is only right, as the young master saved my life. Dugu Tianyue looked at Xing Yuhao and smiled. A hint of shyness suddenly flickered in Dugu Tianyue's icy crimson eyes, and Hu Guojun could not help but smile knowingly in silence.
May I ask, what should our next course of action be, young master? Hu Guojun inquired.
There is but one solution, but for me to assist you, you must agree to one condition. Dugu Tianyue turned her gaze to the group.
Chapter 125 Conditions. May I inquire, young master, what are your conditions? Hu Guojun inquired with a faint smile.
I desire one person, said Dugu Tianyue.
Who? Hu Guojun asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice.
In truth, Hu Guojun had already sensed that Dugu Tianyue harbored a special affection for Xing Yuhao, which transcended the mere gratitude of saving a life. It was a subtle expression of romantic admiration. This was something that could be concealed from others but not from the all-seeing heavenly emperor.
Now is not the time, Dugu Tianyue said mysteriously. Who does the evil king intend to send to eliminate us? Hu Guojun pressed.
In reality, my father is rather reluctant to eliminate you, young Master Hu poses a significant threat to the demon spirit sect. Moreover, there is an intention to weaken the sect's influence through your hands. However, the recent activities of the Soul Abyss have escalated, likely upon receiving orders from the demon spirit sect. We do not wish to jeopardize your life, but we cannot guarantee your safety against the machinations of Ho Qianxi. Dugu Tianyue spoke meaningfully. The experts from the Soul Abyss possess cultivation levels exceeding the 3rd tier of transcendence. If they truly harbor intentions to kill us, the odds of survival would be grim. Xing Yulu furrowed her brow.
Since young Master Tianyue has met with us, surely you possess a means to ensure our safety? Xing Yuhao remarked.
Dugu Tianyue scrutinized Xing Yuhao intently. In the fleeting moment their eyes met, he felt an electric current pass through Dugu Tianyue's gaze, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Noticing his reaction, Dugu Tianyue couldn't help but cover her face and smile. "Your hair has grown longer," Xing Yuhao stammered awkwardly.
"Isn't this more befitting of a young lady?"
Dugu Tianyue said softly, a hint of shyness gracing her features.
At that moment, Huayu glanced at Hu Guojun with a teasing look, whispering, "How has the atmosphere suddenly turned a tad ambiguous?"
Hu Guojun, sharing the sentiment, chuckled, "It seems our young master is aspiring to become your little sister-in-law."
Ahem.
Xing Yuhao cleared his throat, feeling the awkwardness settle in. With his head slightly bowed, he stole a glance at Dugu Tianyue, whose exquisite makeup and fair skin, along with her long, slender legs partially concealed beneath a silver gown, captivated him. He swallowed hard, silently admonishing himself, "What are you thinking? Stay composed." Dugu Tianyue rose and addressed Hu Guojun, "The Soul Abyss has likely arrived at Wolf Mountain City. This city falls within the domain of my Dark Evil Division, so they should exercise caution. However, since it is a directive from the Demon Spirit Sect, we cannot overtly intervene. Furthermore, given the current circumstances with the Soul Abyss operating covertly while you are in the open, you may stay here for a few days. Yet, this is not a place for prolonged residence. You must find a way to exit the city swiftly."
"What are our options for leaving?" Xing Yulu lamented. "In the past, we would slay gods and Buddhas alike without hesitation," Huayu declared, clenching his fists. "However, this time, you are indeed at a disadvantage," Dugu Tianyue replied with a serene smile. "May I inquire, young master, which experts has the Soul Abyss dispatched?" Hu Guojun asked. "Have you heard of the 4 leaders of the Soul Abyss? Li Shadow, Fomanjiu, and Hong Tian. However, it is rumored that Injochuan has already fallen to your blade, young master Hu?" Dugu Tianyue laughed lightly. "That is indeed the case," Hu Guojun affirmed. "Thus, Ho Qianqi has summoned the remaining 3 leaders to prepare for your annihilation in Wolf Mountain City," Dugu Tianyue stated. Hu Guojun mused. If Ho Qianqi were to come personally, it would signal a lack of confidence, but those other 3 are not without their abilities to fight back. At that moment, Huayu suddenly yawned, pulling everyone from their gloomy thoughts. Noticing the gazes upon him, Huayu sheepishly said, "I've been on the road all day and am a bit fatigued. I apologize for your discomfort after such a long journey. However, I have arranged accommodations for you all. Come forth," Dugu Tianyue commanded with a clap of her hands. Several maidens emerged from behind the screen, approaching Dugu Tianyue to bow respectfully. "Young master, you shall escort them to rest," Dugu Tianyue instructed. "Yes, young master," the maidens replied dutifully. As everyone prepared to follow the maidens, Dugu Tianyue stepped forward and said, "Young master Xing, please stay for a moment." Xing Yuhao trembled slightly and turned to Dugu Tianyue, replying, "Certainly." Chapter 126. "The young master should be the little sister-in-law," Dugu Tianyue said, "Please follow me." Xing Yuhao nodded slightly and followed Dugu Tianyue into a new room. As he entered, a fragrant wave of magnolia enveloped him, and soon after, he beheld a grand bronze vanity mirror, accompanied by a large redwood bed intricately carved with exquisite floral patterns. "Wasn't this her bedroom?" No peeking, Xing Yuhao silently admonished himself. For Dugu Tianyue, observing Xing Yuhao's flustered demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. "Why is your face still flushed, young master?" "Oh, no, not at all," Xing Yuhao hastily shook his head. In another room, the remaining 3 began their discussion. "Surely, Xing Yuhao isn't considering becoming an adopted son of the Dark Evil Division, is he?" Huayu jested, smiling at Hu Guojun and his wife. Xing Yulu coughed awkwardly, choosing to remain silent. Hu Guojun laughed heartily. "Fate and fortune, perhaps he, too, will end up as a son-in-law like me, ha?" At that moment, Xing Yuhao found himself in Dugu Tianyue's boudoir, caught in a predicament, standing like a statue in the center of the room. "Of course, I must express my gratitude for the life-saving assistance you provided," Dugu Tianyue said, covering her face with a smile. "It was merely my duty." "There is no need for the young master to say more," Xing Yuhao replied softly. "Are you feeling shy, young master?" Dugu Tianyue laughed. Indeed, Xing Yuhao was thoroughly embarrassed. He took a few steps back, lowering his head to steal a glance at Dugu Tianyue. Her fair skin and delicate features quickened his heartbeat, and in the presence of such beauty, any normal man would inevitably harbor thoughts. "Young master, how do you find my long hair compared to before?" Dugu Tianyue inquired softly. "When you had short hair, you exuded a valiant and heroic spirit. Now, with long hair, you embody grace and elegance, possessing the beauty that could outshine the moon and flowers," Xing Yuhao remarked. Dugu Tianyue's dark red eyes were fixed intently on Xing Yuhao's, shimmering with the innocent affection of a youthful maiden.
As time passed, the flickering candlelight in the room cast a warm glow, and the scent of musk added an air of intimacy to their surroundings. Xing Yuhao felt a flush on his cheeks. The undulating candlelight mirrored the tumult of his emotions. Fearing that Dugu Tianyue might notice his embarrassment, he hastily bowed. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave."
Dugu Tianyue stepped forward, extending her delicate hand to draw out his folding fan from his waist, snapping it open with a soft sound. "Is it so that if there are no pressing matters, I cannot have a conversation with you, young master?"
No, I didn't mean that." Xing Yuhao quickly shook his head. Feeling his heartbeat quicken, he suddenly looked down, only to find his gaze inadvertently landing on Dugu Tianyue's bosom. I'm sorry," he stammered, pushing himself back, only to slip and fall directly onto Dugu Tianyue's bed.
Ha ha! Dugu Tianyue couldn't contain her laughter.
"Oh my goodness, today Xing Yuhao, shall surely lose all face," he thought to himself, covering his face in embarrassment. Seeing him sprawled on the bed, Dugu Tianyue intended to help him up, but Xing Yuhao, overwhelmed by awkwardness, sprang to his feet suddenly, releasing a surge of silver energy that unintentionally pushed Dugu Tianyue away. Caught off guard, she stumbled backward, and Xing Yuhao rushed forward to catch her, their eyes locking in a moment of shared surprise. The closeness of their bodies made Dugu Tianyue's breath quicken, and Xing Yuhao could feel her heartbeat racing as well. Xing Yuhao's arm instinctively encircled Dugu Tianyue's slender waist, gently pulling her toward him to restore her balance. "Young master, truth be told, I fell for you the day you bandaged my wound." Dugu Tianyue gazed at Xing Yuhao with dreamy eyes, speaking softly. Xing Yuhao's face flushed crimson. He wished to articulate something in response, yet felt as though his throat had been constricted, rendering him speechless, and he felt as if his body were ablaze. Gazing at the enchanting Dugu Tianyue before him, he found no valid reason to refuse such a woman. Though a genius of the Xing family, one of the 4 prominent families of the Holy City, he realized that the Xing family paled in comparison to the dark evil division. Dugu Tianyue wrapped her arms around Xing Yuhao gently, resting her head against his chest. The scent of musk combined with her warmth left him momentarily bewildered. As he looked down at Dugu Tianyue's slightly flushed cheeks, he thought, "This is rather sudden." However, he quickly considered that accepting her affection could increase their chances of evading the pursuit of the Soul Reaper S-Layer, thus he embraced her tightly in return. Outside the room, Hu Guojun and Huayu were secretly observing the tender scene between the two, with Huayu pinching his thigh fiercely to suppress his laughter. Chapter 127 A Revelation. Dugu Tianyue clung tightly to Xing Yuhao as they gradually leaned towards the bed. To their surprise, Xing Yuhao merely shed his outer garment, wrapping his arm around Dugu Tianyue without taking any further action. The two embraced each other, slowly drifting into slumber. Could it be that brother Yuhao has overcome addiction in a past life? Huayu mused, striking his head with a fist. This indicates that your brother Yuhao possesses considerable self-control, unlike someone of your indulgent nature, Hu Guojun replied with a chuckle. Desires are indeed part of human nature, Huayu laughed. What are you two up to? Xing Yulu appeared behind them, hands on her hips, looking quite displeased. Come take a look, Hu Guojun waved his hand, grinning. As Xing Yulu stepped forward to glance at the pair, she froze in place. What, is this my brother? She exclaimed, cupping her cheeks in astonishment. It seems the young master is about to gain a sister-in-law. Your brother might very well become the son-in-law of the Dark Evil Division, Huayu jested. No need to panic, your brother is no longer a child, it's high time to find you a sister-in-law, Hu Guojun chimed in agreement. Isn't this a bit too sudden? Xing Yulu remarked incredulously. Back in Bianzhou, I sensed that Dugu Tianyue harbored feelings for your brother, but I never imagined her affection would run so deep. Ha ha, Hu Guojun laughed heartily. If you knew all along, why didn't you inform us? Xing Yulu frowned. I suppose no one expected to encounter her again, Huayu replied. Indeed, I too had no inkling that I would cross paths with Tianyue again, Hu Guojun said with a mischievous grin. With a father-in-law at the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm, brother Yuhao must be able to navigate the spirit realm with ease, Huayu added. Surely, this matter has yet to reach the ears of the esteemed father-in-law? Hu Guojun remarked with a smile. You too should refrain from reveling in my brother's affairs, Xing Yulu said, exasperated. In the Wolf Mountain City, within the Wolf Mountain Inn, Li Cha sat on the ground, meticulously polishing the gleaming long knife in his hand. Behind him stood a tall, silver-haired man with a prominent scar across his brow. This was Du Feng, one of the 4 masters of the Soul Cave. They should have already arrived in the city by now, a short, elderly man in black spoke in a low tone. This diminutive elder was none other than Hong Tian, another of the 4 masters of the Soul Cave. This situation is quite perplexing. By all reasonable logic, they ought to have reached the city long ago, especially considering that there is only one decent inn in Wolf Mountain City. Where could they have gone?
Li Cha furrowed his brow. Could they have ventured to another inn? Du Feng leaned against the doorpost. That's impossible. I have scoured every notable inn in Wolf Mountain City today, even checking makeshift shelters for the homeless, yet I have seen no sign of Hu Guojun and the others, Hong Tian replied, his brow knitted in concern. Could it be that they sprouted wings and flew away? Du Feng bit out, frustration evident in his tone. Before he could finish, a surge of grey-blue energy erupted from Du Feng, shattering the wooden table before him into splinters. Calm down, Li Cha admonished with a frown. How can we report to the cave master if we fail the mission? We still have not avenged Jiu Quan. Du Feng's energy flared. And does smashing tables here serve any purpose? Hong Tian shot him a glare. Du Feng glanced at Hong Tian, reining in his energy with a huff, falling silent. Li Cha raised an eyebrow and spoke in a low voice, there is indeed one place we have yet to visit. Where? The two asked in unison. The Dark Evil Division sub-branch, Li Cha replied, rising to sheath his knife. We mustn't delay. Let us investigate. Du Feng had already moved to the window. As the grey-blue energy swirled around him, a serpentine figure, resembling a water snake, materialized behind Du Feng, flicking its red tongue menacingly. Use the door, don't jump out of the window, Li Cha said with an exasperated expression. All right, Du Feng scratched his head in response. Hong Tian shot Du Feng a disdainful glance before transforming into a shadowy figure, vanishing from sight in an instant. Chapter 128 Confrontation in the streets of Langshan City. Under the cloak of midnight, an eerie silence enveloped the deserted surroundings. Three dark figures glided through the shadows, swiftly traversing the desolate thoroughfare. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Dark Evil Society's branch. This tea house must be the Dark Evil Society's outpost in Langshan City, Du Feng remarked. Indeed, Li Cha confirmed with a nod. The night is long and dreams are many. Let us proceed, Hong Tian intoned solemnly. The trio harnessed their chi and stealthily entered the tea house. The moment they crossed the threshold, all doors and windows slammed shut with a resounding bang, and a volley of concealed arrows shot forth from either side. Hong Tian straightened slightly, his crimson chi blazing like flames, and to his astonishment, the arrows halted midair, disintegrating into ashes. Who dares intrude? 4 dark guards from the Dark Evil Society emerged, each at the pinnacle of the condensation realm. We, from the Soul Abyss, Hong Tian, Li Cha, and Du Feng, are here to report to your leader, Hong Tian declared in a low tone. The leader is resting. I kindly request you to return tomorrow, the head guard replied, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. With a thud, Du Feng had already pinned the guard to the ground with his chi, coldly stating, I did not consult you. Who is causing trouble here? A woman's voice echoed. A white silhouette darted overhead, transforming into a massive black cat, its eyes radiating a piercing blue light. Bai Ling? Li Cha uttered, his voice heavy with concern. You possess great audacity. Bai Ling appeared beside the black cat spirit, brandishing twin blades and shouting fiercely. Do not be enraged, Miss Bai. We are merely following the orders of the Abyss Master to apprehend someone, Du Feng replied with a sinister grin, his grip tightening around the guard's neck. Release him. Bai Ling's fury was palpable. Du Feng scoffed, retorting, apologies, but your subordinate's cultivation is too lacking, it seems he has run out of breath. Bai Ling glanced at the fallen guard, noting his lack of breath. Spirit of the Black Cat, manifest. Bai Ling commanded, her eyes turning an ethereal blue as she merged with the black cat's essence. She leaped into action, unleashing a white wind blade toward Du Feng. He quickly conjured a chi shield to block it, and as the dust settled, the tea house lay in ruins. The commotion had awakened many, including Hu Guojun, Xing Yulu, and Hua Yu, who hastily donned their garments and opened their doors. You from the Soul Abyss possess great audacity. Du Gu Tian Yu appeared behind Bai Ling, clad in black. So it is the young master. Du Feng replied mockingly. You dare to invade the Dark Evil Society's branch and harm my subordinates. Such boldness is remarkable, Du Gu Tian Yu exclaimed with ire. May I inquire if Hu Guojun and the others are with you? Li Cha asked, his tone grave. They are not, Du Gu Tian Yu replied. If the young master speaks falsely, do not blame us for our impoliteness, Li Cha said, slowly drawing his blade from its sheath. Do not slander me with baseless accusations, Du Gu Tian Yu retorted, furrowing her brow. Please allow us to search. Should we find no one, we shall certainly apologize, Hong Tian implored. You do not possess the authority to search the young master's quarters. Bai Ling fumed. Then do not blame us for our lack of decorum. Du Feng grinned wickedly. At that moment, a colossal water serpent spirit materialized,
blue markings appearing on Du Feng's body as he amassed formidable chi power. Young master, step back, let me handle this, Bai Ling urged, positioning herself protectively in front of Du Gutianyu. Du Feng roared, launching a punch, which Bai Ling countered with her chi shield. Du Feng then leaped into the air, twisting his body to deliver another blow. Bai Ling met his strike with her palm, and their chi energies clashed violently, sending shockwaves that shattered the rear wall of the tea house. Du Feng chuckled coldly as a surge of electricity coursed through his arm towards Bai Ling, who felt a tingling numbness and hastily withdrew her chi to retreat. A scorpion-like shadow emerged behind Bai Ling, its tail hook slicing through the darkness towards her. She leaped but still felt the sting of the hook graze her. Landing on the ground, she drew her twin blades, only to discover a slender wound on her left arm, wisps of white smoke emanating from it.
It's poisoned! Bai Ling shouted in alarm.
Surrender the individual, and I shall ensure your safety, Li Cha stated ominously.
Despicable coward! To resort to treachery! Bai Ling glared at Li Cha, seething with rage. At that moment, Du Gutianyu was beside herself with fury, her chi surging forth as she struck at Li Cha. Du Feng chuckled, extending his hands backward, unleashing a powerful force that sent Du Gutianyu flying. My cultivation has surpassed the 5th level of transcendence. I advise you, young master, not to act recklessly, Hong Tian warned coldly. A silver shadow appeared in the air, catching Du Gutianyu mid-flight. It was none other than Xing Yuhao. Are you all right? Xing Yuhao inquired, concern etched on his face.
Young master, Du Gutianyu gazed at him with deep affection.
Ha!
Bai Ling looked at Xing Yuhao in bewilderment, gasping in surprise.
Of all times, you choose now to play the hero.
Huayu exclaimed, slapping his thigh from the shadows.
This is quite the revelation, Hu Guojun chuckled. How can you still find this amusing at such a time? Huayu questioned in confusion.
Patience, let us observe further, Hu Guojun replied nonchalantly.
Xing Yuhao cleared his throat awkwardly and addressed the three. What are your intentions? Bai Ling turned back, frowning. Young master, are you concealing something from me?
Chapter 129. A misunderstanding. Du Gutianyu explained, no.
How could young master Xing be here?
Bai Ling momentarily failed to register the situation. This man must be Hu Guojun's accomplice, Li Cha remarked in a low tone.
And if he is? Hu Guojun emerged from the back of the room, questioning, why are you all out here? Xing Yuhao expressed his discontent. What happened to you all? A wave of terror surged through Li Cha's heart as he pondered, could this man be Du Gutianyu's husband? What have you done to the young master?
Bai Ling raised her knife, pointing it at Xing Yuhao.
I haven't done anything.
Xing Yuhao retreated defensively. The three members of the Soul Abyss exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and concern. Sister Bai Ling, do not trouble him, this matter is solely my doing, Du Gutianyu interjected. At that moment, Bai Ling began to piece together the events. When Hu Guojun and his entourage arrived in Langshan City, she had been preoccupied with other affairs within the sect and was unaware of their arrival. With a sigh, Bai Ling lamented, I should have anticipated this during the incident in Bianzhou. However, young master, your actions are rather foolish. I will bear the consequences of this matter. I, Du Gutianyu, am willing to take responsibility and will not impose difficulties upon you.
That is not my intention, but how do we explain this to the evil king and the demon spirit sect? Bai Ling whispered.
Let us first deal with the people from the Soul Abyss, Du Gutianyu replied. I have been poisoned by Li Cha's scorpion venom and cannot exert my full strength. You are no match for these three. I implore you to withdraw quickly while I hold them off. They would dare not kill me. Hu Guojun, it has been a long time. Li Cha stepped forward, his aura swirling like a burning black flame.
Brotherly, we are still in-laws. Why must we force each other? Hu Guojun chuckled. First, I am acting on orders, and second, we have yet to settle the matter of Njiochuan.
Li Cha retorted darkly. Brotherly, I could take Njiochuan's life, and taking yours is not beyond my means, Hu Guojun replied with a sinister smile.
You little brat, who gave you the audacity? Du Feng gritted his teeth.
Then let us see your capabilities, Li Cha declared, drawing his blade, which transformed into a shadow as it lunged toward Hu Guojun. Hu Guojun soared into the air, summoning his Shin Tai sword spirit, unleashing a powerful sword wind. Li Cha swept his blade forward, effortlessly neutralizing the sword wind Hu Guojun had unleashed. Surrender and I may consider granting you a more merciful death, Li Cha proposed. Brotherly, and Njiochuan said the same thing back then. Hu Guojun laughed. Li Cha's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Do not think you can use words to gain the upper hand, you shall pay for your arrogance.
Black gold giant scorpion.
Li Cha shouted in fury, as a menacing black gold scorpion manifested and charged toward Hu Guojun. At that moment, Xing Yuhao summoned his primordial spirit, a snow sculpture taking flight, the biting cold coalescing into a sharp ice spear aimed at the black gold scorpion.
Kid, your opponent is me, Du Feng leaped forth.
A surge of blue aura gathered upon Du Feng's right fist, forming a gleaming blue sphere.
Break!
Du Feng roared, the sphere crashing toward the ice spear, which instantly transformed into a cloud of white smoke upon contact. The sphere continued its trajectory toward Xing Yuao, who brandished his ice-breaking pear blossom spear, swiftly wielding it in front of him. The frost aura rapidly converged upon the spear chi.
Break!
A blast of white frost emanated from the spear tip, enveloping the blue sphere. Xing Yuao tightened his grip on the ice-breaking pear blossom spear, channeling his energy into the spearhead. The outer shell of the sphere began to freeze, its speed diminishing.
Break!
Xing Yuhao shouted, forcefully shaking the spear upward. The ice layer on the sphere cracked with a resounding thud, scattering shards of ice across the ground. Bai Ling stood frozen, observing the escalating conflict among the individuals, feeling utterly conflicted about whether to assist or refrain from intervening.
You must help, after all, he is your young master's husband.
Hua Yu urged.